with Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, what's going on, Bay Area? Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill. Joe Butcher Boy Shasky with you as always, rocking 6 to 10 here on Monday. Oh, almost on a Monday. Feels like a Monday. Dude, I'm trying to tell you, it feels like a reaction Monday. That's where my mind's going, Shasky, because every single time we think that this thing is over, it takes a left turn and then a right turn, and then it goes somewhere down the middle. If you ask for the fork in the road, you go straight. Another chapter in the Brandon Aiyuk saga, and it's because of now John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, who we're going to get into. I'm not sure where you're at with this at this point. It feels like every single day we've been talking about this, and every single time it feels like we're done and we're over it, something else comes down the line to make us just wonder what the hell is happening in Santa Clara.
Where am I at with it?
Well, first of all, how you doing, man? I'm glad to be on the mic with you first and foremost.
I'm already sweating this morning. Where am I going at? I'm where everyone else is. In the words of Lorenzo Neal, I'm in the same row of church, same pew, okay?
Same church, same pew.
This is where we're at. We're exhausted. My wife liked this show. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this show. It's The Walking Dead, okay? And at some point, it got so formulaic. It was like, oh my God, Rick, they might have found a society somewhere. Oh, you can't go outside the confines of this walled-off area we have. And then a couple of people would leak out, more zombies. And it was wash, rinse, repeat. 4 seasons on end. And by about the 22nd season, I said, Michelle, my God, I mean, Jesus, this is like the same show. Like it's kind of ridiculous. And that's where I'm at with this. It's like, it was interesting. I found it fascinating. At this point, here's what I want to know. And I want to know from both sides. I do. And then we'll never find out.
Yeah.
What's the holdup? Like, what is the holdup? It better be something juicy. Because if it's not, if it's a couple mil here, look around the league. These contracts are getting renegotiated and money is moving around after 2 years on all the really good players, right? If this is about making a specific amount of money, there are other destinations where you can go make that specific amount of money. If this is about winning or putting yourself in the best chance for the third contract and making good money, well, then this is your spot. If it's about making that extra mil, it's not going to happen here. And they've said that to him. And I feel like we've gotten it all the way boiled down to one spot. You're either playing on the 5th-year option, we're either trading you, or you're taking the deal that we have on the table. There's no in between.
And I feel like that was somewhat of the gauntlet that was thrown down by John Lynch yesterday. We're going to get into the sound from his press conference before Brandon Aiyuk did not show up to practice yesterday. And that's the wrinkle in this all. Brandon Aiyuk, he's been holding in, he's been present at the last preseason game. He was in Las Vegas. But where he was not present was yesterday at the 49ers practice facility, or at least on the field. He was in the building, according to Lynch, but he was not on the field and was not expected at least to be out there at the very end. There's kind of that media session where at the beginning they show up, they're looking for the players, and then it was reported that even after everyone left, that Brandon Aiyuk was not on the field practicing for the San Francisco 49ers. So Lynch yesterday, pretty much just said, dude, at some point, you got to play. At some point, we need you on the field. And at some point, to your point, Shasky, you got to make a choice. And that's where, look, I'm not at my wit's end with Aiyuk. I'm close to my wit's end with this entire situation because it takes two to tango in this.
It's not just Aiyuk. No, my frustration.
It's both sides.
Yes, it's both sides. Well, A, the Niners misread the market, right?
100%.
B, I think that they're using past emotional, negotiations against Aiyuk. It's not Aiyuk's fault that Bosa squeezed you for an extra $10 million. Like that's like the guy who gets in a relationship. Oh, my last girlfriend did this. Like, well, bro, you gotta suspend that. Like, I understand you can have those feelings deep down inside, but you can't let it affect your new relationship. It can shape the way you view certain things, but you can't be so emotional that it's ruined it. And then the other part is like, I think that they missed their window. Like, if they had a deadline in place, if it was back in April, well, then you needed to get it done back in April. And I thought the line of the day, and we're going to get to it at some point, we don't get paid to try, we get paid to do. And that was with John Lynch. And I'm going to just tell you how I feel about John Lynch. And I want to know how you feel, Evan. Like, I think he's a high-level human being. I don't think he's beyond criticism. I don't think he's beyond making mistakes. I think they've made a lot of mistakes, and they've made a lot of like singles and doubles and home runs. Trey Lance, huge strikeout, huge, huge, you know? But look at the roster. They're really good, and they're a victim of their own success. I believe he's tried to deal in good faith, but I do believe that the team has botched things, and I think that John, as a former player, you could just sense, I think that he is frustrated beyond belief with the whole thing. His side, Aiyuk's side, where they're at. And I think at the end of the day, he's like, dude, come on, man. Let's somebody's got to compromise a little here.
Well, let's just get into it because Lynch spoke for, I don't know, it felt like 15 minutes yesterday, but really the first 6 or 7 minutes of his press conference in Santa Clara were about Brandon Aiyuk and to some extent Trent Williams, but it's primarily Aiyuk because he was the guy that was expected. And there was the preceding reports from the NFL Network about how Aiyuk, like this was the day, basically. Right after roster cuts, Brandon Aiyuk is on the roster.
Because they're installing the stuff for the Jets.
It's game week.
Yes.
Like this is week 0. Kyle Shanahan came out and said this is game week.
Exactly.
And look, I also want to get people's reaction once they hear this at 888-957-9570. If you've already heard it, we're going to go through it just piece by piece, trying to ascertain just where John Lynch is with this situation because we've been able to read his comments all offseason, and now it finally feels like he's at his tipping point. Here's what kind of the opening question and statement.
Reports or suggestions that Brandon Aiyuk was going to practice today. To your knowledge, is he going to be out there?
We'll see. I think you'll see right with me. I know he's here today, and that's the expectation.
That's the expectation was him to be out there at practice, and he wasn't. And I don't know if, like, what I gleaned from that and what I've kind of gleaned from the entire thing is I don't think they knew one way or another.
But see, because this is the part that frustrates me, Evan. Like, you got to know your boys. Right? You got to know your personnel.
Ideally.
I always say this to the kids, right? When, like, whatever sport you're playing, KYP, know your personnel, right? If a kid's in center field and you know he's got a weak arm, you better go out there for the cut, right? You better go out 4 or 5 extra steps. Conversely, if you know he's got a really strong arm, maybe you drop step a little, right? You know your boys. You know what kind of situations they get in. And part of running a team, running any business, any organization, is you have to have an emotional feel for people. And you have to have an idea of how they're going to react to certain things. And I feel like they really misread Brandon Aiyuk's whole aura throughout this whole thing.
They obviously did because I don't think they expected it to. I know Shanahan has said multiple times, well, you know, anything's on the table and this is a possibility. I don't think they expected it to get here. I think they expected Trent Williams to be here. I think they expected last offseason for Nick Bosa to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, he signed, September 7th, September 8th, the day before a kickoff?
And they said the whole time, like, this is a hard one. This is going to be tough. But I'll give John Lynch this. He said
when you're resetting markets, that's how it works.
Yes. No doubt.
But Aiyuk is not.
He's a really good player. And this is where I think this gets really, like, they have a lot of really good players. And they've got a quarterback that they have to pay. Like, they're balancing a lot of things simultaneously. The part, again, letting it get to this, they do deserve a lot of criticism. It's not like Brandon Aiyuk's not without it as well, because I don't know what his demands are. But I'm like really surprised they let this one get where it's at, because you saw it coming a year ago.
You should have. Well, and this is also something they pushed. Remember, they could have done this negotiation last offseason. Brandon Aiyuk, they picked up his 5th year to create this situation, understanding that they would eventually get it done and BA would be a 49er long term. In fact, you know, I have some thoughts about what the Niners have prioritized offseason wise, because I'm not sure anymore it's just homegrown dudes. I think it's whoever is Super Bowl caliber, and we can get into that. But I also want to get your take on, I think this is kind of the money quote that you're talking about with John Lynch being asked if he foresaw the standoff with Brandon Aiyuk.
I don't know that I saw the standoff with Brandon. I saw a situation that we were going to have to deal with, and man, we've been trying for a long time. We don't get paid to try; we get paid to do. And you know, I'll take accountability for anything that hasn't happened, but I won't stop continuing to fight to find the best resolution, whatever that may be. The Trent situation. You know, things come up, and this is, you know, come up. Trent's a fantastic player. He's a tremendous leader on this team. I will never fall short on my praise of Trent and what he's meant to this place. It was a great day. When I got that call from Rivera saying that they would do that trade, and he's been incredible since he's been here. So we value Trent. We love Trent. We want Trent here. And I'm hopeful that can happen soon.
I mean, that first part of it, I think, says it all, right? Like, when you're paid to do a job, effectively do your job. And I don't think he's just talking about himself. I think that is a subliminal shot at Brandon Aiyuk to basically, and he said it earlier, essentially, at some point you have to play. And that's why I think that yesterday was significant. I don't know. Look, Shasky, you have been at every single home game for who knows how long. You know this organization like the back of your hand. And since John Lynch has become general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, I don't know I've ever seen him as close to wanting to put a helmet on than he was yesterday at his press conference. I felt like I was seeing John Lynch, the Hall of Famer. I felt like I was getting a glimpse into John Lynch, the player, the cerebral but aggressive and competitive, absolute bulldog that he was as a free safety for multiple teams and for a Super Bowl caliber squad. Like, that was John Lynch yesterday basically saying, look, nothing is given, nothing is promised, but we're trying to figure this out, and we're judged based on our actions. Right now, the actions of the 49ers are not having Brandon Aiyuk under contract. The actions of Brandon Aiyuk are not being at practice. You have to figure it out. One side, I don't know if it takes to give in to the other, but at this point, they are both Fs in my mind. They have both failed this offseason by letting it get to this point.
Well, and effectively, no matter how you look at this, like right now, the team is not at full strength and they're not ready to roll week one. Which like everything about this team reads, we need to be ready for week one because getting that bye makes our chances of going to a Super Bowl easier, right? I mean, am I misreading the situation?
No, you're a better team with than without.
Absolutely. And we all agree, outside of a crazy, we trade Aiyuk here and then we flip picks and go get another receiver who's elite. Like, you're not finding an upgrade for now. And I come back to John Lynch. I just trust John Lynch. I'm not saying I don't trust other people, but like this, you're talking about his like credibility, right? Two-sport athlete at Stanford, high-level dude. To get into Stanford, you got to be a pretty high-level person. Pretty high-level person. Everything he's done has touched to gold. That doesn't mean you can't make mistakes. He was a great broadcaster. He's been, I think, a phenomenal GM, right? A phenomenal GM.
Yeah, he's been one of the best executives in the league.
Absolutely. And I just think that he gets people and he understands how to empower people, how to motivate people, how to put people in position to succeed. Look at their hierarchy as an organization. People are trying to pick off people from that front office. Go look at what Washington has right now. It's our front office.
Tennessee.
Absolutely. And I just look and I'm thinking to myself, like, this guy's been through a lot of negotiations as a player. He's been through a lot of negotiations as a front office guy. I've never seen him this frustrated. There's got to be more to this. And I think he's frustrated internally with Parag. I do. I think he's frustrated with Parag because I think they misread some stuff. I think he's frustrated with Aiyuk. There are times in life, two parties both make mistakes. And I think this is one of them.
I agree. I think the Niners have let it get to this point, and Brandon Aiyuk is basically saying, if you're giving me an inch, I'm going to take a mile. If the Niners really wanted to figure this thing out, either I think it's been because of a couple $1 million. I think it's been because of their willingness to let BA be the player and the person that he is. The 49ers have not to this point played hardball enough to either get this done or to move off his contract or to put their foot in the ground and say, you're playing on your fifth year.
What's hardball then?
Hardball is what I think they're about to do, which is start fining him.
Okay.
They're about to hit him where it hurts, in his purse. Because Brandon Aiyuk has been holding in this entire time, I think, because of money. This entire saga has been about dollars. It's been about cents, and it hasn't made sense. Because BA is trying to get paid, and the Niners want to pay him, I believe, but they're not willing to go above a certain sign. They also haven't been willing to fine him yet.
Yeah.
And what we found out yesterday is that he was expected to be at camp. More importantly, he was cleared medically. So the BS excuse of my back hurts or I got a sore hammy or this quad is this and that, it's not going to fly anymore.
Yeah.
And now they're going to hit him where it hurts, and I believe they're going to start fining him. And they probably started fining him for missing practice yesterday.
Don't you wonder, like, Is it $1 million that they're haggling over? Is it 10 million? Like I'm talking about total guarantees. Like what is the number? What is the number that we're talking about? Because if it's $1 million, you just do the math, right? And I know, I would never leave even $1 off the table. Like, just do the math. Sometimes things aren't worth the haggle, right? You know what I mean? I have the QOL factor in my life, quality of life, and there are certain things that I won't do, even if it's financially motivated, if it affects my quality of life. Is it $1 million? Is it $10 million? Is it $15 million? Like, that's the part where I find it difficult to point the finger directly at one or the other because I don't know what that number is.
I don't either. And it feels like the goalpost just keeps getting moved. Every time we think that the goal line, there's a false start. You know what I mean? Like every single time they're in the red zone, someone gets hit with an offensive holding or some sort of self-inflicted wound. And it's either because of BA or the Niners. I don't know who is more at fault at this point because the other part of this too, like I came away from listening to John Lynch and just completely feeling him. I'm like, this guy sounds frustrated. He sounds like he's at wit's end. And he sounds like he just wants this to be done. Like we all want it to just be done with. And that's the general manager of this football team. But the other part of this too, Shasky, is the pendulum has swung back and forth this offseason so many times of, well, now we're going to blame the Niners. Or BA's to blame. And it feels like it's more back on BA at this point. The pendulum is in his direction as far as who's to blame for this not getting done. Because if there was an expectation, I have to imagine that they've communicated about it. That, all right, this is game week or week 0, whatever you want to call it. We need you at practice. If you want to be there week 1 for the New York Jets, we need you at practice come Tuesday or Wednesday afternoon. And BA was not there. And it's starting to feel like to me whether the contract gets signed soon, whether it gets signed later, I don't know if they feel comfortable putting him on the field on Monday night at Levi's Stadium.
Yeah, and I just wonder what their thought is on team building. Like, I've thought that the entire time. Because it sounds like they were trying to move either Debo or Aiyuk at the deadline, right? And when I mean team building, I'm saying, like, all right, there are 2 teams in the league right now that are paying multiple receivers top dollar and a quarterback, the Miami Dolphins and the Philadelphia Eagles. And I think it's a case study. Like, can we put together 45% of our cap in 3 players on offense? It's interesting, right? It's an interesting exercise. I don't think I would do it, especially on a run-based team. That's me. But if you've made that determination and you have a threshold, then this needed to be done before the draft so you could add something to your team that could help you week 1 against the Jets.
Well, and the wrinkle in all this, again, is the Niners are trying to compete for a Super Bowl. They're not just trying to get to the playoffs.
No.
They're not just trying to get to the division crown.
No.
They're trying to win a Super Bowl. And that's where we do agree that BA keeps you at that level. I mean, you were in overtime. I firmly disagree. I know he hasn't had any big playoff games, but I do disagree with people that say that the Niners could get to where they got to last year without him. I don't think they get past Green Bay. I don't think they get past Detroit. I certainly don't even think they get maybe to overtime in the Super Bowl. That's a little more debatable. But I don't think they get to the Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk on the squad last year. And if you're telling me he's not there, then at this point, and this is so frustrating, I understand if at the beginning of the year you told me, well, Brandon Aiyuk wants this amount of money, we can't give it to him. So we're making a move, we're going in a different direction. We drafted his replacement. Totally get it. It might suck, you might take a step back, but I get it. At this point, if you trade Brandon Aiyuk, you are admitting that you have failed this entire offseason. And if he misses 1 week or if not multiple the regular season, there's a possibility that they could place him on IR, that he's not on the roster come week 1, and that basically he's just accruing fines and sitting on his ass while the Niners are trying to go out and win football games. And that doesn't work either. The Niners have tried to thread a needle this offseason, and to me, it's all been because they have been unwilling to, in the public eye, lose a deal the same way that they did last offseason. That's what I hate that this has come down to. Optics. It's come down to public perception and who's at fault instead of making it about football. It's supposed to be about winning games and trying to stack chips, and instead, they're trying to make sure that their chips are just a little bit lower than Aiyuk wants them.
And the way that the season ended last year a lot of fans are still emotionally picking themselves up off the mat.
Oh boy.
No, I've now been through 3 of these Super Bowl losses in the last 15 years. It's just really hard to pick yourself up off the mat emotionally as a fan base. And when you have all of this stuff that's not football, that's clouding everything, it's not cool. It's not cool as a fan. And I think it takes 2 to tango in this one. I lost my mind during the Bosa stuff last year because it's like, what is taking so long? This is one of the most important players on your team. And it affected his play all year. All year. I think this is going to have ripple effects all year.
I think there's
already what you sow, brother.
That's a great job.
For everyone, though. For Purdy, for other wide receivers, for, connectivity on the team. And I'm not even saying, like, oh, he's a bad team. I'm not getting to that. I'm just saying, like, when guys aren't around, you're playing catch-up.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill. Joe Butcherboy Shasky with you on the Morning Roast. We're trying to figure out, after yesterday, again, the latest chapter in the Brandon Aiyuk 49ers saga is that he was expected to be at practice yesterday. John Lynch told us so before practice. Kyle Shanahan told us before so at his press conference. And Brandon Aiyuk did not show up and was not at practice yesterday. Where are you at with BA? Where are you at with the 49ers? We want to hear from you at 888-957-9570 because this is officially, according to the 49ers, game week. I know they don't play until Monday night next week, coming up September 9th, but they have to figure this thing out. And where are you at with this entire ordeal? 888-957-9570. We'll be back after this on the Morning Roast. That segment was sponsored by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
I do love Uncle Larry. I feel like you know that about me. But
Can I ask a personal question? Because, Ev, I do want to get to know you a little more.
of course, man.
All right.
We're here for the next 2 days. We got 8 hours together.
I would say of the people that work here, you're one of the most in shape people. Maybe number one on my power rankings.
On your power rankings,
Yes.
I try to be.
Are you a big cheeseburger guy?
Not often, but yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, I'm an American. I'm red-blooded. I love cheeseburgers.
Maybe once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. How often?
A cheeseburger, I'm not going to lie. If I got to roll up and I'm going to I love a good piece of red meat. That's probably my favorite. But cheeseburger, I like once a month.
Once a month. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe I'm out of the mix here. Like when you got the baby and the wife.
I eat a lot of Mexican food though.
Oh, well, bro, I'm at least one burrito a week.
Yeah, exactly.
At minimum.
Instead of a cheeseburger, for me, it's just a big old wet fat burrito.
Exactly. And we're gonna get back into the Niners in just a second. But I just want I'm curious on this one. So like, there are times we do Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, like whatever it is. We're busy. Like I try to cook and I try to make things, at the house and then have leftovers and whatnot. And I try to do pre-prepared meals, but I will, and I raise my hand, I will go get fast food, cheeseburgers.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at a report yesterday. Shake Shack is going to close 6 different locations in California.
They've been robbed or what?
I don't know. There's a variety. I guess they're underperforming, et cetera. Now, In-N-Out closed one in Oakland as well.
It's true.
I believe.
Well,
and so
that was because they're getting robbed.
I'm going to make you choose. You have, now I freely admit on the front end, I like both. I lean more in the direction of one, but I do like both. I'll DoorDash every now and then. Shake Shack at Stonestown. They have it at Stonestown. And they got these cherry peppers that are just, oh my God. They're Carter, right? The cherry pepper with the burger it's good.
So fire.
They got crinkle fries. They got chicken nuggets. They got really nice shakes. It's excellent. I'm making
hungry,
you
bro.
choose between the two. In-N-Out or Shake Shack.
That's a tough call. Honestly, on convenience alone, because that is a big part of it for me, I gotta roll In-N-Out. I just have to. I mean, it's so much more convenient. The price point for me is also very important, and it's just a staple. I mean, it's a comfort Californian thing. I'm not going to tell you it's the greatest burger in the world.
No.
But In-N-Out is for me. It just is.
I don't get, people get so outraged over In-N-Out. Like, okay, I do a lot of baseball coaching. We'll have multiple kids in the car, me and Jimbo, and we roll up, car full of 12-year-olds. Dude, it's like $45, and everyone's eating like a king. The black and white shake, by the way, just all time. It's vanilla and chocolate. It's just all time. I go In-N-Out over Shake Shack. I will eat both. I freely admit I love both, actually. I go In-N-Out. So when you call in today, when you give your Aiyuk stuff, I want to know, Shake Shack or In-N-Out?
Okay, I
we
like
have to
that.
make a determination.
Yeah, because again, we do want to lighten the mood. I understand things may not look great in Santa Clara. It's a bit of a, it could be a cloudy day. It feels like it always is in the city.
It's a lovely day, Bill Withers. I'm getting my guru on.
That's fantastic. In that case, I'll give you an early 4 here. Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Joe Butcher Boy Shasky here on the roast. Look, we are trying to get to the bottom of this BA thing, but I like throwing that in there. If you also at the very end want to tell us what your favorite burger is between In-N-Out and Shake Shack, happy to hear it. I'm already getting hungry. This is the other part of it too, Shasky. I usually fast at the beginning of days. I don't eat for like the first 4 or 5 hours of a day. I'm just not hungry in the morning. But now you're making me want to eat.
Must be nice.
Now you're making me want to eat. I swear to God. So let's start things off with Ron in South San Francisco.
What's up, Ron? Shake Shack or In-N-Out before you give us your Aiyuk take.
Yeah. What's up, Ron? Oh, lost him. You hate to see it.
Ron, call back.
He couldn't make the choice. It was too hard. Could not make the choice. Oh my God. I mean, this is it too. I mean, I feel like we've been going around in circles with this, and the opportunity just to hear from the general manager, I don't know if we'll hear from him again before the beginning of the regular season, unless, of course, it's to announce a contract extension with either Trent Williams or Brandon Aiyuk. But it is interesting to me, Shasky, just kind of going through some of his comments this offseason. You look at, in April, he was shutting down all trade talks about Brandon Aiyuk. He was jumping on reporters before the draft. I'm not talking about that. I'm not getting into that. I'm not talking about his agent going to discuss things with other teams. Even 2 weeks ago, he was quoted as saying basically, right now there's no bad blood. We don't, we feel urgency to get it done. Yesterday was just a very different tone, man. It was a very different tone from John Lynch, and I'm curious what people feel about it.
I think the fines are going to start coming. Like, I think they're going to do that. They've done it basically with Trent Williams, and you can't pay back their fines, but they'll work it into the contract somehow. It sure feels, just based off tone, if you're reading body language and the tone of what John Lynch is saying, Trent Williams will be on the 49ers this year in some capacity at some point. I don't know if I can make that same strong statement regarding Aiyuk. I don't get the same confidence that he's here long term. Mm-hmm. And I think they're frustrated with themselves. I think they're frustrated really much so with Brandon Aiyuk. And I don't understand how this gets resolved here. And I don't understand. I still, look, I hear so many people, you could pay this guy and pay this guy. They're like $40 million over the cap for next year. And they've got a zillion free agents set to become Aaron Banks, Hufanga, Diomino Lenore, Charvarius Ward. I mean, I can just go right down the list, right? There's a million guys. And I just don't know how they're going to be able to balance all their books. I really don't.
I'm not sure. And look, right now, if you're making a choice, like, this isn't In-N-Out versus Shake Shack. Trent Williams and BA is not In-N-Out versus Shake Shack. That'd be like, I don't know, In-N-Out versus a homemade frozen burger, a microwavable patty. Although to be fair, sometimes you can roll in, and if you do it right, I'm not saying you're flipping burgers on the grill, but I'm saying Trent Williams would be, the quadruple stack with grilled onions, and BA at this point, in terms of importance to the 49ers, is White Castle.
Dude, White Castle. Oh, no, he's better than that.
He's better than White Castle.
I don't want to dismiss White Castle. Here's what I would say: is that if Trent Williams is the filet mignon, okay, which is one of the more tender cuts that you can have. Some people prefer filet, some like prime rib. Yeah. It could be either one of those. Then I would put Aiyuk more in like a top sirloin category, tri-tip category. He's just a step down. Right? He's still really good and delicious, but...
What's the order of prime versus choice? Like, what is considered...
Well, the top 2% or whatever is going to be prime. It's basically based off marbling. When they split open the prime rib, they put this, like, this sensor over it, and they kind of tell by how much marbling, how much fat is on there. Choice is a step below. Select below that. No roll, meaning they don't roll the stamping grade over it, and that's kind of like your frozen Philly cheesesteak stuff that you would get at... like some of these delis and whatnot.
IBs or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got you. Well, in that case, Trent Williams is prime. BA's choice.
Nope. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And they got to get this done, man. Like we've got to start talking about football. Like, as a fan base, as an organization, everybody needs to move on. And quite frankly, I want to see Brock Purdy with all of his weapons. I want to see this offense with all of their weapons, because I have a lot of questions on the run defense. I have a lot of questions on what does their defense look like when they don't have Dre Greenlaw, that they don't have Talanoa Hufanga to start this season off. Are we sure about George Odom being a starting safety? He's a really nice special teams player. I know he's had really good practices. Are we sure about that? Like, I have legitimate questions. Are we sure about right tackle right now, Colt McKivitz?
Yeah.
Are we sure Jalen Moore is not going to give up 10,000 sacks if it's him instead of Trent Williams? I have too many question marks on this team.
Well, and right now you only have 2 tackles on the roster. I mean, there's an expectation that Trent's going to be the third. But even if you only have 3 tackles, last time I checked, 2 of them got a start.
I know.
I mean, last time I checked, you only have 1 guy backing up both positions. And that's something that is a little concerning. But again, we can't talk about that right now, because the offseason has been hijacked by who's getting what and how much money is deserved to a certain player and what's the gap, and are the Niners cheap? Is BA difficult to deal with? All of these conversations have hijacked the football conversations that you've talked about. And so, again, I want to ask the fans before we got to hit a break here. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Where are you at with Aiyuk right now? Again, he was not at practice yesterday after being expected to be. We'll get back into John Lynch sound on the other side. And, of course, we're also taking your burger takes. In and out for Shake Shack. Who you got? Where you headed? Where you dropping the dough? Who's got the best shakes? Who's got the best burgers? Who's got the best fries? We want to lighten it up here on a Thursday amidst all this controversy with the 49ers. Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. A reminder that 95.7 The Game at Harding Park is on Friday, September 6th. Boy, just a couple days before kickoff on Monday night. The Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
Hey, this is
Willard and Dibbs
from
95.7 The Game.
Hey, yo, it's Zushi, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky with you as always here on the Morning Roast. And look, I know things seem like they are circular right now for the San Francisco 49ers, but we did get finally, I believe, Shasky, a glimpse into just how the brass, how the brain trust is feeling about this situation. And I know it all sucks and it's frustrating, but I do find some solace in the fact that it appears that they're just about as fed up as we are. Like, it's not as if they're poo-pooing this, they're putting it down. It feels like as we've approached or are approaching game week, the Niners are basically telling us, like, you have appropriate fear. You have appropriate frustration as a fan watching this entire thing play out for 6 months. I think they affirmed basically everything that I've been feeling this summer, and it was at least good for me to see it on Lynch's face yesterday.
I keep coming back to I think they're better with him, obviously. We all think they're better with him. But is there something to be said for, like, you just need a resolution, and at this point, if he's not going to play on the fifth-year option, or you think it's going to cause more of a, stir up in terms of frustrating the dynamics of the team. And I'm not saying that he's some like malcontent, but this is natural. Hey, I'm on a fifth-year contract. I'm only getting, let's just say, half the snaps or 3/4 of the snaps. How does that affect that player? How does that affect his demeanor, his concentration? Do I want that guy frustrated walking around every single day, which I can understand his frustration. Like, Lynch is a player. He gets it. Mm-hmm. Is there something to be said for just making the trade today? Just make the trade today because you can't come to a resolution on the contract, and you have determined that it's actually better long-term for your organization. Forget the short-term. Like, we just need to remove this situation from this year, and we need to worry about this year, because he said his exact line was like, hey, we're gearing up for the regular season. We're getting ready to get going. Things are rocking. Guys are working their butts off, essentially, and we're going to play a little more of it.
Yeah.
But I took it as like, hey, dude, the train has left the station. Purdy's getting ready to go to the Super Bowl this year. Debo's getting ready to go to the Super Bowl. Now, their contracts are in place. McCaffrey's getting ready to go to the Super Bowl. And this thing needs to get resolved for us to get everyone on this train as we leave the station.
This is from the 925, the Xfinity Mobile text line. BA thinks he's bigger than the team. I can't believe he showed up but didn't practice yesterday. I think there's a lot of people that share that sentiment, 925. And from the 650, trade BA already and give that money to Trent. I don't even know if it's about Trent in regards to the money. I don't even know if it's about Purdy. I don't know what it's about at this point, because the expectation yesterday was that he was going to be on the practice field and he was going to be going through the individual workouts or whatever else they had planned for him, and he simply wasn't. Before we play the first 6 or 7 minutes of John Lynch's press conference, because I thought it was a great insight into where he is at and where the San Francisco 49ers are at in regards to Brandon Aiyuk and his potential extension.
I know you want to go out to the phone lines, but I always hear this because like a bunch of my buddies last night were asking me the same thing. Why doesn't he just practice? And I hear from a lot of people that I want to say on the front end, I do understand the sentiment. They're like, I could get hurt and I have too much money that I could risk. But nobody ever, and I'm not trying to just cape up for the organization. I'm saying it goes both ways. No one ever says well, they did pay Dre Greenlaw and he tore his Achilles. The Warriors did pay Klay Thompson and he got hurt and it sucks. Like, Eric Armstead got paid and got hurt. It does suck. It goes both ways. I understand both sides of the equation. There's risk when you give someone a contract, and there's risk when you don't have the long-term contract that you could lose out on money that you could gain. And I see both sides of the coin on this one. It sucks because I want my team to have some of my best players and I want to go freaking win a Super Bowl.
100%. That's what everyone wants. And that's what I feel like has been in question this offseason. Do the Niners really all together in a united front want to just go out and play football and win a Super Bowl? Because I think they all do in the locker room. If you ask every single one of them down there, of course one of them is Super Bowl. It's a stupid question. But your actions are telling me something different. Your actions are telling me that it's more about getting the money than getting the ring. And that's a decision that everyone has to make. And it's also an understandable one. You want to have contract security. You want to have financial security. You want to make generational wealth for yourself. And then you also want to compete at a high level. I mean, money talks first and foremost, Chris Tucker. So it's something that we have to deal with at this point.
I know we're going to go out to the lines, 888-957-9570. Like, just Niner fans, where are you at with this whole saga?
Yes.
But I always have this saying, at the end of the day, I lay down next to my wife, and that's really the only two people. I don't know who is in Brandon Aiyuk's life. I believe he's got a girlfriend or a wife. I don't. He's got some significant other. It's whatever is good for you and your family. So in your algorithm that you're discussing, for some people it is money over everything. For other people, it's I want to make a lot of money, but I also want to be professionally happy. For some people, I want to live in this part of the world. I want to live near family, or I want to live as far away from family as possible. For some people, it's like, I want a job where I can grow within the company. I don't know what his desires are.
We don't, because we haven't really heard from Brandon Aiyuk
at all.
We've heard through social media. We've heard through videos or FaceTimes or TikToks or social media scrubbings. We've seen subliminal messages thrown by Brandon Aiyuk, but we haven't heard from him nor his agent. And honestly, I'm not sure what good it would do for him to talk at this point.
I agree with that.
But we did hear John Lynch speak, and I want to get Don in Concord's take on this. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don's out in Concord, wants to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. What's up, man?
Hey, how you guys doing? Shout out to Sam Look, and he's my man.
Oh, nice.
Hey, Shasky, first of all, I love that Pleasant Hill In-N-Out burger I eat over there all the time.
It's so good, isn't it? It's so good.
Yeah, I love it. You got to get the spread and the fries.
Yeah.
But
hell yeah,
Mr. Aiyuk needs to lace up his cleats, get his hat, and act like a pro, man. He's the best football player. I love the guy. Got his jersey. He just needs to get out there and play some football. What do you think, Chas?
I mean, I think it's easy for all of us to be like, go out there and play. But I also understand from his point of view, I am on a $14, $15 million guaranteed deal this year, but I could make $80 million guaranteed. And if I slip on the field, if I break a hand, if I, do anything that jeopardizes it, maybe that $80 million guarantee goes down to 55 guaranteed, and I lose out on $20 million. And it's easy for me to sit here and say, bet on yourself. It is. It's easy for me because I have nothing to risk. He's the one risking it. But
he's also risking being put in that situation right now.
What do you mean?
The fact that Brandon Aiyuk and the Niners are, whatever the gap is, it could be $2 million, could be $20 million. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
The longer this goes on, the more likely they're going to force him to play on the 5th year, in my opinion. Because
so here's hypothetically $80 million guaranteed, or you play on the 5th year and tough.
I thought we heard yesterday that the Niners are prepared to put their foot down, and it's going to start with fines. I don't know if they'll necessarily suspend him, though after multiple absences at practice, they will have the ability to do that. But yesterday, if they really wanted to fine him, that's $6,500. Today, if he doesn't show up to practice, that's $11,000. Tomorrow, if he doesn't show up to practice, that's $16,000. And everything from then on is $45,000 maximum. Trent Williams has already said, dude, fine me. I don't care.
$4 million he's got fined.
I don't care about the money. I'm holding out and I'm doing what I want. And I can at least respect that because Trent Williams is telling you money is not the most important thing to him when and if he gets paid. Brandon Aiyuk's been playing this in and out dance of I'm at practice, but I'm on the side and I'm kind of working out. I'm keeping myself in shape. But really what I'm trying to do is not accrue $4 million in fines. What I'm really trying to do is not pick up or have to sign a check to the 49ers or whoever else it goes to, some charity perhaps, that I don't want to be fined. And now the Niners, I believe they fined him yesterday, and I think they will continue to fine him until he gets his ass on the practice field.
Yeah,
that's where it counts.
I'm surprised that they didn't really know. They said, hey, do you think he's going to practice? We think. I don't know. How did you misread that? How did you not know what he was going to do? I think
for the same reason they misread the wide receiver market.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, ideally, yes, you're right. And I think sometimes we give a lot of credit to these guys.
But have a feel for your squad. Okay, for example, when I look at some of the great just businessmen, general managers, head coaches.
Yeah.
Like, Phil understood his guys, Phil Jackson. Bob Myers, I felt like, even though he made a lot of mistakes, like, he had a good feel for his guys, right? And he knew how a guy would react to certain situations. Like, think of the best managers you ever worked for, like Matt Hegan. I can give him a lot of credit, but he kind of understands how me and Bonte are going to react when he starts criticizing us. And we're a little soft when it comes to criticism, and he knows that. And so he picks and chooses his spots. The Niners had to have a feel for whether he was going to show up yesterday. And it feels like not only do they misread the market, they misread how he was going to react during negotiations. They've now misread how he's going to react once they threw a deadline out there and the real week 0 started and we were preparing for the Jets and he didn't want to play.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I want to get to that sound right now. Again, Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Butcher Boy Shasky here on the Morning Roast. I want to get to that sound because what you're talking about, Shasky, is the expectation that Aiyuk was going to be at practice yesterday, and he wasn't. And this was the press conference that preceded that practice, and I think it's very interesting knowing what we know now, because I think you're right. I think they misread the wide receiver market. I think they misread their player, and they clearly, yesterday, misread whether or not Brandon Aiyuk was going to be at practice. Here's John Lynch yesterday at the podium.
And here we go.
All right, I might
national reports or suggestions that Brandon Aiyuk was going to practice today. To your knowledge, is he going to be out there?
We'll see. I think you'll see right with me. I know he's here today, and that's the expectation.
When was the decision made, and when was he examined to see if his back?
We don't get into those details. That's medical stuff, and but he has been cleared, and we're ready to roll.
The only dynamic that's changed here that would make him practice today?
Yeah, in theory, yeah.
If he does not practice, chooses not to, will he?
Then we'll deal with that. Yeah.
You told us you're impatient and this thing's really dragged on. Is this just driving you crazy?
Yeah, fortunately, there's 90 players here. There's preseason games. There's the work of getting better, and that goes into putting a team together. But no question about it, when you've got some of your better players, 2 of them in particular, that aren't out there, and that's your job. Yeah, you take a lot of pride in that, and I think. One thing, we got a lot of really good players, and we've rewarded a lot of good players, and that makes things tougher at times. But, I remain optimistic. We'll find a way to put the best squad out there, and really happy with where this team's at and, what we do have to offer. The players out here that have been here are working really hard. We got a lot of love for the 2 guys that aren't, and we'll continue to work on that to try to bring that to a resolution.
The Trent situation?
No, there's no updates there. I mean, there's good communication. We're constantly working, throwing out ideas to try to have a breakthrough, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Is there good communication between you and Brandon?
Yeah, there's communication, and it's been ongoing. With Brandon, with his representative, and on that one as well. We just haven't been able to break through.
I asked this to Kyle a couple weeks ago. With this team as close to a Super Bowl as you obviously were last year, can you say that the franchise is putting up enough money or financial commitment to make sure you have the best chance this year?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year. Nothing is given in this league, and we have a very talented team. We have a very proven team that's won a lot of games, but this is a new team. We like our team. We feel like we've improved. And yeah, this team has never fallen short on resources. Since we've been here, we've been one of the top spenders in the league. And I think there's reason for that. We've got a lot of good players. Our talent acquisition has worked, whether it be through the draft, whether it be through trade. And as a result, we've had a lot of top players in their leagues at their respective positions. So that's a good thing, but it does make things tougher. Those are our challenges. Those are the things we have to deal with.
Back to Trent Williams, has he threatened to retire at any point in this?
I'm not getting into, I've always said that personal conversations and things like that aren't ever going to get told to everyone. Those are private conversations, so I won't get into private conversations that Trent and Trent and our organization have had.
John, given your friendship relationship with Brandon's agent, have that changed the dynamic at all? Have you had to step aside at all through this?
No, you never know how that's going to play out. Ryan was he's my marketing guy for a bunch of years. A lot of people say he's your agent. Well, my last couple deals I've done with Jed directly. That's how I've handled my business. So that's worked well for me. There is a friendship there. But I've got a lot of friendships in this league with agents and that have developed over time.
It seems like you saw this standoff with Brandon Aiyuk coming a few months ago. Did the Trent Williams situation surprise you?
I don't know that I saw the standoff with Brandon. I saw a situation that we were going to have to deal with, and man, we've been trying for a long time. We don't get paid to try. We get paid to do, and I'll take accountability for anything that hasn't happened, but I won't stop continuing to fight to find the best resolution, whatever that may be. The Trent situation, things come up, and this has come up. Trent's a fantastic player. He's a tremendous leader on this team. I will never fall short on my praise of Trent and what he's meant to this place. It was a great day, when I got that call from Rivera saying that they would do that trade, and he's been incredible since he's been here. So we value Trent, we love Trent, we want Trent here, and I'm hopeful that can happen soon.
With Brandon, it's gotten to a point of you're waiting to see if he'll practice today. It sounds like he could be disciplined if he doesn't start practicing. It doesn't sound great. Are you disappointed it's kind of got to this level?
Yeah, sure. But, I've seen these things look dire before, and they can quickly turn. So that gives you hope, that we've been in these situations before, and those things can quickly be forgotten. So, we'll remain hopeful.
Was it communicated to Brandon's camp at any point, say, in the last 2 weeks, that he would be expected to practice starting?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into our communication again, but, there's... at some point you got to play.
John, is the addition of Marshall in any way Aiyuk insurance? They play kind of boundary X receiver spots.
That's just a good football player. We were very fortunate to get in the building. I don't know what went on in Carolina. I know. Well,
that was John Lynch yesterday in Santa Clara talking about Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams, all the rest. Again, Evan Giddings and Verbonte Hill with Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. I got to just get your reaction to hearing that again live.
So I wrote down a bunch of notes. We listened to it live yesterday. You and I were listening to it before the show, and then we've heard it again now. And I just jotted down some things, and I'm going to rat-a-tat-tat these, and I want you to come in with any kind of context or any thoughts or anything that sparks you. He started off, hey, practice for Aiyuk. I don't know. We'll see. Mm-hmm. They didn't know? They didn't know whether he was going to practice or not? I can't believe that.
Well, that's why the last question about was there communication between you and BA about him practicing today? And Lynch said, I'm not going to get into that communication, but you got to play. So at some point, you got to play.
We'll get to that. Then there was the whole medical thing because he had a back injury.
Yep.
And, I raised an eyebrow and I was like, oh, this is kind of like Kyle Harrison hurting himself in the weight room to skip a start or two. It didn't seem real. So that feels like, like it was a fabricated story. Then basically my interpretation was they told him to practice, and I'm inserting, boy, it feels like a fine might come if he doesn't practice.
I think a fine has already been issued down because he was not at practice yesterday. Like, that's the first practice that he was expected to be at, that he was medically cleared for, that he was not there for. I think he picked up whatever check. I'm not sure the money. Again, you can be fined $6,000 first day. Could be fined the max fine, $45,000. But I think he had to write a check yesterday to the San Francisco 49ers.
And then Larry asked him, is this whole situation driving you crazy? His immediate response, yeah. He didn't sugarcoat it.
Yes.
When people say that, you listen to them. Then, hey, the train's left the station for the season. That's the analogy. He said, this team is getting ready for a championship. And you could tell he's very frustrated not only Aiyuk, but Trent's not there either. And then, he basically says, we don't get paid to try. We get paid to do. And he was defending himself and defending the 49ers regarding the money that they've allocated. I guess the question to me was interpreted by Tim Kawakami like, hey, if you guys don't spend this money on BA and on Trent together, could we say you're not all in on a Super Bowl? That's the way I interpreted the question, which I think is a fair question.
For sure.
And he's like, wait a minute. We've spent top dollar, which they have, year after year after year after year. And you could break it down, whether it's salary cap money or whether it's guaranteed contracts. They're in the top 10 ever since they've been here. So I felt it was interesting. He felt the need to defend himself and the team.
I mean, what did you, the fans, hear at 888-957-9570? What did you hear from John Lynch? I heard a man who sounds exasperated. I heard a man who sounds frustrated. I heard a man that sounds like he's not quite sure when this is going to end.
Yes.
And that might be the most damning part about it, is that the general manager has been, basically just kind of trying to put out fires, right?
I agree.
For the last few weeks, hey, we're not really going to discuss this. There's been no updates. We've been in constant communication. There's urgency, but there's no bad blood. Yesterday, I heard there might not be bad blood yet, but there's bad blood brooding.
Yes.
There is bad blood brooding right now in Santa Clara between Lynch and Aiyuk, or the Niners and Aiyuk.
No doubt. And then, he was asked about Trent Williams, and he gives this long-winded, effusive praise of Trent Williams, and he says specifically, there's been a lot of good communication, but no breakthroughs. And then Grant Cohn asks a very good question, because he says good communication with Trent, and he goes, this is Grant's question, is there good communication with Aiyuk? And he's like, there's communication. He doesn't use the word good. And I thought that was very deliberate by a man who I think thinks out the words that he's about to say. He just doesn't talk.
He prepared for that press conference, no doubt.
No question. And then he says things can quickly turn. And I was thinking, he's like, I've seen situations where you think one thing and then it turns dire or it changes dramatically. How many times did this organization say they were done with Jimmy G? Or at least it felt like they were done with Jimmy G.
Jimmy G literally at the end of a press conference said, see ya.
And then came back.
Yes, no, you're right. I think that's a great example of one that looked like it was going left and then turned right.
Absolutely. And I always think going way back, I thought Alex Smith was done with the Niners 7 different times. And then boom, there he is. He's back. And so Jimmy G, went from being traded away, cut, released, this, that, and the other, to next thing you know, he's starting. And then out of nowhere, Brock Purdy is going to get $60 million a year and a half later. Things do quickly change. But then he says, and this is the kicker for me, at some point, you got to play. I thought that was the most powerful thing.
And that's where I felt like we heard the player. That's where we heard the Hall of Famer. That's where we heard the dog that John Lynch was for the better part of 15 years in the NFL. I mean, he's seen all this before. Not to this extent, and certainly not to the amount of dollars that they're trying to negotiate with this player. But John Lynch has been through the negotiations, and I'm sure he's also seen him on a Super Bowl caliber team. I mean, this guy played with the Broncos, Tampa Bay. He's seen guys that want to get paid. He's probably himself want to get paid. He's been in contract years. He's been a part of negotiations on both sides of things. And it just feels like in his expertise, which I defer to in a lot of cases, in his expertise, this has gone too far.
He's credible. And I think I'm talking about John Lynch. That doesn't mean he doesn't make mistakes, but he seems so reasonable. When I see him stand there. So it's really hard for me to be furious with John Lynch. I don't think that they've handled things properly at many turns before the season got to the offseason and throughout the offseason. But I kind of feel his frustration. And I'm not saying I side with him. I understand when you need two sides to make a deal.
You do.
And both need to compromise here.
No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Joe Butcherboy Shasky. I see you, Michael, in Texas. I see you, JJ in Concord. I see you, Rob and Sam Bruno. We're going to get into it on the other side where are you at with Brandon Aiyuk? After hearing John Lynch for 6 or 7 minutes yesterday sound exasperated and sound basically like a lot of people have, I feel like at this station and all across the country as far as 49ers fans are concerned, feeling just like, when is this thing going to end? Hearing the general manager yesterday speak, I don't know when it's going to end. It could be today. It could be week 1. It could be into the season. I feel like everything is on the table right now, and that's the unfortunate part, that nothing has changed seemingly between Aiyuk and the 49ers, as he did not show up to practice yesterday when he was medically cleared and when he was expected to be there. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm sure we're also going to discuss this next Wednesday at the Red and Gold Summit. That's September 4th at Fremont Bank in Fremont. The address is 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs will start things off from 2 to 4, and then everyone else, as far as the hosts, will join from 4 to 6. Bonte, Shasky, Steiny, Guru, to talk about the biggest storylines surrounding the 49ers at the start of the season. You can come and watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve. Get to our website as soon as you can, 957thegame.com, to secure your spot. Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Joe Butcherboy Shasky. Back after this. That segment was sponsored by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring.
the legend Jerry, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, two Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the morning roast in your cup.
Oh, give it to me.
Yeah.
Fonte's so happy.
Yes, he is. By the way, dude, he's at, I think, like the U.S. Open, or
He's
was
everywhere.
yesterday.
He's everywhere.
It was at a Yankees game, watching Judge go deep twice. I think he saw Coco Gauff play yesterday. That is on my bucket list. I like, you know, we all love sports, but I think we all have, Shasky, our own individual kind of, I don't know, like idiosyncratic sports that we fall into.
Yeah, golf.
One of mine is, I love tennis, man. I love tennis. I love this time of year. And the U.S. Open up in Flushing is a place I got to get to. My brother went last year. He saw Djokovic and Gauff play in the semis. Dude, if I could see Carlos Alcaraz play before I die, I'd be a happy man.
No.
I just love it.
Not Evan Giddings, Evan Gilbert, as in Brad Gilbert.
Brad Gilbert, yeah, BSG's out there, I think, right? I mean, look, man, for you, it's golf. I know, like Steiny tells me all the time about these, I don't know, these random golfers that I've never heard of before. Like the one that I've been on, and look, we'll get back to BA in a minute. I obviously want to hear from you, 888-957-9570. But like this new Swede, for example, I forget, it's like
Aberg.
What's his name, Carter?
Ludwig Aberg.
He's been around for a minute, though.
He's really young, though, still.
Yes, no doubt.
Okay, so like he, for example, I've just become aware of, and apparently this dude is just an absolute stud. I mean, and what they're in the middle of with the PGA Tour right now?
No, they're in this stupid thing called the playoffs, where it's actually not a playoff. It's a full season of points that you accrue, and based off how much points you accrue, like in real playoffs in other sports, you qualify for the playoffs, and then if you don't win, you're done. Right? In the FedEx playoffs for golf, like you could accrue all these points, not even compete in their playoff events, and still advance. It's ridiculous. It's the whole thing needs to be revamped.
Okay.
Here's golf. You want to know the golf playoffs? It's called the majors. That's what it is. And there's 4 of them every year.
Is there one left still?
No,
they're all done?
No. We got President's Cup coming up where it's the United States versus the world.
Which was the 5th
Ryder
major?
Cup.
The Ryder Cup?
Well,
okay.
That's President's Cup's 1 year, Ryder Cup's the next. It's every 2 years.
Man, see, this is why, like, I always feel like in sports, no matter what we're talking, there's always just different things that you can learn and kind of glean from, you know, for example, how golfers approach, I don't know, just like either a certain shot or a certain tournament. I don't know, listening to you guys talk about it, to me, it's just absolutely fascinating.
Well, here, let me give you a golf analogy. What's going on with the 49ers? Brandon Aiyuk's trying to do the Phil Mickelson and get the bag.
Yes, he
Except
is.
instead of going to live
It's a hell of a segue.
and go to another league, he's trying to make the PGA Tour, a.k.a. the 49ers, pay him the bag. And in this case, I think that the Niners have a bag filled with money, and it's just not enough for what Aiyuk is looking for, it sounds like. That's my only deduction.
I also think that what John Lynch did yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan to some extent, because Shanahan it wasn't a throwaway line, but he was talking earlier about basically like his focus. And someone asked him about BA. He's like, I'm focused on the 53 man, dog. Like I'm trying to win games. And he also mentioned, I'm preparing for both of these players to not be there. You know, basically it's his job as head coach to prepare for the worst. And I think at this point in the offseason, the worst case scenario is that neither Trent Williams nor Brandon Aiyuk are there week 1 Monday night against the Jets.
If I was Jed York, and I know people don't want to hear from Jed York right now, like I do understand people like, that's the last guy I want to hear from. But like, I would walk into John Lynch's office and I'd be like, how did we get to this? Guys, just last year, we had the same thing with Nick Bosa, and it dragged on until the Friday or Thursday before week 1. And we realized that probably wasn't the best tactic for the team because I want to win one. Now we have 2 guys going through this. Your job is to avoid these situations. I get there's going to be some stress regarding negotiations, and they're going to linger longer than you want. Back-to-back years, and now not 1 player, 2 players, and what are we, 11 days, 12 days away from opening night?
Tick, tick, tick.
11. We're 11 days. We're Brandon Aiyuk number of days away from playing the Jets. This isn't good. Like, if I was running the team, I'd be pretty frustrated.
And I think John Lynch sounded frustrated, but how are the fans feeling? Are you feeling frustration? Are you feeling like this is just the next chapter in a never-ending saga? Are you done with Brandon Aiyuk? Do you even want him under contract for more than just this season? Do you think that he is, the way he's handled this entire offseason, the way the Niners have handled this offseason, that he is a San Francisco 49er caliber guy moving forward? 888-957-9570. Evan and Verbonte with Shasky. Let's go down to Texas, talk to Michael. Michael, what's going on? You're on the roast. How are you?
What's up, man? What's up? Morning roast. I think that John Lynch was trying to negotiate in good faith, but we can't afford to pay him Justin Jefferson money. When John Lynch said yesterday they expected him to play, I think the reason why he expected him to play is because they talked to him. If you pass your physicals, let's pay. Let's play. At some point, you got to play. If you don't want the 14, why you not playing on the 25 or 26? You keep sending messages to TJ Houshmandzadeh and all them people that they're $2 and $3 million off, but we can't afford to pay him that. We'll lose the whole secondary next year, probably.
It's a good point, Michael. And Shanahan talked about that. I mean, the fact that a player costs you these certain guys, there's always ramifications to every contractual decision you make. But I do think, look, I find it hard to believe that, okay, if the gap, for example, Michael said a couple $1 million. That's what TJ Houshmandzadeh has said multiple. It's just, 26 or 20, I don't know what it is. Whatever the number is, the gap cannot at this point be that large. I do think the Niners have drawn a line, a final line in the sand for Aiyuk and said, this is it. I don't know. Let me ask you this, Shasky. Do you think that Brandon Aiyuk has made himself money this summer by holding in or holding out or however you interpret what he's done?
I mean, yeah, maybe he's made an extra couple $1 million. I mean,
per year, yeah. I agree.
I would say this, I think that we're across the board. I feel like the market has exploded, like the housing market, and I do believe we're a little over the top on these wide receiver numbers. Not that wide receivers aren't important, they are, but quite frankly, I think that we're overpaying for all of these players. If I look at the way money is spread around, a tight end, top of the market, is making $15, $17 million a year. A high-end wide receiver is making $30 to $35 million a year. I don't think that's great value, right? If I look at value, tight end, tons of value. If I have a Kelsey, eventually Laporta will get paid this kind of a Kittle. That's unbelievable value at $15 to $17 million a year. I don't think it's great value to pay a wide receiver who's incumbent on a quarterback being accurate, an offensive line blocking it up, and I could put up hollow numbers on a losing team. There's a lot of factors that go into it. Also, look around the league. I believe there are 40-something guys at the wide receiver position that were 900 or more yards last year.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys doing that. So I'm not saying they're not valuable. They are. And I'm not saying that Brandon Aiyuk's not good and not one of the upper echelon players of that. I just question whether it's smart, after you've already given Debo $28 million for this year, giving another guy $28 million this year on a run-first team.
And it kind of sets up the decision that you have to make in the future. But you're right, as far as the principle goes, yeah, you have $60 million, assuming Aiyuk gets around 30. You have $60-ish million invested in two positions that do not involve running the football.
Right.
Your running back is making 19, and I just find it funny that McCaffrey is essentially paid half of what Justin Jefferson is, or half of what like Jamar Chase wants to get, who's also a guy that is it's funny. Like Jamar Chase got to skate yesterday, I think because of Brandon Aiyuk. We would be a lot of national media would be talking today about how Chase was visible at practice, but wasn't practicing yesterday after he apparently was back at practice and is now reneged. But because Brandon Aiyuk was expected to be there yesterday and then was not, and we heard John Lynch, I feel like basically say that he's got to figure his stuff out. We've put, and I think he's also speaking for Parag or whoever is making the finance. Maybe it's Jed York. I don't know, because it could be guaranteed money. It could just be Jed York not wanting to dole out an extra $5-10 million guaranteed. I'm not sure, but we don't know. Doesn't help anybody in this situation. The only thing, and I've gotten to the point now where I feel like this offseason, the way that it's played out, even if Aiyuk signs today, it's still a lose-lose.
Why?
Because Brandon Aiyuk is not going to be the same player I believe that he was last season or even the last 2 years.
You mean like productivity-wise?
Yes. I don't think that there's any way that this doesn't impact the kind of season that he has, thus impacting the Niners.
I'm with you on that. Like I've talked at length, and I know Bonte and I were arguing. He's like, well, nobody said anything about Bosa through whatever 5 or 6 games last year when they were 5-0 to start the year. And I'm thinking to myself, well, the guy had like 2.5 sacks through 8 games or whatever it was. It was the least amount of production over half a season that he's had at any point in his career. And the eyeball would tell you he didn't look the same. The year Debo held out,
Agreed.
He didn't look the same. There is an appreciable effect on things like that. Plus just the synergy factor. Like I'm a big believer in like you go on these journeys as a team, right? Whatever sport it is. And can you get a guy at the deadline who can add to the mix like an Emmanuel Sanders, like they did, the Niners did, or like Hunter Pence for the Giants? Yeah, you can do that. You can catch lightning in a bottle. But one of your pillars, you need that guy there from day one. Like I need that guy building up those reps and coming together. And there's and again, this sounds like I'm making this like it's a Disney movie, but there's this united front that we've all been through it before. And I know the other players don't care. Once he comes, they're going to be ready to go, and they're going to accept him with open arms. I'm talking about for that individual player, they're playing catch up. His body is not ready for practice. Like, we could be in all the shape you want. Everyone told me about last year, Nick Bosa. I mean, nobody works harder than Nick Bosa. Was he in football shape last year? As he's on the sidelines in the Super Bowl in the second half, biggest drive of the year in the fourth quarter, and he's got his hands on his hips and he's healed over, exhausted. No, he was not ready to go. I'm sorry.
And he didn't have it the year that everyone wanted him
exactly.
to. Like I do think there's a bullseye on Bosa this year because you need him to be better.
No doubt.
He's making $6 million more per year than the next highest paid edge rusher. And last year, he wasn't even an all-pro.
No. He had one move. It was a power move. That was it.
And look, a down year, 10.5 sacks, that's a pretty good down year for most people.
Yeah, but on the Bosa level.
But you're not paying him for a down year.
That's the thing. You know, like it's like the, we were talking about aces. It's like when you go get Roger Clemens, being 12-10 with a, 3.75 ERA is not what you're looking for.
Yeah.
That's a good year for others, not for Roger Clemens. I'm looking at this one, and I'm just curious your feelings on this. Trent Williams has been sight unseen. We haven't heard anything. We haven't seen anything. He's a better player at his position throughout the league than what Aiyuk is. They're both really important. Trent's more important to what the Niners want to do. But the tactic of just staying away, has that been the better tactic than the Brandon Aiyuk, I'm going to hold in? Because I always thought, and I'll defend Brandon on this, show up. Because Debo showed up, and then boom, they got a deal done. And he was on the sidelines with a chain and Niner gear. And now I'm regretting it, and I think that I was wrong. And I think the team is wrong for selling him. Just show up. We'll figure it out.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I just think that people aren't putting the onus at Trent's doorstep because he's Trent Williams. Like he's maybe the best left tackle of his generation. And I think people understand why he's holding out for the money that he's holding out for. And people aren't really sure what Brandon Aiyuk wants.
That's true.
I believe that Trent Williams wants to be the highest paid left tackle. I think the Niners will eventually make him the highest paid left tackle in the league. I don't really know what Brandon Aiyuk wants. And I think that's part of this too. The strategy of holding in or holding out, it's the same ends to get to a mean, to get paid. If Trent was holding in, I think we'd still feel the same way. People would be wondering, okay, well, why are you there if you're not practicing? What are you trying to get? Maybe he's trying to not get fined. To me, they're both equal. The difference is, and you said this earlier, and you're 100% right, Trent Williams is more important than Brandon Aiyuk, and that's why he gets slack cut for him. I'm sorry. This is the way the world works. If you're more important at your job than another individual, and you're both negotiating, I'm going to be more inclined to side with the person that is more important to the company.
I don't have a rebuttal to that. I agree with you. I'm in lockstep with you. The ethos of the team is we run the ball. and we run the ball on the left side over Trent Williams.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not shocked that they gave CMC a deal before all of this happened, and I'm not shocked that, to me, it feels like Trent's order of business number 1 and BA is order of business number 2.
And I'm not sure when either of them are going to get done.
But we just saw this with Klay Thompson. Like, the hierarchy of how you view someone does affect a player. Everyone tells me, like, oh, it's a business. It's a business. It is, but they're also human, all these guys. And I don't knock them for that. And I understand feeling disrespected and feeling like I'm not prioritized. I'm not valued. Like, we all can relate to that in any work environment, any relationship that you're in. Like, you don't value me enough. And I get where he's coming from. But at the same point, I would say to Brandon, like, no, they actually do really, really, really value you. It's just we can't afford everyone in this situation, you know, and you got to take a little off top if you want to stay here. Otherwise, you want to make the most amount of money? I'll send you there. But you can't always get what you want, Rolling Stones. That's my second guruism.
That's not bad. Evan Giddings in for Bonta Hill. That's Joe Butcher Boy Shasky is always here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570 is the number. And again, while we're talking about this is I do believe that what John Lynch pretty much put into the atmosphere yesterday, put into the ether, is that there's frustration internally. And whether it manifests itself on the field or not, that remains to be seen. At the end of the day, it is about football. And if Aiyuk signs today, if he has a great year, I think all can be forgiven. But I do believe that people are also getting to the point where they are just tired of Brandon Aiyuk. And I've slowly, you kind of read social media and you see that the tone and the tenor change over the course of the summer. First, it's the Niners' fault. Now it's BA's fault. Where are you at? Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get out to Larry here in the city. Talk to a San Franciscan. What's up, Larry? What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's up, Joe?
Long time no hear, buddy.
I'm telling you, I only call during football season.
Yeah, I miss you.
Hey, I miss you too, dude. Hey, you know what, man? Dude, I am so tired of Brandon Aiyuk. Trade me to Pittsburgh. Oh, I won't accept a trade. Trade me to Washington. Oh, Washington doesn't want me. I mean, what is this? What is his agent doing? Did he have he gave you permission to go shop for a team. You didn't accept it. He said, hey, play on your $14 million. You didn't accept it. Well, here's an offer. I don't accept it. What do you want, brother? You know what? This is the way I look at it, man. You know what? We went to the Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk, and I think we can go again without him again. The one thing I love about Brandon Aiyuk, you never see a ball bounce off his chest. You never see him drop a ball, ever. That's one thing I love about Brandon Aiyuk. But the fact is if we can get just one of those receivers to do half of what Brandon can do, we're going to be fine.
Yeah. I think it's really hard, though. He's really good. I mean, this is a guy who gets great separation on a team that doesn't have a lot of guys that get separation. He's got pretty good catch radius that I think is extremely underrated on a team that doesn't have a lot of guys that catch the ball with their hands in a variety of spots. Debo's a shoulder catcher. Kittle is a pads catcher. Like, if you watch him, he's got a lot of Vernon. He catches it in the pads, which drives me crazy. Juwan Jennings is a nice player as a 3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love him as a 2. I think Cowing's really young and promising, but Kyle doesn't play rookies that much, and his threshold for mistakes is very little. So they need this guy in. Purdy needs this guy in.
Look, I mean, schematically, I think he stretches the field.
Yes.
X's and O's wise, it's a big reason why Purdy is a very different quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. It's because he's able to play and throw outside the numbers.
Yeah.
Aiyuk is, I think, the best receiver they have at operating outside of the numbers. So, yes, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that Brandon Aiyuk is more important than Williams, and the fact that if he gets what he wants, around $30 million, will make him the second highest paid player per AAV on the Niners. I guess that doesn't necessarily make sense in a vacuum. But we're talking about a Super Bowl. We're not talking about just competing and making the playoffs and finding a way to eke out the Rams and settle the Seahawks and whatever is going on down in the desert with their. No. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. And I hate to break it to you, the NFC got a lot better this offseason.
No doubt.
Philadelphia's better. Detroit's hungry. Green Bay is a young upcoming team. Even the Rams, some people are a little bit fearful of.
Tampa's still around.
Atlanta's finally got a quarterback.
I know we crossed them off, but they were a good team last year.
I don't think it's going to be as easy as it was last season for the 49ers. That doesn't mean that they can't run the table again because they are the best team in the NFC. Like, I don't care how you slice it. If they have, even if they don't have Aiyuk, if they have Trent Williams on the left side, I don't think that there's a team that they couldn't go and beat in the NFC.
I agree.
But Aiyuk puts you over the top.
Yes.
He's the guy that keeps you at an offense and at an optimal level that we haven't seen since freaking Steve Young. I mean, and I don't know, Shasky. It's really hard for me when I hear John Lynch yesterday, and I hear someone that is paid to make decisions, and he said it. Look, we're trying, and we've been trying for a long time, but we don't get paid to try. We get paid to do. And I do believe that John Lynch wants to do. And I do believe that Brandon Aiyuk wants to do. If there's anybody that would understand Aiyuk's situation to be John Lynch because of his relationship with his agent, I feel like he was, I'm sure the reports are what he was the best man in his wedding. He's friendly with this guy. He knows Ryan Williams. He knows this guy.
Have you ever done a business transaction with a friend or family?
Yeah, it's hard.
It's really hard. It's really hard.
Because they also know you inside and out.
And you don't also want to ruin the relationship long term. Like, I think it's way more difficult. I think we always say, like, oh, it's easy to do deals. Dude, good luck making a fantasy trade with one of your best friends in the fantasy football league. Right? No one wants to be burned. And I think in this situation that there's a little good, the bad, the ugly. Like, there's a standoff going on right now. And they're waiting for somebody to flinch. And I just say, guys, both sides, they need to come together today. And then you say, all right, do you want to be here? This is the most we can give you right now. Either take it or leave it. And if he says leave it, I don't even let him play on the fifth-year option. Like, honestly, I don't think it's worth it for the team long term. I think I would just trade him and I would just move on. Well, and then I would put all my eggs into the Jennings-Pearsall Cowing basket.
I think I'm getting there. On the other side, I do want to discuss what the next step is for the 49ers because I do think we heard yesterday that they're getting to the point, and we're getting to the point in this offseason. As the regular season approaches, Brandon Aiyuk, 11 days until the regular season starts for the San Francisco 49ers, they need to make a choice. And I don't know if they make it today, but they do not have much time left to make a decision of whether they're going to retain him, whether they're going to force him to play in a fifth year, or whether perhaps they just decide to cut bait and trade him. And that's what I think we can get into on the other side. What to do with Aiyuk. 888-957-9570. I see you, Joe, in Jersey, Charles in Castro Valley. We'll get to you on the other side. Also a reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop?
Hey, Evan, love you, pal. We don't go to break at this time. We go all the way through, baby. It's all good.
Oh, we're up to 57.
This ain't no Steiny and Goo. We're all good.
We're on the sevens.
I was looking at him like, does he know something that I don't know?
No, I just saw Jackie Robinson 42. I thought it was time to get out. I thought it was time to get out.
Not Mariano Rivera's 42, not Ronnie Lott.
Shohei Ohtani 42. I think he hit one last night again.
43rd stolen base too.
He's got to get to 50.
Don't even start me on that one.
Pump faking.
Brandon Aiyuk, it really sucks because he was a fan favorite. And I thought that he won over a lot of people. Now, I still think you can win the audience back over. Like, whoever's like a detractor right now and is really angry with Brandon Aiyuk, I do think you can still win that guy back over. Like, think of how many times we went through the emotional wheel of Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Just the whole experience. It's like, God, I love Jimmy G. Oh, my God, he doesn't see the field. That's the worst turnover I've ever seen in my life. He needs to be off my team completely. Everybody's hurt. Yeah, Jimmy still wins games. Like, it's just all the way around the gamut. And when he throws a touchdown, you're like, Jimmy G, I just can't put you down. You're like an addict when it comes to it.
Well,
if
football is an
came back, no matter what it was, whether it's on the fifth-year option or whether it's on some sort of a deal, he catches a couple passes for first down. He goes like that, as he does the first down symbol with his arm, catches a touchdown pass. We'll all be cheering again. That's fandom. And I don't fault anyone for doing the full experience. It just does feel like his Q rating is very low right now with Niner fans. And that sucks because The byproduct of playing hardball in business is people aren't going to like you sometimes on the outside.
No, and I do think it's changing the image or how people perceive Brandon Aiyuk. Well, now that we got some time, and I appreciate you, appreciate you, Joe. let's talk to Joe in Jersey. Wants to get into the Aiyuk situation. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm really starting with this whole Aiyuk thing, man. I'm really starting to wonder if he even wants to play with the Niners. I mean, I feel like, the Niners had a trade in place with the Patriots. They were offering him $32 million, which is a lot of money. They had a trade in place with the Browns. He refused. He refused that. I really starting to believe. I think he wants to go to Pittsburgh, but I think what he's trying to do is, he's trying to force the hand. He's not accepting any of the Niners. They're offering him all $28 million. He's not accepting it. The Steelers offered a second and third round pick for Aiyuk, which, Lynch was basically like, he wouldn't do it. He wants a player, a second, third, and a player. But I think at the end of the day, I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to force his hand to possibly go to Pittsburgh. I mean, that's just my take. I mean, why else are you not accepting anything?
I don't understand the Pittsburgh allure. I don't know if that's just his leverage play. I have no idea. I don't know. But the one thing that, I see so many conflicting texts from people, and I want to put this out there. These are consecutive texts from the 415. You need to stop playing with a grown man's money. It's the NFL. Not for long. The very next text. These two guys, Trent and Aiyuk, are putting themselves over the team. This is a Super Bowl season, and they're messing up the focus on the team. Distractions make mistakes. Mistakes make losses. I think it's really hard for me to drum up all of this empathy. And I'm just being honest. I'm trying to be as honest as I can. It's hard for me to drum up empathy for Brandon Aiyuk when he's already made $15 million guaranteed. And I'm not saying that that's the end-all, be-all. And he's set to make $15 million, give or take, this year, guaranteed. That's about $30 million guaranteed. When there are guys like Aaron Banks and Diamond Lenore who have made a fraction of that, when there's a guy named Brock Purdy who's made a fraction of that money, and they're all playing on their final contract, their final year of that contract right now, and they're risking things like that. Now, I know each situation is different, and I understand that. It's hard for me to drum up all this empathy for Trent Williams when he's made $160 million, and just 2 years ago, the Niners made him the highest paid left tackle in the history of the game and gave him a boatload of guaranteed money. Now, I know today's price, is different than yesterday's price.
Yeah.
And next week's price is going to be different than that. I understand all that. But on the level of when I just survey the roster, it's hard for me to say, you're getting screwed here, dude, when the quarterback's making $800,000.
Well, and again,
and had a devastating elbow injury that he worked his butt off to come back from. So everybody's out there.
It made you forget risk. He even tore his UCL a year ago.
But you get what I'm saying? And case in point, but he could get hurt. Dre Greenlaw got paid, and it was a smart deal. And I'm glad they gave. He earned the money. He tore his Achilles. Eric Armstead got paid. They gave him a boatload of money. He got hurt his foot. It happens. It's pro sports. I see all sides of this. I don't think there's some evil individual that's the bad guy in this. It's just guys, can both parties, Niners, Aiyuk, come together and just compromise a little and get it done? Do you want to be here? Do you want to play football? Here's the 26, 27 million. Let's do this.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, if I'm in John Lynch's shoes right now, and I know he's paid a whole hell of a lot more to make these decisions than I am, but I have to hit Brandon Aiyuk where it hurts. Because what you just talked about, I think it's spot on. It's all about money. It's about money, whether it's guys that haven't been paid yet and want to get paid, or guys that have been paid and want to get paid more. It's about money. And so if I'm the brass right now in Santa Clara, I have to begin finding Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know if I'm going to suspend him, but I got to hit him where it hurts. Because the only thing that Brandon Aiyuk has at least let me in on, that I can glean from his actions this summer, whether it's scrubbing social media, requesting a trade, talking about contracts, holding in, being at practice but not actually practicing, the injuries, all I know about Brandon Aiyuk that I feel confident in this summer is that he's about his bread. And so if it's about that bread, well, I need to start taking some of it away. I need to start finding you. And it's going to be 6,000 yesterday. Today it's going to be 11,000. Tomorrow it's going to be more north of that. And then eventually we're going to get to the max fine of 45,000 per day, which Trent Williams has told you that he's okay with taking. But Brandon Aiyuk, you no longer have that luxury. You are medically cleared. You are healthy. There's no sore back. There's no quad. There's no hammy. There's no nothing. You are on that field either to play and to practice and be in pads, or you're not going to be on that field, and I'm going to start stripping you down financially. That's what the Niners have to do at this point, because nothing else is able to get through to him that this needs to end and that this needs to get back to being about football.
And you're looking at it like big picture for the team. Like, we all kind of got this feeling like the way Debo plays, he'll miss a couple games this year, right? Think about a wide receiver core if Debo's out for a couple of games, right? Forget the offensive line of Trent. Just think about this. You're going to go out there with Jawan Jennings, Chris Conley, Ricky Pearsall, and Jacob Cowens.
If Pearsall's ready.
Man. I mean, yes, you're right. Exactly. I mean, I'm assuming he's that's not good, dude.
I mean, Terrence Marshall.
It's not good.
They just signed yesterday.
I actually like the player coming out, but you get where I'm going.
No, and look, it is emotional because I think people are tied to Brandon Aiyuk. I think people have loved watching him play football for the San Francisco. It's also been incredible to watch him grow. I mean, this was a guy that up until this offseason, I don't think had ever been branded or described as, you know, as a malcontent, as a guy that's been a locker room problem. And I don't think he is to this point. But
think about how relatable his story is. I mean, he went to junior college, for crying out loud, before he went to Arizona State. You know, that's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, that's admirable. And then when he got drafted, and look, he was taken in the first round. You know, you're one of 32 players in the world getting drafted in the first round, but no one had him on their board. Nobody. I remember doing all those draft shows. It was like all these other wide receivers. Maybe it was a guard, maybe a quarterback. Nobody had Brandon Aiyuk on the board. And then he's in the doghouse early on. There's no offseason because of COVID and everything like that. And look at what he's become. Like, it's a great story, a testament to his will and his work ethic. But now I'm exhausted by the whole thing on both sides, the Niners and the player.
And I have no reason to believe that he'll be at practice today. I mean, like, seriously, if he didn't show up yesterday when there was, quote, expectation to, and when Lynch and Shanahan felt like he was going to be finally on the field and he wasn't, why is he going to be there today?
I don't think.
Why is he going to be there tomorrow? Why is he going to be there anytime before week 1 unless the signature is on the dotted line?
Which is why I would want a resolution if I was running the team. Because I don't want my coach and every player being asked some question about that over and over and over again.
And I think that's all we're going to get to. That's what we're going to talk about. And let's get out and talk to our friend Charles in Castro Valley. What's up, man? You're on the roast with Evan and Shasky. How are you?
Fellas, great show as normal. I'm over it as a fan and as a supporter of this VA situation for many reasons, but I'm also going to throw, he's tap dancing on his career for the most part in terms of how is this going to get resolved. What other team he may play for, or even this team. I just think I know Lamar Jackson, he went and did his 5th year. I know he went and gambled on himself and it paid off. And I know quarterbacks, receivers, I know they're all different, but I mean, it's at a point right now where I just feel like he's really tap dancing, not just on his career, but just, who and what and how is he going to be able to recover from this? Because as a fan, Chasky, you're right. People are going to love this guy when he scores touchdowns and everything else, but I'm also in the majority or minority, whatever you want to put it, that this guy is not a $30 million guy. 1,300 yards? It's not like he had 110 catches and 1,800 yards and 11, 12 touchdowns. So it's a different kind of dynamic, and I know both parties are right and wrong, but it's at a point right now where it's just Lynch is right. He's just gotta go out there and play. And I don't remember a time, fellas, where there was a vital, important person on the team came back from a holdout. I know Emmitt Smith did it back in the 90s. He was out, 2 games?
Yeah.
They were 1-1 or 2 or something like that. But something's to the point where we just got to stop the bleeding, either get this man out here or get him out of here, and let's just figure out what it is that we need to do. And fellas, real quick, I know for a fact that we need somebody that's going to be a team character. If this team wants to go back and win the Super Bowl this time, there's got to be some intangibles that's got to take place, meaning Brock Purdy's got to step up and be a leader with those intangibles. Debo, hey, Shasky, Debo slimmed down and he has senior on his back. I think he's going to play smart this year. So he's going to be our wide receiver one. And I just really and truly feel like there's a level of expectations that we all set, but also at the end of the day, I don't think it's Super Bowl and bust. I just think they need to have a strong season and just resurrect this playoff run and make it better with a Super Bowl win.
Great call.
Well, I mean, everything gets washed over if you win a Super Bowl. I mean, that's typically when people get paid. But the Niners didn't win the Super Bowl last year, and it sucked. And yet guys want to get paid. And this is also part of it, too. I'm glad he brought that up, because I think the Niners have shown us in the last couple of off seasons, including this one, they've prioritized Super Bowl talent over homegrown talent. Now, they've paid guys that they've had homegrown, obviously Nick Bosa, but that's someone that contributes to a Super Bowl. They paid Hargrave last offseason to help them try and win a Super Bowl.
Yes, and in retrospect, it's a horrific contract.
It hasn't looked good so far. This offseason,
he's the guy I'm looking at like the most. Like, damn.
Yeah, and I feel like he has not really been on a lot of people's radar, even though he was pretty underwhelming last year. The other guy that they paid in front of Aiyuk is Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
He's not a homegrown Niner. They traded for him. I think they're going to eventually pay Trent Williams. Though he's been on the team for a long time, he's not a homegrown Niner.
No.
Brandon Aiyuk is a homegrown 49er. And yes, you reward your own and you want to keep them around, and they've done it before. But if we're prioritizing Super Bowl contending players, Aiyuk, he's not high on the hierarchy. He's not higher than the players that they paid last offseason and this offseason.
I agree. And then he's going to be the second highest paid player after Trent on the team and on that side of the ball. But it's basically going to be Bosa, Trent, Aiyuk. How does that jive with everybody?
I'm not sure. They also paid a particular player that's on today's injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Well, amidst all the Brandon Aiyuk controversy yesterday and John Lynch's frustrations, there was also really good news from the injury front. Leonard Floyd, of course, they paid 2 for $20 this offseason, opposite defensive end from Nick Bosa. He was back at practice yesterday after spraining his knee in the final preseason game against the Las Vegas Raiders. So I tweeted this out yesterday, Shasky. That was the best news of the week, in my opinion, that Leonard Floyd's back. So that, to me, is where the Niners have at least stood tall just a little bit. But right now, again, they're trying to figure out what the hell to do with Aiyuk. And I think we got a lot of people that are fired up as we roll into the 8 o'clock hour. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Shasky. Can I break now?
Yeah, but everybody stay right where you're at.
Yes.
888-957-9570. We're going to get to all of you.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. On the other side, when we come back right here on 95.7 The Game.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 6th for a day of golf with Pettinelli Financial Partners annual tournament to support the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play at 95.7 The Game.
ascertain the pulse of the fan base at this point in week 0.
It's interesting because you kind of let out a little gasp there of frustration, and I feel like a lot of fans feel that way. We always say it's a business. This is just the way I view things, and people can have a different opinion, but like the majority of people tap into sports to like disassociate from real life problems.
Yeah, to get away.
Right? That's why we don't like politics in our sports for the most part.
Southwest.
Right? And I think that a lot of people just want to like tap out from the normals. They're driving their kids to school, they're balancing their books, they're trying to make payments, groceries are at an all-time high, all of this stuff's going on, and they just want to sit down and watch Niners Jets, they want to see the Sarasco Giants hit some home runs, they want the Warriors to be in a playoff game against whatever, the Los Angeles Lakers, right? They want to be able to have some fun, and I think all of this money talk, it's a slippery slope, and I've been talking about it a long time. It's like I understand all of the players. This is their life. This is their livelihood. I get all that, but the consumer is like, really, dude? And this is the reality of it. It's like, really? Like I go to Target once a week and I spend $300 on groceries for my family, and then I go to Safeway or wherever if I'm lucky enough to afford it, and I'm spending a couple hundred, and you guys are haggling over $1 here. That's what we think, or this, or I gotta get paid, and I think the average fan is exhausted by the money talk. And I think that the team right now is exhausted. Now, they're making a ton of money. All right. I want to make this very clear. The teams are making tons and tons and tons of money. But I think they're exhausted. I think the players are exhausted. You think they want to go through this exercise every time that their contract comes up? You think they want non-guaranteed contracts? No. Right? It's just, this is a story that is exhausting everyone. And we need a resolution. So bad.
And this is what we're talking about, because John Lynch was literally asked yesterday if this has been maddening, if this has been, quote, driving you crazy. And here's what he had to say.
Yeah, fortunately, there's 90 players here. There's preseason games. There's the work of getting better, and that goes into putting a team together. But no question about it, when you've got some of your better players, 2 of them in particular, that aren't out there, and that's your job. Yeah, you take a lot of pride in that. And, I think, one thing, we got a lot of really good players, and we've rewarded a lot of good players, and that makes things tougher at times. But, I remain optimistic. We'll find a way to put the best squad out there, and really happy with where this team's at, and what we do have to offer. The players out here that have been here are working really hard. We got a lot of love for the 2 guys that aren't, and we'll continue to work on that to try to bring that to a resolution.
That answer to me was very telling, and you've been alluding to this and saying this all morning. I think the Niners are betting on Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan and their offense, and they're saying to themselves, either you're in with us and you're going to play on this 5th-year option, or take the deal that we've presented, or we're just going to start finding you, or we might just trade you to a place you don't want to go to, or whatever, and we'll just deal with it. And it feels like we're at a stalemate here.
And we've been at a stalemate for seemingly 6 months.
It's so true.
Jacob's in Castro Valley.
So true.
What's going on, Jacob? You're on the roast. How are you?
Hey, I'm okay. I'm a frustrated 49ers fan. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that we didn't win the Super Bowl. I'm frustrated that Patrick Mahomes went out on that field with a bunch of nobodies, and we should have won. I'm frustrated that these 2 players that we need the most on our team don't want to be team players. I'm frustrated that we are not going into a season confident. We went into last season confident that we were going to be on top, that we were going to win the Super Bowl. Right now, our season, I'm not going in confident. I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated that I got to go to work every day and grind and struggle to pay my bills, and yet the Niners offered Brandon Aiyuk $28 million, and he doesn't take it. We need to win. Be a team player, man. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated at the Niners organization. I'm frustrated seeing reports come out about they're going to spend $200 million on improving the stadium seats. Man, we don't care about no seats. You want to make fans happy? Go out and win a Super Bowl. That's on the players. That's on the organization. Just get it done. Quit being greedy. Quit being cheap. Just do it. I'm frustrated, man.
One of the best calls I think we've ever had at this station.
That call will not be flushed, by the way, courtesy of our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. No, I couldn't flush that call. I wanted to hear every single word because, and you stopped in the middle. You looked at Carter and you're like, this is a hell of a call.
I think a lot of Niner fans feel
just
that way.
dripping with emotion.
Like, look, we're very spoiled Niner fans because we've been wildly successful the last, let's just say 15 years. Forget the 80s and 90s, okay? I'm 42 years old, all right? Forget the 80s and 90s. Just go the last 15 years. You've been to 3 Super Bowls since 2012. How many teams can make that claim? The Chiefs and the Patriots.
Yep.
That's it, all right? Wildly successful. You've also been snake bitten in those big moments.
For sure.
You've been to 7 NFC championship games, right? And you got nothing to show for it. And so I feel the pain. I do. I feel the pain. And we don't know who's being cheap or who's being greedy or what. Like, it's probably a little bit of both. And I think that this is one of those cases where it's like the Niners have screwed this up on a variety of fronts. Timing, reading the market, not understanding the player's desires, not just making a move and being definitive. I think Aiyuk, changing maybe what he wants. I don't know. I'm left to guess that because there's no deal right now. Like, everybody is frustrated. And then you have this bigger overarching thing. This freaking guy Mahomes just owns us, right? And he just won the Super Bowl in overtime while it apparently feels like you didn't even know the overtime rules.
I've had enough.
And this play, and that play, and that play, and that play, and that play. And every single freaking play over the last 15 years, I can dissect on why we didn't win a Super Bowl. Oh, well, if we just have a great kick return unit, maybe James Jones doesn't score a 78-yard touchdown to start off the second half against the Baltimore Ravens. If you hit Michael Crabtree, if you run the ball with Frank Gore, if LaMichael James doesn't fumble, if Randy Moss actually puts his hand in the air and you don't throw an interception, woulda, coulda, shoulda. And then I go, every year there's a reason why, if you could have protected Purdy, maybe we beat the Philadelphia Eagles. If Jaquaski's car touches the ball. Niner fans are going insane. We're going insane. And this whole Aiyuk thing is like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, it really feels that way because we have been so close and you're about to touch the orb and actually reach the pinnacle. And every single time we're about to get married and be the bride, oh, no, can't get done. Everybody's objecting at the altar. It is maddening, and I am going insane, and it drives me insane. It feels very San Francisco Giants-y before they finally broke through and won a championship. It's like, what horrific thing will happen now that we have some success?
And that's why John Lynch's comments to me were significant yesterday. I played the cut. He was asked, is this driving you crazy? And the first word out of his mouth was yes. Yes, it's driving me crazy. Just like it's driving every fan out there crazy. Just like it's driving every caller that's called in today crazy. Just like it's driving everybody that's driving on the road right now that's mad in traffic, probably listening to why are you guys talking about Aiyuk again? Because the general manager of the freaking San Francisco 49ers came out yesterday and told us that he is being driven crazy by this. This isn't a Bosa situation where it might linger till the final moment, but we might get this done. Bosa never asked for a trade. There was never a situation. There was never a difference in tone to me last offseason hearing John Lynch going from, it's a situation where, again, in April, he shut down all trade talks before the draft. He was like, we're not talking about this. Has Brandon Aiyuk been allowed to toss? Nope, no, we're not doing it. Okay, a couple weeks ago. Not a lot of movement on the Aiyuk front, but, there's no bad blood, quote unquote. There's urgency to get it done, quote unquote. Yesterday, I'll say it again. I don't know if there's bad blood yet, but bad blood is brooding. And when you're Brandon Aiyuk and you're hearing your general manager start to lean more towards a non-player side, John Lynch is a player. John Lynch is a Hall of Fame NFL player. And it felt to me yesterday like he is starting to lean away from the player side of things and more into, I just don't know what to do. And when the GM of the team doesn't know what to do and doesn't know what to say about a situation, that makes me frustrated if I'm a fan of this football team.
Do you think that John Lynch is happy with the things that they've done? Let's put it on them first. Do you think he's happy today with the timeline of everything that they've done in terms of how they dealt, how much they gave up, when they, in terms of put on the table for him, at what points in the offseason, do you think that he's sitting back and he's saying like, yeah, we made some mistakes on this one?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, he even took onus for it. You know, he said, look, we're not paid to try. We're paid to do. And they haven't gotten a done deal yet.
Okay, so how do you rectify it?
Again, I think it starts with doing what they have not done. Like, I think the 49ers have been 1 foot in, 1 foot out as far as drawing a line in the sand and telling him what is actually going to happen. Like, the reason I asked you the question earlier, if you thought Aiyuk had made money for himself this summer, because I think he has. I think originally they probably wanted to sign him for around, Devontae Smith money.
Yeah.
Then the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal comes in and Aiyuk's price tag goes up. And then maybe, I don't know which other deal would affect, maybe Waddle, it affected it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Whatever it is, I think Aiyuk has made himself more money by holding in, by letting this thing linger. But if you're the 49ers, and if you're Aiyuk, quite honestly, I think both sides have been hurt by this entire saga because I find it very difficult to believe that Aiyuk's just going to step in whenever he does. Could be week 1, could be week 4. I think it's really difficult to expect him to just step back in and be a second-team All-Pro receiver like he was last year because we haven't seen it with the way that these negotiations impact players. I also feel like from the 49ers perspective, last offseason was a united front. They were aligned. McCaffrey was full bore. Brandon Aiyuk was kicking ass in training camp last year.
The last 2 camps, dominating.
Running into Fred Warner, mouthing off to the defense, telling him what he was going to do to him. Everybody was on the same page. I know Bosa was separate, but that to me is more along the lines of the Trent Williams deal. And I feel confident that Trent's going to figure this thing out. But it's just so many distractions right now. It's why national shows are leading off with talking about it. It's why we're talking about it. It's why you're going to hear John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan played ad nauseum today because the team feels like they're spent. And so what I would do about it, I would say, Aiyuk, we're going to have to fine you now until maybe we figure this thing out. And if you don't want to sign what we have in front of you, you're playing on that 5th year.
Well, I feel like yesterday was the first time I felt that the Niners, feel like they can't get a deal done. That's what it felt like to me. Like they're acknowledging that there is probably not a happy medium.
A long-term deal, you're saying?
Yeah, a long-term deal, yes. Yeah. Yes. Like that's what it felt like to me.
Not that they're going to trade him, but...
No, but it's just like we've tried to sign the guy. I don't think we can do it. Like was body language the way I read.
I think that's fair. And again, we're taking all sides of this thing. So, I don't think the Niners are without fault here.
It takes 2 to tango.
It does. And I think Dave in Fresno wants to discuss that side of things. What's going on, Dave? You're on the roast. How are you?
Oh, gentlemen. Hey, I'm frustrated like everybody else, but I got 2 key points here, and it's very important. So hopefully you guys give me time to get to those. I'll be quick.
Yeah.
I think this is 100% Niners' fault. Everybody wants to point the finger at Aiyuk, but let me point out 2 reasons why I think it's the Niners' fault. Point number 1, this is the NFL, where this is the one sport where they give teams all these options to have full control of players. You have 50 option, you have the franchise tag. So the Niners held all the cards in this situation. They should never, ever initiate any kind of dance off or spin off or face off with Aiyuk. They knew back in April what was at stake. They could have given him 3 options at April. You accept the offer we have for you. We trade you, or you play in the 5th-year option. But that's the negotiation, And truth be told, newsflash, everybody, this is the second point. Newsflash. They were in no position to negotiate with him in the first place because the Niners have the highest non-paid quarterback in Bosa, the second highest paid linebacker, the highest paid running back. You have potentially the highest paid left tackle. You're probably going to have a top 5 paid quarterback. So realistically, you weren't in position to negotiate with him in the first place. So what they should have did back in way yonder in April is like, hey, the most we can offer you is 26. I don't care what Waddle and all these other people signed. If we were going to squeeze you in, this is de facto what we can offer you. We can't go above it. I'm sorry. And if you can't accept that, You go to that press conference, you say, hey, we gave everything we could. We don't want to do it, so we're moving on to the next. We are drafting a replacement. And hold on, wait. And then also, before you want to give money to Jennings and Hargrave, if he was a key part to the team and worth all this up for, before you give money to Leonard Floyd, you should have negotiated a contract with him first or have money saved for him. So this is 100% on the 49ers and not utilizing the power that they had.
Look, I think the points are well taken, Dave, and appreciate the call. But to me, this is another reason why I feel like they didn't expect it to get to this point. Because if they did understand that at the beginning of the offseason, Shasky, I feel like either Brandon Aiyuk would have his deal or he would be on another team. I think they would have made the choice, or perhaps they would have taken the T. Higgins route, which the Bengals did, which is basically say, we're not trading you, we're not giving you a contract, we're just going to franchise tag you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the difference is T. Higgins was a second-round pick, so that franchise tag would kick in a year prior to the fifth year.
Yes.
But the Niners have not made, to the callers, to today's point, they have not, I think, concretely explained either what they expected at the beginning of the offseason or even now, because yesterday they sounded like a team that doesn't really know where this thing is going.
Well, I also don't think they understand where their finances are going because they've got a lot of stuff up in the air.
Yeah.
Like again, go through it in your head. If Dre Greenlaw came back and was good, I'd be surprised. He could be a cap casualty. They don't know what's going to happen there.
He's a free agent, I think, by the way.
Yeah, well, you could probably basically...
Next summer, yeah.
Yeah, just get off his money. Do you know what you're going to do with Charvarius Ward? I mean, you think you're going to let him walk, but you don't know. What about Deommodore Lenoir? You think you can get a deal done with him, but what if he has a Brandon Aiyuk-like season defensively, right? Where he's a Pro Bowler. Now what do you do? What about Aaron Banks, your guard? You let Tomlinson walk. You drafted Aaron Banks. He redshirted, and boom, he's been really good. He's going to be a free agent. How much is Purdy going to cost? Is it $50 million? Is it $72 million a year? Like, what is it? Like, once Dak gets a deal, is Purdy going to wait for Dak? Like, I know it's easy to say the Niners should have known exactly how much they should pay. Like, there's a lot of balls up in the air on this one. And I don't think they deserve criticism. I believe they deserve criticism for a variety of things. But we can also acknowledge it is difficult to read the market as things are changing. They can't control what the Detroit Lions are paying. They can't control what this guy gets. Remember a few years ago, Christian Kirk got that money he got, and it changed the way Debo viewed himself? You can't control outside forces. If the house down the block sells for a price way over, that has no bearing on what I can do, right? Like, that's out of your control. But what was in their control was understanding what motivated the player and the guy that you've had in the building for 5 years. And on that one front, reading him and how he was going to react throughout the negotiations and what truly was going to get him to sign the deal, they've missed the mark.
Well, and I just think that the market has always been set for them. Like you mentioned Debo, that was set, for example, by someone like Christian Kirk. I think the market now is a bit different because they have a lot of, or have paid players at the highest point in their positions. Kittle was the highest paid. Warner for 3 minutes was the highest paid. Jimmy Garoppolo obviously was the highest paid player. Trent Williams at the time was the highest. Juice was the highest paid player. But Brandon Aiyuk is, everyone understands, even he understands, he should not be the highest paid player at his position. But his price tag just continues to move and move and move and move. And this is why, for example, you brought up Brock Purdy in the quarterback position. I want to bring in Carter Chickering on this to give us the news about another quarterback out in Cleveland that I think does impact the Niners situation. And Carter, what do you got behind the glass there?
This is per Mary Kay Cabot. The Browns have restructured Deshaun Watson's contract for the third straight year, converting $44.79 million to a bonus and clearing $35.832 million in cap space. They now have $62 million in cap space, the most in the NFL by far.
And the Cleveland Browns were obviously linked to the 49ers. So does that reopen up the trade route or trade avenue?
Does he want to go there? Because New England sounded like they wanted to give him a lot of money. He didn't want to go there, which I get. I'm not even mad at him. I wouldn't want to play in New England right now either, right? But does he even want to go to Cleveland? So this is the part where he does have some control, where if I'm a team making the trade, I got to kind of know on the front end if you're going to sign with me. But that's where, like, Cleveland, they got Deshaun to buy in on the trade because they made him an offer that no one else was going to match in terms of guarantees.
But I also think, and they had a trade agreed. Apparently, it was because I didn't want to go to Cleveland, right? It was a second, a fifth, and Amari.
But here's the other, like, the domino effect. Amari wants a new contract, too. So, okay, you trade for Amari, hypothetically, which I probably would do that deal. Like, given everything that we know now and what you could get back, and they're close. They're close. And I think it can help you now enough. Like, who's to say Amari's not like, I mean, come on, man. You know I got to get paid. Right? It's like a never-ending, this feels like Inception, where I'm inside of a dream, inside of a dream, inside of a dream, inside of a dream, where everyone wants to get paid.
Yeah, and in a couple of those dreams, no one's going to get it.
It's insane.
No one's going to get it, man. I bring it up because I do think that Cleveland is a place, and who knows, like, the Browns would not be willing to give up that specific package if you're right, if Aiyuk wouldn't sign long-term with them. But if you're also sensing, Shasky, that the Niners are at the point where we heard yesterday that it doesn't sound like they're going to be willing. Like, that contract might not be there right now. Maybe they're saying, dude, we gave you a chance. If you were at practice yesterday and you were practicing for us, you know, we might have been able to continue these negotiations. But at this point, you seem like you are so disinterested in doing anything but making yourself dollars. Well, go make it in Cleveland. You know what? Deal's off the table. We're done. Then in that case, Aiyuk, because I think the reason why he didn't want to go to New England or Cleveland or anywhere else, apparently outside of Pittsburgh or, I don't know, maybe Washington, is because he always felt like San Francisco was going to give him what he wanted. And where would you rather play outside of an incredible situation? You know everything. San Francisco doesn't have to sell itself to Brandon Aiyuk.
But also his agent, and this is where I think there's a little bit like on his agent, you also have to understand the tapestry of salaries that they're navigating right now is a very difficult one. I'm talking about the Niners, right? You go to Carolina, I mean, who are they paying, right? Hypothetically. Washington, who are they paying? New England, who are they paying? You can make top dollar there. You can't make top dollar here. There is a threshold.
Yeah.
And just because you want X doesn't mean this place gives it. So that's where I go back to, can we compromise? It feels like that time has passed.
It may have. Do you feel like the time has passed? The time of compromise with the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk? I think it's a great question from Shasky. Do you feel like the time has passed? 888-957-9570. If you're on the line, please hang on. We'll get to you on the other side. Also, shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. Keep those texts rolling in. Our YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. As always, Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. That segment was brought to you by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate,
Yo, Bay Area, what it do? It's your boy P-Lo. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill. Joe Butcher Boy Shasky is always here on the Morning Roast, just trying to reel this thing in, Shasky.
Yeah, I mean, you just blow right past Pilo saying what up to you in the morning, Morning Roast, little rejoiner.
Dude, but, okay, so he was in studio at the old building with you guys, I remember, and I caught him on the way out because I remember Pilo is just like the producer for HBK.
Yeah.
Like he would have a verse here and there, and now it's like he's bigger than any of them.
So we were at the SoFi NFC Championship game, Niners-Rams. And it was like a who's who of San Franciscans. Like every Niner fan who had ever been a Niner fan was there. And all of a sudden there's this guy walking around and he's got like a, what are those things called where it's like a blanket, but you cut a hole in it and you wear it over, like the Wild Wild West?
Yeah.
What are those things called? I don't know.
Cowboy jackets? I don't know.
Not a cowboy jacket. Anyway, the name is evading me. But he's walking around. It's like 80 degrees. And I'm like, who is this guy? He's like, Shasky Bonte. And I look and I'm like, who the heck? And we've only been on the radio together for a couple years.
Yeah.
It's Pilo. He's like, I got to get a pick. I'm like, Pilo asking us for a pick.
Oh, poncho.
A poncho.
Thank you, YouTube chat.
It is a poncho. Thank you. I was trying to think of what it was called. He was wearing a poncho. Anyway, it was like, that was like, wow. And like my dad was like, who is that? I was like, oh, that's just like a local rapper. He's like, he wanted to pick with you guys. Like my dad was blown away that he wanted to pick with us. And he had ear-to-ear smile. I got it on my phone now. Pilo's a great dude.
No, he seems pretty cool.
Great
and obviously a massive 49ers fan.
Oh, he's the best.
I'm sure he's probably tired of all this Aiyuk talk. And, the reason why we haven't dug too much into Trent Williams is because I think that's more akin, Shasky, to what happened with Bosa last year. And people were pulling their hair out, but I think it was more about Nick himself and the player. Like, you were never worried about, is he going to be on the team for the future? Is he going to be a 49er?
Lynch made it very clear. As long as I'm here, Bosa will be here. He said that multiple times.
Yes. And the tone with Lynch has changed, honestly, with Aiyuk. And I think it changed yesterday. That's what we're discussing. We're discussing the tone that has changed from April to when he was shooting down every trade talk, didn't want to talk about it. As early as a couple weeks ago, there was no bad blood. There was nothing going on outside of some, a little bit of urgency and just trying to figure out what we're going to do with Brandon. No. Yesterday at the podium, he sounded like a man that was kind of just at the end. And I don't know if it was drawing a proverbial line in the sand, Shasky, but I do think that right now I feel like whatever the Niners offer is currently to Aiyuk, that's an incredible picture. He's showing it to the YouTube audience right now with Pilo, Shasky, Bonte.
See the poncho he's got on. Sorry to interrupt you.
Dude, you are cheesing in that photo.
Oh, bro, we were having the time of our lives. It was one of the greatest days ever. Then the fourth quarter happened.
Yeah, that was the 2022 NFC Championship game? Yeah, that was a tough one.
Yesterday was different. I derailed you there. Keep going.
No, it felt different to me because Shanahan sort of set the tone with, at least to me, just basically saying, like, we're prepared not to have these guys. I think he was more speaking about Aiyuk than Trent because I also think it's revealing that they only kept 2 tackles on the 53-man. So Trent would be your third. And even then they might be thin. But Lynch basically, again, this was his original back and forth. I'll just play it for the audience.
Reports or suggestions that Brandon Aiyuk was going to practice today. To your knowledge, is he going to be out there?
We'll see. I think you'll see right with me. I know he's here today, and that's the expectation.
And this is on if he would play in a 5th year.
Is this reached a point where he could play on his 5th-year option without a revised contract?
Just like I think I've said from the beginning, it's reached a point where all options could happen, and nothing has changed on that.
So, sorry, that was Lynch and Shanahan, but...
Yeah, it's funny, like... Everybody keeps saying it's a business. The players all know it's a business. And we've learned in sports it's a little more personal than that. Yes, there is business being conducted, but even in business transactions, you hear it all the time. Like, people do get emotional and they do make things personal. It happens all the time. When you're there at the facility, but you're not practicing or whatever, at the minimum, isn't it a little weird for everybody else? Isn't that a little awkward? Like if I was showing up to this day, and I know it's not a like-for-like comp, but like, hey, I'm holding out on the air. I'm holding out on the air right now, but I'm going to hang around in the back over there. Y'all go to practice and y'all go on air, and I'm just going to watch over there. It is a little awkward for the other people in the building. I'm not saying it's the end all be all. I'm not saying it has an appreciable effect when we're lined up and we're going to go head to head in practice. It's just awkward for everyone.
But the equivalent, right? But the next step would be basically Nahegan and you aside, saying, all right, we've worked this out. You're going to be in the back. You're going to hold in. But then, all right, next Monday, you're going to be on the air. And then next Monday comes and you're not on the air. And Nahegan's wondering where you are. And everyone's wondering where you are. And he's got to answer questions about why you're not on the air.
Yes.
When behind the scenes, there was an expectation of you being on the air.
Yeah.
You're right. The word, it is a great word.
It's just awkward.
It's just awkward as hell.
And again, I'm not saying that like Purdy's dropping back like, oh, where is Brandon Aiyuk? Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's just weird. It's weird.
And I'm sure also the players don't know how to answer these questions because whoever is available after practice today is probably going to be asked about it.
Dude, we had George Kittle on with Baldy last week. I don't know if you caught the whole thing, but
it was incredible.
Yeah, at one point, Bonte's like, hey, I want to ask you a Brandon Aiyuk question. And you could hear the audible, yes, almost like a sigh from Kittle. He's like, no, not the one you think I'm going to ask. And he was like, good. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah, even though they're programmed to be giving me the cliche, ridiculous answer, they get tired of it too.
They do. And I want to hear if the people are tired of it. Again, 888-957-9570. Vince in the city's been hanging on patiently. What's up, Vince? You're on with Devin and Shasky in the Morning Roast. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Well, first, I think, the situation with Brandon Aiyuk and Trent, I feel like they're just trying to be ahead of Brock Purdy's contract that's going to be coming up, and they're just trying to get theirs before there's nothing left to get. So
I feel that.
I mean, but
I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Let's just be real here. Like, he's on one of the most loaded teams in the whole league. Plus, you're in California, so like player contracts are trying to probably make up for taxes that are going to be paid, and there's just not enough pie to go around for everybody. And unfortunately, he's kind of at the end of the table, and he's not the guy who's going to be getting most of that pie. Like, I'm sorry, you're either going to be Devontae Adams and go get breaded out somewhere and be on a terrible team, or you can stay with a proven product and team that they're winners, and you're just going to get paid pretty damn well. I think it's up to PA, and I feel like whenever it doesn't matter the sport, it always comes down to the athlete. It's like, well, what does that guy want to do? Does he want to get paid or does he want to win? It's nice when you get both, but at some point, it always comes down to, are you going to take the money or are you going to try to go win a ring? Yeah. What do you want to do? It's up to the player. And,
Belichick addressed that.
I don't know what else is left to do. It's been sitting and lingering, and I could have swore I just saw a report the other day that said, oh, they're close to reaching a deal, but it's just the last year of the deal on the contract offer that needs to get worked out. And now it seems like we're back to square root. So it's like, okay, well then maybe if he goes to Cleveland and then we get Amari Cooper, whatever, at least the problem is done for now, and then we'll worry about it later.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a distraction. He's Jimmy Garoppolo on the small field right now.
Thanks, Vince.
I keep coming back to this too. Like, if I'm Kyle, right? Just if I'm Kyle, like, have I had some misses in the draft at wide receiver? For sure. For sure. Every coach, every great coach, Walsh included, has misses in the draft. Lots of them. Okay. 100%. Belichick couldn't draft a receiver to save his life. If this was a defensive-minded coach who had a track record of spotty offense and was very reliant on his offensive coordinator, this would be a different conversation that we're having right now, because I trust Kyle, and it's not that you trust him or you don't as a fan, and I get those who don't, but I trust him. He found Kittle, he found Debo. Yeah, he thought Danny Gray was going to be better than he was. That ended up being wrong, but they found Aiyuk. Do I think they can immediately replace him? I don't know. I think that'll be tough. Over time, though, if I'm willing to place my bets, I'm betting on Kyle and Purdy, and they'll figure it out. They'll find a way to move on. And that's what all sports teams do. They find a way to just make it work and move on. If you're a high-level organization, and I believe the Niners to be a high-level organization, are there do-backs? They wish they could do back the DeForest Buckner trade. I'm 100% confident they wish they could do that over. I bet they wish they could do over the Trey Lance trade, right? I think that's a do-over. But they've overcome both of those, and they've won a lot of games. Now, maybe they win one of the Super Bowls if things are a little different in the lead up to that with the draft capital and whatnot. But they've been wildly successful. And I think they'll be successful no matter what ends up happening with this Aiyuk thing. I do.
I do too, because of Kyle Shanahan, honestly.
That's what I'm saying. And Purdy.
And John Lynch. I mean, they have a track record together that in seasons that do not include just your entire roster getting lambasted by injury, that you're either going to be in an NFC Championship game or you're going to be in a Super Bowl. I mean, that's just kind of the expectation for this team.
Do you know who led them in playoff receiving yards in the 2019 Super Bowl run?
Emmanuel Sanders?
Nope. Kendrick Bourne. How many?
Well, they could have gotten him back if Aiyuk had okayed the trade to New England.
Now, look, is that the template for winning? I don't know. Probably not. Are you going to face teams better than what Green Bay was that year and what Minnesota was that year? Maybe. Like, everything looks pretty loaded. That Green Bay team did have, a really good roster that year. They were really good. I believe Aaron won the MVP the next year. I could be wrong in that. But, like, they made that Green Bay team tap out twice that season. I don't know if this team's as good as that team right now, but
I don't think this team is as good as last year's team.
Yeah, but I know Purdy's better than Jimmy, and I know Kyle's learned a lot as a coach, and I think you get better with time as a coach, and I think he's better than where he was. And I have to believe regarding this year, last year, I think the Sorensen Brandon Staley combo is going to end up being better than Wilkes.
I certainly hope so, and I'm sure Bosa would too. Threw Wilkes onto the bus. Let's talk about a different aspect of this, and I think Jan in Mountain View wants to bring it up as far as the agent is concerned with Brandon Aiyuk. Jan, you're on the roast. How are you?
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. I want to get to the point. I feel that the agent should be fired because, look, Aiyuk has had several options. He could have been traded to Cleveland and to Pittsburgh and where was the other place? New England. And he turned them all down. And then, darn it, they have GP, that football player that came on that got after York to pay him another $2 million to bring it up to 28. Well, it looks like he got that, and he turned it down. And then he wanted more, and then he wants another year guaranteed, I guess. Well, confounded, you need to compromise, and you need to come to an understanding, and the agent knows Lynch, and for crying out loud, I don't know why this agent doesn't want to compromise and get this thing done. I mean, this is Aiyuk's first contract, and if I were Aiyuk, I'd say, darn it, I'm going to fire you, and I want that money now to play if he wanted to play. That's all I have to say.
That's a good call, and I've been thinking a lot about this. Like, very few people in sports get to dictate everything. LeBron, Steph, Mahomes, I think Bosa, Aaron Donald. Like,
sure.
There are certain guys that can dictate everything, have their cake and eat it too, meaning demand top dollar, and almost everyone in the league lines up for you. Aiyuk's camp wants a certain number, and there's only so many suitors, number one. And so if you want a specific number and to play for a specific team, well, wait a minute. Now we have to go through, the loop here. We've got to thread the needle. I can only offer you so much here in San Francisco. You have to understand that. We do have other players and great players. And if you want to win, if that's part of your what you're desiring and make a significant amount of money, well, then this is a good spot. If you want to make the most amount of money, we showed you who those other spots were, all right? But we're not trading you to Pittsburgh. Like, their package isn't good enough as a return. So you either can have some cake, you can have no cake, or you can have your cake and eat it too, meaning stay here and make a lot of money. Like, it's your choice. It feels like that's what they've presented to him.
Yeah, Nick Bosa got to have his cake and eat it too. I think Trent Williams will eventually have his cake and eat it too.
Yes.
Aiyuk, you're not that guy, pal.
Yeah.
Like, you're not. And I think Also, Jan brings up the agent aspect of this thing, and I don't know. We're getting to the point. I saw a lot of this last night on social media where people are wondering, does it hurt Aiyuk long term? Like, if he gets his bag, he's going to be happy, and maybe this is the only payday he gets in his career, so it's going to be worth it. But if he gets traded in the process or eventually finds himself on another team, like, how many organizations are looking at the way that Brandon Aiyuk and even the 49ers have handled this entire ordeal and are saying, actually, I'm not sure if that's the wide receiver that we want to represent us and to come in and just, because at the end of the day, it's all about football. If Aiyuk goes out this season and balls for whoever, some will be forgiven. But I'm sure there's also, I don't know about you, I just believe there has to be some residue of this entire process that will manifest itself either on or off the field. And because Brandon Aiyuk, I never thought of him as, and I still don't think of him as a malcontent or someone that's difficult or, hard to deal with. He's never appeared to be that person to me. And I just wonder if his agent is sort of using Aiyuk to win this deal, and that Aiyuk's going to bear the brunt of that.
Don't you think that athletes, we think of them always like you are the same from 21 through 35 or whatever. And like, we've got enough history. Like, Clay evolved like crazy with the Warriors. Steph Curry's evolved like crazy. His wants, his desires, who they are individually. I watched a young T.O. turn into a diva.
Yeah.
Right? At what point we all would have signed up for Antonio Brown. Then by the end, we were like, that guy's crazy, right? And so I'm not putting him on those levels. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, I think what you're saying is that the evaluation that every team is making, is the juice worth the squeeze? Stephon Diggs is a great example. How many teams now have said to Stephon Diggs, you're really good. We like you. We don't like you at that number. We don't like you on this team moving forward for X, Y, and Z reasons, right? I think a lot of people think he's really good. Don't you?
No, 100%, but the Vikings didn't.
No.
Or they didn't think he was good enough. No, he went to Buffalo, and he got them as close as possible to where they wanted to go. But I'm glad you brought him up, because that was the only difference in the situation, in my opinion, between now and what happened with Diggs and the Vikings is that the Vikings were not competing for a Super Bowl.
No.
They were not in a position to win a Super Bowl. But who did they draft last year? Same draft class as Brandon Aiyuk.
They picked Justin Jefferson.
And yes,
it's one of the greatest upgrades in the history of the game.
Justin Jefferson turned into the greatest receiver that I've seen. Well, at least, last couple of years.
5 years or whatever, 4 years.
He's been unbelievable.
He is so good.
But the Vikings are willing to bet on him as a first-round pick to replace Stephon Diggs. That's just it. They didn't want to pay him. And it turned out to be a mutually beneficial decision. Diggs went on to be a multi-time All-Pro player for the Bills and helped them, and the Vikings got maybe the best receiver in football. The Niners, again, with the whole threading the needle, I think maybe they tried to do it with Pearsall, but it doesn't look like it's going to work immediately.
I mean, they tried to do it with DeForest Buckner, and then you get a draft pick. You sign two players, and Jimmy Ward and Armstead. You get the draft pick back, making a fraction of what the D tackle was making. And you drafted Javon Kinlaw, right? So you got two players, and the third was Javon Kinlaw, but Javon Kinlaw was not good.
No, couldn't stay on the field.
Right, that's the reverse of what the Diggs deal with the Vikings was. So I don't know. Look. The Niners bear a lot of this responsibility on why it's where it's at, but so does Brandon Aiyuk. It takes two to tango. I'm not ready to say today that one party has been more negligent than the other, but I'm frustrated with the Niners timeline and for not understanding the player who's been in your building for 5 years to know he would react this way.
Yeah, and that's why when John Lynch says, is it driving you crazy? Yes. I think we're all being driven crazy. But it is crazy to hear the general manager say that.
It is.
I mean, that's not such...
This is a guy who had Jimmy G throwing on the baby field.
John Lynch is cool hand Luke. Like, he's always been the guy that is just, we'll kind of take it easy. Been here before, been in the trenches. Now I got the jacket on. I've been everywhere. I don't know. He might be rethinking that Amazon deal with broadcasting.
He can always go back to TV.
Dude, he's great.
It'll always be open.
He's great, man. Let's get out to Nick in Berkeley. Wants to talk about it. What's up, Nick? How are you?
Man, here we go again with the homegrown player that when it's time to get his bag, because the old man that Jeff's daddy owns a team and he's running the team. He's controlling the bank account. So he's like, Jeb ain't controlling nothing. Lynch ain't controlling nothing. That's why he said it's crazy. Because he has no say-so. I mean, the old man York said when he brought the team, it's entertainment. It's like a nightclub to him, man. You know what I mean? And so they see all this $200 million coming in for the World Cup renovations for the lights and the video boards and all that. How about put some padded seats on me and Shasky's side of the field? You feel me? We have a lot of older people. Where's our padded seats? They got padded seats underneath the luxury boxes, man. It's crazy. And you know, it's a damn shame that we to make up for Greenlaw, we go get Pearsall, a guy that's hurt. I mean, dude, Greenlaw's not just a player, dude. He's a catalyst, okay? Pearsall's not a catalyst. They should have went out and got the best, fastest, hard-hitting linebacker in the league, in the nation, and on the planet. They should have been scouring the bushes from Australia to Europe to find some goon that can come in there and knock fools around. Because our defense, you know what I mean, keeps our offense on the field. And Chassis, you said everything's up in the air. Yeah, it needs to be up in the air. But it won't be up in the air if we don't have Aiyuk and somebody to block Purdy. And this is a problem that I have all the time is that, dude, they have no say-so. It's like, Jeb, tell your parents to back and forth, man. Let them do your thing, bro.
All right. I think we gotta move on. Sorry, I didn't hear the flushing sound, but you need to contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Draining at flowingwater.net. No, look, I hear the passion, I hear the animation, and I hear the frustration. I heard it all from John Lynch yesterday, just not in regards to the $200 million that they're trying to use to upgrade Levi's. I don't know how much that factors into it, but I do think. Look, again, it's all about green. You know, and that's really my biggest problem with this offseason, Shasky, is it hasn't been about red. It hasn't been about gold. It hasn't been about white. It hasn't been about the colors that the Niners are going to be rocking on Monday night against the New York Jets. It's actually been about the Jets colors. It's been about green.
I know. It's just, after that Super Bowl, the last thing I wanted to do was sit here and just talk ad nauseum about people wanting more money and the Niners not getting a resolution, and we're a week away from the season starting. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I thought we were on a redemption tour. I thought we were trying to, start at the bottom of the hill and work our way back up to the top, which is very difficult. Whether you win a Super Bowl, lose a Super Bowl, lose in the playoffs, go 6-10, 6-11, it's hard. Every year is different, and this year feels like it's getting off on the wrong foot.
It does. And look, it was always going to be difficult anyways. You got to scale the mountain right back from the bottom, and it's the hardest thing to do in sports. Tom Brady, the GOAT, said as much. And also, when I hear yesterday Shanahan and Lynch, it does feel to me like if they have described this week as game week, they're using it like they're preparing to play a game on Sunday, and Aiyuk is not practicing. I don't know about you. I don't think Brandon Aiyuk is going to lace him up week one. I think whatever that is going on, whether it's a hold in week or now a hold out, I don't think he's going to be there on Monday night.
Evan, I have a hard time thinking that right now, if you made me bet one way or the other, I have a really difficult time betting that he plays for the Niners this year. At all. I'm not saying that you can't. I put money at one point on Jimmy Garoppolo never playing for the Niners again. He came back like 3 different times, right? So anything can happen. But if you ask me, here's, you have to put your home up for it,
yeah.
I don't know which way I would go on that. He plays for the Niners this year or he doesn't. Just not about contract, just he plays or he doesn't. I don't know which way I'm going. I'm probably leaning he doesn't play for them this year.
I would still bet that he plays for the San Francisco 49ers this season, but I do not believe he plays week one. Either because he's not ready or because this contract negotiation or lack thereof is still going on. And that hurts the Niners because, look, I don't think they have a very difficult beginning of the year schedule. They might be able to still beat the Jets without him. I know they got in some combination, Minnesota, St. Louis, New England, and Arizona. They got some softies first 4 or 5 weeks of the season.
St. Louis.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Was it the Rams or the Cardinals?
The old St. Louis Browns.
Yeah, exactly. God. Arizona. That's right. But at the end of the day, you're right. I think you're spot on. This is not the start that you want to your year. And if we were just talking about Trent, I think it would be completely different. But we're talking about a player who either feels like he's worth more than the Niners do or isn't able to come to a conclusion of what he wants. And that's hard to that's hard to determine for me. It's hard to determine blame at that point because it feels 50-50.
So, like, I think pro sports has got more Game of Thrones action than people want to give it credit for. There's a lot of this, like, if that guy gets paid, and we're in a salary cap sport. If that guy gets paid, then I'm not getting paid, right? Think about the San Francisco Giants. Like, oh, you paid Robbie Thompson, can't afford Will Clark, right? The Golden State Warriors went through this whole domino effect of, oh, you paid Wiggins and Jordan Poole? Well, now I feel slighted. Nah, you're not going to be able to prioritize me? What? I'm not going to get paid? Is there any money left for me? I feel like similarly, and maybe it's not as dire, but everybody's looking at this Niner thing, at least on the roster, and they're like, all right, the quarterback's getting paid. Which of us has leverage to get money now? Because some of us aren't going to be here next year. That's a real thing.
It is. Yeah.
And I don't blame them for thinking that.
Well, and it's not just getting their money, it's getting their money from the Niners.
Yes, and wanting to stay.
Yeah, they want to be here. They just want to be paid for it.
Absolutely.
And I totally understand that. If you're comfortable and Brandon Aiyuk was one of the best receivers in football last year, of course he'd want to stay. I think he has a great rapport with Brock Purdy. I think he has still a good relationship with Kyle Shanahan, even though Shanahan to me sounded frustrated yesterday. I think Aiyuk is beloved by his teammates. I think he's still a hard worker. All of those things are still true. But the fact of the matter is that this offseason, I think, is going to impact what happens on the football field this year. And that's never where you want to be. I mean, we should be talking about how they match up week one. We should be talking about some of these rookies that have stood out. They have 7 of their 8 rookies on the team. That's incredible.
Dude. This draft has been one of their best drafts, Pearsall aside, because I think we put too much onus on first-round picks. Renardo Green looks like he's going to be a player on the secondary in year one. Malik Mustafa at some point is going to get a chance to play. He's going to play on special teams. He's a late-round pick. Dominic Pooney's going to start at right guard.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be really good. They obviously have multiple wide receivers, Cowing and Pearsall, who I already mentioned. I think Cowing's going to play this year. I don't know how much, but I think he's going to be a contributor. And I'm telling you, Bethune, the linebacker, can play. He can play. I like him a lot. And this has been a really, really, really good draft. But how do you offset a quarterback making $60 million a year? You get a bunch of cheap contract rookies who can contribute and play. And they've done that this year.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also a reminder to join us Wednesday, September 4th. That's next Wednesday at Fremont Bank in Fremont for the Red and Gold Summit. We're going to be talking about a lot of this in all probability because Brandon Aiyuk and the Niners extension, negotiation, whatever you want to call it, does not appear to be anywhere close to finished. Wilton Dibb's going to kick things off from 2 to 4, and then the rest of the hosts, Shasky, Bonte, Steiny, Guru will be there from 4 to 6 to talk about the biggest storylines surrounding the 49ers at the start of the 2024 season. You can come watch as well. Space is limited. First come, first serve. All right, let's go to Washington. Talk to Rob. Rob, what's going on? You're on the roast. How are you?
Oh, good. How are you guys doing?
Good, man.
I'm doing great. It's Labor Day weekend. You know, it's this Brandon Aiyuk Trent thing is driving everyone crazy.
Yeah, I just I don't know about you guys, but I get an odd feeling with the whole BA thing compared to really any other contract that we've done in the last off seasons with our premier players. I get a strange vibe from him, and maybe it's just him using his leverage. And I honestly just don't think he wants to be here anymore, right? Unless it's like top of the line money, like Jefferson money, then he's maybe willing to suck it up. So, like, I don't know if there's a Shanahan riff there or a Lynch riff or something like that. But one thing that was kind of surprising was early when he wanted to trade, you heard a little bit of rumors kind of about Devontae Adams, and I just wanted to know, have you guys heard anything, or where did that kind of story go?
It's all speculation.
Because if we could, essentially get a player of that caliber, and yeah, I mean, he's not in his prime and BA is in his prime, so that's what's awesome. But I mean, if it's not going to go anywhere, it's not going to go anywhere. So what are you just going to, have a holdout through the whole season and rely on your rookies that one of them can't even get on a red jersey? I don't know about how convincing would that be to Trent Williams to bring him back? Oh yeah, let's go make another run at it. And oh, by the way, our top wide receiver is gone.
Well, Trent just wants to bag himself.
Yeah, but the other part
a
about
large
Aiyuk,
suitcase of money.
and look, I know we're all focused on this season and it's supposed to be this year, but the reason why the Aiyuk extension is important, and eventually I do think they get it done at one point or the other, is because Aiyuk is supposed to be your wide receiver one of the future. I mean, he's supposed to be the guy that you pair with Brock Purdy for now and later.
Yeah.
He's 26 years old, and ideally he's entering his prime. He hasn't already peaked. So that's another reason why, if you're on the Aiyuk side, you probably are standing pat, because you know that the Niners maybe don't need you as much as you need them, but it's not as if they don't need you. And especially if they want to compete this year, I do think they need Brandon Aiyuk.
I do too. And that's why let's trade Brandon here, use the capital and something else and go get player, Y from that team, Devontae in this case. It sounds good. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to pull that off. I think
Devontae would like that.
Yeah, but would the Raiders do that?
No,
yeah,
I don't think so.
Right? So, it sounds good. That's why the Cleveland thing is fascinating, because you like Amari. This guy likes, Brandon Aiyuk. I think they're very comparable. I think they're very close. I think it's about as close to an offset as you can get. Why Cleveland would value him that way and pay him all that money and not Amari is interesting to me, considering they have Amari in the building. If you can get the capital and Amari, I'd probably do that deal.
I would too. And that's why, look, the other question that was sort of raised yesterday was about, are the 49ers cheap, essentially? Are they cheap for not meeting Aiyuk's demands, or coming up on, I don't know, maybe an extra $1 million or $2 guaranteed money, whatever it is. It doesn't. I just think people are at the point where just get it done, right? Just get it done. Just give him whatever he wants.
The Niners
give Trent whatever he wants.
Are the Niners cheap? In the same market, I'm watching the Oakland A's go
be
play
okay?
in a minor league.
You going to be all right?
No, because it's the Niners are cheap. Look, at one point when they took over, the Yorks and the DeBartolos, Dr. John York, there was this realistic label of being cheap. They had these belt buckles that they would give everybody every year when they won the NFC West, right? Back in the day. They give out these buckles and everyone get them. They didn't pay for those. They didn't have the money. They didn't. They were cheap at one point. They didn't have the revenue that they have now, okay? And they spent money, but they never spent top dollar, and it would pick and choose in free agency. And I could pick apart lots of things that they did as an organization, dragging their feet on the Michael Crabtree guaranteed money, where he held out for five games of the regular season. They were cheap at that point. Since they've moved into Levi's, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They have spent top dollar, guaranteed money, putting it in escrow at how many positions? Just look at the team. Look at their free agency. They have spent money. I am here for the cheap conversations when I think a team is being cheap. I don't believe, and I have been one of the biggest critics of the Yorks as a whole. But on that, I'm sorry. I don't follow.
Yeah, at the time, Kittle, Warner, Williams,
Jimmy G,
McCaffrey, now
Quan Alexander in free agency, Pierre Garçon,
Nick Bosa.
Juszczyk.
I'm just counting the 5 players that have reset the market at their position.
Yeah.
Well, I guess 6, if you want to include Juice.
Right? You can go right down the list, And so at one point, they had the most expensive quarterback room in the league.
That's right.
Okay?
Yes,
at one point. So,
No. The only reason I bring it up is because, again, the question was asked if you can't come to terms with Aiyuk, or mainly, I think the question was more so pointed at Trent.
Yes.
If you can't find a way to get Trent under lock and key or give him what he wants, can you say that you are spending what you need to spend to get a Super Bowl?
You know what, though? If they can't work out something with Trent, then I will. We'll then revisit that conversation, and I'm willing to have it.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
No, I agree, because the only thing at this point that can happen is Trent Williams not be there
100%
for the majority of the season.
If signing Trent Williams means I have zero shot at signing Brandon Aiyuk, then so be it. I think that's the pecking order, and it sucks. But again, you can't afford everyone.
No, and that's unfortunately what we're looking at, which is a place called reality. Let's go up to Sacramento. Talk to one of our friends, TC. TC, you're on with Evan and Shasky. How are you?
Hey, TC.
Yeah, sir. What's up, Joe? What's up, Evan, man? Top of the morning.
Yo.
Yo, listen, hey, so on this note, Joe knows kind of where I'm coming from on this one, Evan. So I'm with BA on this situation, man. It's like I'm a Niner fan. Like, so what I'm saying from that point is it's not about him being greedy or Trent being greedy. It's about just like, hey, bro, pay me. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been through the mud before. I don't know if we're going to get it. You know what I mean? And it's hard feelings. Like, let's not be crazy. It's hard feelings between BA. That's not even a question. You should already know that. It's hard feelings between BA and Kyle. You get me? So, but at the same time, he stood back. He hasn't even been a diva up to this point. And honestly, I don't even think he's being a diva. He's just like, bro, give me my bag. Or if I can't get my bag, bro, then I'm out of here. I done been to the mountaintop with you guys. It's not like we haven't been to Super Bowls. I don't even know if we're going to win it with this dude. You get me? So if we don't be here, let's take a shot, but at the same time, pay me. That's what everybody coming to. That's like life. You get me? I'm not going to raise a risk. I'm not going to cause. I'm going to be a team player. I've been a team player. You asked me to do everything for you, bro, and I've done it. Now when it's time to get my bag, give me my bag. Everybody calls a rip. Even Devo calls a rip. We don't want to talk about nobody. All right, brother.
But I
Thanks,
guess
TC.
the part that I understand all that, but you also have a budget, right? So I've done a lot. We've been fortunate enough, my wife and I, we've done multiple remodels, right? And we did them in phases, though, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't afford to just gut my entire. I didn't have the money to just gut the whole house all at once. We were like, all right, I'm budgeting for the bathroom. And then we're budgeting for the kitchen. And this is over many years, okay? We've owned the house for 15 years, right? You can't just buy things you can't afford. You can't budget for marble walls in the bathroom that cost 50 grand when your budget for the bathroom is 25 grand, right? Just hypothetically, I'm just throwing numbers out there, right? And so right now, the Niners have a budget. And then if the player is requesting more than what they have in their budget, you can't just give everyone what they want. That's how they got in this situation, because they overpaid someone like Javon Hargrave. Part of this whole BA thing, I think, would have been resolved had they not overpaid for Javon Hargrave. Had Javon Kinlaw been better, you know what I mean? And you wouldn't have to overpay for Javon Hargrave, right? There's this whole, budget thing that people need to understand. I think it's real. And I'm not saying that you can't push things down, but you can't put everything on the credit card forever, because everyone says that, just renegotiate. Just kick the can down the road. At some point, the bill that's on your Chase debit card, on your credit card or whatever, comes due, and you have to pay it. And guess what? With the Purdy contract, the bill is going to be due big time, and the interest rate is through the roof.
It is, and I don't want to make it seem like, okay, the Hargrave contract is the reason why they can't have BA, because when it happened, Lynch was asked about it, and that he basically explained, this doesn't prevent us from making future deals and keeping future players. I just feel like they underestimated what BA's market was, because I think they budgeted a certain amount of money for him. And then the price of the brick went up. And now they're trying to figure out, okay, what can we actually give him? And I think the demands have changed. And so the Niners have had to change. And I think both Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers have been reasonable from their sides. They both feel like they're being reasonable. And it's created an unreasonable situation.
I agree. And
that's where we're at. And we're not talking about football. We're not talking about Trent. We're not talking about the Jets. We're talking about yesterday. And these guys getting just frustrated with the entire situation. And again, I do want to dig into this sound. We got one more segment coming up. If you want to get a call in, if you want to let us know how you feel about this entire ordeal, we're happy to take your call. In fact, I want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. We'll be back after this. I see you, Matt, in San Rafael. We'll get to you on the other side. We'll get to your texts. We'll get to your calls. That segment was sponsored by Lucky California.
Go BOGO at Lucky. Fire up the deals with buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value.
Dang, Joe.
This is Adam in the city, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Bonte Hill with Joe Butcherboy Shasky. Look, I know we're talking about real life things that are going on with the Niners, but is there any bigger kiss of death, Shasky, than receiving an A+ grade in your NFL fantasy draft? Like, my season's done. The moment that you are selected to run the table and win it all, and the computer tells you have the best roster in whatever league you're playing in, you're done. You are done.
You cannot win the entire league on draft day, but you can lose it.
That is true. And we had our 95.7 The Game fantasy draft last night. And honestly, I didn't think I don't know, my team was
online.
Yeah, I didn't think it was great or whatever. Stein took 3 quarterbacks. That's neither here nor there.
Wait, what?
He took Jake Moody in the 4th round.
No, he didn't.
No, I think it was the 5th.
I actually kind of like Steiny for being like team chaos.
Yeah, of course he had Kirk Cousins and then 2 other quarterbacks. He texted me. I don't want to put him on blast, but
did he text? We got action.
No, but he did text me in the middle of the draft and asked if this was a 2-quarterback league after he'd already taken 2. It just made me chortle.
Sounds like he was budgeting for 4.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah, I think. I don't know. Guru and Sani, look, they'll be coming up in, just about 40 minutes.
So you had the highest rated draft?
Apparently. Yeah, it was
Yahoo?
Yeah, Yahoo.
Yeah, I love the AI chat GPT thing that they give you where they break down each person's draft. It's pretty funny.
Well, that's why I was honestly not very happy that they were so ecstatic about my draft.
Oh, your humble brag, A- draft? Got it.
No, A plus.
Oh, A plus.
Which means you're done. No. That is the kiss of death. If you get an A plus in your draft, you cannot win fantasy. It's a law of life. I believe it.
No, I like that. I like that a lot. Have you, you're a younger guy. I always feel like the old guy here when you young guys are in here. Christmas Vacation. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. You've seen it, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was going to say Christmas Vacation. Yeah, I've had a couple.
Okay, so Mr. Griswold is going to put a pool in the backyard. He budgeted for a pool, all right? A bean-shaped pool.
Shout out,
boy,
Jordan.
this is so relatable. And come Christmas time, he doesn't get the bonus. And, he's already started to dig out the pool, and he's knee-deep. I feel like in this analogy, the pool was Bosa last year.
Yeah.
And they budgeted for a certain amount. And that pool ended up costing way more than they thought it would. Then I also believe that they budgeted for Brandon Aiyuk at some point. And that pool really went up. During COVID, I built a fence, my property up the Russian River, and wood prices went through the roof because of the availability. And all of a sudden, what would have been, let's say, $5,000 worth of wood turned into like $25,000 worth of wood. And anyone who bought wood during that period of time would know it. And I feel like that same thing has happened during the Brandon Aiyuk thing. And so even though I budgeted for a fence, that fence ended up costing me 5x what it normally would have because the price of wood had gone up dramatically. And in this scenario, I feel like the Niners' budget is all out of whack right now. And the left tackle wanting more money probably threw him a little bit for a loop. The wide receiver market going up what it did probably threw him a little bit for a loop. And Bosa squeezing them for however much more that he did probably also threw them for a loop. And this is all knowing that you need to fix the foundation in the house because Brock Purdy's going to get $65 million. It might even be $85 million by the time we talk next year. So, I think the Niners have had opportunities to get a deal done, but let's also acknowledge factors outside of their control have also changed the budget.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's the only way you get to this point. And you brought up the left tackle market. I do think it was interesting yesterday listening to both Lynch and also Shanahan. The difference in how they talk about the Williams negotiations and the difference with Aiyuk. Here's what Shanahan kind of talked about with Trent.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that things will work out with Trent. I'm not sitting here knowing what day it'll be. I mean, we're getting close to playing a game, so my mind is completely on preparing for a game without those guys. But yeah, I feel when two sides want to get a deal done, it happens.
When two sides want to get a deal done, it happens. I think two sides with Trent want it to get done. But each day the Aiyuk situation lingers, I wonder more and more if both sides really, really want it to actually happen. Like, I think in a perfect world they do, but I think the Niners are pretty damn close to saying, look, you're going to play on this 5th year, or you're going to take this money that's on the table, and that's just all we have for you. I'm sorry. Like, I think the Niners, and they should. Like, I want Brandon Aiyuk to get paid. I want him to be a San Francisco 49er because I think that helps the team. But I also think that if the Niners are going to have any sort of closure, they got to put their foot down.
It feels like they're going to have to, but then like putting your foot down is, are you talking about suspension or are you talking about just fines?
Fines and basically whatever the number that it's at and whatever, I don't know, the details that need to be ironed out, whatever's on the table right now, that's the final offer. We're almost into the season. The offer cannot change from where it's at. Either you want it and you want to be a part of this team, or you play or choose to not play on your 5th year, and we figure out something at the end of next season.
So then how do you quantify the headache of all of this? Like the headache of
it's already
you
a headache.
being dealt with it? No, what I'm saying, like, okay, him playing on the 5th year option reluctantly and accruing fines and then waiting the 6 weeks. I believe the way it works out is he can miss up to 6 games and then he could show up and then play through the rest of the year. Is that worth the squeeze? Is it worth going through as a team, knowing you're probably alienating the player, you're creating more opportunities for chaos? Not saying he's going to be a bad guy or a bad teammate. It's just, you're just inviting stuff into the locker room. Would you go that route?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would.
Yeah, I think if I was presented like that's the way it's going to go down, like, because you have to have that as an option.
Trade him?
I'd probably just trade him. I probably would. And I don't think that's his fault. I just think like I think I would eliminate that stress.
That's totally fair. I just, at this point, to me, trading him is just cashing in a penny stock.
You're not wrong.
Like, it is you selling it at its lowest point, and I don't think you're going to get anything back that will help you this year. You might not get anything back that helps you in the future outside of a draft pick, but that's kind of where you're at. And so that's why I do feel like no matter what happens, it's kind of a lose-lose. You know, I think it's even if they get a deal done before the season starts, I think that Aiyuk is going to suffer for that a little bit. I think his production is going to come down. That's going to hurt the Niners. If obviously this lingers into the regular season, you're without your number 1 wide receiver, then you're hurt as a team. It's really hard for me to see the light at the end of the tunnel for the Niners as a team. Both sides, Aiyuk and the team, finding a way to just sweep this under the rug.
I feel like for fans, this is entering the Draymond Green zone. And what I mean is like at some point, all of this just becomes like, I'm over it. There's a lot of Warrior fans that are just over the whole Draymond thing, over the punch, over the this, over the that, the suspensions. And obviously what Brandon Aiyuk is doing is so different than what Draymond's done. Like, Draymond actively did a lot of dumb, foolish things, right? He also brings a lot to the table in terms of winning, but I'm talking about the threshold for tolerance, right? Feels like a lot of fans are just, they're intolerable of hearing about this anymore.
Yeah, and I think Shanahan's at that point too, because he was also asked yesterday if he'd consider disciplining Brandon Aiyuk, which they have not done, financially speaking, to this point.
Since your doctors have said he's healthy, if he refuses to practice, would you discipline him?
I'll deal with that when that happens, if that happens.
So just to clarify, if he practices, that's not any sign that anything's close one way or the other in terms of a contract extension?
No.
Can I defend the media?
Yeah, of course.
There's a lot of like, you guys are driving the message. You're creating the narrative. No, actually, the situation is very juicy, because I don't know if you know this, but like, we love the tabloids in America. Like, people love to know who's dating who and who's doing what. We love drama, period. And it's the job of the media to ask these questions when one of the most important players isn't there, and arguably a first ballot Hall of Famer isn't there. That is their job, to ask Kyle Shanahan a question about that. If this were, like, for example, the analogy, if this were the police department, right? And the police chief walked up there, where are all your sergeants? Where are they at? Like one of your top lieutenants is just missing in action, nowhere to be found as you're getting ready for a big parade or something like that. Like they would ask, like pick the line of work it's in. The media's job was to ask the right questions. And I thought yesterday they did a really good job asking good follow-up questions.
And 95% of the time, you're not going to get anything. Up until this point, up until yesterday, honestly, Lynch had just kind of given you the yay or nay, I think. Oh, looks like we have a breaking news sounder. Oh, well, sorry about that.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, here's some good news for Bay Area fans.
Give it to me.
Stephen Curry of the Golden State Warriors has signed a 1-year extension worth $62 million.
1 more year?
1 more year, Steph.
1 more year.
$62.6 million.
Can I be honest?
I believe that's the max.
No, I'll lie to you. I'm super. Thank God. Thank you, Curry. Everybody, this is it. Come on. Thank you, Curry. Thank you, Curry. Thank you, Curry. At least there's one guy I know that wants to be here.
Well, isn't it just like Steph to just come in and save the day? Look, I mean, we've been talking about how this guy's worth this amount of money. Give so and so a blank check. How come they won't meet in the middle? There's someone that we know in the Bay Area that is worth every single penny, and he just got the max possible. I mean, and I'm glad it also puts to bed the whole, like, what the date was October 21st that he technically had until to sign this. And, is Steph going to be around for the long term? Is he thinking about where the team's at? And, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again. He doesn't want to be a bottom feeder. Well, that all may still be true. But at the very least, Steph Curry is going to be here to see that through.
So now his contract lines up with Draymond's?
Yes. Well, Draymond's player option.
Oh, the player option. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's like the Farhan effect. The player option. Oh, thank you, Steph. We needed that. I needed some good news.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it makes me feel any better or worse about this season and what's to come for the Warriors. It's not like him signing a year-long deal and, in 2 years is all of a sudden going to get them a number 2 option and, Draymond's not going to get suspended this season, and Buddy Hield's going to shoot 58% from three-point range. But it does feel like, I don't know. To me, Shasky, that was a storyline that was hanging over this season.
No doubt. But look, in the NBA,
what does Steph want?
Yeah, but in the NBA, like anyone could want out at any time. So, but that being said, to me,
that's true.
When it's this player committing to this organization, you got to feel pretty good. He's a unique player in terms of how he views himself, him staying with one organization. This isn't your typical NBA player just getting one extra year on a deal. Like this to me signifies he's here for the next couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know. If you really want me to think about it, I feel like if they were going to potentially move him at all, or if he wanted out, I don't know. I don't think he would have signed this extension. Because I think it'd be easier to move him if he's not locked up through his now age 38 season.
Well, and he would have the leverage to go where he wanted to go. Like, hey, I'm not getting an extension anywhere that I don't want to go. And plus because of his 10 years in the league, I believe he has certain rights and whatnot. So, yeah, this is a great thing. This is not a bad thing.
No, it's great news.
If he's only making $62 million, if I told you he was making $120 million, would anyone, like today, would anyone scoff at that? $120 million 1 year.
I'll give it 30 minutes. I think there might be somebody that can poke a hole in it, but sorry, that was a shot.
Nobody cares what Steph makes. They're like, yeah, that's whatever he wants, whatever you want, Steph.
No, but I do think it is fair to wonder where he's going to be at. I know the only thing I really care about is him being in a Golden State Warriors uniform.
Yes.
But I wonder where the state of the team is going to be in 2 seasons when he does make $62.6 million.
Look, as a long-suffering Bay Area sports fan here, I didn't care that Barry Bonds didn't win the last couple of years. Did I want him to? Of course I did. Okay, but he was our guy, even though he played for Pittsburgh prior. Having him finish his career with the team, that means the most.
Well, actually, the one thing, to put it in a positive perspective, what this does indicate to me and might help the Warriors do is actually lure a second star.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Because if you want to bring in another big boy, there has to be, you have to know you're playing with Curry. And you have to know that Curry's going to be there beyond next season, including this one.
That's actually a really good point.
So the fact that he does lock this in means whoever they're trying to court, I don't know if it's, a big name player.
Just start rattling them. I want to hear them. I'm tired of Lowry Marketing. Give it to me. Give me some names.
If you're trying to, in a year, Giannis might be pissed off.
We're doing that again.
Embiid is, a little injury prone.
I'm good off that.
Who else did he play with Team USA? Booker is still in his prime.
Actually, I've long
Durant.
since I've thought that the
LeBron.
I want LeBron. I've been wanting LeBron. The seed was planted with Booker when Kerr was like, the unsung hero of this entire Olympic team was Devin Booker. Like they were courting Book from afar. That's already started.
Well, and clearly everybody loved playing with Curry. He was unbelievable in the Olympics.
Michelle thinks he's very good looking. Book.
I think a lot of women do.
Yeah, no, I know, but like in particular, she goes, the cute guy.
The cute guy.
Yeah.
Oh, she wasn't talking about, no, I won't say it.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. I am in no position to judge anyone else's looks.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I do think, again, I think it would make it easier for the Warriors to entice another player to come to Golden State to know that they're going to be there with Curry for at least a couple seasons.
So here's the next one. If they do it during the season before October or whatever the date is, the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, Kuminga.
Yeah. Oh, well, you're right. Now all eyes sort of shift to him.
You want to talk about sticker shock.
Yeah.
If I had the 240 or whatever he wants extension in front of me, like with Kuminga, oh my God. I couldn't do it. I had to let him play the year out.
I would not do it. And again, what we're talking about just moments ago from Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, Golden State Warriors star Steph Curry has agreed on a 1-year, $62.6 million extension that'll keep him under contract through the 2026-2027 season. So that is great news. In regards to Kuminga, because that's the next, you're right, that is the next domino at this point. I would not extend him this offseason.
No, make him play it out. You learn your lesson from the Jordan Poole thing. Just let him play it out.
Well, and I mean, unless you can find a reasonable price, but I think that Kuminga sees himself as a $200 million player.
Oh my God.
Which is crazy to say, but I think he does.
God. Well, I see myself driving a Ferrari, but doesn't mean it's actually happening.
No, but if you saw somebody that you believe you're in the same, I don't want to compare careers, but like if you see Franz Wagner get maxed out.
Wagner's fine. I think Emmanuel Quickly making 240, Franz Wagner making 240. It's all and I get it. It's the market. Trust
Brennan
me.
Aiyuk making 120.
I mean, it's insane money. It is.
It's
the
a lot.
NBA money is insane. We could say it. It's okay. I'm not saying that push came to shove, I wouldn't pay, but $250 million for a guy, Emmanuel Quickly, who could walk into the room, say, I'm Emmanuel Quickly, and all of us would be like, yeah, I still don't know who you are.
I mean, especially in Toronto.
Carter, tell me I'm wrong.
Especially in
Tell me
Toronto.
I'm wrong.
I get your sentiment there.
And I'm not trying to dog the guy, but give me a break.
You look at him, you're like, that guy makes $45 million.
The only way you know is because he's 6'8". It's the only way you know he's got to be a basketball player.
Yeah, Quickly is a guard. He's tall, but he's not that tall.
You've heard my story about us in Boston, right?
You and Emmanuel Quickly?
No, me and Bonte.
Okay.
So this is great. It's Darrell Wright, who's humongous.
Yeah.
It's me, and it's Bonte, who's humongous. And it's late at night in Boston. We fly in on a red eye or whatever. This is during the finals. And we get in this SUV Uber, right? And we get in, and the guy's peppering the guys. I'm in the all the way back, and he's peppering Bonte and Darrell, and they're staying at a different hotel for NBC than I am, okay? And then, anyway, the guy's like, oh, the NBA. And then Darrell's like, yeah, I used to play in the league and blah, blah, blah. And they're just kind of small talking, right? They get out of the cab, and I got to go another 4 or 5 blocks. So the guy immediately turns around and he goes, so you're their agent? And I go, what? And he goes, yeah, those are 2 NBA players, right? And you're their agent. I go, Bonte's not an NBA player. It's the least athletic of the 3 in the car. What are we talking about?
I didn't want to say it. But.
And then I go, you're making assumptions because I'm the short white guy that I happen to be the guy dealing with the money? No.
Yes, exactly.
It's ridiculous. It was also probably more accurate because I would have thought the same exact thing.
Yeah, you're Ryan Williams. You're walking around with Brandon Aiyuk, and they're assuming you're the agent.
Why couldn't I be Pritchard off the bench of the Celtics? Like,
they probably think he's an agent too until he starts dribbling a basketball.
That's true.
Oh,
but I've never felt more like, no, I'm not their agent. I wish I was.
Yeah, I was going to say, depending on the line of work, you could do all right for yourself, especially like if you're Deshaun Watson's agent.
Or Brandon Ayuk's agent.
Well, that remains to be seen. This from the 626 Xfinity Mobile text line. Dub Nation salutes Lacob and management for locking up the GOAT Curry to his well-deserved bag. Let me throw this at you, Shasky. $62.6 million for Curry. Is that what Brock Purdy's going to make?
Oh, that's a good question.
Is Brock
Or
Purdy
we're doing AAV? We're just doing AAV? Okay.
A $62.6 million player.
I got nothing of substance.
It's crazy to think about.
No, I got nothing of substance. I don't have sources or anything. I just got this intuition. Purdy's going to take $51 million. And Dak will take 70 or whatever. And he's going to come in as the conquering hero.
Just to calm the seas.
It's still a godly amount of money. But again, this is all intuition. It's just gut feeling. Watch Purdy take a little less than what everyone thinks he's going to get, and it's going to be the smartest move. Every $5 million he shaves is $5 million for a right guard.
It's also a few million less than another player has the right to take. I think that Belichick was discussing this aspect, and I think it applies to Brady. One reason why Belichick could probably tell New England Patriots players to F off, we're not paying you what you want to be paid, and we're not going to do this whole hold out, hold in thing, is because his quarterback, who at certain times may not have been the best quarterback in the league, but always set the precedent by taking less. So the only way that I see, to your point, this sort of steering back in the direction of the Niners, quote unquote, winning deals or not being taken for all they're worth, is if the quarterback of the team takes less. And I think they would like for him to do that. Purdy would be incentivized personally because then he could have more players around him. But if you're in the Niners, I think you are praying that Brock Purdy does not walk in and ask for what Steph Curry just got. You are praying that he does not want $60 million because I think you might have to give it to him.
Well, you probably will have to end up giving it to him. I mean, look, again, I'm spitballing here. But if I'm doing the Purdy extension, knowing what we know now with the last 2 off seasons, get that sucker done in March. If day one of the new calendar year is, March 4th, 5th? I want that thing done the second we announce the new calendar year for the NFL. Don't you?
Well, yes, but this is the other issue with how the last 2 off seasons have gone. If Purdy is a smart guy, and I believe he is, and if his agent is a smart person, he's just going to say, okay, so you have already told everyone that you expect our quarterback to reset the market. Nick Bosa reset the market. He waited until 2 days before the season. Trent Williams, in all likelihood, will, reset or come close to resetting the market. He's waiting the entire offseason. Why wouldn't I just tell my client to wait the entire offseason, and then you'll eventually pay him whatever he wants?
I understand that. I look at Purdy... I'm just going off the dude. And the guy's doing commercials for corn, for crying out loud. Okay? Not John Deere. Not like the machines that cut corn. Corn, literally a vegetable, for crying out loud. This guy is as Midwest Americano as they come. I think
it's strange. I think he's from Arizona, right?
No, I know, but I'm saying his girlfriend's from Iowa or whatever the hell it is, or excuse me, his wife. I don't know, man. I think he's going to be a little different. I don't see him going through this the same way.
No, I hope not, but I also think that's the Niners' hope, and I do think that's what they're trying to stop. I think they're trying to stop players from just asking for anything and then eventually getting everything.
Did you hear Devontae Smith's answer when they asked him why he took the amount of money that he took and when he could have gotten more?
No.
So they were asking him, Philadelphia media, and it was the day he got basically $75 million guaranteed, essentially, over 3 years. And he said, and I thought it was just such a profound, and again, everyone views things differently. What you will do for money, maybe you, Evan, might travel all across the country chasing a particular job or a location or a type of home or a family environment or a job title or an amount of money. That doesn't mean that I'm going to do that. But Devontae's perspective rang true to me, and he was like, man, I've been thinking about playing in the NFL my entire life. And I came up from like a rough upbringing. If I can't, because you're talking about generational wealth, you left a little on the table. It's like, if I can't make it work with $75 million on this deal and not think that I'm not going to bet on myself and try to have another, renegotiation or extension down the line, I got my priorities messed up. And I just thought it was such a refreshing thing to hear from someone. And do I believe him 100%? I don't know, but it was the right thing to say. And it felt genuine. And I was like, that's the guy that kind of gets it.
I think so, but it's also, and
it's
I think
easy to say when you have a 3-year, $75 million deal.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to say, and when the money actually comes down the line and you realize what you could be making as opposed to what you are making, I do think there's just that innate calibration of, well, damn, I'm leaving that much on the table because. And the reason why I think the Niners are hoping this is I think it was a couple of years ago when TJ Watt got paid. And Ben Roethlisberger, not necessarily the greatest guy, but was asked about the contract negotiation. And he basically said, pay TJ Watt everything. And the reason why I took a pay cut is so the Pittsburgh Steelers could pay a player like TJ Watt.
But how many contracts had he made up until that point?
Probably a few.
Yeah, so that's
it wasn't his first big deal.
He was at a different point in his life.
Yeah, and
right?
he realized that I'm 36 years old. I'm Big Ben. I'm actually big and old Ben, and I kind of need some help around me.
And I see, to me that matters. Like when I was 22, who knows what I would have done for a certain amount of money, right? At 42. Like I've told you this and you think I'm crazy. I'm like, there's a QOL factor on everything I do. Is it worth my time? Is it going to improve my quality of life? Case in point, I played 2 softball games last night. Why? Prove my quality of life. Woke up this morning, worked out. Why? To improve my quality of life. In my 20s, your boy is sleeping in and he's staying at the bar all night.
Yeah, I'm getting after it.
Exactly. I'm at a different point in my life.
It.
I'm at a different point in my life. So, I think it's easy for Big Ben to say that. It's harder when you've been making $800,000 a year like Purdy has the last couple of years and have that same prerogative.
True, but I also imagine that Purdy cannot fathom the kind of pay increase that he's going to get.
How can you?
You can't. They're like, no, you literally. I mean, you can't fathom a pay increase of double whatever you're making. Nevertheless, 50.
It's just the amount of money to say it's monopoly money is like we're underrating monopoly money here. I mean, it's like landing on Park Place over and over and over and over and over again. It's unreal.
Brock Purdy has roommates.
I know. I think one of them made the team because he's his roommate.
Probably.
I'm tongue in cheek on that.
No, I know. Let's get out to San Rafael. Bring on Matt here on the roast. Wants to talk about the 49ers situation. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
I'm well. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic.
So I let's start off. I love Aiyuk as a player, and this is really unfortunate. I see him and Williams as being different in 2 significant ways. One is I don't think they have a chance of winning the Super Bowl or going to the Super Bowl without Williams. I just their offensive line is bottom 5 in the league without him. And he makes everyone better as well as being the best left tackle in the game. Aiyuk is a very good player. He's had 1 year where he played really well. He blocks incredibly. Again, I love him as a player. But he is a piece in a system that has 4 or 5 very good players. He'll never be the alpha. He'll never be Jefferson or Lamb. That's just not the way this offense is designed. The second thing is that I think the Niners are waiting to work out Williams until they're sure there's no chance of paying Aiyuk.
Interesting.
And I think, unfortunately, that means it's going to take a little bit of time because they're going to work this to the end. The last thing I'll say about Aiyuk is I'm sort of disappointed because it feels, and nobody really knows what's happened. I read, like you guys do, everything and try to figure out what in the hell's really going on. But it seems like they would try to move to him even though they didn't want to, and then the bar would shift. It seemed like the Jefferson deal came at the worst possible time, and then the Lamb deal came at the worst possible time because it seemed like when those happened, Aiyuk, for whatever reason, recalibrated and said, no, I want this. And Joe, the example you used was great. I talked to a friend and said, it's like your kid saying, I want this kind of ice cream. And you're like, no, you can have that kind of ice cream. And then finally you say, you know what, I'll get you this ice cream. And your kid says, well, actually, I want this better ice cream now. And then when you get to that, he says, no, I want cookies too. And it's like, well, wait a minute. I gave you what you asked for, and now you want more. And there comes a point in time in reality where you say, I'm just not going to do this anymore. And when you're talking about a team where, I read Kawakami wrote something that said it's like $10 million, and that's not a lot of money. Well, $10 million is like 10 roster-filling players that you need to play the game.
Absolutely.
So it's not like this is just give them the money. There's a reality that comes into play here because while the cap is manipulable, it still exists. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Yeah, $10 million is essentially what your 2 rookie linebackers and Dre Greenlaw are making this year. You tell me, like the last couple of years, has that $10 million of Dre Greenlaw and a couple rookie linebackers, has that been valuable?
Absolutely.
Oh my God. And so like, I really do believe like this has got, remodel written all over it and the budget stuff. Like there's been times where we took out a bunch of money to do the kitchen. And it was like, all right, well, we'll save this money over here to do the bathroom. And when we got through the kitchen, it was like, yeah, I barely have anything left for the bathroom. We're going to have to hold off on that. And I think there is some truth to let's figure out the Trent Williams things first to see how much we have left over for Brandon Aiyuk. There might not be anything left. I do think there's truth to that.
Well, Uncle Charlie in Richmond believes I should just pay both of them. What's going on, Unc? How you doing? You're on the roast.
Hey, man. How you doing, man? We know it's a business, but I'll tell you this, man. They got a TV revenue coming up. So the money's there. So just like you just said about Purdy getting paid next year, they're going to have the money for that. So 49ers got to stop being stingy. Go on and pay them, man, and give them the money, man, because like I said, we need both of them here because you got Kansas City, Dallas, back-to-back games. And for us to win this season and then go into the next season for Levi Stadium, we need everybody accountable. And it's going to pay them. You got the money. Don't be stingy. It's going to pay the money. You got the money. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Unc. Oh, boy. That was Carter. That was Carter. Did not determine your call was good enough. You need to contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. Hey, that wasn't on me. Wasn't on me. I'm sitting in for Bonte, but not going to do that. What I am going to do, though, Shasky, is throw to our guy Carter for our Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right, it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Last night I was on the Diamond, and I was playing at Jackson Park. They're going to renovate Jackson Park, and I played probably hundreds of games there as a kid growing up playing ball, and then with my dad, softball and whatnot. And last night on our team, I'm playing with kids that I coached who are now young men, playing against a bunch of kids that I coached who all played in college and are excellent players, the Williamsons, for example. Playing with one of my good friends, Kevin Berry, and he's got his son in the outfield, and it reminded me of me and my dad. Lou's out there with his son-in-law, who made a diving catch out in the outfield. And I say this to all the athletes that are out there, young, old, whatever. Play ball until they rip the jersey off you. All right? That's how I believe. I'm a big believer in going out there, doing what you love, play ball until your last possible breath. My dad did that. I'm going to do that. My grandfather's still playing golf. He's 90 years old. He can, he's struggling to walk. It's just, if it makes you happy to go out there and play a little ball, do whatever you got to do during the week to make the missus or whoever your significant other is happy. Balance your life out, all right? Be a good dad and all that stuff. But play till they rip the jersey off you. Seek that happiness. It's healthy to exercise, and you'll feel better about yourself. Love you, Dad.
That's fantastic, Shasky. And, a little bit of a lighter note. I kind of teased this earlier in the show, but if I just have a final thought, try to do well in your NFL fantasy draft. Don't try to do that well. The moment you do too well, the moment that the computer and AI spits out an A+ at you, you're done. It's a kiss of death. My season, I already feel like, is over. The moment they told me I'm going 13-1, I'm going to run the table in our 95-7 The Game Fantasy League, I don't see it because I don't really think my team is that good. I hope they overachieve this season, similar to what the Niners are looking at right now. I hope they find a way to bring home the bowl, but I'm just not seeing it because we got a lot of distractions in the locker room. Guys on my team want contracts. My quarterback doesn't have any receivers
Who
around
is your
him.
quarterback?
Josh Allen.
I like it.
I do like him, but I'm not sure who's going to throw the ball to. Is it Curtis Samuel? Is it Keon Coleman? I don't know who's going to throw the ball to, and I just feel like
Kincaid.
I did too well. I don't mean to toot my own horn here, but I did too well in fantasy. Do not do it.
Dude, Bonte's totally rubbing off on you. The humble brag is out of control. I did too well in my fantasy draft. Shut up.
Thank you.
I love you.
Carter, what do you got?
I got today, I want to implore people that if you're going to call in and say, please just pay them, you have to understand that the NFL has a hard salary cap. Please.
Oh, boy. Wait, what do you mean? Just pay everybody.
It's true. Just go over. It doesn't matter.
Oh, what's up? What's up, Ken?
All right.
What do you
This
got?
whole show, we've been talking about Brandon Aiyuk and Lynch's situation and his reactions to all it. I just want to read you a quote real quick. It's a blessing. Always a blessing to get an extension from the organization that brought you into the league. It says that they are confident in me. Like I said, they brought me into this league taking a chance. I was 22 coming off a major injury. So it's always been love since I got here. We were just happy to get something done. That was Jalen Waddle's quote when he signed a 3-year, $84 million deal, 28.2 per. And what my point is, because I know Shasky's going to...
You're wearing a Tyreek Hill shirt.
Yeah, well, that's my number. That was my first pick in last night's fantasy draft. Thank you very much. Number 5 overall. You know, he's played 15 less games. He's 600 less yards, 7 less touchdowns, but they average close to the same receptions per catch, you know, and just Aiyuk has just a yard more. And my point is that, you know, Aiyuk could get the same amount of money in my mind because they paid Tua. They've paid other guys. They've restructured Tyreek. Aiyuk, if you want it, I think it's there.
Yeah, but they also allowed Christian Wilkins to leave in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
They also didn't re-sign Xavier Howard. Like, there are other ramifications regarding the roster to offset paying both wide receivers.
I agree, and that's why they let who was it go to the Colts? I forgot his name.
We'll get to it. We'll get that to you tomorrow. That was our Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Well, I know we did a lot of Aiyuk and Lynch today, Shasky, but it was a lot of fun. I appreciate you letting me into your studio.
Look, you just be ready for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Because you know what it is for me on a Friday?
What?
It's a Mail It In Friday, baby. And from the cabin, it's a Mail It In Friday.
Oh, that's
on
right.
steroids.
Oh, well, actually, that's going to be a special, Shasky. I know because you're going to be hyped that you're up, at Russian River? Is that the area?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And that brand new foundation, the brand new bathroom.
No, time out. Phase 1 starts
man
September
cave.
1.
September 1?
Yeah, we're redoing the downstairs.
Okay.
Going to put some bunk beds and build some rooms down there.
Are we going to get, I don't know, a little bit of a tour, sneak peek tomorrow?
Maybe. I got to make sure my laptop works, if I'm being totally honest with you. That's going to be like 50-50. We might be iPadded in on Zoom. I don't know. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, I can't wait. Same time, same place. Morning Roast, 6 to 10 a.m. tomorrow. Coming up next, Stanley and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Big thank you to Shasky, Ken, Carter for Evan Giddings. We'll be back tomorrow and for Bonte Hill right here on 95.7 The Game.
The piping in your house is responsible for providing a safe, reliable flow of water throughout your... my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
We got action.
Yeah.
We got some action today.
It's percolating.
It is. Brandon Aiyuk didn't practice yesterday.
Well, that's
trouble
not
brewing.
action.
Oh, that's trouble brewing.
That's what's been going on.
No,
action is when you get your ass on the practice field.
Oh,
That's
boy.
not action.
Oh, boy.
We've been getting blue balls for 2 months on this whole situation. It's still the same. How is that action?
FYI, it was the biggest movement yesterday in 3 months.
Me paying my fantasy debt? Yeah.
No.
Put that on the Twitter. I put it on Twitter, baby.
Brandon Aiyuk. They expected him to practice. They wanted him to practice. He didn't practice.
Why would they think he was going to practice? And why did you think he was going to practice?
Because he was cleared by the doctors.
Okay, but if you think that's what this is, if you think that's what this is about, I got some land in Union City for you.
Well, if you don't think this is the next step in this evolution of what's going on.
To where?
Probably not anywhere good.
Yeah. Well, I think we're already there, Steiny. Anything good? I'm with you.
49ers practice today at 10:40. So we'll see if Brandon Aiyuk is practicing today. Look, they're the 49ers. I don't know for how long they've had this plan, but they've had the plan that after they cut down clearly, if they hadn't reached an agreement by Aiyuk, that once they pared the team down to 53, they were going to expect him to practice. And yesterday, Kyle Shanahan said he's been cleared by the doctors. Lynch and Shanahan both said we expect him to be there, and he wasn't. So now we're into an area of possible fines, possible suspensions, and we'll see what Aiyuk's next step is, whether he practices today, whether he doesn't, whether he signs a long-term contract, or whether he plays for the 14.
Well, I'll tell you what, the loser in this is everybody, the collective, Stoney, everybody involved. Everybody involved is the loser right now, as it stands. And the more I told you in the green room, the more this keeps going on, and the more that I think about how much I appreciate and how good Brandon Aiyuk is to this team. I don't care about any metrics about, what they don't do, the 4.5 catches. He's big time. They're not going to beat the Jets if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk. That's me, and hopefully I'm wrong and they have him. But good God, Steiny, you're right. So bad blood has entered into this equation.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
If it wasn't official before, I think it's official now. Here's John Lynch talked to the media yesterday. Kyle Shanahan talked to the media yesterday. And here's
give it to me.
Here's this is a little long cut, but this is worth playing right now. This is Adam Schefter, and this was just from about, I don't even know, a half hour ago maybe. And Schefter was on Pat McAfee's show and was asked all about Brandon Aiyuk. So let's start there.
Well, let me say this. With Brandon Aiyuk, nothing ever seems to be what it appears to be, right? On Thursday, August 1st, I thought a trade to Cleveland was happening and was imminent, and then it didn't get done. And so the holdup with Cleveland all along hasn't been whether or not the Browns have cap space. The holdup there has been Brandon Aiyuk's willingness to accept a trade to Cleveland.
Big money.
The contract would have been done there if he wanted to go. The compensation would have been done there if he wanted to go. He's balked at going to Cleveland in the past. Now, could he change his mind today, in the next week? Anything's possible here, because I would venture to tell you that there's never been a case as unpredictable as the one that has gone on this summer between the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk. At various points dating back to before training camp, the 49ers thought they had a deal with Brandon Aiyuk, and they didn't. They thought there was a trade with the Cleveland Browns, and then there wasn't. A trade with New England was coming together until it wasn't. A trade with Pittsburgh was going to happen until it didn't. He was re-signing with the 49ers after meeting with them until he didn't. He was going to be traded again until he wasn't. Now, he was going to practice yesterday until he didn't, until he ghosted him. So with Brandon Aiyuk, which continues to be a situation that has been a stalemate, with Trent Williams, which hasn't been a lot of progress so far, and with Hassan Reddick, which also a stalemate with not a lot of progress so far. But that's not for a lack of effort this week from teams and trying to make something happen, knowing that the regular season's opening 1 week from tonight.
So that was Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show, and he said this negotiation's been maybe the most unpredictable negotiation we've had in a long, long time. According to Schefter, they were close a number of times, either to a trade or to signing an extension. It hasn't worked up until now, and the season is now about a week and a half away. And there's no Trent Williams and there's no Brandon Aiyuk, but clearly yesterday was an inflection point for all parties and even the fans, because Brandon Aiyuk not practicing is now a problem. It wasn't a problem before yesterday, but now it looks like the 49ers are going to start meting out some punishment.
Yeah, well, you know what? You are right as far as the punishment, but I've found this thing to be a problem since OTAs, and that's why I'm saying it's going to follow them to the Monday night game against the Jets. And I got to be careful here because, again, I'm pro Aiyuk, but God darn it, Steiny, if you really wanted to get out of here and get the bag, damn it, why would you turn down another locale? Cleveland called for you. They were going to pay for you. And I guess what I'm asking, Steiny, is if I could talk to Brandon, what the hell do you want? Obviously, to get a number the Niners don't want to give to you, but if you're standing on business, there you go, you would have got up out of here because you would have felt disrespected. So I don't know how he wins this. And if you're telling me now the punishment and the fines are coming, partner, after 10:40 today, if we find out, I don't know why we would expect him on the practice field if he wasn't there yesterday. I mean, that was like, that was almost like Brandon playing with the Niners again. Like, yeah, my back's bothering me a little bit. And he's cleared, and he's still not going to show up. So I don't know where this thing is going, but we'll see, man.
Well, I think yesterday was an obvious case of the San Francisco 49ers telling Brandon Aiyuk, are you really going to give up money? Are you really going to start getting fined and maybe suspended? And if this thing lingers into the season, you're really going to not play for $14 million. I mean, you're going to miss a game check for $850,000. Are you really going to do that? It feels like the 49ers are saying, we dare you. We dare you. And we'll find out what happens. But, boy, Brandon Aiyuk is the story of the NFL.
And it started this offseason, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's a good thing either. And real quick here.
Well, it's not a good thing. I think we can all agree on that.
Just here, did we have the Lynch sound? We'll play the Lynch sound, right? Because, Steiny, I felt like he was a parent mad at his child. He has the authority to bring the hammer down and discipline the child, but he couldn't do anything. His hands were tied.
Well, I think they're starting to discipline the child now, if you want to use that analogy.
Now, are those his words or the sternness in his voice yesterday, the despair? Why do you feel different now that they're about to start doing that in regard to, going after his pockets?
Because this is step one for the team. The doctors have made it clear Aiyuk is healthy. I think up until this point, the 49ers were okay with him not practicing. They cut the team down to 53. And now they're saying to Brandon Aiyuk, practice. You're healthy, practice. And now it is up to Brandon Aiyuk to practice or to not practice. And he didn't practice yesterday. So I'm assuming he got fined yesterday. That's what I'm assuming, because both Shanahan and Lynch were asked at that press conference, if he doesn't go to practice, will you fine him? And they said, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And I took that as, yes, we will. Wow. And those fines get more and more as
they add up.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
But what if Brandon's message is, find me all I'm ready to lose money to get my point across to show you guys have disrespected me.
Then he's not going to play.
And everybody loses in that scenario.
Yeah. I mean,
and why would he want to do that? Let's just say that was on his chessboard and not suit up, or if you're going to go that route, rather than catch footballs in another helmet in uniform, which he could have did in Cleveland by all accounts, going off the Schefter sound. So if you love the game and you feel disrespected, get up out of here. That's the one thing I would tell Brandon. Well, why didn't you do it when you had the chance? And it looks like and sounds like he's had chances to do that.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I agree.
It's like you telling your spouse, I'm leaving you, but I'm going to go to the garage. I'll be back in a few. You know what I mean? Come on. You got to get in the car and drive on. You can't. That's what this feels like. I'll be in the backyard.
888-957-9570. The news kind of broke yesterday after our show. Shanahan talked at 2. He was clearly annoyed. He was answering questions as short as ever. Lynch came. He sounds exhausted.
Yes, he does.
Then we find out that Brandon Aiyuk didn't practice. They have practice today. We'll see what happens. But look,
do you expect him, the Steiny meter?
No,
I don't either.
No, I don't expect him. But what I want to know from 49er fans is what do they think happened yesterday, if anything? And I'd be surprised to learn that 49er fans wouldn't acknowledge that things took some kind of turn yesterday. Maybe they didn't get any closer to signing a contract extension, but now the dynamics of the situation have changed because the 49ers are clearly saying to Brandon Aiyuk, you got to practice. And Brandon Aiyuk said yesterday, no, I'm not. So that's where we are. We're at an impasse, my friends.
Yeah, we got a text I want to read to you from the 415. Guys, how big of a deal do you think the McCaffrey contract amendment is in both of these situations, mainly Aiyuk? We talk about it a lot. We talk about McCaffrey deserving that money. I sure would have given it to him, Stoney. But you have been, I don't know if you know this, Evan too, you guys have been talking about not the ramifications, but what it looks like to others, the way that McCaffrey was handled. But when I bring it up, it's like, oh, he's talented. But what about how it looks? Do you think that may have pissed Aiyuk and Trent off, the way that went so easy?
I have no idea. I have no idea. But I would be surprised if it didn't factor in some way. But I don't know. I'm still operating under the premise that Trent Williams is going to get in here at some point. Brandon Aiyuk, the way I feel right now is, look, all bets are off. I have no idea what's going to happen. Nothing would shock me at this point. But I'm interested to know what 49er fans think at 888-957-9570. I mean, the train's officially off the track, Jack,
Look
right?
at my man, that's a 4. Even if he signs today, I feel like all I care about right now, and if I'm a Niner fan, this is what I would care about. How are we going to put our best foot forward Monday night when the world's watching us against the Jets? And right now, if Brandon were to sign in an hour, Stoney, don't tell me him missing OTAs, Trent not being, wouldn't affect him or impact the offense. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, here's the way I'm looking at it. The game against the Jets now is secondary to getting these guys in here. And what I mean by that is if you get these guys in here and they're rusty and you lose to the Jets, so what? Who cares?
Yeah, season's not over.
But if you don't get them in here and you got to play the Jets, then this thing continues to linger, obviously. Yeah. And I don't know where it goes from here. Where do you think it goes from here, 49er fans? I mean, where do you think this goes now? They're clearly putting the heat on Brandon Aiyuk. Hey, by the way, we got some other news today. Steph Curry.
The chef.
Steph Curry has agreed to a 1-year, $62.6 million extension.
My goodness.
For the 2026-2027 season.
How old will he be in that season, Stoney?
He'll be 59.
Look at you.
No, I have no idea. 37, 38?
Jesus. That's why the gyms are filled with little Johnny and Susan's getting basketball lessons. 1 year can net you 61.2 M's. Shout out to the chef, and I'm drinking mimosas right now. If I'm him and Aisha. Like, good God. Just think, what? You got 4 rings, bud. At that.
I have no rings.
Well, I'm saying Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
They'll write that gladly.
Oof.
Yeah, man, 60. Our world. It's incredible.
I mean, look, the Warriors had no choice. That doesn't mean they had to like it.
Please,
but they had no choice.
He's a steward, Stoney. He is the team.
And we'll see if he's still the team in 2026, 2027.
But the ATM balance is going to still be the same.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. I thought it was going to happen. I saw no reason why it wouldn't happen. I think the Warriors have to do it. They had to do it. I mean, they couldn't not do it.
And they probably wanted to, as crazy as that sounds. He's earned it. That's why I brought up the 4 championships, the privately funded new arena. Come on, man. Steph has changed it all. And forget Denzel. I'm watching the show on Peacock, Steiny. Your boy can act.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Now, you're saying that and you haven't watched him.
That's right. I saw a clip.
Okay.
Evan showed me a clip, and it was awful. And it's not acting if you're playing yourself.
Right.
If you're playing yourself, it's not acting. He's Steph Curry. That's who he is.
It's timing, Stein. He's pretty damn good, man. Me and little Daryl enjoyed it, man.
And
now you're he's playing himself.
I mean, here's a fact. I mean, this is as close to a fact as humanly possible. So Steph Curry's going to make $62.6 million. And he's going to probably have the worst year he's ever had in his career.
Now, you don't know that.
Oh, my God. Come on, Goo. He'll be 37, 38.
Give him why are you going there on a positive day?
Because it had to be done, but it doesn't mean it comes without a cost.
Man.
Wow.
All I'm thinking about is the Olympics, that performance he put on and saving us, U.S. getting us. Man, what a good day for Steph, man.
What a great day for Steph Curry.
61.
I'll stop there.
Yeah.
You notice I'm not saying, what a great day for Steph and the Warriors. It's a great day for Steph Curry.
You are.
Yeah. Oh, boy. But you had to do it. And Steph.
He earned it. You didn't have to do it. You make it sound like you're going to get assist removed.
They did have to do it. There was a no-brainer. It was as close to a no-brainer as humanly possible.
Well, I guess I was looking at it from a competitive standpoint. He's all you have.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's still high octane right now. It's what's around him are the question marks.
According to Nathan Hyatt, he'll turn 40 that last year.
All right. Why are you laughing like that?
Because it's...
You looking at your fantasy grade from last night?
No.
You pissed me off.
Let me tell you something. That fantasy draft was excruciating.
Dude, we got too many teams. It's slim pickings. Man.
You know what? I will give you credit for
I appreciate
paying. He paid, ladies and gentlemen. He paid before the draft. You know what that shows me? It's got nothing to do with you. It shows that protests work.
That's
what it
just
he caught enough heat yesterday that he knew he was in the wrong.
That was not heat. Shout out Pat Riley.
You knew you were in the wrong.
Yeah.
So
stay out of my
take
affairs.
Those signs.
That's what you do.
Let's hit the streets and get things changed here at Okay.
You reap what you sow, brother.
You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. This draft was awful. And I'm not talking about my team.
Yeah.
You know, I took a shower between picks.
Well, that's
I took a shower between picks.
We got 14 teams, bud. It's a while.
You guys are so slow.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable.
I'm looking at the clock
and again, it's just what we got into yesterday. You guys ain't, how much time do I have on the clock? 5 minutes. I'll use all 5 like a real GM.
Well, I'm sure there were some auto drafts that take forever, Stoney.
Man.
I played Willard week 1.
And you know what? I'm going to tell you something. That son of a...
You better be careful.
Willard.
Yeah.
You know, he was drafting right before me.
I didn't know.
He would take up the whole time.
I'm looking at his fat head right now, right behind you, and it looks like he's listening to you.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to, I'll tell you what. This has been a regular who's who of American cities. Ryan in St. Louis. Hey, Ryan, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Hey, man, big up to Steph Curry, getting that money, well deserved.
For
sure.
sure.
This is what happens when you go through and win, and you have championship rings. You make sure you take care of those individuals. And also, this is what happens when you have the most talented team, and you don't come back with the silver. You come back with the gold. So, 49ers, take note. So this is what happens when you don't do what you're supposed to do. We have these issues when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. And so it's very unfortunate, but at the same time, this is why we have to strike while the fires were hot.
Yeah.
We can't continue missing these opportunities with the head coach and all these plethora of players that we do have, and we just keep striking out. And with Brandon Aiyuk, is like he told us on the pivot. I went to John and I went to Kyle right after the Super Bowl when I was crying my tears, all over there on camera, telling you guys how I thought it could have been a help to us winning the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And not being a diva, but trying to tell you I could be of a help. And then Kyle and John says, well, we got to wait till late September, late August, early September to get our deals done, like we did with George Kittle, like we did with Nick Bosa, like we did with Fred Warner. And that pride kind of snuck on in there. And then what happened? The market changed.
Yep.
If they would have just took care of that man right then and there when he presented himself to them, they could have gave him $2 or $3 million extra in March, and this whole situation would have been over and done with. But how do you guys feel about that? You know what I mean? Just take care of business when you could have, but now you want to stay on your principles so hard, and now you got to suffer the consequences with all this other stuff going on, causing a distraction. It's worse than the Trey Lance and the Jimmy Garoppolo now.
I mean, you said it.
Well, I love them for the calls, Donnie, but we got to are Lynch and Shanny looking at the loss of Brandon Aiyuk to their football team if it gets to that point as a consequence? I think the fact that Brandon, and I know he was yearning to be more featured in the Super Bowl and get more targets probably on the season, but Stoney, what I'm getting from this whole situation is the Niners are telling Brandon Aiyuk, we like you, we don't love you, and we're not budging. We're not going past this number. So I don't know if people think they're getting into their Helen Keller or Ray Charles, but Ricky Pearsall, name being called draft night, was an indication they were ready to move on.
And maybe when they drafted Ricky Pearsall,
that was all his leverage.
There was a clear signal that we're not budging on Aiyuk. Maybe they knew this months and months ago, and they didn't think it would get to this point, but it has. And since it has, they've now got to continue to go full throttle. I continue to believe that I don't think he's getting an extension. I just don't. Not for the Niners. And
how many people are in that line that think he is?
And I got a reason to believe that, and I'm going to play this sound on the other side. But John Lynch, I mean, he let the cat out of the bag a few months ago that the 49ers might take this position. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Jeff. I see Chase. I'll get to you on the other side. And that segment was brought to you by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate,
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
I need a loan, Chef. I need a little something.
Not on my watch. Not on my watch, YouTube chat.
Yeah. No, this is real.
Settle down.
Yeah.
I
love
see
you all.
I see you going at each other.
Yeah. We're a family here.
Knock it off.
We are family.
I'll shut it down.
He wouldn't even know where to start.
I know. But cut it out, and you know who you are. I'm not going to single you out.
We're family, guys. Come on now.
If you want to know who it is, though, you just go to the YouTube chat. You can find out who's fighting.
And you know what's behind it. This Aiyuk thing is wearing on everybody.
It's wrong.
It is wrong.
Man, it is just absolutely chaos. Okay. What are we doing here? We knew this was going to happen. Take a listen. And this time, listen. John Lynch, this was back in July.
This one has been challenging. As I said, we set it out. We started it earlier than we have in the past, made it a priority. And there's a lot of dynamics. I'm not going to get into all of them, but there's a lot of dynamics as to why it's been challenging. The fifth-year option is something we all sign up for when you have a first-round pick. And, that's been out there. But we've tried diligently to get this done. We haven't been able to get there. That's, what I've learned from my past experiences for the last 7 years going into our 8th is that sometimes when you think there's no way this thing's going to progress, they do. Sometimes when you think there's, all right, this thing.
And that was the line. And now I remember repeating it the next day. We all sign up for the 5th-year option in this league.
Right, but go ahead. I'll let you.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. They want him on the 5th-year option.
No, but see, you're omitting the fact that they've been trying diligently to try to get something done. And John Lynch, if you're listening to Daryl the Guru Johnson right now on 95.7 The Game on Steiny and Goo.
Guys, stop begging.
What do you mean begging?
I know you're going to beg now. Go ahead.
I'm just telling him he fell down a couple slots. Bob Myers is the standard, and I had Lynch right kind of there.
Well, if Lynch texted you back,
no, Bob would have got this done. Lynch, it's like a salesman in the office blaming the leads.
I have no idea if Myers would have gotten it done.
Steiny, they knew that. He's telling you we knew it was coming.
They don't want to pay him. They don't, whatever he wants, and I do not think they want to give him a long-term deal.
I'm with you. But what's frustrating is,
there it is.
Somebody cut the cord. And then, look, I got a theory.
Have to.
I got a theory.
Yep.
If Brandon, who tweeted fire pick on the night of the draft when Pearsall's name was announced to John, and anybody that watched that presser, was kind of weird, but we all thought it was fodder, and Brandon likes to pick. How could anybody like somebody's possible replacement? Here I go, Steiny. What if Brandon's being so difficult that he doesn't want to go somewhere else because he knows they'll be happy because they don't want him? What if he's trying to be that prickler so much that he knew when Pearsall's name was announced that was the ending of him, that he does not want to acquiesce and go somewhere else, knowing the Niners will be they'll be happy. What if he's doing it that's why he didn't sign to Cleveland.
So he wouldn't take money. He wouldn't take $30 million reportedly.
Or whatever,
because he didn't want the Niners to be happy.
Well, tell me, you could say that's ludicrous, but tell me why he turned those deals down, which would have gave him the bread if it was about bread.
Maybe he didn't want to play in those cities.
See, but it's football. You'll play anywhere. Well, as long as you get paid.
I mean,
that's what I thought.
I wouldn't make that blanket statement that would.
So he doesn't like Pittsburgh.
I don't know.
He don't like New England. He don't like Cleveland.
There's still a lot we don't know.
There seems to be, Steiny, handwriting on the wall coming from the Niners that we're ready to move on. But this is so crazy. You kind of control it too, Brandon, because the team we want to send you to, you got to sign off on.
I don't think Brandon controls anything right now.
Well, his whereabouts.
Jeff's in Marin. Hey, Jeff, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call, guys. So, I'm a big fan of Brandon Aiyuk, and at this point, I'm just fed up with it. I think, frankly, he's being stupid, and I'll tell you why. First of all, let's keep in mind the Niners are going to have to pay Brock Purdy a ton of money. But more importantly, there's got to be a finite amount that they can spend on him. And other teams that were tradable teams, they were offering him more money. He's not taking that. He doesn't want to go to Pittsburgh. He doesn't want to go to New England. Apparently, I guess the Cleveland deal wasn't good. So I'm getting the sense that, look, he wants to really stay with the Niners because they're a Super Bowl contender. He probably likes the other players on the team. He's got kind of a magical connection with Brock Purdy, which is good for both of them. But, the bottom line is this. He's under freaking contract. And I know contracts aren't worth the paper they're written on generally in professional sports, but it's like he's going up, 500% over last year's salary on the existing contract? He's going to start throwing out $850K a game. I know to us regular folks, that's, a ton of money, not to an NFL player. But even to them, $850,000 a game? Come on, dude. You're under contract. If I was in 49er management, I would say, look, we've been over backwards. We've tried to be accommodating in every way we possibly could, agreeing to a trade where you can get your payday, and you're saying no to everything. You know what? We're done. The last offer that we made to you is off the table. It's you play under your contract or eat the loss of money and the fines, right? And not only for the individual, Brandon Aiyuk, but they got to send a message to the rest of the team. Otherwise, they're going to be put over the barrel every single time. And as an organization, they can't afford to do it. So, again, I'd hate to see him go, but I think it's time for the Niners to be tough and say, suit up, get on the field, you're under contract, and we're done.
Thanks, Jeff. Great call. And I think maybe they're starting to do that. And yesterday was the start of it.
But what if Brandon was to hear that? That's how you guys did. That's how much you think about me. This is considered me being over. You guys being bent over on the barrel. Like, come on, pay me. I outperform my contract. He has done that, right?
Well, his contract's for $14 million. So yeah,
but you know what I'm saying.
No, I mean yes, he's outperformed this contract,
right?
But I know that's a factor, but it's kind of irrelevant. Like, how do you think Brandon it doesn't matter anymore. Like, they had here's the thing, and it's
exhausting, man. Just imagine if you were trying to get it done.
I got to tell you, I am not convinced. I am not convinced that the Niners offered Brandon Aiyuk a contract, a long-term contract for $26-28 million.
Stoney, I am.
I am not convinced of that.
I am of the 26.
Okay.
I am.
I'm still not. I really am not.
And what would be taking Brandon so long had there not been a number?
Maybe they started him at 22 or 20. Then what? Then you could, if they started this thing in 2022,
I'd want to get out of here.
Yeah. Vince is in Martinez. Hey, Vince, how you doing, man?
Good, man. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, Steiny Guru, love your show. Guru, love your passion, man.
Thanks, buddy.
I really do. Yeah. Hey, I'm done with the whole Aiyuk thing. I mean, it's exhausting. I know you guys are exhausted. I thought he was gone. I thought the Pittsburgh trade was a done deal. I've closed my mind, and it'll be what it'll be. But at the end of the day, why we're not worried about Trent in our front line amazes me to no end. Why I always see every day or every other day picking up a defensive end, but nothing on the front line. Why? So we can let Brock run, crazy back there because he has no time? I don't get it.
Well, I can only tell you why they didn't take guys in the first. They didn't think there was first-round value in offensive linemen in this draft. They thought there were good linemen, but they weren't first-round linemen. And That's why they weren't going to draft a lineman, at least in the first round. That's kind of what was said. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Does it feel like we're past the point of no return? Or is there still hope here?
There's still hope.
Okay.
And there's still hope because it seems like Brandon, by all accounts, I'm shocked. And I'm kind of football mad at him because you should have took the money and ran if Cleveland was calling for you. That's my definition of standing on business. You are saying I'm up out of here because I feel disrespected. But it goes back to you saying, was 26 or 28 even offered? So I don't know, but I'm kind of mad at Brandon for not making a decision, even if that were to cost you your 49er tenure.
Yeah, they gave him the power at that point.
Wow.
And I get if again, we're going to find out long after it's over that some of this information was right on the money and some of it might not be right on the money.
But what we do know is this offense, Steiny, I don't care what you're telling me they think. To me, your boy, they are not nearly as prolific without Brandon Aiyuk to go with Debo, Kittle, and McCaffrey. Watch the playoffs. Last year's offense with Aiyuk.
Maybe that's why he's not getting paid. Yeah.
Well, then you would be blaming him or singling him out.
No, it'd just be, you're not good enough to get the money you want.
Man.
I mean,
Lynch sounded like
I'm
he
actually,
was just...
like, if I were the 49, like, I would not want to pay Brandon Aiyuk if I'm the Niners. I just wouldn't.
Real quick, Sam, we got breaking news. Brandon Aiyuk is not on the practice field at the beginning of practice. And I don't know, but we should hear, you're fined.
Like, no, we should. No, we're not going to hear that.
Well, that's the tough love I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, they're telling him that behind closed doors.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you want him to come out and say there's a $6,000 fine?
No, but most of the time, we know players who hold out are getting fined.
Yeah, he's getting fined. What did you need to hear yesterday? He said, we expect Brandon at practice. If he's not, are you going to fine him? We'll cross that bridge. You think crossing that bridge, if and when it comes, means, nah, we won't fine him?
No, there won't be any, it won't be quiet on the set. We're dealing with it eternally. Like, no, put that out there. We should have a tally of how much he's losing.
Well, you can figure it out.
All right.
It's in the collective bargaining agreement.
So you think we're on the bridge now, I'm asking, with today's news by Evan, that he's not on the practice field? I didn't expect him yesterday.
I think he's getting fined right now. I think he got fined yesterday. I'll get Kawakami's story up on The Athletic. And then the fines become greater with each miss.
Wow.
And eventually it could lead to a suspension.
So technically, his pockets are getting hit right now.
If the 49ers are fining him, and I got to believe that's what yesterday was all about.
Wow.
They didn't have to come out yesterday and say, we expect him to be there. They didn't have to.
But again, credit to him for you said protest yesterday. If you're doing this to this degree, then you're all in, Steiny. He's all in.
Let's go to Carlito,
our guy
in Alameda. By the way, who said he was going to practice?
Gentlemen.
Hold on one second. Who? I want to know who was on a radio or TV yesterday saying, I think he's going to practice.
Yeah.
Not a doctor.
Yeah.
Garofolo? Who else?
Nah.
Who else?
It was some locals.
Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, Carlito. I was just talking over you.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
So this is the biggest question. I think Brock Purdy, how is he going to handle this pressure? I think there's only a few quarterbacks that can handle this kind of pressure and adversity and distraction. One goes by the name of Tom Brady. The other goes by the name of Patrick Mahomes. How much is this pressure going to impact the kid? Thank you.
Like, in a year, go ahead. I'm so overzealous, man.
I wouldn't use the word pressure. I would use the word, how is this lack of an offensive lineman who's important and one less receiver going to affect Brock Purdy?
Yeah, well, it's about grades. I was an A- with those guys in the system, and now they're gone. What if that knocks me down to a C+?
I know
you know what I mean, Sonny?
And I know I know this will sound ludicrous. Maybe they're better without him. How?
Oh, Brandon, not Trent.
Yeah, forget Trent.
Because I'm assuming Trent's back. That's just, go ahead.
I think there's a scenario they could be better without Brandon Aiyuk, to have a better record. Why not?
Well, they've gotten to a Super Bowl without him before he was even in.
I mean,
he
caught 4.5 balls a game.
Yeah. But he kept your playoffs alive in back-to-back weeks.
You're talking about individual games.
No, just catches.
Okay, then pay him. He's a piece. He's not the piece.
And the guy you allegedly got to replace him has a blue jersey on.
And
that's
if
the
you
other
think,
part
and
of
if you
this
think
that is
the 49ers are worried about that right now, I would tell you that if they're really worried about Pearsall, they probably would have signed Aiyuk. Let's go to Rolando. Rolando's in Napa. What's up, Rolando? How you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Doing a little shopping in downtown Napa. So I'd pull over and be safe and talk to you guys a little about Niners stuff.
Yeah.
So I want to be safe out there.
There
so
you
everybody
go, bro.
should do the same. But I'm a big Niners fan. Like I don't understand what does Brandon Aiyuk really want. I'm trying to ask you guys maybe what's the game? Because apparently if the Niners offer him 26 and if the Patriots offer him 30, and I just got an alert on my phone, I don't know if you guys saw it, that apparently Cleveland was willing to offer Brandon Aiyuk a contract more than the Niners and the Pittsburgh Steelers, but he decided that he wanted to go elsewhere. So what's his end game? And I think his agent really screwed this up from the get-go, because now is he really going to sit out? And if that's the case, then you know what? Then and I'm a big Niners fan, and I think like this: if you don't want to be a part of the team, then don't be. Just sit out or trade you. That's my thing, you know?
Yeah, I'm with you, Rolando. If the 49ers don't want to pay him first of all, there's two things.
Go ahead.
If they don't want to give him a long-term contract, and they don't want to give him a long-term contract for the money that he wants, well, then you know what? Sit out. I mean, I hate to say it, and it doesn't mean I'm taking the 49ers' point of view, but we have to look at the facts, and the facts are they can make him play, and then the only thing that he can do is not play.
And that would be hurting himself.
Okay.
When the bag is in a couple other cities. He's from Rockland. Maybe you don't want to lead a bay. There's not even a maybe. Oh, boy. This is like a Rubik's Cube. I don't know what to believe, but people are tired, and the Monday night is approaching. How about this season, partner? And they're just still playing chicken.
John Lynch from yesterday asked if he foresaw this standoff with Aiyuk and Williams.
I don't know that I saw the standoff with Brandon. I saw a situation that we were going to have to deal with, and man, we've been trying for a long time. We don't get paid to try. We get paid to do, and I'll take accountability for anything that hasn't happened, but I won't stop continuing to fight to find the best resolution, whatever that may be. The Trent situation, things come up, and this has come up. Trent's a fantastic player. He's a tremendous leader on this team. I will never fall short on my praise of Trent and what he's meant to this place. It was a great day, when I got that call from Rivera saying that they would do that trade, and he's been incredible since he's been here. So we value Trent. We love Trent. We want Trent here, and I'm hopeful that can happen soon.
Yeah. Translation, Trent's more important than Aiyuk.
And that's still not done. But wink, wink, it's about he didn't like training camp. Well, guess what, partner? Training camp's over, Steiny, and he's still MIA.
Yeah, but they're still practicing.
Well, Trent's not.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
As long as they're practicing, he wants no part of it.
Oh, well, damn.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's kind of like...
Come on, Lynch, close it.
He's like LeBron. He practices when he wants to.
I'm going to stop. LeBron loves the game. He don't half-ass practice.
Trent Williams gets more veteran days off than any player in NFL history. Oh, but he's the man. Lamont in Oakland. What's up, Lamont? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
How y'all doing this morning, man?
Doing well.
So I was thinking about this the other day, and I saw a talk show, and they were asking about Dak Prescott. And I'm gonna make a connection here. They were saying, should the Dallas Cowboys reset the market with Dak Prescott, right? And the point that was made was every team probably can reset the market with, except for the Cowboys, because the Cowboys have had him for 9 years and they know what he's capable of doing in their system.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one of the problems with the Aiyuk situation is he might be able to get all that money he wants, but not with the 49ers because they know what his worth is in the system that they have. And so I think that's why they're not so eager to just drop this bag on him, because it's like the Dak situation. Dallas says, okay, yeah, everybody else might think he's worth 70, but he's been here for 9 years and he has not shown 70. And we don't think it's going to get any better. And I think with Aiyuk, it's the same type of principle. Like, we know that he might get 30 for a few other teams. A lot of other teams might want to give him 30. But we know for what we have right here, he's not worth giving up to 30. And I think that another thing about this, which is interesting, is I enjoy this because you actually, now general managers are working. Like, this is their job right here.
Right,
doing this stuff. We get to watch the team all season. We critique Purdy, we critique all the players on the field for 16 games, playoffs, Super Bowl, all that. But this is when their job is actually working. So I like the clip you just played of Lynch, because he's basically saying, look, this is my job. We're going to figure it out or we're not, but we're going to be responsible for that because that is their job. Their job isn't to catch passes, not to throw. It's not any of that, right? So they have to work this out. And if they are working it out and they see that, like, we have to do what's best, they cannot pay everybody. As great as that sounds and as lovely as it would be, their game, the general manager's game, is to make sure that they're looking out for more than just 2 or 3 players, because they know how football is such a team sport. But it's interesting because this is their job. This is their job. This is how they get paid for, right?
Yeah.
These off seasons and these issues. And so I appreciate watching it because we now can critique them. Because for the rest of the year, we're going to be critiquing players all year.
Well,
right?
you need to, before you go, you need to critique Brandon, because the Niners have had trades in place and he's balking. You just talked about it. Brandon Aiyuk could have left and got that bag that you talk about. So John did do his job. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's why I'm a little disappointed in Brandon, because you say you want to fight, and then when it's time to throw hands, you're like, you know what? I don't want to. I want to talk. Like, you got to make a decision.
I think he wants the best of both worlds, and a lot of players do. They want to make all their money, but in the same place that they are, not thinking that all things have to connect. CD just got that big deal, and then one thing he said was, yeah, they need to get that Dak Prescott deal done. Well, bro, you just got $34 million guaranteed a year, and now you're telling Dallas they need to get Dak done too when Dak goes 70. Like, so they want the best of both worlds, and as a general manager, you have to be the guy to say, hey, you know what? We can't do that. My job is to say, we can't do all of that or we're going to be in trouble.
Good
so,
stuff.
Yeah, man, that's just my thought.
Appreciate it, Lamont. I'm not reading this thing, Evan.
What happened?
I don't want to read this thing.
Real quick here.
I don't want to read this thing to this guy.
We got to give Evan
right now
love for his job he did filling in for
You
Montez.
didn't even listen.
I still don't. I'm a team player, bud. Good job, Evan. Let him come in between us. We both got Valkyrie shirts on today. Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't want to. You think I'm kidding? I don't want to read this.
Read it.
If I read it, how many times is he going to repeat it? How many times is Drew going to repeat it?
What is it?
Read the box.
Who do we got joining us?
No Christian McCaffrey on the practice field today, per Jennifer Lee Chan. Here he goes. Go ahead.
No, I just.
Oh, yeah, it's over.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's over.
I did not draft. I thought I had the number 1 pick yesterday in the draft. I wouldn't have drafted him. I just think something's there. Okay. And you got J.P. Mason as insurance. I'm just telling you, man, your boy's a bell cow, C-Mac. But if his calf is barking before the season, dude, you're a parent. You always.
These guys are veterans. They don't. You don't realize if one thing bugs them, they just don't practice because they take care of it.
See, I don't feel quite there yet.
I'll tell you what. You want to bet? I'll bet he starts week 1 against the Jets. McCaffrey.
Oh, no, that would be a dumb bet.
Okay, well then don't worry about his injury. I'm making you not worry. Yeah. I'm making you not worry.
I'm good, man.
Okay, 888-957-9570 is the number. Brandon Aiyuk, no, he's not at practice today. And that's going to cost him. That segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
Oh. If your supply chain demands a flexible workforce,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Niners are in shambles. Not really.
Nah.
Brandon Aiyuk, not at practice today. That's the second practice in a row he's missed. We're assuming he's getting fined. We're assuming the 49ers are playing hardball. And I'm presuming that they are making him make a decision. Play on the 14 or don't play at all. That's my interpretation. Now, other people could say, I think they're still negotiating long-term deals, and maybe they are. I'm just telling you what the feeling I get.
Yeah, I told you I watched the Super Bowl at nauseum.
Which one?
The last year, Kansas City and the San Francisco 49ers, and Aiyuk had a look on the sideline. I think he pretty much had it all year. If you go off the Twitter and IG from his brother and his girlfriend, he wasn't being utilized. He wants a bigger role. And forget the role, he wants a bigger payday. I understand it. I think 26 was fair if they could meet in the middle. But if you're telling me you're going to run this back, 2019, you were close. Last year, you were close. A couple NFC championship heartbreaks, injuries. That you're going to try to defend the the NFC without one Brandon Aiyuk? I just think that's a nightmare.
I tell you what, if what you said is correct, I wouldn't pay him in a million years. You said he wants a bigger role, and he probably does.
That means numbers.
He's not going to get it here. He's not getting that here. That is not hard to see.
Now, I don't want to be negative. I told you some private stuff, you and E during the break. Insurance is key in life. Insurance. But what if something were to happen to Brandon Aiyuk? Excuse me, what if something were to happen to McCaffrey and you had to put the ball in the air? No, you're not.
No,
you got to diversify your portfolio. That's why you got a guy that you think is worth 50 to 60 M's. He can throw the ball. Who do you want him throwing it to? Debo plus Kittle plus Aiyuk. Stoney, it's a strength in numbers, but not when you subtract. That's all.
All I'm telling you is he's not getting a bigger role here. And whether it's unfair or not, it doesn't matter. We all know.
Well,
he's not getting a bigger role.
And that's why I
here.
brought up the injury.
And maybe they all know that. Well, the 49ers know it, and they know he catches 4.5 balls a game, and they're saying, because you don't have a bigger role, we can't pay you like other players who have a bigger role. It sucks, but you play for the San Francisco 49ers, and we run the ball a hell of a lot. And when we don't run it, we love throwing it to our running back, and we love throwing it to this guy, Debo Samuel. And, oh, by the way, we got a hell of a tight end. Now.
Well, do you fault both parties in this right now then? Because I do. 50-50. Either get traded, take a trade, just say no, something. Stoney, this is ridiculous. And I think it's making the Niners look bad.
And how will that affect anything? Like if people think the 49ers
Well, it's
look
what
bad.
you guys talked about, and I heard Butch and Evan touch on it. Stoney, if people are pocket watching players amongst themselves in that locker room, and they feel like Aiyuk is getting done wrong, or they are questioning why did the running back situation, why was that so easy? I mean, that can manifest into something. Now, it wouldn't be on the field, but you never know.
I just don't understand.
But what about the Warriors when but they won a chip after? No, that was after the chip. Dre and Clay had a problem with two of their brethren getting contracts. Think about that.
I mean, we all ask, hey, why do you think why was it so easy with McCaffrey? Because he's more important.
Well, Trent is right behind him.
That's fine. But
if you use that thought process.
And he probably is.
But where is he?
They don't just give out money to everybody who wants it.
But McCaffrey?
That's because he's important.
I'm not arguing that he's not, but
all I can tell you is they have three guys who wanted more money. Aiyuk, Trent Williams, McCaffrey. They gave it to McCaffrey. That tells you that he was the highest priority. They also probably knew that Trent Williams hates training camp, so there's no real reason to treat Trent Williams with urgency back in May or June.
Well, his guaranteed money ran out, so we know
they know that.
But okay.
They know, but why would they negotiate with Trent Williams in June and he signs the contract in June? He doesn't want to come to training camp. Well, they know he doesn't want to come.
Camp's over now, Steiny.
Yeah, and now they're working on it, and people are optimistic. Larry,
what you got?
He's not McCaffrey. And he's not Purdy, and he's not Bosa, and he's not Trent Williams. Like, those are the four high priorities on the 49ers, and he ain't one of them.
Well, come up with a solution.
They are. Play on 14 or sit out. Let's go to Larry, San Francisco. What's up, Larry? How you doing?
I'm all right, fellas. I'm going to defend Brandon Aiyuk a little bit here. I was coming in with something, but I've been listening to you all. First of all, I'm not going to blame Brandon Aiyuk for not being traded because the Niners control that. Their job. And so they got a Pittsburgh offer. They could have took it. The other thing is they could have took any other offer and said, Brandon, you're going. Now, Brandon, it's the other team's manager to get Brandon to sign to convince him to stay or tag him and get him 2 years. That's not a Brandon power move. That's Niners saying, okay, we kind of still want him, but we want him how we want him. So I'm not gonna put that on Brandon because the Niners control that. Am I right?
No, you're wrong. Hey, you're right, but you're wrong. What team would give up resources with a flip of the coin, not knowing that the guy that we traded for is gonna stay here? Who would do that? So that's why it's on Brandon.
Well, I'll say it this way.
Okay.
That is them having convinced Brandon to stay. Like, if you want this player, here are the terms and conditions. And the Niners can say, we'll let him go. Will you sign him? Now, if the other team says, nah, we don't like what Brandon's saying, then that's their decision. Brandon does not have the power to say, I'm staying or going. He has the power to say, I probably won't re-sign. Okay, we're going to franchise you. Like, the team has power here. And so that's why I'm going, we can blame Brandon for not being amenable, but the teams have the power in this situation from my perspective. And what's up with the Pittsburgh deal? That's the other thing. And then the last thing, because I know I got to go.
Go ahead.
Is Trent getting fined? Is Trent getting fined?
Yes.
He has a contract too.
No, he's getting fined. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
So that makes it look at least like players are saying, okay, both have contracts. They're both getting fined. They're both not here. You know, Lynch talks about Trent in a more fluffy way.
Right.
But as long as they're getting treated, because they're both integral parts. The other three players get hurt. McCaffrey gets hurt. Debo gets hurt. Kittle gets hurt. Aiyuk has been consistent. You got to look at that. Thank you all for taking my call.
Good stuff, Larry. Appreciate the call. I mean, no team is going to want
that. Talk to me, man.
Brandon Aiyuk. And hey, we'll worry about paying you
or franchise you.
Yeah,
come on.
I mean, whose fault is it? Everybody. I don't. How do I want to put this? Because I don't think the 49ers are their heart. I don't believe the heart of the 49ers really believes they want to sign Aiyuk for 27, 28, 29, 30. I just, they don't want to do it. I don't feel, I could be wrong. And so that's why, like, I don't blame Brandon Aiyuk at all. But the 49ers have the cards. And they can start playing them. And clearly they were waiting to jump into this game until a 53-man roster was done.
Well, I just know this, partner, in sports, you draft, first you scout, you draft, you raise the player, you hope the player takes strides. And that's what Brandon Aiyuk, since he's been a 49er, Steiny, has done. And again, I'm putting this on Brandon. It may be unfair if he were asking for Justin Jefferson or CeeDee Lamb money, but 27, 26, maybe even 28, I understand. But I just don't get why the Niners would buck the system on a homegrown player that was showing major promise. And, you know, I brought up divorce yesterday. Steiny, when couples get divorced, you say who's to blame. You never really get that answer, you know. Only the two people know. But I just... If you're telling me that they're playing, the Niners have the cards to play or power, but is that really good power? Is it really a good hand if you take the field week 1 week 2, week 3, and you're playing this game of chicken. This thing is going to hijack the season like the Kevin Durant departure. What was he going to do? Remember that? That went the whole – I don't remember a situation like this in the Bay at all, Steiny. I just don't. The Kevin Durant, what are you going to do when the season's over? But not anything remotely close like this.
The 49ers have given Brandon Aiyuk a long-term contract for a high number. They've weighed that. And so far they've said no. The better choice is to start fining him and dare him not to play for $14 million. Like, that's what they've clearly decided right now. So when you say, oh, but they're jeopardizing this and you know, he's a great weapon and they're a better team. They know all that. And they're still going down this road. So, I mean, here's the other thing. I mean, we all know Aiyuk didn't get off to a great start here with Kyle Shanahan. Something was going on. And then what did the caller say about the Super Bowl and he didn't like his role or something like that?
No, remember, he was damn near in tears when it was over, but he went to John, I'm paraphrasing, went to John and Kyle saying, I could do more, and maybe the game would have been different. I'm Team Aiyuk, Steiny. I think the dude's talented, man. So much so that he, you know, whatever you want to put him, top 10, 12, the dude's a difference maker. How about that?
I don't think he is as much as you think he is.
Wow. And I'll tell you what.
I think he's a good receiver.
Yeah. If I'm Robert Saleh in the Jets defense, if you're telling me there's no Aiyuk and I just got to plan for, and it's going to be a bear anyway, but I got to just plan for some average guys on the left side, Debo and McCaffrey up the middle, I'll take that all day if I can remove that component of Aiyuk. Like, man, I just think they're easier to guard.
Yeah. Maybe Cowing's harder to guard than Aiyuk. I don't know.
Pearsall.
Philmo Mike.
Our man.
What's up, Philmo?
Hey, what's up with y'all, man?
Hey.
You got to get on the golf, Tiny. But listen, and Guru, too, you got to work on your swing. Anyway, I don't know why is Parag Marate, why is he giving all this power? He's not. What is he doing? He was supposed to be keeping a budget in order. Nick Bosa blew him a new one. So why is he getting all this power and leadway to run the Niners? Someone needs to put a foot down and be like, man, what's up, bro? That's the first thing. He's getting way too much credit and leeway and power. Forget all that crap. Sign this man. That's for one. For two, we should have been signed him. Why are you using what you've done in the past? Just because you did it in the past don't mean it worked. Okay, you got away with it last year. You got the number 1 seed. Both had an average season. That don't mean you should do it every year. You hijacked one season, Debo's season. Both didn't have a good year. Why wasn't he signed when DeFay Smith was signed? And the thing about Aiyuk, it's not that Aiyuk is the greatest player, but you know what he does do? I like to play Madden. Sometimes you put somebody out there, you just want variety of talent and options.
Yeah.
You put somebody, you feel me? When you got Aiyuk out there, you gonna leave him 1-on-1? He's I hear he's top 3, 4, 5 route runner, and he's super efficient. So it's like, if you would have signed him when you should have signed him and stopped playing these games and letting Parag Marate run your franchise, this wouldn't have been a problem. He should have been signed right after the Super Bowl. Get him signed. Get it up the way.
Thanks, Philmo.
Nah, a lot of good points. And look, we're all human, Steiny. You are sometimes. But listen, we listen to these pressers when they're done. I'm going Farhan. I'm going Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, Dunleavy now, the A's. And you can tell a scammer. You can tell, it's my prerogative. It's my belief. But some guys pass the test and gals to where you're like, you know what? Evan's real. I believe Evan. I would buy from Evan. And I bring all that up because when I listened to Lynch and Shanny talk after they got all these deal done, going back to Warner, going back to Kittle, I bought what they were selling, Steiny, and his signal to me is guru. We got our books in order. We tackle things before they get big, kind of like Mike was talking about. And lo and behold, here we are with not one, and I know Trent Williams, they kind of wink deal, but Steiny, 2 guys are not here. And it just has me thinking like, I bought something that might not have been real.
Not necessarily. Maybe they have their books in order, and these 3 guys are effing it up.
But wouldn't you have a plan? Well, I guess.
Yes. Sit out.
Or get traded. But I guess I'm like yesterday, I didn't like Lynch saying, he was saying what was in his heart. Sometimes you just got to play football. Well, do something. Somebody make something happen. And that's why I'm yelling at Aiyuk too with that. This is getting embarrassing. It really is.
Contract negotiation.
And then Jerry Rice, what was that, 21 days ago now, had me thinking, we'll know tomorrow, Goo. No, we won't. When's this going to end, Stoddy? That's all. We're tired.
You said, when are they going to do something? And I would submit they started doing something yesterday. That's apparent to me.
Yes, I got you.
Joe's in Illinois. What's up, Joseph? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Talk to us.
Yeah.
All right. Aiyuk, as far as I know, the Pittsburgh trade was still on the table. Management, Lynch, thought that they wouldn't get enough for him. So they nixed the deal off. It's on the table, but they haven't agreed to it. That's one situation. So the Pittsburgh deal, as far as I know, still on it. He just felt like he wasn't being compensated enough. Then Aiyuk can stay out, if I'm not mistaken, about 7 games
6
and come
weeks.
in the 6 weeks and still be eligible for free agency.
Yep.
So you have that scenario. Then I look at the salary cap. I want to get you guys' thoughts on this, because the quarterback's salary has gone up so high. Do you think it would be a great idea if they would negate the starting quarterback salary from the salary cap?
How would they do that?
Against the salary cap, huh?
How would they do that?
Well, if they had the if they came into a I guess it would have to happen through their bargaining agreement, that they would have to negotiate it with the players and the owners that, you know what, because it's going up so astronomically.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
We're going to negate. Yeah, we can negate
I got you.
The quarterback. The starting quarterback salary against the salary cap, and then you have more money to spread out.
No, I appreciate the call, Joe. I didn't. That's right. I've heard something like that too, but I don't think it's going to happen imminently. The NFL is considering doing something with quarterbacks where their money won't count against the cap, or at least not the whole thing, something like that. That's what Joe was talking about. However, I don't think it's going to happen before Purdy gets signed.
Yeah.
Let's put it this week. Yeah, let's put it that way. The Niners still have to come to terms with Aiyuk or try to force him to play on his $14.1 million contract for this season. It's according to Tim Kawakami. If there's no deal soon, it's probably safe to assume that Aiyuk would skip at least the first few games and probably report in time to play 6 games and qualify for free agency next year.
Now, that would be more than a circus.
49ers could still keep his rights by franchise tagging him for 2025, but by that point, would it be worth
the headache?
Yeah.
Because that's what you said he would be if you don't even want him around if he's playing for that $14 million.
No, I didn't say that.
I wouldn't.
Okay. I mean, I don't know.
He would be so
I'll give
sour.
him a chance. I'll give him a chance to show that he can.
Well, something would have had to change with this mindset of from the start we were doing this, and I tried to call their bluff, and to the end, and it didn't work. But other than that, Stoney, what would make his ass come back and want to play after going through all this?
He maybe realizes he's got no clout, that he's got none, that the 49ers are down to two choices, play or sit.
Or be lesser on the field without you. I think that's what we're missing.
And they factored that in, and they're still going down this road. Like, that's the other thing. It's gotten to the point, well, we can't, he's not here.
Yeah.
We're getting hurt. Yeah, they know that, and they're still going down this road. Dennis is in Walnut Creek. What's up, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Okay, fine. Here's my proposal. This is what needs to be done. The 49ers give Aiyuk 24 hours to make a decision. And you know what options he has. If he does not make a decision, then they tell him, we're going to make whatever deal we want to make, and you may end up in Atlanta, you may end up with the Patriots. But here's my question to both of you, and this has never been mentioned. Do you see a scenario where the league could step in?
No.
At all.
Nope.
Yeah.
I don't. And the other problem with the 49ers, nobody wants to make a deal for Brandon Aiyuk knowing they're going to have to sign him to a long-term contract if they want him the whole way.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot for the call,
And
Dennis.
that's not attractive. That was our call previously that was bringing that point up.
And that's why the Steelers apparently were willing to pay Aiyuk a certain amount of money, and he either didn't want to go there, or what I still think's on the table is the Niners didn't like what they were getting back from Pittsburgh, so the Niners said, nope.
But that hasn't been reported.
What's been reported by me.
Yeah, but what's been reported more, Steiny, is that Brandon didn't want to go to those cities. And this is why I got to be careful. Norm always told me, son, love who loves you. And if Brandon Aiyuk is looking around and reading the room, the Niners don't love you like that. And if Cleveland or Pittsburgh were ready to ante up, go leave. I know you're from Rockland and you're from out here, but damn.
I mean,
don't sit at home week 1, son, and come back week 6.
Why? Why not?
That's not playing the sport you love.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Go get that bag if somebody else is asking for it.
But here's the thing. Okay, you think it's been all Aiyuk. What's been reported that John Lynch wants to get back? At least one first-round pick.
Well, that would explain why we're
exactly. That's what I think.
Well, what about the goal line with Pittsburgh? You think they were sending the one back? I don't.
Who said the go? Like Filippone?
Yeah.
Like that's. I'm not hitting any reporter, but I'm just not convinced that the Pittsburgh Steelers had a number for Aiyuk. He was good with it, and then the Niners were also good with the package. If the 49ers, if
we have nothing to prove you wrong, Stoney.
If the 49ers were really going for a first-round pick under any circumstances, then I don't think they really were interested in making a move. I think I'll say it. I will say it. I think their interest for months has been make him play on the $14 million because we can't get this done now.
Yeah, no, go ahead. You're up.
Yeah, 888-95. Go ahead.
No, I think it was the second and fourth that Pittsburgh was something like that. Damn sure wasn't the first.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in to the conversation. And Brandon Aiyuk not at practice again today. So the assumption is he's getting fined by the San Francisco 49ers, and he's in the middle of making a tough decision, apparently. 888-957-9570. We can also get into a piece of good news.
Yeah, we need it.
Steph Curry has signed a 1-year contract extension for 2026, 2027 for $62 million. So, God willing, Steph will be in a Warrior uniform for at least another 3 years. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
They say the hardest part of getting
back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Macklin
Celebrini. Clay Thompson. Macklin Celebrini.
Who's going to get to the tank first? We should go together, but I'll leave that there. I'll get there before you. A Shark game this upcoming season.
You wouldn't even know how to get to the San Jose Arena.
I've been to Shark playoff games, bud. Played beer pong.
With Rick Tittle.
Yeah, Ricky Tittle.
You got to hear that story. Well, hey, just kidding, buddy.
But thank you, man.
Stop. Hey, so we had our fantasy draft last night.
I'm not feeling good about my squad.
I got a D- grade.
I think that's what you want.
They project me to go 1-13.
Yeah, but their criteria is weird. Oh, you got games.
I met the criteria.
Evan got an A-. I'm hoping he don't make the playoffs. Just Evan, I love you.
A+.
This mother. Hey, boy. Who's your quarterback?
Which one?
I got Burrow.
I got Lamar Jackson.
You've been riding with him last couple years in fantasy.
I got Lamar Jackson. I got Jamar Chase.
May not be playing.
Please.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just saying.
My running backs are unreal.
Read them.
I took Nick Chubb. See, I think
what
big
are
picture.
You doing, dude? The long game.
I'm not like you. I don't say the season's over when you miss just one game. He'll miss 4, nevertheless. I got Joe Mixon, too.
Give me some receivers.
Pittman. Michael Pittman Jr.
Yeah.
Hawkinson. I got Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Not exactly. Justin Jefferson.
Some guy named Jay Ford for Cleveland. I think he's a running back. And notice how I drafted him because Chubb is hurt early. Jake Moody. They wanted to know why I picked Moody, Juwan Jennings, and Jordan Mason on the same team.
Dude, you got everybody on the pup list.
I do. I got big picture. All right. Who's Tua Nice, by the way? What team is that? That's you, Ken? All right. Get ready.
Some pretty dope names. We got to read them at some point.
All right. Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Fremont. He's been waiting patiently. Hey, Rich.
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
And as always, y'all know who pays my bills. That would be Atco Pest Control.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rich, you get paid every 2 weeks or weekly? Do you get paid every 2 weeks or weekly?
I get paid every 2 weeks.
Yeah. All right.
So but hey, I just wanted to touch on the one thing you guys probably hadn't thought about when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk's situation.
Don't be so sure.
I believe that the reason why he has not signed is because he doesn't have a contract where he gets the amount of guaranteed money that he wants. That's what this is about, okay? Because he's had offers from other other teams, but the guaranteed money just wasn't at the level that he wanted, and that's the reason why he hasn't signed. And I believe that's what the Niners are struggling with, because the Niners looking at the guaranteed money and thinking, well, you know what? That's too much money to guarantee. So this is the reason why he's holding out.
But, Rich, I'm not saying you're wrong, but at the end of the day, I want to say it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, get it done, whatever, because you're right.
No, wait a minute. No, I got to correct you there.
Okay.
It does matter, and I'll tell you why. What do we know? We know that, hey, these contracts that these guys sign, they're not even real contracts. You give them a season or 2 seasons, what happens? They get restructured. So it's like, hey, the guaranteed money is extremely important. That's the reason why Trent's not signing. Okay? So, let's keep it real. If the guaranteed money ain't the level that he wants, he's not going to sign. All right, fellas.
All right, have a good day, Rich.
Appreciate it, Rich. Hey, don't forget the 2024 Red and Gold Summit. It's set for Wednesday, September 4th. That's in 6 days. Once again, we're going to be live from the beautiful Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs. They're going to be live from 2 to 4, and then all the hosts will be on from 4 to 6, getting you ready for another football season. Come on and join the fun. It's open to the public. First come, first served.
Our guy Ken is holding it down. Send us this caveat. Let me read it to you, Steiny, about Brandon Aiyuk from Spotrac. As a player on an exercise fifth-year option, 49ers wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk is subject to $40,000 per day fines for unexcused absences from practice. If this hold in or hold out carries into the regular season, get this, Aiyuk will forfeit $784,666 per week. Ain't no way you missing that scratch, right? I would show up.
And that's what the Niners are banking on, I think. That he's going to show up.
Wow.
Who's this guy? Who's Brandon IU on the chat? The YouTube chat. He says Steiny is cooked.
Yeah, he didn't like your squad.
Come on. I got some sleepers.
You know what?
Too many sleepers. What?
I'm the team guy. Camaraderie. Next year's draft, I'm lobbying for it. Needs to be in person. We got to start doing.
Yeah. Okay. You'll have one less team.
Can't do it.
I barely make it to the summit, let alone a fantasy
Please,
draft.
yeah.
So
I'm excited about the summit.
Hey, we got some good news. Now, I mean, relatively speaking. Steph Curry.
I'm happy.
Signed a 1-year extension. I am too. Curry's been the best thing for my career. I owe Curry nothing. Well, I don't know him anything, but he's been great to me. 2026, 2027, he's going to be a Warrior for at least 3 more years, God willing. There you go. They locked him up.
Will he have number 5 by the end?
No. Of course
you
not.
You can't definitively say no.
Yeah, I can.
That's the goal.
Doesn't mean I'm right, but I can definitively say no.
Yeah.
Number 5.
He won't. How does that make you feel?
Oh, good. And, I'm just not a negative person by nature.
I can't stand it.
And he's earned this. It's a lot of money.
Absolutely.
But also it goes to if the Warriors feel like Pods is that guy and Kuminga can take that jump, I am excited about this season just to see what it can be. Because, Donnie, I hope you don't think I'm over here sleeping in Warrior underwear and thinking there's not a possibility or a stench of not making the playoffs again. So everything is on the chessboard for me with the Warriors, and I'm trying to be proactive. But when Steph exercises this, he's going to be around. And if let's just say it gets there's some down times or there continue to be lean times, you can always know, hey, where you going, Evan? Where you going, Sonny? Where you going, Goo? I'm going to Chase to watch Steph. And I got 3 years of that.
Well,
and hopefully it's playoff basketball.
You said you got everything on your chessboard?
Yeah.
You can take championship off.
I will not. I will not.
Can't do it.
2022, you would have said the same thing, which I believe right now is one of the most unexpected championships in NBA history.
Yeah, everybody.
The 2022 Golden State Warrior title.
Yeah, it was nice.
What if the Niners won a title and we said, oh, shocker? What if the Giants, 2010, but other than that, and 10, no, that was a real one. But come on, Steiny, 2022, no, you would have said the same thing about what I just said had we've been doing the show then.
Right, we were. It's going to be 2025. You know what I'm saying? The reason they did it in 2022 was because
I get it.
Curry was 34 and Wiggins was.
If they would have hit on Wiseman, that's going to be my book. If I ever write a book, if they would have hit on James.
510 says, I can't unsee Guru playing chess in his Warriors underwear. That's not bad. Bobby in Los Altos.
This is James Watson.
The rapper, Bobby.
Hey, fellas. Actually, let me get a little whoop. The other day, I ran into Steph Curry. I was just doing some normal people stuff. I was walking out of his store. He walked in.
What store?
Oh, dude, I can't be kissing and telling.
Oh, dude.
It wasn't nothing special. But I will say this. Most people, when you see them, they look bigger than they look on TV. Steph actually looks smaller to me than he does on TV, which makes it incredible, that he can compete in the league like he does. That's an aside. But actually, I called in. The main reason I called in actually was a question for you, Goo. But I want to say this real quick on the Niners. Look, there's no doubt. I think Steiny got, what's it called, nail on the head. Trent Williams, he's just not signing that contract because he doesn't want to come into practice.
All right.
There is no way they're not going to spend a couple nickels to protect their franchise quarterback. There's no way you're going to not spend a couple nickels if you're willing to give some dude $60 million. You're not going to give a couple nickels to protect him? That's crazy. We all know.
Bobby's had 2 calls like that.
Maybe it was the cell phone place he was coming from where he ran into Steph. I'll say this, Donnie, to that. I'll tell you what, if Trent came in today, it wouldn't be a regular week because they got all next week. So I expect Trent back. Some news to come down Sunday, him to touch down in the Bay. What?
Okay.
If Jerry Rice can do it, I can do it.
What is he, you think, on the Trent? Is he about 0 for 7?
No, the point is, pal, a regular work week would be next week, Monday, or whenever they get in.
He's coming in on Labor Day.
Well, I forgot it was Labor Day, but damn. We'll be live and local.
Yeah, we will. I just have to say this. And I beg people, I beg you not to take it the wrong way. The Curry contract extension, a no-brainer. We all know that. It's a no-brainer.
Chicken.
You got to do it. He's Steph Curry. He's going to be 40 years old, making $62 million a year.
Have you seen his body? Come on, man.
I mean, I don't know what the collective bargaining agreement will be, but he'll be taking up like 25% of your cap.
Where are those rings at? Those 4. Go look at them.
They've got dust on them.
Please.
Let's hope he stays healthy, and let's hope he continues to play at a high level.
Yeah, and that's every athlete, Stoney.
Not every athlete. He's 37, Goo.
Yeah.
One injury could if he gets hurt now, it's not like getting hurt when he was 24, 25.
Come on,
I'm just saying.
Same with LeBron, right? Same with all the...
Yeah, that's about it.
Stellar.
Those
Trent Williams.
Well,
he's 36, Donnie.
Exactly. You're making my point.
Right, but you can't because he's older. The injury bug will get youngsters. We've seen it. It happens.
Listen, again, don't take it the wrong way, but it will be a challenge for the Warriors that when Steph's 40, he's going to be making more money than he's ever made in his entire career, and the chances are he's not going to be at the level that he's been. So, all right, that's going to be a challenge for the Warriors. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
And yes, they had to do it, and I'll never criticize him for doing it.
He's earned it. You didn't add that. He's earned it. He is the Golden State Warriors. And I could see Steph, if it does happen, give me the Ray Allen role, where you take a step back, but you still are, he's earned whatever is about to manifest for years to come. But right now, it's Operation Get Back to the Playoffs start next year. He's still 26 a game. They're right beneath 40% from 3. Let's go. Get him some help.
I'm wondering if, and listen, you were bold enough to say, shots were fired. About Steph saying if things change quickly, things can change quickly. And he used the word bottom feeders. I don't want to be a bottom feeder. And what I'm wondering is, if you've got to do the unthinkable, will having that year in 2026, 27 help or hurt his value? It might help it. It might, because then you get him under contract for 2 years or 2+ years.
Yeah. And you know what you're getting, Stoney. Still at that. That's why I mentioned Ray Allen.
This is where you and I differ. I have no idea what we're getting from Steph at 40. I have no idea.
The 37, 38%, no lower than that from 3.
Okay. To me, he's in unprecedented territory right now.
But what you're saying, if it got ugly and they could, the worst case scenario, he still could dip.
Yeah,
or asked to get out of here.
Yeah, and then I'm wondering, okay, you want to trade for Steph Curry and he's contracts through 2027. Yeah. Is that good or bad? It probably could be either, depending on the team.
That's a lot of money, man.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk a little Warriors at 888-957-9570. If you haven't heard, we have other news too today, and that's Steph Curry has signed a 1-year extension for the year 2026, 2027. He's going to be making $62.6 million. And it's going to keep him in a Warrior uniform until he's 40 years old. So I don't know what there is to talk about that. We can talk about how he's worth it and what he's done, but I can't criticize the Warriors for doing it, and I can't criticize Steph for taking it. I just know that, okay, we'll see how it all works out.
Yeah, starting this year, because that's all I'm worried about, Steiny. Steph Curry has earned that chicken. He's an ambassador. He's one of the most iconic, if not the iconic athlete of the Bay Area. So with that said, I wonder, Operation Get Back, are the Warriors a playoff team next year with the deals and moves that they made? Slow-mo, Melton, Buddy Hield, Pods growing up or taking a step, Wiggins, Willie Show, like all that to me is like, I cannot wait, Steiny. And I know you're going to laugh. Quietly, the NBA season is upon us. I know the NFL is going to get a head start, but we're not far.
It's coming. It's coming. No doubt. Who said that?
I did.
No. Somebody on the YouTube chat. I want to get the name.
Said what?
Said this is a thank you contract for Steph.
It's not enough money.
Oh, Damon Chang.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
a
enough
thank
money.
you contract.
I love Damon Chang. It's not enough money, Stein. You can never put a price on what the chef has meant to this organization. I mean that with every fiber.
I want to argue with you so bad.
But Steiny, that's why I'm like, it's incredible. And it's still technically going because he's holding up his end of the bargain.
According to you.
26 a game. Man, we got to see him this year, Steiny. We missed him last year, man. Bothers me.
You don't even know what I'm working on. Steiny.
Your book.
No. This. I don't even want to tell you. I don't even want to bring it to the air. Of course I'm going to have to.
Because you're going to jinx it.
No, it's a long shot.
Well, that's my nickname. Go ahead. What you got?
Warriors are having training camp in Hawaii.
The old Lakers used to do that.
The old Warriors did too.
Playoffs?
And the way it works out with the shows just happens to be...
boy.
We would be doing a show Hawaii time from 7 to 11. That's what in Hawaii.
Wow.
Which, by the way, according to the PR director, would be the perfect time to be able to get any player or any coach that we wanted.
Oh. How you ran this by the boss?
Put in the cap.
Oh, boy. I got shirts. Dude, why am I getting happy? No, it ain't no way in hell.
If somebody can pull it off, you know who it is. Steiny. I am going to try.
When has that ever been?
I am going to try to bring you joy that is just off the charts.
I met the criteria.
Yeah, you can't even get Joe Lake up in studio and he texts you during the show when he's listening to us. That hurts. I was talking to Norm about it.
Okay.
They don't say anything about my dad.
Well, I liked him yesterday. There you go. What are you reading?
No, I'm looking at you. But I am thinking about the Hawaii. Wow. Could you imagine? Did you shit that? Evan, your boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah, our company will pay for that. Yeah, no. Yeah. Thank you.
This is great stuff.
Anyway, we'll be Zooming from when they're down there.
Oh.
Hey, Steph.
Now
make a long-distance call.
Please.
Yeah. All right. Boy, Steph Curry. Evan had Evan.
He's been on 4 hours. He's been up since 4.
I know.
You're going to tell him to crack the mic?
My boy is
Evan,
struggling. Hey, Steph Curry, what do you think? $62.6 million in 2026, 2027. Your thoughts?
Well, my first reaction was, I think it makes it easier to try and lure the second star, right? Because that second star would want to know that they'd be playing alongside Curry for an extended period of time.
I didn't even think of that. Okay. That's that.
But you would have been like, that second star is scared to come play with Steph. That's what you would say.
Well,
that's good, Evan.
An old Steph, yeah. Probably.
Yeah, enter the Draymond saying, we can't even get Day-Day in studio. We are the choker show.
I'm at the point now where I'm not taking him in studio.
You talking to me?
Exactly.
No, I got him one time when we were doing remote radio.
You got him one time when he was doing a Subway spot.
Brownie Blends and I were...
Got you nothing.
Yeah, please, Donnie. Chalk went up for the Gipper.
What date was that again?
2020, during COVID. What did we call it? Remote radio. And then you tried to say he came on because of Subway. No, he just shouted them out.
We had to ask him 4 questions about a meat and cheese sandwich.
Your lying skills are getting better, man, especially after yesterday.
You know what? I'm going to ask Ken for this piece of sound because I don't know what it is, but I'm going to read it to you because I want to jump into this because this is what John Lynch, he was dealing with Aiyuk and all that stuff. He said something brilliant yesterday. Brilliant. And you know who he said it to mostly? Guys like you.
I can't wait.
And you know what?
Or you got it now.
I'm going to tease it. Right. I have been trying to think of a way to say this so that it'll sink in with some people. And of course, I couldn't come up with the right words. John Lynch did yesterday.
All right.
He said something so perfectly, and you all need to adhere to it because he's right. He's right. And I'll tell you what it is in about 4 or 5 minutes. Is that a good tease?
I like it.
Yeah.
But I'll just tell you this. You didn't come down my road when I said him and Parag have come down a couple of notches on how these guys have been handled this offseason. And it's not permanently. You can go back up.
Okay, thank goodness.
Right now,
Lynch breathes a sigh of relief down in Santa Clara.
Dude, when he said at some point you got to play, well, maybe not, John. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sick of this, though. We all are.
I just got excited about it again yesterday. Because there's action for the first time.
What action?
The 49ers are saying you're practice or not.
Well, there's no report of fines.
There's not going to be a report of fines. They don't have to announce that. It's just assumed. That's the message they sent yesterday.
So you think that's backing Brandon into a corner?
No, I'm asking. Yes.
So you think now it's all right.
Of course it is. All right. On the other side, John Lynch has a message for 49er fans, and I hope we all hear it. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
He's too old.
Go BOGO at Lucky.
Steiny, he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
Well, then Steiny signed the contract. You're a grown-ass man.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, we're inside a week.
Man.
Until the 2024 Red and Gold Summit. It's set for Wednesday, September 4th. Once again, we'll be live from the beautiful Fremont Bank at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Willard and Dibbs will be live from 2 to 4. And then come us. All the hosts are going to be there, Goof, from 4 to 6. 4 to 6. And we're going to get you ready for another football season. Come on out and enjoy the fun.
There you go.
It's open to the public.
Wow. First come, first serve.
Yeah.
My boy David Epps, he was there from Union City. Shout out James Logan. He'll be there this time.
Yeah, so Dibbs and Willard, 2 to 4, and then reinforcements will be there.
Yeah, you're so great. Dude, I did notice a little change in you. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. The boss is on remote. He's handling some business. He does a lot. Like, you and him got something going.
Yeah, I know.
But when he's not here, I can, no, you're on your game. But,
yes, I know.
But you miss him.
I don't.
There's a security there when you talk to him. Just letting you know.
I don't miss him.
You say you don't.
Like, did he pass?
No.
Oh. Like he's just down in Santa Clara.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see him tomorrow.
Payday.
I get paid Thursday. Go ahead and remind everybody. Okay.
No, I'm 100 short now.
This is John Lynch.
Oh, God.
General manager of the 49ers. He was asked a question, I believe, by Tim Kawakami about if you don't have Trent, you don't have Aiyuk, can you still win a Super Bowl? Or let's talk about the money, if you're investing. And listen to what John Lynch said and then get it through your guys' heads.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year. Nothing is given in this league, and we have a very talented team. We have a very proven team that's won a lot of games, but this is a new team. We like our team. We feel like we've improved. And yeah, this team has never fallen short on resources. Since we've been here, we've been one of the top spenders in the league. And I think there's reason for that. We've got a lot of good players. Our talent acquisition has worked, whether it be through the draft, whether it be through trade. And as a result, we've had a lot of top players in their leagues at their respective positions. So that's a good thing. But it does make things tougher. Those are our challenges. Those are the things we have to deal with.
Did you hear the first line?
Yeah,
it was for you.
No, come on, Steiny, I'm saying that.
First of all.
Go ahead.
That's what he said. First of all, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl.
That's my victory
lap. It ain't Super Bowl or bust. Quit talking about the Super Bowl. You want to make the playoffs first. Yeah. That's what he's saying.
Leave it to you to ruin it.
You don't assume.
Now, when you got this type of roster,
hey, fans,
and the roster
he's wrong. He's wrong.
It ain't about wrong or right.
Is.
It's about that's their goal. And I got players like Kittle,
ever make
Warner,
an assumption.
Please.
The head coach he's right.
have talked about it. They got standards, bud.
Yeah, but you know what? Don't you dare. What is it again?
Oh, please,
Make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl.
If I said give me two teams in the whole NFL that you think got a good chance to win the Super Bowl, I'm talking to the world now. It would be two. Kansas City and the Niners. That's a compliment to what the Niners have
according to you.
built. But you got to cash in.
You can't assume you're going to win 3 playoff games in September.
Steiny, come on. I'm not doing that. Nah. Kansas City and the Niners barely did that. No doubt about it. But
I put that up on the wall.
You're not going to Jimmy Jack with your players, your left tackle and your stud wide receiver. You assume you're going to get to the dance.
Thank you, Lori. That's what people don't understand. A lot has to go right to get to the Super Bowl.
Oh, my gosh. I need a V8.
You want me to read it again?
I talk about 2019 up until the present. Things have gone right. So just on that vantage, I agree with that.
No.
McCaffrey can't get hurt. Trent Williams can't go down. Brock Purdy can't. We can keep doing this until 2 o'clock. Come on now. I don't just think you show up in football and make it. You got to damn sure earn it. But my point is the Niners have been the benefactors of getting good health and things going their way.
Yep.
Coming back from 24-7 with a dumbass coach. Dude, he'll never leave that. Campbell.
He'll never
live that down. That loss.
People won't even remember it in 4 years if they win a Super Bowl.
I'm telling you, man. Well, if.
Well, I'm just saying, even if they don't. You don't know. Detroit, very forgiving city.
You play to live another play.
I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for the Super Bowl. You have to earn that, and you cannot earn that in August.
What you can lose it, though. You can lose it. I don't know why. The clappings irritate me. Hey, you can lose it, Steiny. You can lose it. Come on, man. You don't think this means nothing in the locker room that these two haven't been a part of anything this offseason? And I could be wrong. I'm asking you. Be real, Steiny.
Don't assume. Please.
It can't be a good thing these two haven't been a part of the team.
You wouldn't think so, but you never know.
All right.
It's like the...
Give it to me.
It's like the kid, 19-year-old who the
19-year-old.
He breaks his leg, and then because his leg's broken, you're like, oh, that stinks. But then you know what? Maybe he doesn't get drafted into the Army. You never know how it's going to work out. See what I'm saying?
No.
It's a very Zen philosophy. I don't think you would get it.
I'm like, broken leg, kid. Damn.
John Lynch said it perfectly. He really did.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year. That's nothing is given.
Yeah, but don't you not know what he was doing, Stoney? Don't run from it. You know it's Super Bowl or bust, Johnny.
There's so many adages for you there.
Nah, he was kind of trying to run from what we know is the real. The Niners are badass,
now, they
need to cash in.
They're a shambles. No. That's why he's guarding against it. He knows they're a shit. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you just joined us, we got some news to pass along. Brandon Aiyuk, not at practice again today. The 49ers said yesterday they expected him to be practicing now, that he's been cleared. He is not injured. He has not gone to practice. So the assumption the media is making is that he is now in the process of getting fined, and we'll see how long it goes.
Yeah, and that fine starts real quick, Stoney, $40K?
Right now, he is getting fined, we think, and the 49ers, quite logically, from their point of view, are saying to Brandon Aiyuk, play on the $14 million or walk away from the $14 million.
And what do you think? Like, I think there's no way he can double back and play on it. I don't want him to.
I don't think there's any way he can't. I really don't. I don't.
And that's when the Niners, that's where the leverage, you say, that's where he runs out. It would run out for Brandon.
Let's get into more of John Lynch. This is a response to if negotiations have been maddening.
Yeah, fortunately, there's 90 players here. There's preseason games. There's the work of getting better, and that goes into putting a team together. But no question about it, when you've got some of your better players, two of them in particular, that aren't out there, and that's your job. Yeah, you take a lot of pride in that, and I think. One thing, we got a lot of really good players, and we've rewarded a lot of good players, and that makes things tougher at times. But, I remain optimistic. We'll find a way to put the best squad out there, and really happy with where this team's at and, what we do have to offer. The players out here that have been here are working really hard. We got a lot of love for the two guys that aren't, and we'll continue to work on that to try to bring that to a resolution.
That's John Lynch from yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, text line. Remember, early in his career, Aiyuk was in the doghouse with Shanahan.
Yeah, and we did about 2 shows or a show and a half about what made that relationship and his growth special. is that they had that at the start, but it means nothing now.
Well, I wonder.
It's Parag's job.
I wonder.
It's Lynch's job. It's not on Kyle.
First 2 years of his career, he was an attitude problem.
Stop
he
it.
He didn't block. He was overweight.
Oh, man. You sound like a crooked politician now. Look it in the file.
There's no real, well, I don't want to get into
now, you can
I was going to say you don't need to say crooked. Just say politician. Right. But, it's I'm playing into stereotypes. I apologize.
But you did give me a lesson.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Hey, Trent Williams. Hey.
No, there's no updates there. I mean, there's good communication. We're constantly working, throwing out ideas to try to have a breakthrough, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
When you're tired of playing Fortnite, just let us know. We'll send for you. We'll golf.
Oh, my God.
You golfed yesterday. Give us a score.
You guys. I told you what was going to happen, and you said, no, it won't, and it happened. It happened, and I knew it was gonna, and it's just why I can't stand this fantasy stuff. I had to walk off the course yesterday after 16 holes. A regular round of golf is 18.
Okay.
I had to miss the last 2 holes.
Why?
For this cockamamie draft.
It was in your hand. You downloaded the app in front of me.
I'm playing golf. I'm supposed to be on my phone drafting?
No, when it's not your... You do understand you don't draft when it's not your pick. When sometimes it says it's 16 picks away, you got a good 5 minutes.
To do what?
Swing your golf
club. I took a shower.
Well...
You can't play golf like that.
You don't know how to...
You're defeating the purpose.
We're old, but you're old school. Got to be able to do 2 things at once, Lucas.
Now. I asked you one thing. Can we please push to 8:15? Oh, no. Can't push to 8:15.
Did you not get that granted?
No. We started right at 8. First time we've been on time for anything around here.
Well, he collected $100. Give him some love.
Yeah.
Well, you did, little snitch.
Yeah. Don't you feel better about yourself?
I know who I am.
You do, don't you?
No, I know who I am.
Well, you thought you knew, but now you're a guy that pays off his debts. I played leagues with
friends. Now this one is co-workers. I get it.
I don't know why that bothers me. Bob
you're wrong, buddy.
Bob in San Francisco. Hey, Bobby, what do you got?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing great.
I love the show, guys. It's amazing.
Oh, thanks.
I got 2 quick questions for you. One's actually a statement. I was thinking about how the Niners keep beating the Chiefs in the playoffs. The Super Bowl, and we can't get over the hump. Well, if we ever met them again, maybe it's the same scenario as when we couldn't beat Dallas in the 90s, right? And finally, that third time in the championship game, we finally got there and we won the Super Bowl. So, that was maybe that's just setting up for that kind of scenario. The other question I have is if we took Lynch and traded him with Zaidi, who would they be comparable?
Oh, I think Zaidi gets this done.
Oh, please. That's a great call and a great question. Hell no. He would never. I'm going with John.
Maybe there's a kinship between Zaidi and Aiyuk.
No, I just think the Niners are telling Brandon, we like you, but don't love you, Stoney. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I think they're starting to tell him we don't even like you anymore. What? Oh, I know. Let me guess, prize picks. Was it prize
Never picks? Rob a bank with the great Matt Steinmetz. My God, dude. But you really meant it. You wanted to know. Forget the cost. But man.
I did know.
A little cop to you. Yes, there, boy.
I do want to get to this other thing.
Dion tonight, I hope he loses. North Dakota State. I am so
I'm watching Tulane.
You got Roku. Tulane ain't going to be on your service. Let me see. Yeah, you won't. You'll be looking at.
Let me see.
And real quick to that caller's point, Tiny. Steve Young couldn't beat Dallas. Joe Montana did, but Steve got him once.
It's on. Oh, I can stream it.
Look, wow, you found out that fact.
Maybe. Scott and Hayward. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Afternoon, gentlemen. So I listened to you guys a lot of the day yesterday. I heard a lot of talk about a fantasy league drafting last night with you guys.
Yeah.
Now I'm dying to know who got first pick. Who'd you take? Was it Steiny? Did you take CMC? Was it Guru? Were the secrets revealed? You guys are killing me. I've listened to the radio 30 minutes. I haven't heard a single word about that.
Well, real
draft.
quick here, I got the second pick in the draft and took Cincinnati's Joe Burrow, and I believe Ken had the first pick in the draft, right?
Evan, he took Breece Hall. You took Breece Hall.
Second overall, you took a quarterback?
Yeah, what?
Who did I take? That was my other league.
No.
Yeah, I took Breece Hall second. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, who'd Ken take?
There you go, my boy. Right on.
McCaffrey.
Yeah.
I took Lamar Jackson. No, I'm sorry. I took Jamar Chase.
Oh, God.
Jamar Chase.
Who did Evan take with the first?
I took Justin Jefferson.
God, I did him in my other league.
Yeah. Guru did take the first quarterback off the board, and it was Joe Burrow.
Thank you, Evan.
The second pick.
Yeah.
That's bucking the system a little, isn't it?
Dude, do you know how much a passing touchdown is in any fantasy league?
4.
No, some are 6.
Right, but this one's 4, I believe.
Well, it doesn't change about the mindset. I like the QB and the yards.
Well, you're going to finish with
and the yards,
112 less points.
Please, just stop.
Okay, I find this thing fascinating, and it's right up your alley.
Fly track.
And this is where, I'm trying to be a real host. We've got a lot done. Now we got about 10 minutes. It's like, perfect. Okay. Your boy. And I left here yesterday, and I heard him talking to Paul. And when Guru said, "Hey, Paul, I'm worried about Tom Brady," I said, "I'm getting out of here."
Oh, you did, right?
Remember?
Yeah, that happened. Yeah.
So did you see? Now, maybe I should, you know what? Maybe I should apologize to you. Do you know that Tom Brady is trying to become a minority owner of the Raiders? Did you know that?
I thought that went away. I didn't know that was still on the...
No, what do you mean went away? Like he's not?
Yeah, like he had took this job and like I'm done with that.
No, he's still...
You can't do both.
Well, tell ESPN that. They wrote a whole 19-inch story on it. Yeah. If Tom Brady is approved for Raiders ownership and he's a TV guy for the league, listen to this. He will not be, if he's an owner of the Raiders, he will not be permitted in another team's facility.
No, that's what I was, that's like a conflict of interest.
Right. But dude, he's the color guy. They meet with...
So you're saying he shouldn't be able to do the job any longer?
I'm just saying, no, he's going to have restrictions.
Yeah. Those are big restrictions, Donnie. If you or I were on a call...
That's what I'm saying.
So he should be removed if he gets that ownership. That's all.
He can't watch any practice of any other team.
Yeah, see, yeah.
He can't participate in any broadcast meetings.
But that's like a little kid. He doesn't know, I want to be a fireman, what do you want to do? Come on, Tom, if you get the ownership, you can't... Bring Olsen back.
Can I get down my list of restrictions?
Yeah. I hope the boss ain't listening. I've been stepping on you.
How about this one? If he's an owner of the Raiders, he cannot publicly criticize officials. How can this guy be an announcer?
Yeah, go ahead. Remove him.
I mean, he's got to stiff the Raiders or something.
Because that is whack. That's one of the nice things I like. Hey, we were with you. They sit down. They sit down with the athletes. They talk.
Oh, this is...
What you got?
This is a 5. This is a 5 from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Brady's owned the Raiders since the Tuck rule. That's not bad.
I don't like it
at all. I love it. Why don't you like it?
Because they middle-fingered Al Davis, who was still alive then, Stouty. That was so weak, man.
I thought it was a good call.
Beaker came on the blitz. Woodson recovered. And a dynasty was born.
Just win, baby.
Ow!
Oh, man.
Yeah, hey, Tom, I can't wait. Dallas and Cleveland's the game he's going to do. I cannot wait.
Dallas-Cleveland. Is that a Sunday night game?
No, 125 Sunday on Fox.
All right.
What's he going to sound like? Is he going to be better than Olsen?
Yeah.
Him and Burkhardt were excellent.
I'll bet Brady's going to be real good. I do think.
Now, why do you say that?
Because he's smart.
But it's about personality. Like Romo started out like the man, and I can't even stand him now.
Oh.
And Yam.
Well, you're fickle. You tend not to be loyal.
That really bothers me, but yeah, you know that's not the truth.
Let's look at more John Lynch from yesterday. This is on Aiyuk practicing or not, impact on his contract.
the only dynamic that's changed here that would make him practice today?
Yeah, in theory, yeah.
If he does not practice, chooses not to, will he?
Then we'll deal with that.
Wow. Listen to the disdain in his voice, man. Maybe we need to call, I know I brought his name up before, Samuel Jackson, the negotiator. Somebody get in that room, get a deal done.
Start kicking the tires on Bakhtiari.
Look at you. We're not worried about Trent.
Well, Shanahan isn't.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that things will work out with Trent. I'm not sitting here knowing what day it'll be. I mean, we're getting close to playing a game, so my mind is completely on preparing for a game without those guys. But yeah, I feel when two sides want to get a deal done, and usually it happens.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No,
he is not game planning for the Jets without thinking Trent Williams is playing. He thinks Trent Williams will play. Now, Aiyuk may be another story.
And you know what? I omitted Trent in that. I assumed Trent was playing, but I took more of the when two parties want to get something done.
From the 980, Brady's making more at Fox versus his entire NF career. That's why you try to do both. Okay. How about some more John Lynch? I'm not going to play the one about Terrence Marshall. Goodness gracious. More Lynch on. He has no updates on Aiyuk playing. This is Shanahan on Aiyuk playing with a fifth-year option.
Is this reached a point where you could play on his fifth-year option without a revised contract?
Just like I think I've said from the beginning, it's reached a point where all options could happen, and nothing has changed on that.
So that was Kyle Shanahan.
It's still out there.
Shanahan, to me, sounded far more annoyed than John Lynch.
And he's been that way, though. Wouldn't you be? We offered you 26. You turned it down?
Allegedly.
I guess what would upset me if I'm Lynch and Shanahan is a guy thinking he's better than he is in our estimation. If I'm telling my stud receiver that we drafted out of Arizona State, you're worth 26 and you trying to get 30, that would bother me. I mean, Steiny, to where I couldn't sleep, like, dude, how do we convey to you you're not that guy, especially in this offense?
I think they're trying to convey that to him.
But will the team pay for that lesson?
Doesn't look like it. They're willing to pay $14.1 million. That's what it seems like to me.
And $40,000 a day if they – I know you think we're not privy to that, Stoney. That comes out. We don't even know if he's getting fined yet.
And this was something I played yesterday. You really think they're not fining him now?
No, but it's no secret is what I'm saying. Like, when things like this happen, every little thing is talked about. Nobody said, he's been fined $40,000 today or yesterday.
Does somebody have to?
I think we follow that number.
Yeah, we follow that number, but I don't think we're going to get an announcement on it. And look, Deebo Samuel was on with the Insiders on NFL Network, and I tell you what, this is the rat on the table, I believe.
You've seen all these other wide receiver contracts getting done. You saw what Justin Jefferson got. You saw what CeeDee Lamb got. You got 2 years left on this deal. You put up numbers this year. Is any part of you going, I'm gonna get a little bit of that next year?
Control the things I control, and if the season goes as well as it should, you will be right there knocking at the door.
So you just trying to put up stats, Debo. He didn't say nothing about a Super Bowl. The dude set him up and he bit hook, line, and sinker. Not, I'm trying to get back to the Super Bowl. If I put up some numbers, I'm coming back to knock on the door to get some more chicken. Great, Debo.
I mean, I know you're laughing.
No, I'm being real.
But if you're the Niners, it's like, what are you going to do? We haven't even won a Super Bowl, and these guys are doing what they're doing.
Oh man!
I mean, you win a Super Bowl next year,
but if we put up numbers, I'm gonna still win with or without a Super Bowl. I'm coming back.
Deebo Samuel essentially said, "If I have a great year, I'm going to want to renegotiate."
Man.
I bet if he has a great year, he's not going to like training camp next year either. Goodness. Isn't that the big worry, 49er fans?
Yeah.
Isn't that the worry that a precedent is starting here?
Or greed.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
This is the day of the big sale at your...
they got cheese in the truck. I asked for cheese on the taco, and they put it on, and it's the best taco ever. Are we really doing this? Now, how does he get on there? Come on.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Appreciate it.
Timmy.
Don't forget, you can join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th. It's a week from tomorrow for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, and it benefits the Autism Society, the San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. So we are at it again today.
I think Shasky's in that tournament, if I'm correct. I would hope you would have been in it, but
I'm not.
Yeah.
I get hosed on those because of our show times. That's fine.
Evan can hold it down if you just spoke up and said, you know what, I want to be a part. I'm shooting the best golf of my life. Well, prove it.
I wasn't yesterday.
Oh, boy.
I didn't play well yesterday.
Yeah. You had the draft on your mind. It's all good.
Well, it might be true. Let's go to Paul. Paul's in Pleasanton. Get us started, Paul. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yes, thank you.
I'm getting a little. This Aiyuk stuff's getting old. I just want to tell you a little story. I'm an old San Diego Charger guy. There was a young man by the name of John Jefferson that they drafted during the Air Coryell year.
Loved him.
He was an all-pro, 3 straight years, 3 straight 1,000 yards, first time to ever do that. And he got all tough on salary. And what happened to that guy? Does anybody remember? They shipped him off to Green Bay a year or two and then into Houston, and he disappeared. Never played again.
Wow.
Okay, I'm reading something right now. San Diego Dateline holdout wide receiver John Jefferson said Friday it was kind of shocking when he heard the news that the Charger players had voted unanimously to boycott a banquet out of sympathy for Jefferson and other dissatisfied players. I guess he didn't.
That was a bad team, Stoney, with Wes Chandler. What was the tight end's name? Kellen Winslow, Chuck Muncie, Fauci. Come on, man.
John Jefferson, of course.
Badass.
Where'd he go to college?
LSU.
No.
Where?
Please.
Where'd Chuck Muncie go? Mouth.
Cal.
Well, they got him. All right, where'd Jefferson go?
Arizona State. I thought he went to Tulane for some reason. That's why I even asked it.
But that was different. No, Aiyuk's deal, like the guy they called, I love him to death.
Same. Who knows? It happened in 1980.
Aiyuk, teams are not going to trade for Brandon Aiyuk. If he doesn't give them the wink, then he'll re-up. That's the reason they're making the trade. They're not giving up assets to hope that they can talk you into staying.
No, I mean, that's part of the deal. I think if a team trades for Aiyuk, he's signing on the dotted line the minute he gets to town.
And he loves the Bay. That's one thing we do know. Cali, Stoney. He's from Rockland, but he loves it here.
Somebody was telling me on the YouTube chat that he claims Reno for some reason. Might be somebody trying to pull my leg. Oh, boy. Guess who's back?
Who we got?
That guy, J-Dog.
Jersey?
In Boston.
Yeah, Boston. Beantown. That was horrible. I don't know what that was.
He wants to do it again.
All right, bring him on.
Well, you know what he wants to do.
What's up, baby?
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, J-Dog, what's up, buddy? Great to hear from you.
Yeah, I bet, man. You gonna hang up on me again this time, man?
That was Steiny, man.
You gotta get a different message.
I know it was Steiny, man. I know it was Steiny, man. Steiny, but you know you love it, baby. Because I know deep down there's gotta be a real Niner fan in you. Don't get it twisted. These toxic fans that wanna create this civil war when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. Take the Stevie Wonder glasses off. Open your eyes. This man is directly responsible for blowing Super Bowls, the 6 Lombardi. There's no way in hell, and I'm going to be real with you, there's no way in hell I have any confidence in Kyle Shanahan as the leader, the decision maker of this offense. It's a joke. You toxic Kyle Shanahan fans, You really just make me sick, man. And if you see me, I'm crossing the street, man. I don't want the Kyle Shanahan disease. I know what it is. I grew up with Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, Steve Young, all these greats, the greatest players that have ever played this game. Why are we sitting here settling for NFC championships and losing Super Bowls? I feel so bad for the great Jerry Rice showing up in Philly, dusting off the Super Bowl rings in front of the Philly crowd and having out back and everything. And then we put this product out there for years, his whole tenure, that left, that right side looking like complete garbage. You guys give him a pass. Both of you guys give him a pass. The media, the toxic fans, stay away from me when you see me. I got mace, okay? I got mace. I don't want the Kyle Shanahan virus, and I'm sick of it. He's pulled the wool over everybody's eyes. He's pulled the wool over his eyes.
Hey,
everyone.
Tell us how you really feel.
In the last 2 days, has Eric the mailman drawn up any plays?
I can get Eric the mailman on line one right now to take us to the Super Bowl and lose. Okay, this roster is stacked, completely stacked. You know, you give them a pass, you don't care, and
that coach's
that's really what it is.
That coach's room is stacked too.
What are you talking about, man? Come on, man. What are we talking about here?
All right, Jay.
We know how you feel, Jay.
Yeah.
And he must have missed the episode of Steiny and Guru when I was ripping Kyle, blaming him. We were together. Man, it was quietly going on 7 years, Steiny. I ripped him in 19 for his play calling at the end. So J-Dog is not alone, but I'm more mature than J-Dog.
Well,
because I can step back and say, you got to give Kyle his credit for getting his team in those positions. Does he get lemon booty? In crunch time? Did his team know the overtime rules? Should they have accepted the toss in overtime, Steiny? No. Those are things that, it's not why you lost the game, but they contribute.
But it's stuff you can criticize him for anyway.
Oh, man, I don't know.
What don't you know?
Like, there's more J-Dogs than J-Dog in Boston. He's got a clique.
J-Dog in Boston represents 4% of the 49er fans. That's what my number has, 4%. Right? Come on.
At some point, Steiny, the bill's going to come due. You got to get a Super Bowl with this roster.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
What do you mean, no, you don't? What does that mean?
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
And they've earned it, Johnny.
There you go.
You've earned it, and you had to lead. Remember, you were upstairs in your suite calling for your head coach to call for a timeout? I could do 4 hours on that just alone.
On what?
My partner think there was nothing to see here. On a guy that's a Hall of Famer that has a Super Bowl ring that was in his suite telling his head coach, begging for him to call a timeout, and Kyle just was scared. He didn't have confidence in his guys or Jimmy, whatever the case. The real ones use that opportunity to add.
I can't stand.
See, J-Dog's bringing it out of me like that was
exactly.
A lot of it was
so impressionable.
That was a 2. But no, Steiny, it's real. I love Kyle.
Yeah, I just
but he's been in his own way,
I can't stand
man.
This, though.
It's getting worse.
Kyle's a great coach, and I have the ultimate respect for him, and he's a great play caller. But no. After a while, you say no enough. Then why do you think he's a great coach?
Because he gets he can build a program. 2, he could call plays. But, just last thing. The 2019 Super Bowl, that last drive, Steiny, they were gashing the Chiefs on the ground, and he chose to throw.
Yeah, he tried to mix it up.
You're a genius. Just keep running, and you'll hold the trophy. Why? No, watch it again. I'm going to force you to watch it one day. Yeah, just that sequence.
You want to bet?
The fourth quarter.
You want to bet?
But geniuses outthink themselves sometimes, Steiny, or smart
it could be
people.
He just called a pass.
No,
to mix
these were
it
passes, and you allow Chris Jones direct the game.
Okay, so
that's negligence.
Negligence now.
On that drive.
Negligence.
Yes, sir.
So he called some runs that were working, and he said, you know what? I'll bet it.
They couldn't stop you on the ground, partner. That's my point.
Okay, so they're running the ball well.
Cash, they got to the 49.
So, boy, he must have thought, I'm setting up the run for the pass. You know what? I'm going to pass it.
Oh,
he
stop,
passes
boy.
it. It's negligence?
Stop.
So it's negligence if you call a run when you should have called a pass and a pass when you should have gotten a run?
It's nuance. It's going over your head. But
well, what's going over my head is this you guys, you think every coach should be perfect.
No, we're not asking for that.
They were 12-5. He's a great play caller.
Give him that.
He schemes guys open.
But in high leverage situations, how are you in regard to the play calling?
He's great.
Right.
You know why? Because he's got the 4 NFC championship games.
And all I'm saying to you is they could have lost to Green Bay in the rain last Saturday in the last year in the playoffs on Saturday. Then they were down. His team,
remember,
not his fault.
It's
down
funny.
17 and a half. Just throwing that out there.
This is so funny.
Yeah. Then you had a Super Bowl. You could have won, but you said, you know what?
This is so funny.
I'm just keeping it real.
It's so funny. Last year, what did we criticize Kyle Shanahan for? Well, he's never come back. He's never come back in the fourth quarter of a game in which he's been losing by 10 points or the second half of a game. Okay, they're down 24-7. They win the game. They almost lost it, Steiny. They almost lost it, even though we were ripping Shanahan because he can't win a game that he's down. Now he wins a game that's down. Hey, Evan, they almost lost. You usually almost lose games where you're coming back.
You're on fire, but I'll say this. When I hold teams and coaches to a certain standard, that's why I double back and say, damn, Jordan Love almost pulled this off, partner, and should have. If Aaron Jones was faster than a turtle, he would have took that one to the house and the game would have been over.
Gosh.
I
don't know how you live your life like you do.
What is that?
I mean, it is just.
It's fun, Steiny.
No, it's actually not.
Yeah.
It's fun for you, maybe.
It's like, real quick
what about your host?
It's like.
Friend.
That's a 2. It's like Don Nelson. Do I know he's a damn good coach? Yes. But does he have examples to where he kept a guy out that cost him a series in the playoffs, or he did something just against the grain to where it's like, damn, Nelly, you were the no, he was out talented and the other teams beat him. But Kyle,
that's a throwaway line.
Kyle's so great that he's been in positions to have the hardware.
When
and I
did
just
Don
wonder
Nelson,
if they're going to keep getting opportunity after opportunity.
Hopefully.
That's what I'm saying.
Get more opportunity.
And look now, what's messing you up now? Nobody on the field. It's
why you
the
worried?
Disease of me. I'm not worried. Windows don't stay open forever is the message.
Oh.
If I was in church right now and had the gown on.
And you know what? But if you have a franchise quarterback, it doesn't end in 1 year either.
Well, Josh Allen's a franchise quarterback.
That's right.
And they haven't got to a Super Bowl. Dak Prescott's a franchise quarterback, and they haven't got it done. 8 years, 9 years.
Okay.
It's not automatic when you have one.
For the 8 millionth time, one team wins a Super Bowl every year.
I gotcha.
31 teams fail. And all 31 teams are a failure. They stink.
But the last 5 years, the Niners have been to the NFC Championship game 4 times, gone to the dance twice.
Is that good or bad?
Now, you know me. I just gave – that's good.
Okay.
I'll give my right. Every team.
Well, then why, if it's good overall, why do you harp on the negative most of the time?
Because the ultimate is to cash in and win. Okay. And the Niners, unfortunately, have lost 3 Super Bowls in a row. Obviously, not all on Kyle. And that's the fan in me, Steiny. I know you think changing seasons is like changing underwear. It's not. These people hold on to these losses and these memories. And for a Niner fan to get ready again for a whole nother year, and there's going to be good J.J. Evans, there's going to be good times, but they can't ignore the ghost stuff when it's all said and done.
The ghost is done.
The ghost.
I think most fans are like me, and they understand this.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
That is such a throwaway.
They have to earn.
Right. But the odds are the Niners are so stacked, they're going to earn it.
It's according to you.
According to Vegas, look, everybody has the Niners as Billy Badass.
Well, how do they look now?
Well, there's no football being played.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption.
I hate this, by the way.
I know you do.
You're ready for a Super Bowl.
Because John Lynch is telling you you're being foolish.
Nothing is given in this league.
Nothing is given in this league.
Yeah, but Okay.
Let's go to Raymond in Richmond.
Look at you. Yeah, go to Raymond.
The ghost of Trey Lance.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The ghost.
Oh, my God. What's up, Raymond? How do you do, buddy?
Steiny, Goo, what's up, man?
Hey.
How you guys doing?
All right.
Dynamite.
I just want to shout out J-Dog riding around in his clown shoes and clown nose. I feel like anybody that's saying that Shanahan needs to be fired needs to wake up and realize where we were at before he got here. Like, come on, dude. Your take is a joke. Keep all that lameness in Beantown, bro. That's all I got.
Yeah, let's get into a beef with that city from the
He went
Northeast.
in. They're gonna tell us how you feel.
Thanks. He's right. Raymond's right. Raymond's right.
And that's why I said I was being mature to J-Dog. I understand the pain, but I think he's frustrated.
Oh. You know how many other teams would like to be frustrated like the Niners? 30. Everybody but the Chiefs.
5-1, grow up, Steiny. Guru is right.
That's not what it says.
Grow up, Steiny.
How about this
Guru
one?
is right.
I hate to agree with Steiny, but this isn't even close. Anyway, I listen. We take a poll every time I'm right and you're wrong. We'll find out that most of the time I'm right and you're wrong.
Oh, please.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
No doubt.
You have to earn it. They haven't earned
your
it.
best roster, John.
They have not earned it yet this year.
Right. And let me tell you how that can be easier. How you can earn it. Get 71 and 11 back. That's how you do that.
You know what? John Lynch is a little stronger than you. He doesn't kowtow. He doesn't cave. The minute somebody says, give me money, okay. What do you think? Prague, Morata, and Jed York going to the locker room after every game and pass around blank checks?
Well, hold on. Let's put it right on the table. There have been a lot of rats lately, brought to you by Atco. I'm reading on the Athletic about how the Niners front office is kind of mad that they caved or gave in to Bosa and he broke. Like, I hate reading that. What does that mean? So now other guys aren't going to get paid? Or you're mad after you did the negotiations that Bosa won? Like, what?
Speculation.
All right. Well, McCaffrey got his.
Yeah. Why don't you say what you really mean?
No. Now, hey. What do you
go there?
No, I'm not going there.
Mouth.
No, I'm not going there because I would if I'm just that does.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about.
I wonder why you stopped the car going there though. No,
stop the car where?
From saying why did McCaffrey get the money, but Trent Williams is not in that category. To me, Trent is in that category.
That's you.
All right. And I think Trent's going to get taken care of.
Okay, well then what are you yelling?
I'm consistent with Brandon Aiyuk not being in that category, man.
Thank you.
And I would tell Brandon
you were
much.
Team Brandon a minute ago. Yeah, I mean, you really are.
I'm mad at him for not accepting the trade.
Let's find out if that's true.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in Dublin. Hey, Rob, how you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Man, I've been a Niner fan since I was like 5. My dad used to work at Kezar Stadium. And for all these clowns talking about Shanahan ain't a good coach.
Exactly.
Come on, man. You guys are crazy, bro. We had Tom Sula. Come on. You can't tell me this guy's not a good coach, man. He got rid of Wilt, brought in Brandon Staley to help out, hopefully with the clock management. You know, we going to be just fine. We're going to be fine, man. Bang, bang, Niner gang. I love y'all. I love what you guys do for the station. Y'all are great for the Bay Area.
I appreciate you. And I'll leave you with this one. I'm going to leave you with this one. I've called Kyle great too, but no matter who you are, guy or gal, even if you're great, you still can be criticized. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Right. Why did he bring in Staley then? He saw the writing on the wall. He needs help.
Okay.
So he addressed it.
All right.
You don't have to ask that again.
Nothing wrong with help.
Stop asking that question.
Nothing wrong with help.
415 in the Xfinity Mobile text line. If not Kyle, who?
Well, no, I'm not
sounding a little crazy.
Oh no, I'm all the bums running around the NFL. Kyle, it's Andy and Kyle.
Who were bums?
McCarthy. Well, he got
McVay's,
McCarthy.
What about LaFleur? Is he a bum?
Nah.
Is he a bum?
No, he's on his way
What
up.
about D'Amico Ryans?
What's your boy in Minnesota that looks like John Lucum? He's a fraud.
O'Connell.
Yeah.
Wait. What about
who else we got?
What about D'Amico Ryans?
No, he's on the come. He's man. I like what he's doing.
So in other words,
there's a lot of
well, that's different than all these other bums out here. That's just what
I meant quarterbacks too. That's what I really meant about bums. Harbaugh, watch the Chargers.
What does he have to do with anything?
Chargers, Jets, AFC Championship. You heard it here first. Forget our preview show. Chargers, Jets, AFC Championship. Harbaugh, Saleh.
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
When did this show?
That's my coach, and that's not even my team. That's a man.
He deserved it.
I guess we're just saying random thoughts right now on the radio. Whatever comes into your mind.
He played it.
I like that Giants pennant over there. Oh, it's super. Hey, you know, I think Tulane's going to win the national championship in men's basketball this year.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, put in the cap. Let me tell you, Stanford, their men's basketball team's going to shock the world this year. I don't know their coach, but doesn't matter. Just came to my mind.
Oh, you're something else.
This is a good one. I hate to agree with Steiny, so I won't. Let's go to Shaka in Berkeley. All right. Yeah, okay. You want to talk about Shanahan? Talk about Shanahan.
Shaka.
What's up, Shaka?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing, man?
Dynamite.
Hey, man, we use the word great loosely sometimes. He's a very good coach. Comes from a coaching tree. He's a very good coach. But you got to look at numbers don't lie. Women lie, children lie. But numbers don't lie.
Hey, men
he doesn't
do
have
too.
a Lombardi. He doesn't have a Lombardi, you know, and it's like he's up 28-3. He's the offensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. They lose the game. He runs the ball 5 times in the Super Bowl. 5 times. There's no way mathematically they could have lost if he would have ran the ball more. Then we go to Super Bowl. They're up 20-10. They lose to Kansas City. The biggest battle on the tape is last year's Super Bowl. You're down to the 20-yard line 4 times. You get 19 points, man. You get 19 points. So when you say great, Bill Walsh was great. You know, you lose that kind of loosely. You didn't get better with his players, too.
All right, Shaka, let me ask you this.
I hear you with facts.
Let me ask you this. Is there any coach in any sport who's great but never won a title?
Bud Grant.
Who?
Bud Grant. Vikings head coach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That man said Bud Grant.
All right. Thanks, Shaka. We
I love it, Stotty. Bud Grant. He was a bad dude.
You guys are so hypocritical. It is unbelievable.
Well, Nelly was a great coach that didn't win. And I mean that. Rick Adelman was a great coach and didn't win.
I lost. I'm out.
Arshell was a great coach and didn't win.
Done for the time that I've known you is laugh and mock and make fun of anything related to the Buffalo Bills. Marv Levy, Jim
and that's
Kelly,
how I know you don't know me.
Thurman Thomas, joke. And now Shaka says, well, Bud Grant. And you're like, yeah, Bud Grant.
And
Bud Grant couldn't hold
We were in
Marv
Vegas
Levy's
with Mark
jock.
Schlereth and I giving Marv Levy and that Buffalo Bill team all the respect in the world. Who wouldn't want that? I know it was Heartbreak Hotel. That's one of the best teams to ever lace them up or get dressed and go out on a football field. Marv Levy? Come on, Jim Kelly?
Well, you'll just mock him tomorrow for not having a ring. You'll laugh at him, you'll mock at him, and you'll say, they got what?
Was Del Collins a good NBA coach?
At certain places.
Oh, well, you got to do the overall.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Yeah, he was a good coach.
I thought so, too.
Can you have a great coach who doesn't win at all?
If you can have a great player that doesn't win at all, you can have a great coach.
It's 1 o'clock. Hey, download the Odyssey app, etc. hit the QR code on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online, and just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And that segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
The workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Get ready for football season with 95.7.
Hung Lou? I'm sorry? My boy Hung Lou?
I'm busting wood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I hope this isn't true. What do you think of Mike McCarthy? Choke artist.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's a choke artist.
He's got a Super Bowl. So
the Cowboys have won 12-5, 3 straight years.
Yeah, but he let the Niners come in with Jimmy Garoppolo in Green Bay, knock him off. Aaron Rodgers has one Super Bowl that has a bunch of dust on it, but he's validated. He's got a Super Bowl, but I don't think much of him, Steiny. And he lied to get his last job when he told Jerry he studied analytics all off season and the years he had been off, and he lied and admitted that later after he got the job. But I see you smiling, so you like stuff like that. You cannot lie and get the job and then admit you lied about it.
Okay.
That's not where I
not lie at an interview.
What to say you?
Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Oh, I see myself just
that's
content
different.
here, working my butt off.
Well, what have you been doing with your off time, Mr. Steinmetz?
I've been looking for a job. That's all I do. Bill's in Palo Alto. Hey, Bill, how you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I just wanted to put this out there. You know, when Aiyuk, he signs a $32 million contract with the 49ers. It's the checks in California. They work in California. You know, they're going to lose half. Half of that money goes up in smoke to the IRS and to the government. So that's something to think about when they're signing these contracts in this state. They're going to lose a lot of money.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Bill.
But it's a lot of money they're going to end up with, too. I did that with the CD Lamb thing. All the money he was losing without state taxes. And Norm was like, son, that's still a whole lot of money that he'll be getting. I'm like, you're right.
It is.
I'd like to have those problems. I'm sure you would, too.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year. Nothing is.
Let's go out to Jeff in Hayward. Let that be a mantra for us. John Lynch, very well stated. John Sally, Jeff in Hayward.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing? This is Jeff from Hayward. Enjoy the show, Stein the Guru.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
I want to talk about the 49ers. The 49ers have this window. The team is stacked. Everybody in America knows the team is stacked. Defense and offense is stacked. Now, I want to say this about the team. It's making it to the Super Bowl and losing for consecutive and making it to the playoffs for consecutive years. There is a window, you guys, that you know that if you don't, it's hard getting back there.
Yeah.
And so when that window closes, it closes. I don't want to see them, and I'm not a Niner fan. I'm a Saints fan, but there's a window. The 91 Bills lost 4 consecutive years. From 91 to 94, they lost. So it's looking like, you know, that window is going to close. And, you know, these contracts are going to come every year, this Aiyuk contract, and they need Aiyuk. They need him badly. And if they don't sign him, they're not going to be that team. You know, they're going to lose something. Enjoy the show, and I'll keep up the good work, you guys.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the call. You know,
that's interesting. Just real quick, go ahead.
Well, I don't think.
Like, I believe in those windows.
Do you?
Not meaning you can't win.
John Lynch is a Hall of Famer. He clearly doesn't believe in windows.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
You got to earn it every year. They haven't earned it yet.
Right, and so did Buffalo. Yeah. They earned the chance to get to the Super Bowl and be the best. But the point being, Steiny, is they've built something to where you don't have to go out on a limb. It's not far-fetched to know the Niners are a badass roster.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Yeah, they got a good
with
roster.
That comes winning to the highest degree.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
They got it. See, what he's saying is,
stop it.
We have to earn being a Super Bowl team.
And the caller's point was you're going to have to pay people, you're going to lose people, and you're not going to be able to get far down the road like you have. That's all the caller's point is, Steiny, regardless of who your quarterback is.
You've got to prove over the course of a season that you're a Super Bowl team.
Right.
They are not a Super Bowl team right now. But no team is.
But can I
is
give
what
you
he's
this?
saying.
They're favored. They are favored in Vegas, if you're into that, to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
Right. And
they got to prove it.
It is
again.
All that is. That's right. They have to prove it. Just because Vegas says it doesn't mean they're going to get there.
But history tells us right now they're in a window since 2019.
Well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
Because he's saying they don't even look at it as a window.
Well, you better. You got Trent Williams, good 2 more years, Steiny?
4 out of the last 5 years. Okay? Yeah. They proved that they were a top 4 team over the course of the year. And this year, they haven't proven anything.
And I'm more nervous now about this year because of what's going on off the field and the disease of me and the fact that Greenlaw won't be around. The run defense was shaky. No Armstead. And maybe no Aiyuk. Oh, my gosh. This may be the most difficult one of them all.
Yeah. That would be the most rewarding and gratifying.
I was listening to, and I said this to you, Shasky and Evan this morning, and I agree, Steiny. I think Evan said it. The NFC is better, but so is the NFC West.
You just want to worry.
You think I like... No. You know what? This is not church. I got to be careful. Sports worry is not real worry. Real worry is when you can't pay the bills.
Your life is sports.
Or you got health problems. I'm still hooping at 50.
Oh, my God.
I'm watching TV. Come on, man. I love what
he's hooping at 50.
I see Evan every day. TV. I was going to say I get to see you every day, but I see Evan every day. Come on, man. Life is good. Just admit, Buffalo.
What
Do
about
you think, would you have said when they lost the first Super Bowl that it was a pretty good bet they're going to get back the next year?
Never. I would never say that.
What about the Warriors when they lost in 16? Well, they went and got Durant. But come on.
That's different. When they
won their first one without Durant, it was a pretty good bet they might be back the next year. Not that you were saying it's going to be a layup, but it's a pretty good bet that the champ of the NBA would be back or be a factor.
I don't know.
And Buffalo did that 4 straight years and then went away.
Why? The last 6 years in the NBA, we've had 6 different NBA champions. So nobody's gotten back and repeated. Denver won a title. They didn't get back. You can't assume Denver's getting back. Just one of 4 or 5
I called
teams.
them a dynasty.
What if this year the Rams go 17-0?
Dude, I like the Rams. I like what they're doing.
Then the Rams are 17-0, and you're not going to be the best team in football. You got to prove it.
Well, I guess doing radio with you, what you've been consistent about in this topic, Steiny, is you're going to start losing things and people.
Yeah.
And I think, to me, that's happening a year early. I thought it was sign Aiyuk, we trade Debo, or we'll decide. You're not even figuring out what to do with Aiyuk. And then out of nowhere, Trent Williams wants more money, but yet you don't have it to give to him as of yet? That's strange.
I don't think it is. With Trent Williams, I don't think what's going on here is
That might be a little strong, but still, he's not around. And Steiny, next week he'll be back, Labor Day, or whenever they report.
Who?
Trent. I'm with you. I'm not worried about him at all. Now, if they had a game this Sunday, Trent would have been back Monday. That's what I was getting to.
We don't know when he's coming back. How can you even make a prediction on it?
Well, some have. Cherry Rice, Andrew Filipponi. Is that the goal line?
How do they look now?
A fumble lie.
Yeah, no.
I'm not even mad at those guys.
I'm at my wit's end.
So is John. So is Kyle.
Steiny, tell Guru to check the San Antonio Spurs titles. San Antonio won every other year for their run.
Right.
Yeah.
No, he was just saying that to you.
No, he said tell Guru to check out the Spurs. See, people who have watched sports for an extended period of time usually realize that when you're 0-0, it's not guaranteed that you're going to the Super Bowl.
But that Spurs doesn't apply to what we were talking about. They're the anomaly.
Oh.
And the Chiefs may be headed down that road, like the Patriots.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
And I agree with that. Okay. But when you got talent and coaching like they have, it's almost a given, Stoddy. That's what I'm barring injury. It's a given.
Well, you can't just barring injury. That may dictate a season. It might. It might. And, it's also not necessarily a season-ending injury. It's, McCaffrey misses 3 or 4 games here, and Williams misses a few games there, and Purdy misses 3 games.
I swear nobody cares. I understand, but I'm still going to say it. Grandy, I am so ready to, it's only one game. I am so ready to pick the Jets week 1 Monday Night Football.
Oh, don't let Shanahan know that.
How can you feel comfortable picking the Niners after what's been going on and still going on?
Because they still have a loaded roster.
Right, but 2 guys that have been nowhere around and may not be around.
Okay, I think you can still beat the Jets.
Huh? And you might.
Oh.
But you don't feel good about it.
I don't feel good about beating the Jets with those guys. You know why?
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
They got to earn it. They can start earning it
by
against the Jets.
But getting guys back.
They haven't earned it yet.
Yeah, but you got to get guys back.
No, you don't have to. They might not have to get guys back. That's all I'm saying. You want to talk about Steph Curry?
I want to talk about great ones that never won, coaches and players. Karl Malone, Stockton, Nelly.
Barkley.
Romo.
Tony Romo?
Oh, he might get to the Hall of Fame. That's just me. I can't
how many,
see it.
How many playoff games did he
2.
win?
It's like
2.
Like
Isn't that as many as Dak?
Dak is 2 and 5.
And what was Romo?
2 and something around there. I don't know, 2 and 4.
Okay. I think 2 and 5 in the playoffs better than 2 and 4.
But you know the Hall of Fame is not based on your playoff record, man. It's everything that you've put together. Yardage, touchdowns. And we forgot James
Romo's
Brooks.
Not a Hall of Famer.
Oh, look at his numbers.
I use the eye test.
Okay. We forgot James Brooks, number 21 on that Charger team, too. With Dan Fouts. He was a bad boy.
Why don't you name me 3 defensive players?
It's his first time, Jim. On that Charger team?
Yes.
Oh, come on, Stoney. Why would Evan laugh? That's when it hurts when it comes from Evan. I just faintly heard him.
Well, Steph Curry's richer today than he was yesterday.
What do you do with 61 M's like that? No, seriously.
As our friend just called, it's only 31.
Okay, I get that. That's still a lot, though.
Well, then
I wouldn't have a starving friend, not one of my family members. I would be Hammer, MC Hammer. You couldn't know me and not be in a good place. $31 million on top of what you already made. There would be no homeless for me. I would be Floyd, that meme where Floyd's with the money.
We can't separate you from $100 from a fantasy football league. If you were rich, you'd be even stingier.
Oh, stop it.
And here's the other thing.
I pay when I pay.
Here's the way you got to look at it. Give me the meat. 61 or 62 million.
Oh, boy.
Cut it in half.
Okay.
It's down to 30. Will you listen? 31. Cut it in half because Aisha gets the other half. Now we're down to 16. Okay? Now we're down to 16 already. And guess what? Cannon and the other two little brats, they're going to get their money.
What about my career
Curry's
earnings?
walking out of there with $7 million.
What about my career earnings, pal? This goes on top of what he's made. Look at you. It's envy. It ain't jealousy. It's envy.
Who?
People making this type of jack.
Why don't you envy Steph Curry?
The money.
He worked his ass off for it.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest. You ever seen him play golf? You ever seen him play ping pong? Have you ever seen him bowl?
Hey, take a play off. Curry is now guaranteed to make $536 million off NBA contracts in his career, per ESPN's Bobby Marks. Only 2 other players in league history have crossed $500 million.
Who?
Can you 2 name them?
Well, first of all, it's not $500 million. I just told you. Cut it in half.
Can you name it?
Cut it again.
I'll give you the first crack at it.
What's the question again?
2 others that have made over $500 million in contracts in the NBA history. Damn. Evan, you knew that one? All right, there's one more. Evan, I'll let you go.
Well, I'm pretty positive about this.
Oh.
It's Durant.
I wouldn't have had Durant. Good call. He got it. Yeah. Would you guess Durant?
No, probably not.
That's a lot. That ain't generational wealth. That's oh my God. You could go to other countries and fix it. Like with that type of chicken. Wow.
Will in Pleasanton.
I'm serious.
Will wants to know what Guru would do with $62 million, I guess. Will, what's going on?
What's up, guys? I just have a question for Guru.
What's up, baby?
So, Guru, do you think if you had $61 million, you'd put your $100 in early and you'd show up to a birthday party with a full bottle of booze?
Hey, I told you I purchased the full bottle, but I would do that. Now, why does that bother me? Yeah, I'm glad you could laugh. But, Snotty, I would leave. I wouldn't come to work.
We see through you.
Please. I am the system of this show. And if Evan needed
we
something,
see through you.
And whatever he needed, I had it. And whatever you needed, I had it. That's incredible, the blessing that the Lord's given these guys.
It's incredible, the blessing the Lord has given us.
And I'm looking at the gas prices as I gas up.
See, this is kind of what I mean. You know what? You're telling on yourself.
No, I'm just, inflation is real.
So you don't think you're blessed. No wonder you think everybody else stinks.
Yeah.
Because you think you didn't get what you had coming to you.
No, I couldn't shoot.
Do you think you had something coming to you that you deserved but you never got?
No, this is it. This job, this career is it.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
Hey, Stotty, I'm being real. I am blessed, man. Money don't buy happiness. It can rich you some fun. But listen, I'm telling you, I'm blessed. I got great parents, great friends. Am I wrong to just...
But the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl.
To think about what I would do with that type of money.
Are you wrong to think about?
I would be on an island. Margaritas all day. Biggest TVs in the bathroom.
So you would drink every day?
I honestly, I would work out, but I honestly believe I would.
You drink every day? So hold on a minute.
I am ready to go.
So wait a minute.
Evan, come get your boy.
If you made $62 million, you would essentially do exactly the same thing as you do now, but on an island.
Dude, with water.
You would drink and watch TV.
No doubt about it. The best TV. Oh, man. I travel, Steiny, have my own jet.
What would the lab look like?
There you go.
The lab would look like I need to answer that tomorrow. To be continued, Evan. Imagine what the world would be my lab.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And I would help people. I am that guy.
Yeah, the last option. Notice he didn't say, I'd like to have $62 million to fix the world's problems. No. He just wants the big screen TV and alcohol.
I said that earlier. Oh, man.
Yeah, 707 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Goo, money does not equate to happiness.
I just said that.
Well, no.
It'll rent you some fun. Come on, you know I know that.
I don't know what you know.
I just would take care of my friends and family if I had it.
No, you wouldn't.
You don't know me.
You can't. So what do you start making $30 million, just start peeling off $600,000 to
If
me.
you were in the clink and you called me at 2 a.m. and needed a ride, I'm the dude you call.
I wouldn't call you for a ride. I'd call you for a car.
I'd come pick you up.
Buy me a car.
I would do that.
I wouldn't accept it.
Oh, see, but that's you.
Don't you get it?
If you bought me one, thank you, baby.
I wouldn't accept that kind of gift from you.
If I'm making $62 million, why not? That's not even a gift.
Size matters.
Thank you, Bob. Dude. Just think about it, man.
I couldn't take a car from you.
Why?
Because I know that down the line, you wouldn't have managed the money right. And it's not going to last very long.
No way you can blow that.
And I don't want to have a car of yours if you're scratching and clawing in 3 years.
$536 million.
Cut it in half.
That's getting me mad.
Well, you got to.
Man.
And then
give me 36 M's.
And then you got to cut it in half again.
That's amazing, man.
California, what's it called? What's that thing called?
Taxes.
Yeah, no. When you get divorced, like
alimony.
Yeah. Half and half. If you're lucky.
I'm out.
Well, it depends on who makes the most. They got to pay.
If you're lucky,
yeah,
you get half.
53%. I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
That's the guy I need, man. Those are my rules. That's how I feel about you guys. Seriously.
Oh my gosh.
And then you pay $100. You owe me an apology for yesterday.
No.
I paid. What did I do? Though. I paid the fantasy bill.
And how hard? Aren't you glad you did? Seriously.
It is sinking in that I paid. It's a weird feeling.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And now we all root for you to come in 11th. Because I don't want you winning money in this tournament. One more time.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year.
Such a cop-out. It's
nothing
real.
is given in this league.
Nothing is given.
We have a very
It's a
talented team. We have a
very talented. Very talented.
A proven team that's won a lot of games, but this is a new team.
It's a new team.
We like our team. We feel like we've improved.
We're confident. Don't get me wrong.
How have you
this
improved?
team has never fallen short on resources.
They haven't fallen short on resources.
How have you improved, John?
One of the top spenders in the league.
Internal development.
I think there's reason for that. We've got a lot of good players. Our talent acquisition has worked, whether it be through the draft, whether it be through trade. And as a result, we've had a lot of top players in their leagues at their respective positions. So that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. It does
make things tougher. Those are our challenges. Those are the things we have to deal with.
People are so short-sighted. The reason they're in this predicament is why. It's because they've got great players.
But not great results.
Great results.
They don't have the ultimate.
No, but they have great results.
The Lombardi.
Only one team's
Andy
got
Reid
better.
has two of the three. Kyle should have both of those chips.
Oh, he should?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like when I do the Warriors should have 6. I'm telling
you. Yeah. And everybody thinks you're a lunatic when you say that. Yeah. You just living in fantasy land. Boy, I've done the reads.
You got the goal, my brother.
The break. Okay, hey, let's go to break. And on the other, we got the too short segment on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
The world would be my lab.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so we were trying to do a little math during the break, and this is about what I've come up with. And somebody out there who can do these numbers, great. Tell me.
Steinmetz.
So essentially, Curry signed a $62 million contract for 2026-27. So the boss comes in, he's like, what is that looking a paycheck? So here's what I did. I was thinking about it this way. All right, let's take the taxes out right away.
So that's half.
So now we're down to 31.
Okay. Yep.
31. Well, that's a little tricky to do the math. So I'm going to say let's take it down to 36 because it's easier to do by 12.
Okay.
So let's say it's you're making $3 million a month.
Oh,
$3 million a month. So essentially, every 2 weeks,
what do you get?
You get $1.5 million. Now, that's just basketball. I don't know what Breed is giving him. Not Matt. I don't know what Subway's giving him. I don't know what Under Armour's giving him. But it looks to me, if I've done this right, let's knock it down to 1.4.
Okay.
Or 3. Every 2 weeks. So it says pay to the order of Steph Curry, 1,4,0,0,0,0, I think.
I could not, thank God we didn't do this at 10 a.m. I'm really going to drive home and think about tonight, how blessed they are and other athletes. But if you knew me and you were my family, long-distance cousin, I had it. If you call me, you hit lotto for knowing me. But, Steiny, I'm going to tell you something.
It's not that easy. Trust me. And I'm not saying I'd make $1 million.
But you can't.
It's not that easy. You would have people coming out of the woodwork.
Now, that's different than Steiny's and Evans and Cousins.
You would have 1 million Steiny's coming out of the woodwork.
But Dana's and Relaford's and Reg Basie's and Kane's, they would all be taking Ronte's.
Mia and Milan and Little Daryl.
We're talking about millions, Steiny. 500.
Where would you draw the line?
I would. There is no line.
Ernie Chavez.
Do you want a Bentley? Meet me at the Walnut Creek.
See, you don't have concept of this kind of money.
Steiny, I'm good. The money's going to
What about Drew Down?
He deserved What do you want? San Jose Jazz fan, what do you want?
That's not how it works.
Lori Matthews, what do you want? A private jet to come from Arizona to the games? Steiny, the money's going to outlive me. And
not if you spend it that way.
And I'm saying this, I hope this doesn't go. Evan, you tell me. I'm asking for you, not Steiny. Real quick here. The entertainment industry, the actors, they're all overpaid, right? The teachers should be getting this money. The policemen and firemen and doctors. That's all. No shade at anybody getting it.
Here we go.
But they're overpaid, bud. Just admit that.
You know what?
To put the ball in the hoop, you get $61 million.
Hey, Guru, you ever seen that documentary? It's a 30 for 30. I think it's called Broke.
Yeah.
Is this a joke?
No, it's not. It's not a joke.
There's a lot of athletes that go broke talking the way you're talking right now.
Evan, but it wasn't this type of bread.
Yeah?
Well, adjust for inflation, maybe.
All right, so I wouldn't buy them a Bentley, but my clothes, you got it.
You would find that all of a sudden you had 500 close friends if you made that much. You know what? 888-957-9570. You don't have to tell me your salary, but nobody who's making less than, let's say, $1 million call in. I don't make this kind of money, but here's what I know. You don't just start giving it away when you're making it. So if somebody's got, you don't even have to make $60 million. Give me a millionaire out there. Just give me a millionaire, and you tell me how much you're giving away to friends. Whew.
Wow, man.
You'd go broke. Yes, you
I'm going to
would.
lick that doc. If it's a 30 for 30,
it is.
I'm going broke.
Yeah. Because friends and family come out of the woodwork And you know what? And this is a compliment.
I got
to
a
you.
big heart.
Yeah, you won't be able to say no. You will not be able to say no to people.
But I'll be able to finance whatever we need.
Until you run out of money. Will and Marin.
Oh, boy.
What's up, Will?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I love you, Guru, but at the end of the day, you know this. You're extremely intelligent. I love a lot of the things that you have to say, but I just got to say, homie, you know this. You get what you pay for in this world. If you don't pay the top dollar, and this is everything, and this happens. Yeah. This is, I'm talking about from the police officers to the actors, what you're bringing up, and everybody. You get what you pay for in life. I mean, if you spend $1 on a sandwich, that sandwich is probably not going to be as good as the one that's $13.
That's real.
Right?
That's real.
So if you look at it and you go, okay, cool, I could pay someone cheaper, but he's not going to be Brandon Aiyuk. It's not going to be Debo. It's not going to be any of the top guys because they want to play for top dollar or actors. It's like, cool. Could you have done the Avengers with a whole bunch of B-listers? Yeah, but no one would have went and watched it. The visual effects would have been amazing. The plot would have still been the same. There would have been the finger snap with Thanos, blah, 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 but it would have sucked because no one would have wanted to watch it because there would have been any actors with any merit. Just like in football, basketball, baseball, golf, backgammon, I don't give a you-know-what. If you don't pay the top athletes top dollar, you're not going to get a top dollar product, and that's just it. I hate to say it, but that's the way it is, right? It's kind of even your boys at ATCO. You don't pay your boys at ATCO top dollar, they're probably not going to go that extra mile to give that good inspection, right? I'm putting that on the table. They're not going to do that.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So it's just life. It's like, Steiny, are you going to come into work tomorrow if they tell you, hey, we're going to have to cut you back $30,000? Probably not. So that's all I'm saying. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Love it.
Appreciate it. Mike's on the Bay Bridge, and he says money doesn't go that far, goo. Okay. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hey, guys. A little nervous to opine on this, but, I've been blessed. I've been fortunate. I work my butt off. My wife works, too. We make a lot of money, and I can just say that from where we are today, from where we were when we were making half that, even less, it affords you some things, but not a lot. And, it doesn't go as far as you think. And so, we try to help out family, but it's expensive living in this town.
Yeah.
And so I get it why that's an impact with athletes. And what did I see about Clay? One of his decisions for going to Dallas was the taxes. Hey, one other thing that was from an earlier show. Yeah. Football players, right? These guys have been held down for so long and have gotten screwed on their contracts, right? That they get hurt and they get no money. And everyone's talking about how messed up it is that the receivers and everyone wants the guaranteed money and all this. Every other professional sport's got the guaranteed money, and no one puts their life on the line like the football players. And the NFL makes so much money. Look, the reason they're bringing in private equity is obvious, right? They need to be able to pay these players more for the entertainment factor. So that is the one sport that I am fully supportive of the players. Like NBA, maybe it doesn't have too much power, but in football, those guys deserve to get paid.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I kind of get mad at the Players Association, Stoney, but I know it's 53 guys. But why would that? Baseball guy can eat a donut and have a belly and be in right field and not get a ball for 2 hours, and football guys risking it all.
Evan,
and
you want to address this as a baseball guy?
That's where the money's at too, Evan.
Not every baseball player is Bartolo Colon, okay?
Fred Flintstone. Boy.
Hey, what's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs on the other side. That segment was also brought to you by Lucky California.
Go BOGO at Lucky. Fire up the deals with...
The world would be my lab.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Crossover time. And we're joined by Mark Willard. And Mark Grandy.
My guy.
No.
I don't know.
No.
Relax.
Mark Grandy is sort of going to straddle a fence today.
Okay.
A little bit.
You going solo?
Ish. He's going to talk. He's going to talk now.
Wow.
Lucas is going to talk, but they also need to man their own stations. Yeah.
Will, are you man enough to share with the world? Forget Steiny setting
How much
it up.
money you make?
No, we'll get to that in the Steph Curry $62 million. Because Willard, I said if I got money like that, I would help everybody that knew me. That's just me.
He said that last time. He said, remember when he signed the Supermax the first time? And he's like, at this point, he's like, it's kind of like, I mean, now I'm just about, what can we do with this money? We're not talking about
Willard, think about it.
I know it's fun to think about.
Would you show up to your job?
Yeah, I always say that I would.
Well, we love our job,
but I might be full of crap. Like I don't know. I think I would.
I don't know until you got to.
I would trim all the other little jobs that I do. I can tell you that. I would trim that. But like, I don't know I think Mega's over $500 million right now.
I'll stop on the way home.
All right. So I think it's at 650, something like that. If you won that, would you quit here?
Yeah, I would quit here.
See, I don't think I would.
I would. Steiny, I love you. 650.
650,000?
Yeah,
million.
After Uncle Sam.
Million.
Yeah.
650 million.
Yeah, and your walkaway check, from what I've been told in the lotto, is about half.
I'm gone.
I know you are. We know that.
You're gone.
We didn't ask you. We knew you'd be gone.
No doubt.
You might be gone.
My kids are older too. I mean, that has a lot to do with it. My kids are older. And
golfing every day.
I've always said that I would be here. I might be full of crap though. I don't know. I for at least to start.
I want to know.
No, at least to start, I would be here.
Yeah, and
I would be here.
For the last hour, I've been real. Like, what if you had that money and the boss came in and Steiny tried to figure out how much Curry, over $500 million he's made in his career from NBA checks.
Just
536,
NBA.
yeah.
Just NBA.
Yes, sir.
We know there's
him,
a hell of a
Durant,
lot more than
LeBron.
that. Sure.
How much is that direct deposit every 2 weeks? Is it like, what did we come up with?
It's 1.5
Willard,
million.
If you're my neighbor, you got it if you need something.
Oh, I will say this. Here's one thing I know that I would do. Forget like quitting the job or not. This has always been a stupid dream of mine, and I would do this. If I hit the mega tomorrow, I would spend a good portion of time over the next year going on like a tour to people who have helped me in life.
I've heard
and I would show up unannounced.
Wow.
Right? With like $500,000 checks.
Willard, wow.
Like the woman who nannied my kids 9 years ago and took them to the park every day.
Man.
I got to find out where you live. I don't even know where she is anymore. Here's $500,000.
Look at Steiny. That's pretty dope, man.
And you know, like some of my, you know, the first agent who took a shot at me when I barely even had a job.
Wow.
Here you go, dude. You know,
Steiner.
Go back to high school coaches, youth coaches.
Who would get a check from you, Steiny? Who would you know? Whose door would you knock on? For Steph's?
PG&E.
Who would you?
So it would be somebody that I owe the most to?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't even.
You guys are gonna laugh.
Mom
wait a
and dad.
minute.
Yeah.
So Mom and dad.
I got an answer for me.
So the guy who hired me is now the head of a company. So he makes a ton of money anyway.
It's not about what he's making. It's about who helped you. And you're saying here, just appreciation.
Nobody's coming to mind.
It might be a little bit about that. Like if the person who helps you is like a multimillionaire.
Like the first two guys, the first two guys I thought of were my high school coach and my college coach. My high school coach is dead.
Okay.
And my college coach is like 80 and he's well off. And
but did he give you a life lesson, I'm asking?
Well, that's why I would maybe give him something. Yeah, he gave me the tough love I needed. He sat my ass on the bench when I needed it. Mm-hmm. And I didn't like it at the time. But I learned a valuable lesson. I'm still not peeling anything off.
Willard, that hit me. Yeah. And you guys can laugh. I know you can't laugh all you want, but Jason Barrett, the guy that threw the lucky break contest.
I know Jason.
Okay,
I know Jason real well.
I would not go to do. I still talk to him right now.
He would love it.
Like that's how I got in to be with you guys.
He'd buy himself a bunch more New York Giants
there you go.
starter jackets.
But anyway, that's a lot of money, man.
Yeah, like
people saying, "Goo, you're rich with personality." I know that, and I love my life.
We're all terribly.
I would
rich.
help the needy.
Yeah.
And if my buddy had a 9-to-5, you don't have a 9-to-5.
Remember when
you're with me.
Yeah, remember when Popovich said this? Remember when Pop said it was like a year or two ago?
What did he say?
He was like, we make a stupid amount of money and we don't need it. He's like, we don't need all
I missed that.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah.
We make an absurd amount of money and we don't need it all. Wow. So he was criticizing the idea of not being charitable with it.
Man.
What the hell are you going to do with $650 million?
Wow, man.
It is funny. And by the way, note to any athletes who might be listening, because I know you do. When you say this publicly, I want you to know that it hits the wrong spot with the public. When you're negotiating things in upwards of 30 to 40 to 50 million per year, and you're like, we've got to take care of our family. Dog, hang on now. What does your family eat? What what on earth is the matter with your family?
Real talk right there,
You don't need that to take care of your family. I am a single dad taking care of 3 kids right now. I do, man, and some months are tough. We're not. I don't need 600 and can you imagine if I were here? Like, wow, I got.
So you would take Aiyuk's 14 million he's playing on.
No, that's different. I mean, sure, but that's different.
I got you.
I'm not taking shots at get whatever you can get, but don't play that card as to why you're getting it.
No.
I've been thinking about this the whole time because I'll be a son of a gun if I cannot think of one person that I'd be like, you know what, I'm going to give them money.
I'm going to give them money.
But what I would do, obviously, is I'd always pay for dinner when I'm out.
Yeah.
I'd pay for everybody's round of golf that I'm playing with that day. Everybody at the cafeteria.
That's good.
So you don't even need your wallet.
You know what? I would be like Larry Bird. He's got a saying about this.
What is it?
I'll pay for everything until you expect it.
Yeah, see, that's a good, because I hate going out.
Wow.
Have you ever gone, and I know one of the people in your golf group is one of these people.
Yes, Stein has a friend like that.
I don't like when you're going out with someone who's like, and whatever, we know people who maybe were in professional sports or hell, we just live in the Bay Area. There are millionaires around. And if you know one of them and you're going to dinner, I hate that thought where you're like, they got this, right?
I mean,
they got it.
Oh,
they're right. And then you're all looking at each other like, right? And then you do that fake, you reach for your butt, and you're like, there's no intention at all of getting anything out of there.
Oh, man.
I hate that.
Yeah, I'm not, if I'm 650 mil, I'm not saying, you know what, can we have separate checks?
Separate checks.
Say what you want about Shaq. I see him out and about and, the video captures.
Man. Yeah. Great man.
Like, that's real. You know, he's just doing that goo. No. That's what it's about, man.
Shaq was so well known in L.A., not only for being a huge tipper and taking care of the people around him. He's the kind of guy, you walk through a restaurant, it's unmistakable. Like, no one's like, I think he might be an NBA player. It's like it's Shaq, and he'll stop and talk to people, especially like he loves kids. He'll stop, he'll talk to kids.
He's incredible, man.
Yeah, he did it to my daughter one time.
And you have that amount of income he understands how, like Popovich, I hadn't heard that, Steiny, they're blessed.
They are. And so are we.
Beyond.
Yeah.
Beyond.
Absolutely.
But I think there's no question that Steph gets that, right?
Oh,
he's Steph, every fiber of...
He's the ambassador. He hasn't changed.
It's wild, man.
Dude.
Steph has literally arrived at, he's the most exciting basketball player of all time, and he's boring because nobody knows what to say about him other than he's the best. Like, nobody knows what to say about him
he's
anymore.
He's not Steve Martin. He's not a jerk,
has
man.
Steph ever offered a debatable topic in his career?
Well, I once asked Marcus Thompson, who covered the Warriors, if he'd ever seen Steph mad.
Okay.
Like, or rude.
Yeah.
And he said one time after a loss, he went over to Steph, and Steph said, "Not tonight."
Wow,
that was it.
What a horses behind. It's the only thing Marcus could talk. One night he didn't talk to me.
It's actually like Steph has made his empire by being relatable because he's this tiny guy who looks the same size as all of us, but he's actually the least relatable human being on planet Earth. Because I don't know how can you never have a bad moment?
How much,
especially when everyone's watching.
You think he's got cash in his wallet, Steph?
Well, I don't know what cash does for you anymore.
Well, and if he does, does he have 100 in it, or does he have 50,000 in it?
I would think it would be stupid for him to carry a lot.
Not outstanding.
That sounds
Zero.
dangerous.
You think he has zero cash on him?
No doubt about it.
You think he has somebody else deal with his credit cards?
Willard,
I don't know. I think Shohei's interpreter actually runs his Zelle account. What does cash do for you anymore?
Yeah. It gets in the way.
You ever
I went somewhere in Carolina and I never felt more ghetto in the world. They were like, "Sir, we don't take cash." I was like, my daughter looking at me like, I was like, "Wow, that's the Prince, the sign of the times."
Somebody gives you $100 for something or whatever, and you've got this $100 bill, and it'll just sit there for weeks because you're like, I don't know where I can spend
now when you
this.
pay in the store, they kind of give you that, I got to break it to get change and count. What happened to the card? Now I got to use my brain?
I got to disagree with you guys here.
Right.
One thing cash does, it can erase any kind of paper trail.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
My man.
You want one of those guys?
Just being honest.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
You don't Venmo your drug deals? Is that what you're telling me?
If somebody, if somebody lays $100 cash on me, nobody needs to know that except me.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm not saying I reject it, but it can be difficult to find out where you can use it.
That's just amazing.
My favorite story about that, I apologize if I shared this with you before, but a few years ago over Thanksgiving, we'll go down with my family, and my brother-in-law wanted to take us to a Ducks game, hockey, right? We go to an Anaheim Ducks game, and my mom, sweet thing, we're all getting ready to leave, and typical mom, right? You can't just leave without 8 questions. Do you have a jacket, and did you brush your teeth, and she's like, "Do you have any cash for parking?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I don't have any cash." She's chasing us down the driveway. Here's
it's a different
$50
game,
you need to. And we get to the parking lot, and they're like, "We don't."
That is man.
The parking guy at the game with the wad of cash that doesn't exist anymore.
It's over.
Beep beep beep. That's how everyone gets in. I told her, I go, "Mom, they won't even take it." So
Chase don't even take cash.
No, none of them do.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I do want to get into, yesterday we left, Guru and I, Shanahan talked.
Yep.
I mean, so much has happened in the last 24 hours. Shanahan talked, Lynch talked.
I disagree. I'm not interrupting. I disagree with him on so much has happened. Has it? But go ahead, Stan.
Oh, my gosh. I think... Yes, I think they're saying to Brandon Aiyuk, make a decision, play or not.
They've been saying that.
No, they haven't.
I think you're both right.
And I think they're fighting. I think they're finding him now.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're both right. And I don't mean to straddle a fence, but I think what happened, something did happen, but they knew it was happening. They've just arrived at a date.
The 53-man roster.
Yeah, they just arrived at a date. And I don't think, like Grandy mentioned this earlier, and he goes, "Hey, this is a fun one. Do you think that John and Kyle, when they were talking yesterday, were both very aware that Brandon was not going to practice?"
Probably.
No doubt in my mind.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And he goes, "So this was kind of just for show and for PR." And Grandy, you can jump in here anytime, but this is just for PR, for show. I go, I think part of it is PR, but the other part is they're setting the table for what they're going to do next, whether that is fine him. They're setting the table for their next maneuver. So we've just arrived at a date where the next step on the staircase is now here. And so we're not going to cover for you anymore with this back injury. It's time to get ready for the Jets, and you're on the team or you're not. And so then you're fined, and you don't have to worry about that with Trent because he's a veteran and he's automatically fined.
Yeah, I mean,
he's been getting fined.
I mean,
Trent's already lost already.
But it feels different though.
$4 million.
Yeah, but the whole thing with Trent feels totally different.
They couldn't be more different.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is started. The 49. And I don't know if they're still working on deals. I don't know if they've given them a final offer. I don't know if they've taken an offer off the table. But I feel like they are saying, this is the time when we as an organization said we were going to test him if he really wants to not play and make $14 million. Like, there was something about this 53-man roster that when they got that down, then they were going to start moving on, clearing him or whatever. And, yeah, I think they've drawn a line in the sand.
He's taking up a valuable roster spot now. It wasn't a valuable roster spot on Monday. Now it's a valuable roster spot. That could be going to someone else, what have you. What do you guys think about this? Because I think this is, the idea, I don't think it's as simple as the Niners going, okay, your move, your choice, because I don't know that it is his choice. I don't know what's still on the table for him.
Well, Stoney brought that up. Like, the 26 might not even be there anymore.
I don't know if there's anything on the table for him with the 49ers.
Play on the 14.
Is it possible that they've arrived at, this isn't worth it? You are not worth the headache you provide. Now, think about this with the other teams around the Bay Area. Think about it in your own life. Yeah. When something is a struggle or it's difficult, when is it no longer worth it?
Now. But
there's no way to answer that.
No, but you say that like the Niners have the power to trade him. A team that's going to acquire Brandon in his current situation with his contract, they have to say, they're not just doing that for a one-off. We had some callers call in and say, it's a... No,
they want to acquire him.
So I real quick, I brought up, I don't want to call him a little kid because I'm Team Brandon, but I am disappointed that he didn't take the trade. If you're going to draw a line in the sand and stand on business and another team is giving you the bag, you got to go. And you didn't go, allegedly.
Why are you Team Brandon?
Because the way that the contract was set up, I thought he outperformed it. I think he's more valuable than the $14 million. And I thought him using this card, it would already be done to where he'd get some more money. But if I find out, real quick here, that he thinks he's Justin Jefferson or CD, you lose me. So you can't have it both, Brandon. If another team like Cleveland, that report resurfaced today, and you said no, then what is your goal? And he called me crazy. Now I think he's like a little kid trying to be so difficult to the Niners when he knows they don't want him. That's why they drafted Pearsall. And that's why, and I know you can be like, "Good, what's the win in it?" But to almost be a prickler in their, to mess up what they got going. What explains it then? Why wouldn't you take the money and leave and focus on football?
I don't know.
There's a couple things that, to me, listen, I don't know who's reported what. But I do have some questions about some things, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm not convinced the 49ers offered him 26 or 28. I'm really not. And
that'd be a little wild.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like that didn't come from BobLikesFish.com. That
was real, I believe.
And Jordan Schultz and Mike Silver, that's.
I'm with them.
Well, it ain't there now, I don't think.
Put it this way.
I mean,
you've already been battling in the public. If those were fake, you don't think Brandon would have gone to Instagram? If he didn't actually get offered a contract by the Niners?
I just don't I don't think the 49ers' heart's in this one. To get this guy under contract by any means necessary.
Maybe that's why he went.
The other thing I'm convinced of is I just don't think it's as simple as Brandon said no to the Steelers, because that assumes the 49ers liked what they were getting back. And if they were asking for a first-round pick, they were not going to get that. So I'm not convinced the 49ers ever actually agreed to, you know what, we'll make this deal with the Steelers for a second-round pick
just to
and
get
that
them out of here.
offensive
What
lineman.
you talked about to end this fiasco.
Well, the Steelers
But I don't
thing,
think they want any.
Yeah,
There's nothing they want from
so
Pittsburgh.
they'd rather do this?
Well, the Steelers thing is odd because if you follow the whole timeline, it was the Niners agreed with the Patriots. He didn't want that. The Niners agreed with the Browns, and he didn't want that. Niners didn't agree with the Steelers, but he wanted that. Then the Niners and Aiyuk rekindled their efforts. Then the Niners did agree with the Steelers, but he no longer wanted that. And there was even the report that Aiyuk was not going to give the Niners the discount he was offering the Steelers because he was essentially offended by the way that this has gone over the summer. And that's why I'm not Team Brandon, because all of that adds up to, dude, you don't get to not pick any of those. You don't get to, especially because you're not a free agent. You're not a free agent.
Why did he tell, was it Jaden Daniels?
Yes.
They
don't want me.
They don't want me.
Where I was going.
Because that's what he hears.
Oh, okay. Wow.
But that almost tells me like
the 26 wasn't there.
I mean, that's just mental health, isn't it? I'm sorry to bring it there, but like human beings interacting with one another.
That's how he no doubt.
You say one thing and the person hears something completely different. You know what I mean? I can't go on a date Friday.
He don't like me.
But
That's
maybe
how
we could go
this.
Saturday.
Like
oh
me.
my gosh, you don't like me.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder.
This is bad for everybody though, Willard.
It is.
I'm ready to pick the Jets. And you could be like,
gosh, really?
No, just everything. They could win 50-0. But Willard, they don't got their house in order. And I could be proven wrong, but I'm just ready to pick the Jets. Okay. Even if it was the Cardinals. Are they really ready to go out here and be the best version of themselves?
All right, let me challenge you here. The New York Jets literally swung a trade for somebody who still, to this day, is holding out and won't show up, and he is a superstar pass rusher.
But he wasn't a part of their team last year, and I think the Jets grew from that experience last year. So I know Reddick is a bad boy, but I feel like you can't miss something you haven't had.
Okay, but is their house in order?
No.
Well, then we got two teams with their house not in order. Which house is stronger? That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I'll give you that. Like, who's getting more run? Who's on the news more in regard to?
Well, that's because they're the Niners.
Yeah, that's what. And that's.
I've argued the last month they're the biggest show in sports. And
but for the right reasons, though. Evan said yesterday Dallas signed CD. They're a circus. And they got their problem fixed. The Niners are still, this has been going on.
I don't want to go into all of the, because I don't even understand all of this, but there are metrics financially in terms of fan travel, everything. The 49ers, in the last couple of years, have surpassed the Cowboys in terms of marketing. I know you think some of you will think that's crazy. That's actual data.
The fans in Green Bay, in LA.
Yeah. So the Niners, like when you say, are they in the news for the right reasons? I'd argue yes. They're in the news not because of Aiyuk. Aiyuk is in the news because it's the Niners, because they have been so high profile, because they have this push-pull relationship with the Super Bowl.
Does all this mean the Aiyuk thing and Trent? Are you going to be ready to go week one against the Jets? I don't think so. I could be proven wrong. You're right with what you're saying. I'm just like, there's been no practice time. And you could be like, they don't need it.
I firmly believe Trent will still play in that game.
I told him that too.
But let's pretend that he doesn't. Does that now make the Niners a pushover?
No, but you're one play away anyway from Brock Purdy getting his neck busted because there's no Trent Williams there. That's all.
I still remain in the camp of I'd be shocked if he's not in that game. The Niners know that. They know that.
But
they know how important
camp is over. It's real practice now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys do well today. Grandy, have a fun day.
Real quick, your letter grade on your fantasy draft. We got D-. Just real quick.
95.7 again.
I got a C+, and that's your fault that you couldn't finish the last two holes.
Okay.
That's so your fault.
Tell them.
Did you take all the time you could possibly take during the draft?
No, and you didn't even turn your mic on. You're so flustered.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, right away. Say hi, Grandy. Turn your microphone on and say
What's
hi.
up?
All right. You're here. We're here. Let's do this. And Dibs is out for the rest of the week. And Dibs, if you're listening to us while you're driving, hey, we love you. Drive safe. But you're probably not listening. Hey, so here's what we're doing today. Tim Kawakami's going to join us at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock. Okay, he's super dialed in on all of this. Andrew Siciliano, who is obviously a national NFL guy, did the DirecTV Red Zone version for a long, long time. NFL Network until last year, still a large voice in the industry. He's going to join us at 4 o'clock. And the number is 888-957-9570. And I always say this, like, whenever we do a show kind of like this, Dibs is out. That's more room for you, although I don't want to make it sound like it's a solo show. Grandy's here. Lucas is here. We're going to chat. But I will set the table with this. So, Lucas, you sent out the tweet yesterday. Let me know. Look up the number of impressions on that quote that you sent out from me yesterday. And I think part of it is because people in Pittsburgh got made aware of this tweet and it really got them going. And I'll read it, but do you have the number of impressions that we've got on that tweet as of right now?
We are sitting at 201,000.
Okay, 201,000 impressions, basically a written quote of me ripping Brandon Aiyuk. Yeah, thank you. The humble brag, I guess. 201,000 impressions because I said that Brandon's a pain in the rear. I'm just paraphrasing my own quote. He's a pain in the rear. This whole experience has changed my mind. Do not hitch your wagon to this player. Move on. No extension for Brandon Aiyuk. And that got a lot of impressions. The reason I bring it up is because there was one question that repeatedly got asked in the process of that tweet and that quote, which is, why don't you have the same energy for Trent? Why didn't you have the same energy for Nick last year? Why didn't you have the same energy for Debo 2 years ago? And here's why. These situations could not be more different. I teach classes at Academy of Art, and thank you, and at Cal Poly. And they ask you at the beginning of each semester, Grandy, they ask you, make sure you post your your rules, like your accepting late work policy. And I'm always like, I'm really hesitant to post a late work policy. Reason being, my policy for Billy is going to be different than my policy for Rachel. I'm not going to have the same policy because they are going to have different reasons for why they were late. If Rachel comes to me and says, I didn't get my assignment in last week, my dad had a heart attack. But Billy says, I didn't get my assignment in last week, I'm really having a hard time budgeting my time. Am I supposed to give those two people the exact same policy? I'm not going to give those two people the exact same policy. One of you, I'm going to give compassion. I'm going to type some sort of an email back that says, family first, you let me know if there's anything I can do for you, and you talk to me when you're ready. The other student is going to get a, what are you doing? Like, you're an adult. This is college. Pull your head out of your I'm not actually going to email that, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to get your stuff together. I'm not excusing you because you just decided, whoops, couldn't do it. And that to me applies very, very much so in this situation. And I'd love to hear from everyone on this, 888-957-9570. Maybe your answer is nothing. What do you find different about the Brandon situation versus the Trent or the Nick or the Debo? How would you answer that?
Well, comparing Trent and Brandon, first of all, because those are the two that are happening right now, the way that they've gone about it is entirely different. Trent has been entirely in private. There's been nothing out in public. That might be a better way to go about it. Might be a worse way to go about it. I guess we'll ultimately see how it happens. The biggest difference for me, Willard, and this also goes back to Nick Bosa last year and probably Deebo Samuel the year prior to that, and maybe even George Kittle and Fred Warner. Trent Williams and Nick Bosa, they're the best players in the NFL at their positions, or at the very least, they are one of. Maybe Nick Bosa last year didn't have as good of a season, but he was coming off of Defensive Player of the Year. He was incredible, and he got paid like the highest non-quarterback ever, as he should. Trent Williams, getting up there in age, but still the greatest left tackle in the NFL, is going to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer. Brandon Aiyuk, coming off the first All-Pro season of his career, no doubting he's good, but is he a top 5 receiver in the league? No, you can make a case he's not even a top 10 receiver in the league. So that's a major difference. I mean, the Niners would love to feel comfortable paying Brandon Aiyuk $34 million a year, but the fact is, he's just simply not worth that because he's not at the top of his position like others are. It was something Guru brought up during the crossover. Even the Cowboys that we're talking about here, handled their big problem with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb's better than Brandon Aiyuk. If the Niners had CeeDee Lamb, they'd be willing to pay him maybe a little bit more than they'd be willing to pay Aiyuk. So much of this is just the stature of these two players as well.
Yeah, you nailed it. So those, like, answers number 1 and 2 are A, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, to a degree Deebo Samuel. I know Deebo scrubbed his Instagram, but those players did not take direct, early, public shots at the organization. That's number 1. Number 2, Nick Bosa and Trent Williams can easily argue, whether you agree with them or not, can easily argue that they are both the best player at their position in the entire game. Brandon Aiyuk cannot make either of those arguments. And then you go about sort of unpacking what we don't know. And this is where my mind always goes. And I still have all kinds of questions about this. And I can't wait to ask Tim Kawakami about it because I think he might be able to shed some light. But what is literally one of the themes that we love to use on this show, when you've got something mysterious going on with a sports team and you're listening to press conferences, you're listening to sports radio, you're watching games, and you're trying to figure out what the hell's going on, don't listen to their words. Watch their actions. So here we are. We've had TweetDeck 2024, and we've got high-level reporters, no-level reporters, YouTubers, radio people, TV. Everybody's telling you, well, here's what's actually happening on the inside. Here's what's those. And then we got press conferences from Kyle and John. Those are all words. What are their actions? They held a draft and picked 2 new wide receivers. And then they got to free agency and they signed another wide receiver. And then they got to roster cut down day. And they brought in another recent former second-round pick, put him on the practice squad, started answering questions about him and telling everybody that they think he's just a phenomenal football player.
They were high on him out of college.
They've been high on him for 3 years. Terrace Marshall, by the way, the guy we're talking about. And then what is their action yesterday? Sure, you can do their words. Oh, we love Brandon, and the expectation is he'll be out there on the field.
Well, their words yesterday were actually pretty strong, too.
Yeah, their words were strong, but they're nowhere near as strong as their actions because I think, as you adeptly pointed out earlier today, their words were simply just their words. And in a way, I'm not going to call them lies, but they're packaged words. Oh, we expect him to be out there. No, they don't. They didn't expect him to be out there. The expectation is that he'll be out there. Let me give a different word to it. The rule is that he's out there.
We told him, time to show up.
Yep, and he broke the rule. And so now you suffer the punishment. Brandon has been medically cleared. The expectation is that he'll show up, as it is for all of our players. And now the punishments and the fines will begin. Oh, and what's their other action? It's a non-action. They haven't signed him. This is, you guys are all right. This is not that complex. It's not that complex of a deal. If CD and Justin are over here, and Jalen Waddle and Amon-Ra are over here, and Devontae Smith is sitting over there, this is not a difficult deal. So why haven't they done it? Why haven't they done it? And that's sort of where my question lies. Like, all of the reports, we're trying to get something done. We're trying to get something. Are you? Your actions suggest that maybe Brandon's ridiculous statement from earlier this summer was actually true. They don't really want him. Certainly not at that number. They don't really want him. It's what their actions are suggesting. That's how Brandon feels. And I know that doesn't make any sense to us because we're like, well, he's good. And you're trying to win a Super Bowl this year. But at the end of it all, it isn't just about this year for the 49ers. It is about a much, much bigger picture. And we've effectively not been able to tie this to other players like I wish we could. You know, I wonder how many people would still answer sign Brandon if it were just a black letter fact. If you sign Brandon, you lose Debo. You want him?
Well, it could also be impacting Trent Williams' negotiation.
Of course it could.
And what they said, I don't know exactly when it was, maybe a month ago now, we want to get Aiyuk sorted out first, then we'll get to Trent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what happens with Aiyuk and how much money they guarantee him next year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, who knows how long this Trent thing is going to go for, but it's going to impact the amount of money that they're going to be able to give Trent.
Yeah.
And you want Trent on this team? Yes.
Have to.
So you have to try to structure the Aiyuk contract around what makes that all possible. And maybe there's Diamador Lenore. Maybe there's Mooney Ward. Maybe one of these rookies coming up that look really good right now in the future. Maybe that impacts that. You never really know how wide reaching these contract extensions could ultimately be.
I wish I knew what it was that Brandon and his agent are trying to achieve. I really do. I wish I knew what it was they were trying to achieve. You can think it's fair, unfair. We can believe whichever reports that we want. But the bottom line, and check this, 415 just texted in, Xfinity mobile text line. Thank you for listening to the show. Thank you for interacting. And the text is, they're not different. All enabled by the Niners and the NFL. All right. I don't agree with that. I've said a number of times, I don't think the Niners handled this perfectly. So was it enabled by them on some level? I think you could have a point there, but as to whether or not this is a different negotiation, if this is different behavior by the player, to me, there's no question that it is. I have drawn a line in the sand on these types of situations throughout the years, and I start my thought process with pro player. Every time.
Especially in the NFL.
Mainly in the NFL. Non-guaranteed contracts, absurd physicality, CTE, it's absurd. They choose it, so I'm not putting compassion toward that. You choose it. But an example, go back to when the thought process out of the draft, remember when the stories came out and it's like, well, they're gonna sign Brandon to an extension and they're gonna cut Debo at the end of the year. I never heard anybody go, that's not fair. You can't cut Debo. He's still got a year left on his deal. You have to honor that contract. Nobody said a damn word. And you're all okay with that. You're all okay with them cutting Debo because they're allowed to. So why aren't you allowed to do what Trent Williams is doing? That's why I back Trent. That's why I backed Debo, and it's why I backed Brandon at the beginning. You have to get whatever you can get, but whatever he can get has now been offered to him, like 8 different ways, and we still sit here now. And so that's where I feel this got to a very, very unfair place. 888-957-9570. When is too much? Too much. When is the most talented player in the room no longer worth it? Who do you liken this to throughout Bay Area sports? There are some names. Look the way the Warriors have handled Draymond Green. They have repeatedly decided, you know what, he's worth the headache. He's worth the headache. Is Brandon worth the headache? 888-957-9570. We'll take some calls next. Tim Kawakami joins us at 3. Glad you're with us. Grandy's hanging out. Lucas is hanging out. Dibbs is out. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what we should do, Grandy? And glad you're with us, Willard and Dibs. Tim Kawakami in less than a half hour. It'd be fun to put together like a compilation just in the last 24 hours of things that feel like veiled shots from the 49ers at Brandon.
That might take me like 5 hours.
It would take you a while. But like, there's too many for it to not be a thing, right? I know we're the media. We are guilty sometimes of like, ooh, did
Let's
you see?
read between the lines.
I get it. We deserve that sometimes when people are like, dude, shut up. Like, there's nothing there. But it happened like 8 times yesterday. And one of them, most of you probably never heard. Even if you were so dialed into 95.7 The Game and we were carrying Kyle Shanahan live and John Lynch live. And if you didn't at least think that both of them looked like they hadn't slept all night, then you just missed it. They both look like they've just, as my mom used to say when I was a kid, had it up to here. They have had it up to here. Brandon, go to your room. So there's at minimum that. But were they taking, like when they asked John Lynch about Terrace Marshall, and a lot of you are probably like, who the hell's Terrace Marshall? Terrace Marshall, second-round pick out of LSU for the Panthers 3 years ago. He ends up on the Niners practice squad, and they asked John Lynch about it, and he's just talking about Terrace Marshall. And all of a sudden, he's like, we just think that here is a great place for wide receivers.
You want to hear it?
Yeah, play it.
Yeah, here it is.
That's just a good football player. We were very fortunate to get in the building. I don't know what went on in Carolina. I know that I got on the phone with Terrence along with Leonard Hankerson and Kyle and just told him about the way we do things, what we thought of him coming out of college, and that this could be a great landing spot for him. He's going to have to earn everything, but it's a fun place for receivers to come and thrive. And whatever your best is, I think you'll find it here. So we're excited for that opportunity.
I'm like, wait a minute. Here is a great place for wide receivers to thrive. Whatever your best is, you'll find it here. The only part I didn't like about that, Grandy, he called him Terrence, didn't he? His name's not Terrence.
It's Terrace.
It's Terrace.
Correct.
It's Terrence with no N. I'm pretty sure John Lynch is like, we love the player. Don't know his name, but we love the player.
That LSU wide receiver. Well, really
whatever.
all of them. They're all great.
Odell Marshall. Is that who we just signed?
He's also a junior, by the way. That junior seems to have slipped off a lot of people's naming.
Whatever. A couple letters here and there, who's counting? But then later in the day, not a public press conference, okay? John Lynch speaks at a Players for a Purpose event. And David Lombardi of The Athletic is there, and he captures this audio. Again, decide for yourself, is this a veiled shot?
There's been a lot of talk this training camp on who we don't have here. We'll take care of that business, but I'm focused on what we do have here. Debo, and I see these guys work every day, and I know what's about to go down this season. These guys have put in the work. They've committed. It's about stacking days, but it's about the type of days that you stack. Kyle leads these guys along with our coaching staff in a great way. They're going to be prepared for the Jets. They're going to be prepared for this entire season, and it's going to be one heck of a season. I promise you that.
This man just had a 90-person training camp, whittled a roster down to 53, then sent more of them out, brought new players back in. No less than 100 people have come through this camp and worked their butt off on a day-to-day. John named one of them. One of them. Debo Samuel.
It happened to be the one guy that for a couple of years now, the Niners have been looking at as maybe we have to choose between Debo and Brandon Aiyuk at some point. Maybe we have to make that decision. The only other name he brought up was Aiyuk's direct competition.
It was almost as if it was like it was almost like a Freudian slip. It didn't even fit in his sentence. The word Debo just flew out of his mouth. He was saying something completely different, and he's just like, Debo. It's like word association. I like players who are here working their Debo. It just spit it out. I don't know. It feels like, and then they're asking him about Trent. He's like, well, It's amazing when two people really want to get a deal done. It usually happens when both sides want to get a deal done. That was Kyle Shanahan talking about Trent. I don't know. Add that all up, and there's something there, right?
Oh, no doubt. And you go even further. John Lynch asked about Trent Williams, and he said, quote, there's good communication there.
Right.
And then the follow-up question was, good communication with Trent. Good communication with Aiyuk, John? He says, there's communication. Not good communication, but there's communication.
Exactly.
He hasn't ghosted us. He's ghosted us on the practice field, but not all communication.
Yeah, we egged his agent's house the other night. Does that count? That's communication? Yeah. I cussed him out on the phone the other day. Does that count? I mean, there's too much evidence here that the Niners have had it. They've had it. And so, and like, this is something we were talking about earlier. For each of you to bring it to your house. Like, what is there in your life where you're like, oof, there'd be a cost if we don't do this anymore. But is it worth the headache? There's not a marriage in America that doesn't go through that, where you're like, oof, like we are not getting along, and this does not feel good, but there are kids, and there's a home, and there's salaries, and are we just going to not do it? And you got to decide, like, when is the difficulty no longer worth it? When does the difficulty get to the point where you're like, you know what? The difficulty in and of itself is now causing all of the safe space to no longer be safe, right? Doesn't every marriage therapist say that? The marriage tries to stay together for the kids. And at a certain point, the therapist is like, it's actually worse for the kids if you stay together. So did the Niners get there with Brandon, where it's like, we would like to be really good at football this year. That's our goal. We would like to be excellent at football. Well, we're a better team if Brandon Aiyuk is on it. This Brandon, does that still work for you at a position that we know damn well? High level, high thinking NFL coaches, they don't value it. Once again, look at their actions. Ask Bill Belichick, when did he make his team about a wide receiver? Ask Andy Reid, when did he make his team about a wide receiver? And ask Kyle Shanahan, when did he make his team about a wide receiver? Let's hear from you. 888-957-9570. Hey, Mike in Santa Clara, you're first up. You're on with Willard and Dibbs, except for Dibbs isn't here and Grandy's here. Hi, Mike, what's up?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. And, Grandy, good to hear from you, man. Always love you, dude.
Nice.
Love you, Grandy.
Look, I think it's time to cut ties in this case. When it comes down to it, you have to look at what the bigger picture is in regards to what is going to make you a better football team. And if I'd had to choose between the two, you can be Justin Jefferson, you could be A.J. Brown, you could be Jamar Chase, you could be Tyreek Hill, you could be any of those guys. But unless you actually don't have a quarterback that can throw you the ball, is going to not make you a better receiver in that case. And that's why I'm saying that it's time to cut ties with B.A. Trent Williams needs to be the focal point of getting the two signed in this case. If Brock Purdy cannot throw the damn ball with his blind side not being protected with arguably the best left tackle in the league, and especially for the future, what are you going to have? And then it's just going to make BA even more angry at that point.
Right.
I don't care about that. We still have Debo. We still have Kittle. We still have McCaffrey. We have Ricky at that point trying to prove himself. We have Juwan Jennings. We still have, position players that can still make the plays at this point. So I'm just tired of all the drama. Take care of what is important, and that is taking care of Brock Purdy. And in that case, it means Trent Williams needs to be top priority over Brandon Aiyuk at that point.
Well,
thanks, guys.
Mike, thanks. I agree completely. Like here's something about that. And who knows if this factors into what's going on with Trent Williams. But How many seconds would it take if we get a Trent Williams deal? Let's say that broke at 2:48. We get a Trent Williams deal. How long before we get a call or someone's like, you took care of Trent? How are you not going to take care of Brandon? And that's kind of what I meant by that analogy earlier about my late policy for my students. Why do a lot of you, in my opinion, I feel like a lot of you feel like it's just a rule. We take care of our guys. We drafted them. They're good. We take care of them, period. We give them whatever they want. Why does the rule have to be across the board? Why can't it be selective? Is that not the right of the team to go, actually, this position we don't value the same way. This player we like, that one we love. This player is imperative, that one's a nice addition. And oh, by the way, this player's negotiating with us like an adult, and this one over here is not. Like, I don't understand the fans who are like, it's just a rule. You draft them, they're good, you take care of them. I don't think it's smart to work it that way.
No, it's not. But I also don't want to downplay Aiyuk's importance because, I mean, I know you're not doing that. Obviously, this is a much better team with him. But, I mean, you can even think back to the Super Bowl, and that was a pretty ugly game to watch offensively. And that was even when you had Aiyuk on the team, and Kittle, and McCaffrey, and Debo. I know there were some injuries here and there, and that was part of it. But, I mean, you replay the Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk, and I know he didn't have necessarily a big game. He could have had a bigger game if maybe some blocks got put down in front of him. But Aiyuk makes this offense a whole lot better, and that's where the conversation goes to. It's exactly what you're talking about. How much is worth it? And it's part of the reason why this entire offseason I felt like maybe the best thing for the Niners is just to say, you know what, Brandon, we love you. You're awesome on this team. But unfortunately, the timing of it, we can't give you the contract that you're looking for. You're going to play on your 5th-year deal. Sorry.
You know what's wild, though? I don't disagree with you, but what's crazy, and again, like, I need to find a way, maybe y'all can help me. I need to find a way to package this question to Tim Kawakami. I got to find a way to package this question. Because if we follow the reporting arc, Niners offer like 26 back in April or May. That's close. They don't get it done. Amon-Ra deal comes in. Jalen Waddle deal comes in. Brandon gets ticked. Two sides stop talking. Then you get to August, and it's all the trade stuff, speculation. And then you come out of that with, no, we're going to reboot our conversation with one another. And the reports suggest the Niners offer at least gets to Pittsburgh's offer, which Brandon was prepared to say yes to. And now it just becomes confusing to everyone why he would say no, but he did. But my question lies in if you don't value him, like if you're going to draft 2 other receivers and you're sort of playing the game of like, we think we can win without you, and Debo is absolutely imperative to us, why would you have taken the risk of upping the offer to 28 or 29 and having Brandon, who knows, say yes? He could have said yes. And then there would be other questions. I don't think people would be mad at that, but then there would be other questions. What does that mean for Debo? What does that mean for the 2 rookies that you just spent all this draft capital on? Something still doesn't add up as far as that is concerned. Let's go to Dylan in Fremont. Hi, Dylan. What's up?
Mark, I just wanted to tell you that I agree with you mostly about the whole Brandon Aiyuk situation and the 49ers situation. And I listen to you every day. So, it's pretty much that I disagree with you. And I'm not scared. I have season tickets. And they have a good team. And, the NFC, they better be ready for us to come.
Season tickets, huh, Dylan?
Yeah, I sit in 226.
200 level.
Sits in yeah, he sits in 227. And you know what? I have the boxes behind me. I sit at the very top, sir.
Dylan, we'll see you at the game in a couple weeks, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's go to David in Denver. Hi, David. Thank you for calling. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. Oh, man, I feel like I'm there as well. Time to cut ties, man. And I say that knowing I know Brandon makes us a better team, man. I appreciate him as a faithful. Like he's been great. I think what I keep coming back to though is like I just can't get away from like the whole like him or his agent or whoever. Just seems like they're not reading the room, man. And what I mean by that is this ain't the Carolina Panthers or whoever else, man, like where it's like one like superstar trying to get his bag and all and what they say, it's like it's widely known we have a stacked roster of high quality, top notch, like superstar players at multiple positions. And we got a quarterback who's gonna demand quarterback money coming up, the most important position in sports. And so at this point, I don't know how Brandon and his people don't look at that and say, hey, like, unless they were super lowballing me, like, I got to look at the team somehow and realize I'm not a one-man show. I'm not on some dreg of the NFL. I'm on one of the most stacked rosters. Like, to just have some perspective with that, it seems like he doesn't have that, or his people haven't had that. And so I don't know how to not feel like he's just being a little selfish and a little greedy at this point. It's hard for me to see otherwise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, David, I totally know what you mean. And this is just me talking. Like, if that's the part that bothers you, thanks, David, then cool, that's what bothers you. That's not actually the part that bothers me. I don't ever think that a player in the NFL should be forced to look at it and go, I'm going to take less because my team's good. I just don't think they should have to do that. You are absolutely in your right as an NFL player to ask for every dollar that you can get. The problem with BA is that he exhausted the leverage. He exhausted the process. All of the offers came in. He was allowed some sort of a like truncated free agency for why, God knows why, but he was. He was allowed that. He surveyed all the offers. He went to all the teams. He went to TikTok, and he came out of it with nothing. He picked nothing. That's what gets me. I have no issue with Brandon trying to get every dollar, no matter what team he's on. But he got to the end of the journey and picked nothing. And that, for me, is why, in addition to the fact that he's probably overvaluing himself, probably a little bit, and that's fine. We all see ourselves maybe as, I like it when people see themselves as maybe better than they are. It's better than the other way around. I want y'all to have confidence. Nobody wants you moping around, oh, I'm no good. I'm glad that Brandon thinks very highly of himself. That's wonderful. But when you get to the end of the rainbow, you got to stick your hand in the pot of gold or there's no point in going to the end of the rainbow. That's what I'll never understand about this situation.
I think the 49ers probably felt once they finally increased their offer, according to reports, they were stuck on, 26 for like months. Once they increased their offer, they probably felt like, all right, this is what's going to get it done. We finally increased our offer. It's now competitive with what Pittsburgh was offering. We're obviously a better team than Pittsburgh. He doesn't dislike being here. This is what's going to get it done. But it obviously didn't. And now you wonder if Aiyuk's camp is feeling, well, we got them to increase a little bit. We just keep holding out. They obviously still want us, and they're willing to pay us a little bit more than they originally were. If we keep holding out, maybe we can squeeze an extra couple $1 million out of this. If they just stood pat at 26, I wonder if the deal wouldn't already be done because Aiyuk and his camp would realize there's nothing else we can possibly get out of this. They've already budged once. Maybe they'll budge again.
I don't know that what you're saying is exactly true, but A, if it is, what an ugly characteristic in a person that would paint of Brandon Aiyuk. And B, I will say that something along the lines of what you're talking about, I think is true. I put it this way, I have had enough conversations and read enough to feel that at minimum the Niners and even some objective observers believe that Brandon and his agent have been a pain in this process. They have been a pain. What that says to me is the goalposts keep moving. And I start to get to a point where I'm very turned off by this idea that like, well, I didn't sign, and now CD got 34, so boop, price goes up, brothers. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You've been talking for 6 months. First of all, you're not CeeDee Lamb, and please stop telling me, well, if he was given those targets, but he's not. That's not the way life works. You work for who you work for, and you've put up what you've put up, and the context of it matters. I have no idea what he would do with 170 targets. And if he didn't have Debo and Trent and George and Christian all on the field. That's the easy response to everyone who's like, what if Brandon got 170 targets? What if Brandon was the only good offensive player on his team?
He could have found out if he accepted the trade to New England.
Exactly. My bet is it would not look like CeeDee Lamb. It would not look like Justin Jefferson. He's not those guys. You can't tell your company, I'd be happy with blank, and then when they hit blank, you go, whoops, I was happy with it last week. Not now. Well, bleep you. That's where we're going to arrive at a certain point. And it feels to me like he's done that at least twice. At least twice. Maybe more. Wilson in the city. Hi, Wilson. Thank you for calling.
Hello. I just want to put my 2 cents in. It seems that it comes down to Brandon. I don't know what he wants. You know, you get money, you want to play on a good team, you stay, you want to get the money, the offers are out there, get it. Like, what do you want? At this point, I feel like it's either something personal, he's trying to make a jab towards the Niners, or he's just straight out just trying to be a huge distraction for everybody to focus on him. Because I don't see him be at the value, as we said, to CD and these other players, because if he wanted that, he would have been less. But now to the point, I don't blame it. It's just being a nuisance almost. It's a thorn to the side. Like, we're trying to win a Super Bowl. That's the main focus of this. And now we got to deal with you that don't even know what you want to do. But like we said, be 10 toes with the money. If that's what you want, be that player. Be consistent. So everybody knows BA is the guy that wants the money.
Wilson, I appreciate you, man. I mean, here's where my brain's about to go next as we get closer to games. Dude, a week from tonight. Ooh, a week from tonight, we got a game. We got a game. Chiefs and Ravens.
It's a hell of a game.
Oh, my gosh. So good. So good. All right. As we get closer to games, this is where the plot really, really thickens. Every single game, if not every single drive. And I know you. I am one of you. We're all going to be doing the same thing. You're going to watch every single drive, and you're going to be assessing who's winning the negotiation based on that drive. Does the Niner pass game look like crap? Ooh, point BA. Niners go hot knife through butter. Touchdown, opening drive, 7-0 to George Kittle. BA. That's not going to go well for you. And so it adds a new dramatic flair to everything the Niners do when the season opens. I don't know if that's a good thing for them. Probably not. But I've watched these before, and that's how they go. If the Niner offense totally sputters, then BA, that's the only leverage he has. And, boy, that's not a bet I would like to make if I were him.
No, he's in an awkward situation where, assuming that the holdout continues and he refuses to practice or play, he has to, if his goal is more money, he has to actively root against the 49ers. If that's what he's trying to get more money, he has to root against them.
Like Barry Zito.
Yeah. And he's a Niner. That is awkward as hell.
I wonder how much that happens in like ways that guys would never admit. Like, does the backup quarterback root for the, you know what I mean? Is Aiden O'Connell like, I hope Minshew looks like crap. Like,
I hope he minorly pulls his hammy and gives me a chance. Not a bad injury, but let me get into the game and prove that this is my job.
Every one of them, I'd never root against my brother. Like, really?
I think it depends on the guy, right? Clipboard Jesus, Charlie Whitehurst, he never wanted to get in the game.
Well, sure. I have long said that backup quarterback is the best job in football.
I think you're the only one to ever say that.
No, it's the best job in football, provided that the starter doesn't get hurt. Can you imagine? All you've got to do is put a uniform on and go watch a game with a really good seat and make like $4 million a year. And you don't have to get hurt at all.
Shout out Jimmy Garoppolo in LA.
Right. You even get one of those fun jerseys at practice that doesn't allow anyone to touch you. I would love to be a backup quarterback. I'll just tell that starter, don't you get hurt. Don't you dare get hurt. I won't go in there. People try to kill me. All right. 888-957-9570. Lots of you want to weigh in. Stay right where you are. Plus, Tim Kawakami, The Athletic, and the TK Pod, part of the Odyssey Network, dialed in like no other, and he will join us on all of this next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and you know how much I love Prize Picks. It's America's number.
Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm Dillard or Wibbs, but the other one ain't here. It's just me. Grandy's hanging out. Lucas is here. Tim Kawakami literally seconds away. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Shout out to Chicago Jason on our YouTube feed, who says Brandon Aiyuk has fallen all the way from being a Reese's to an Almond Joy on Halloween. Not a toothbrush or an apple yet, but we're getting there. It's not game week yet. Let's find out if Tim Kawakami agrees right here on the River Islands guest line. And obviously with The Athletic and the TK Pod, part of our Odyssey network, Tim joins us now. Hey, TK, what's going on?
Hey, not much, Mark. Well, actually, a ton, Mark, but you say not much when you're on the phone. So
exactly. Well, thank you for the stock answer. Appreciate that. What about this? I've been curious to ask you this since I saw you say it. You wrote on Twitter a lot of different things, but one comment in particular said that Brandon and his agent have been difficult this negotiation. What precisely did you mean by that?
Yeah, I think we've all seen it. You know, the social media stuff. That's Brandon, but it's Brandon's camp, so I'm putting his agent in there. It's the going on with Jane Daniels and saying they don't want me. It's those things. It's the, okay, request a trade. You know, however serious the 49ers really were, they did put together trades after he requested them. They let him talk to the teams and not accepting any of those trades because those teams would not want to acquire him if he didn't want to go. It's just been so many kind of false starts and passive-aggressive notes. And, you know, there's differing, you know, characterizations of the 49ers haven't been great in this negotiation. I certainly agree with that. And they've been pretty tough to negotiate just because they won't budge very much. And that's their thing. And what I've heard from the people who have monitored this also, the Aiyuk side's kind of been all over the place. At least that's what I hear from people who talk to the 49ers. It's like they're not really sure what he wants. So I think there's criticism on both sides. I put more of it on the 49ers because they're the ones responsible for putting a roster together. They're the ones who are supposed to have this together. The players and the agent are trying to get as much money as they can. There are various ways to do it. I think this one has been, you know, very, very borderline on some of it, but you got to try to get as much money as you can. It's up to the 49ers to figure out if they can do it. And if they can't do it, make a quick decision and then move on. That's what they could have done. They never did, and they're still stuck on this. But no, the social media stuff I have heard, the interview on the Pivot podcast also, where he kind of like said, I want to go here, but also I want to go to 49ers, but I want to go here.
Right.
That stuff, again, you could brush it off, and I've mostly brushed it off, frankly. If I was negotiating, I wouldn't brush it off, but that's me. 49ers have not brushed it off. They have not liked it. And also I've heard, and Mike Silver reported this first, and I've heard it's true, the videos where he's, you know, going up to Kyle and John and, you know, making sure he's on video and giving bro hugs. They don't mind that. They don't like feeling like they were pawns. So like they immediately you put it on social media and, you know, and it looks like they're in putting them in the middle of this. Those sort of things I think has complicated it. And if, you know, it's just been in their face. It's been in the 49ers face. Slight difference. Obviously Trent Williams is just not there. They're not dealing with it. Maybe that has made that easier. I don't know. They're both out. They're still both not signed. But I've heard that comparison, not just by reporters. I've heard that from people in the league. They just look at the way those two have different ways that they've approached it. And it's probably going to be easier to get the Williams deal done than it will be to get the Aiyuk deal for a lot of those reasons.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Tim Kawakami with us. Okay, so that Brandon Aiyuk relationship, let's dig into that a little bit. Is it recoverable?
Yeah, I think so. Money seems to solve a lot of things. I don't think it will be the same, though. I don't think, there's been some things done, it's gone so long that it'll be tough to be a smiling group again, 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk. Again, if he plays great, if they sign him and he comes in and it's a little late and he plays great, and they play great in the playoffs, maybe win a Super Bowl, obviously much of this will be forgotten. That's what happens in negotiations. But I do think this has gone a little further than anybody thought it would, and it has altered, maybe the way both sides look at each other. Again, he could sign, and it doesn't matter. Nick Bosa came in later, right? He came in the week of the first. This would be the equivalent of like next week on Tuesday. And all was made, okay. But that wasn't a social media back and forth, right? That was silence on both sides. And then they got all the way to September and they got it done. This has been more jabbing and passive aggressiveness. And, again, what does that mean? If he's good, it doesn't mean much, but it means something. I do think that there is lingering, trust issues or communication issues or whatever. And I just think if he does come in, it will be on a slightly different terms than he was when he was, last year or the year before. And maybe he's in for a year or two, probably, maybe, 4 years. Even if he signs for 4 years, will it really last that long? I don't know. It's getting to that point where you can actually make statements like that and go, I don't know how long this relationship is going to last.
Tim, you know what I really want to ask you, and I guess where my question for the summer as a whole lies, because I always try to put aside what they're saying and watch their actions. And the 49ers' actions suggest that they do feel on some level they can function without Brandon. They really love Debo. They keep saying it. They're so impressed by him and the way he showed up. They drafted 2 receivers. Do they still want to extend Brandon Aiyuk?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, they do. I mean, if they were done with him, they would have walked away 2 weeks ago when all that trade stuff came up, and they would have just traded him for the 4th round pick or whatever. They maybe had that thought in their minds, might have run through their heads. Could we do this? I just don't think that is how you maintain your value. I don't think that is how you give yourself the best chance to win the Super Bowl. At some point, they might still do that. Trade with somebody who doesn't have a long-term deal with them and just let them deal with it. But they would not get much in that situation. The maximum value they can get in trade is for a team that has a long-term deal with Aiyuk ready to go. That has not happened. You can still trade them, but you get them way less for a team that maybe on a rental or on a short-term thing. They haven't reached that point. But no, there is a difference, though. I will give they talk about Trent Williams. It's like, Trent, we love Trent. Trent's a leader. We'll never, that's what John Lynch literally. I'll never say anything bad about Trent Williams. We expect him in at some point, and that is not what they're saying about Brandon Aiyuk. So there's clearly a difference there. I don't think they'll say, "Oh no, we're just fine without Brandon." They're not, because they're not dumb. They know the big plays that he made last season. They know what he's meant to them. They know he's 26 years old. Again, they keep saying it. There just aren't many young players they've got on offense that they can just pencil. This Brock Purdy will be on, a major part of this offense for 5 years. Who else will be with them? You got Brandon Aiyuk among the standout guys, and maybe nobody else. So these are all important factors. This is why they're still in it. I don't think they've negotiated wonderfully throughout this, but if you give them some benefit of the doubt that they know value, that's why they're still in it. He's a valuable player. But it's all being pushed to the brink. It's been brinksmanship from the beginning, however much you can do before the ultimate deadline. We're now getting to the ultimate deadline, and it's maybe Monday or Tuesday of next week. And if not, then, things can still go on. He'll just maybe miss the first week, miss the second week. But when you start missing game checks, Mark, some real lines are being crossed, and that's what they're trying to avoid. I get what they did yesterday. They want to try to make this get to be the moment where this is all decided, because it hasn't been. And now they're in the stare down. I think we'll really find out by Monday. And we keep saying it, deadline here, this one deadline, here's I think Monday really, really is when we'll figure this one out.
Tim Kawakami with us. So, Tim, you believe Aiyuk's camp that he is willing to miss game checks?
No, I don't know that. We got to see, right? Negotiations about seeing. I don't know. You would have to believe they've thought it out, right? But to get here and to miss practice again today, right? It's the second straight practice. The 49ers expecting him to be there, and he's not there. He might be holding out, by the way. I have said that. We don't know if he's even there. This hold-in, I think, is essentially over. if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you don't gain anything by this hold-in. They're probably fining him. So you just go out. And so they can put you, if they need to, they can put you on a reserve list. They haven't done it yet, but I don't know what he would gain by going to meetings anymore. If you're going to get fined, just go, leave, get off site. That was what I would do if I was him at this point. And then we'll see. And is he willing to miss games? I don't know. That's, you don't really know. Are you willing to bet all your chips? You don't know until you actually do it. You can bluff that you're going to do it, but we'll see. And all the 49ers, willing to suspend him, we'll see. This is what brinksmanship is about. I have to imagine Aiyuk's camp has thought this out. I don't know. Maybe there's some evidence that they haven't sometimes. There's evidence that they have. But you get to this point, you better be thinking that you're going to miss game checks. We'll see. It's a big step to take. And, I'm not sure he's going to be ready to go week 1 if he reported today. If it reports in week 3 after missing 2 games, when's he going to be at 100%?
Yeah.
Maybe week 6. So the 49ers are going to be paying him 4 game checks for somebody who's not going to be at top speed yet. Like that's when this really gets practically problematic. And so I think the 49ers, I've kind of criticized them for them amping up the pressure, and other times I don't criticize them for this, because this is when it really starts to lose value. Your player loses value to you. He wants you to raise the offer, and he's actually going to be worth less, at least from week 1, week 2, if he's not in by, let's just say Monday, and maybe Tuesday, but let's say Monday. I don't think how good do you think he's going to be in the game on Monday night, September 9th, if he doesn't report till Monday? It's not going to be 100% Brandon Aiyuk, and what if he pulls his hammy, because it's all of a sudden he's ramping up, and maybe he's not really there till week 7, and what if I'm not a team first guy on these negotiations. I think people know, I understand players have short careers. They're not the ones making, $150 million in profit every year like the teams are. The teams are responsible for putting the roster together, not the players. But I do get this moment for the 49ers. I do understand the value of the player is going to start to lessen really quickly once he's not practicing. And it already has, let's admit it. But by Monday, there's going to be legitimate reasons to say he's not going to be that value from then on.
Tim Kawakami, The Athletic, the TK Pod. Tim, let's focus on that Niners side for a second. To what level do you think Parag Marathe and the rest of the front office are sort of carrying around the idea of the loss that they took against Nick Bosa into current negotiations with other players?
Yeah, I've raised that. I've not heard specifically that is what was that. Of course, I wouldn't say so. But I think, I'll just put it this way. They didn't lose a negotiation, a big one, until they got to Bosa. And then Bosa beat them last year by taking it all the way to September, by putting the pressure on them, by being resolute. Also being out of camp, right? He wasn't around. They had to deal with him. But they got beat. They had to pay him every dollar that he could have wanted. That's what happened. They don't like that. That's not the history of this franchise. Maybe only Garoppolo has ever gotten max money out of them, and that was a quarterback, and they had to do it. I just don't think they want that to happen again. And I think with the Aiyuk situation, they try to ramp it up before then so they wouldn't face the situation. That was all the trade stuff a couple of weeks ago, and it didn't work. I just don't think to give them a rational, I don't think trying to win after losing Bosa is the most rational way to look at it. I think rationally they'll say he's not negotiated this in a way that he deserves a win. Maybe that's how they're thinking. I think they also are looking at the guaranteed money they gave to Bosa, the guaranteed money they've given to other players, and the guaranteed money they are going to pay Brock Purdy, assuming that there's a deal next offseason. I assume there will be for a quarterback, and you need the quarterback. And there's a fixed amount of guaranteed money that Jed York is going to say, he's allowed to say, here's the amount of guaranteed money I will assign to this roster. Now, we can all argue this is the cost of trying to win a Super Bowl, and you're making a ton of money, and this is not anything that the sacrifice. You're trying to win a Super Bowl. But I do think the example of them losing the Bosa deal is out there. It is part of this because they never want to lose a deal like that again. And they can write it off as Sabosa is this unique player. He was going to hold out forever. We all know that. Sabosa family. There wasn't going to be like a question of he was going to miss game checks. I think Bosa was going to miss game checks. I think with Aiyuk, you don't know. And Aiyuk's not the same level as Bosa. So they were willing to put more pressures on Aiyuk, thinking that maybe he will not be able to withstand them. We'll see. This is it. This is the pressure right now. Next 3 days. I don't think they could have done this pressure to Nick Bosa. They would have lost. That's why they lost the deal. Because Nick Bosa wasn't coming in for a penny less than what Nick Bosa knew was his value. Again, it's not directly because they lost Nick Bosa to Nick Bosa, but I think it's out there as something the 49ers negotiators did not ever want to happen again.
Tim, is there a deadline, and let's bring in both players, Brandon and Trent, is there a deadline for them to arrive in order to play week 1, and if so, what is it?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's all player by player. You don't really know till you see if what he's in shape, whether the rhythm of they can pick up the rhythm. But I'll just say a veteran left tackle probably could come in faster and be ready faster than a receiver. All the quick twitch stuff you have to do as a receiver, all the rhythm. Brandon Aiyuk has not practiced with the 49ers since Saturday of the Super Bowl weekend. That's a long time to think, okay, we'll just throw him in and he'll go run, 62 routes and block and all those things in a football game on Monday night. Now, they do have the Monday night home game gives them a couple days leeway there. I would say, if you're asking me, Aiyuk's already on the borderline of being able to play Monday night. Right about now, next 3 days. If he signs Monday, I think it'll be questionable. But maybe. I think Trent Williams could take it to Wednesday or Thursday because they don't have to get on a plane. They don't have to fly to the East Coast like they did last year. They're flying to Pittsburgh, and it's a Monday night game. It's Trent Williams. He knows he could wake up tomorrow and probably block people, right? We just know that he's a natural. He's incredible, ability to play left tackle, incredible mind to play left tackle. So Trent maybe Thursday to be safe, and Aiyuk Monday's right on the line is what I would say.
Tim, before you go, what do you think the Giants' offseason holds? What is Farhan's safety level?
I'm moving on that one a little bit. I think I've said that I don't think the ownership is looking to move on from him, and I still agree with that. But I think they may see some signs. We'll see if they're 500 and they're 22,000 are showing up at the remaining home games, or 26,000. I think if they're looking for signs to go the other way, they might see them. It might depend on if the team plays well enough to at least stay semi in the race until middle of September. But if they're out of it by then and Oracle Park is dead and the young players maybe are going backwards a little bit, because, Elliot Ramos and Tyler Fitzgerald are real exciting players, Kyle Harrison, but we know, we've seen several of them hit the wall already. It might be tough. I mean, I don't want to predict anything at this point. I have said I would bring him back. I would still do that, but I've also given myself a little out by saying, if you're looking for signs to keep him, you might see signs not to keep him. That's how I would say it. And I'm not going to give a percentage on it, but I'll just say I've been wavering on that in the last week or so, 2 weeks. And if it gets really, really barren at Oracle Park, if you get a sense that the fan base doesn't believe that this team is worth watching, then there might be some significant changes. But I'll say that's if. We'll see. 5-game winning streak coming up, however likely we feel that is to change that. But I'll just say I don't know. I think it's to be determined. And there might be some signs going the other direction.
Okay, I'm only chuckling there, Tim, because my guy Grandy here, just the idea of you saying 5-game win streak, he just starts shaking his head like that's triggering to a Giants fan right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's likely. I can agree with that.
Yeah,
nothing that we've seen has made that seem likely. But I'm just saying that you can't say it's impossible, and if that happens. who knows? Things change. But judging by what we've seen and knowing it's the 6th season of this, I am known. People criticize me for defending Farhan too much because I do give him credit for a lot of things that he's done. But it is a record over 6 seasons, and we see where they are. I'll just say it's to be determined, but some things are being determined even as we speak, and not all of it's very positive.
Tim, always appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
You got it, Mark.
Okay, Tim Kawakami, The Athletic, the TK Pod. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Wanted to get some of the Giant stuff in there at the end, but the 3 figureheads that we're talking about in that conversation, Farhan Zaidi, Brandon Aiyuk, Trent Williams, all remain on August 29th. Everything is completely TBD.
Yeah, what was it that Shanahan said yesterday? Still nothing has changed. Still.
Handicap the 3. Like who is, and I guess we'll go, I would love to say by the start of the season here in a week and a half, but obviously the Giants offseason doesn't happen until for another month or so. But, we get to October 15th. What is the likelihood ranking of those 3 still being in the position they currently hold?
Still being in the position they currently hold.
Yes.
What does that mean in terms of Aiyuk and Trent? Still holding out?
No,
or still being Niners?
In uniform, active, and playing.
What, that being more likely, or Farhan still being the
Farhan,
president?
his job, Trent, his job, Brandon, his job.
Trent, number 1. Trent, being a Niner and starting at left tackle.
Agreed.
Then it gets a little tricky. I don't know about that one. Probably Farhan number 2.
I agree with you. If I'm an odds maker in this moment, I mean, the Brandon thing feels as touchy as it possibly could right now. Like Tim just said it. This is stress turned all the way up right now. And Brandon, I asked him when's the deadline for him to play in week 1? He's kind of like, now?
Today?
5 o'clock? Yeah. Today to Saturday was essentially the window that he created. You think Brandon's showing up by Saturday?
Doesn't seem like
Doesn't feel like it, does it?
One of the last pieces of leverage that he has is not show up to practice today, as he didn't.
Yep.
Continue through the weekend and continue on Monday. On Monday, I think the Niners, per the CBA, have the ability to, if he's still holding in, which is him. Going to meetings but not practicing, they can suspend him for, quote, conduct detrimental to the team. And then if he just pulls a Trent Williams and doesn't show up at all, then they can put him on the reserve list, as Tim was saying. But you can't really do any of that until you accrue a few missed practices consecutively, or he doesn't show up to the team facility at all. So that's not going to happen today because it kind of has to build up into that.
Michael, I don't want to press your time, so stay right where you are. You're first up. And we got open spots if you want to get in, 888-957-9570. The question being, do you see that Brandon's negotiation is different or the same as other 49er holdouts, hold-ins? Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel. If you missed what John Lynch said at a Players for Purpose event last night, we'll have that coming up next. But also coming up next, we're going to have some fun and step away from the Brandon thing for a little bit and do a whirl around and answer some NFC, I guess, and even a few AFC related questions as the season gets ready to start. We'll do that as a group. We'll do that coming up next. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Floor & Decor. Dibs is out. Willard and Dibs.
Floor & Decor has
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, and there might be fewer questions the rest of the way, at least because I will go ahead and announce this since we mentioned it earlier that Andrew Siciliano was coming on with us at 4. Andrew Siciliano is not coming on with us at 4. Andrew Siciliano is going to come on with us on a different day because Andrew had something come up, which is mysterious. I don't like that answer.
He is truly, truly sorry.
He really is. He texted both of us. No, I've known Andrew for a very long time. Whoop. I've known him. I've known Andrew for years. And I'm like, dude, just tell me, like, what is it? What happened? It's kind of like Wiggins, you know? Like something came up. What came up? We know each other pretty well. Like, is it private or is somebody more important than us? Which I would imagine there are people in his life more important than us. But what is it that came up? And I don't know at this hour. I just know that something came up. And so that's one of those answers in life that's very, very similar to I'm going to try to stop by. That's my favorite. I'm going to try to stop by. Lovely Christy hosted her fantasy draft the other night with her high school friends. And I was like, how many are actually going to come in person? Like I have a 12-person league. And she's like, oh, I think it's like 8 or 9. She's like, one of them said he was going to try to stop by. I'm like, that's a hard no.
That's enough for me, Doug.
If you say to someone, I'm going to try to stop by, you might as well just flip them off.
Oh, yeah, I've used that line before. That's when I desperately do not want to go to that place.
The Niners called Aiyuk today and said, are you coming to practice? He's like, I'm going to try to stop by. You might as well just flip the person off and be like, not into you. I'm not into you at all. In fact, I really don't like you at all. I'm going to try to stop by. It's the funniest answer. Don't ever use that with me, Grandy. If we like Lucas, if we do watch parties, because the two of you are on my list, like you would get invited. There are people at this station who have totally worn out their welcome. I won't use their names, but they're out. You two are in. But if you're not into it, don't say that. Just flip me off.
What about, I should be able to make it.
That has wiggle room. Yeah. You're leaving your options open, and I'm okay with that. I'm going to try to stop by. You might as well just kick me in the shin as hard as you can. I'm going to try to stop by.
I tried. I just couldn't get off the couch.
The worst.
That is, you are searching for something desperately better to do with your time than go.
It's like that sounds like the worst offer I've ever received in my life. What do I say?
I have no plans yet, but I hope something else pops up.
That sounds awful, but I'm standing in front of you, so I'm going to try to stop by. I mean, even the phrasing of it, it's like, no, I don't want to be there for the whole time. I'm going to try to just like poke my head in, grab some chips, and run. Like, I don't want you to stop by like you're going to be here and then stay for hours, multiple hours. Anyway, that's enough of that. We'll do the whirl around here in just a sec. Michael in Palo Alto. Hi, Michael. What's good? What are you doing?
What's cracking, guys? Not much. Chilling. Just wanted to jump in. Some more BA talk. Yeah, man, I think if the Niners were to trade him now, contingent on him agreeing to an extension, at most you'd think they would only get a fourth, maybe a third. That's pennies for a player who really is a major essential piece of your offense, and your chance of getting back to the Super Bowl, I think they dramatically decrease. If you got that for him now, in my eyes, I think that's an absolute colossal failure for the organization. I wouldn't trade him. I agree with some of the people calling. I think, hey, if he wants to sit out, 11 weeks, whatever it is, play his 6 games to accrue his full season, so be it. Keep him around, tag him if you have to next season. But I think once those checks start, not depositing in his account, I think he'll come back.
Well, first of all, I agree with you there, Michael. Secondly, I don't know what they would. I don't know if a trade is still even being offered. I don't know what they'd get in return. I know we've all decided that now the price has just plummeted through the floor, and I don't know exactly why we feel that. You know, all the rumors, they were just that, but the rumors suggested that while no one was going to give a 1, everyone was going to give a 2+ more. And I don't know why that would have changed. If you're still into it, if the idea of Pittsburgh is that you wanted 5 years of Brandon, I don't know why 13 days in August would have changed that. I still think that could be the rumor, at least about Pittsburgh, was that they didn't have any players they wanted to give up, but that they would give draft capital 2 and a 3.
It feels like, doesn't it, if the 49ers, seems like for a while they've kind of pulled away from the trade possibilities. Like they've re-engaged with Aiyuk and his camp.
I think Brandon pulled away from it too, it feels like.
I mean, it looked like it was on the table for Pittsburgh, and the Niners left it up to Aiyuk, which was interesting enough. But Niners pull away and say they called the Steelers back. Why would the Steelers be willing to part with what they were willing to part with earlier? It's the Niners re-engaging this. Like, Aiyuk has upset us so much now that we're willing to just finally get rid of him. Well, if you're Pittsburgh, you're feeling, all right, now I can get this guy for less. Plus, we're closer to the beginning of the season, and I might not be comfortable giving up as much because this he's not going to be able to help us as much early in the year.
What do you think about this, though? Like, I think that there's a faux deadline that we're popping into our head because there's like a season coming. From a trade perspective, I don't think that deadline exists. In other words, if I'm the Niners and I've already assessed a value, I hate calling players assets, but you've got this asset, right? And you assessed a value even before the draft. He's a 1. And he is. He was a first-round draft pick who succeeded, so he's worth a 1. And you stuck to that. Now, nobody wanted to give you a 1, but you got to the point both before the draft and after that people were willing to offer high 2s or maybe even potentially more. I still don't know about that supposed offer from Cleveland, a 2, a 5, and Amari Cooper. That's pretty wild. But anyway, if that's your assessment of your asset, stick to that. There's no rush. If you've decided you're going to move on, like, play this out, because watch what happens when the season opens up. So many things. You know this, Grandy, better than anyone. You do the post game. Like, how many times does you get to 8 o'clock on a Sunday night and you're like, damn, the whole landscape of the league changed. It changes every Sunday. Aaron Rodgers, 4 plays in, gone. Okay, how we doing now? Holy crap, the whole division's changed. Cooper Kupp went out again. Oh, my God. Like, it changes. So the leverage game can change back and forth. Plus, I mean, if you really want to, like, stick to your guns, take it to next offseason and see where we're at then.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've held this entire offseason. Maybe the best move for the Niners would just be force him to play on the 5th-year option, and you've laid this out as well. Get another year of data on this entire situation, and then make your long-term decision a year from now, more like 8 months from now, and figure it all out there. I think the other thing for the 49ers that you have to consider is, say the price to acquire him has gone down, say for the Steelers or the Patriots or the Browns or whoever it is, it goes down. Say you're only going to get only a 3rd-round pick for him back now, and you're not going to get any current asset to help you now. Cooper's off the table. Amari Cooper for the Browns is off the table. The Steelers aren't giving you a 2nd and a 3rd or a 2nd and a 4th. If you're only getting a 3rd, if you're only getting a 4th, and that's for the future, obviously, no deal for the Niners.
Agreed.
Force him to play on your 5th-year deal, no doubt about it.
Or just hold and see what happens. We'll do the whirl around in just a second, but let's do Jonathan in San Jose first. Hi, Jonathan. What's up?
Before we do that,
hang on, Jonathan.
We finally have breaking news.
You got blocked.
We finally have breaking news. Hit the sound.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Okay, you said that in a way that's not serious enough for it to be the breaking news.
It is. It's the breaking news we've been waiting for from Adam Schefter, and it's been confirmed.
Wait a minute.
From everywhere. Go ahead. You see it?
Whoa.
You do it.
Whoa. The 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk have reached an agreement on a 4-year contract extension that will tie Aiyuk and the Niners together for the next 5 seasons. There will be no trade. Brandon Aiyuk is done. We will not do the NFL whirl around.
Thank God.
We will not talk about Steph Curry's contract.
Everybody, deep breath.
We have a little more details from Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. Aiyuk is getting a front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million, so $30 million per year, but it is front-loaded, and we don't yet know exactly the guarantees.
Okay, so Jonathan, hang right where you are, but I want to now reiterate to everybody, 888-957-9570. Let's react to this. The drama is over, and I have so many reactions right out of the gate. And the first one, and I bet all of you, no matter if you are for BA staying or against BA staying, we can all agree on one thing, and it's, Lucas, what you just said. Thank God this is over. I am relieved. Not because he's staying. I'm relieved that this story is over. Can I share a stupid little thing? And then we're going to get to this, okay? Obviously, the next 2 hours and 15 minutes are solely about you. We're going to clear the decks. Nobody's coming on. This is just your reaction. The 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk have reached a new 4-year agreement. He will be in practice tomorrow. He will be, in theory, ready to go week 1. Niners have their WR1. Before we react to any of it, I got to share this. So our boss, Matt Nahagian, I overheard him say this just yesterday. I overheard this. He's been working in radio for decades, okay? For decades. He literally said he has worked in Philadelphia. He has worked in Chicago. He's worked at national networks. He's worked in San Francisco. Never in his career has one story annoyed him more than this one. And now it's over. So I am relieved. I stand by my statement yesterday. Buyer beware. And I am at least thankful that it's front loaded, because I will not change from my stance that Brandon and his agent have been unfair in this negotiation at all. However, I'm glad that it finally has reached its end, and I hope that the 49ers, I don't know this yet with details of the deal, I hope that the 49ers did not just sign up for one last year of Debo. That is my hope. But I certainly submit that on September 9th, 49ers are a better team right now than they were 7 minutes ago.
Mike Garafolo, NFL Network. So again, 4-year, $120 million deal. As you said, it's front-loaded. Garafolo is reporting $76 million in guarantees. But I would imagine that's the full guarantee, where if he's healthy throughout the length of the contract, right, not what's guaranteed at signing.
Not at signing. That's a good, listen. It's a pretty good deal for Brandon Aiyuk after all of this. You do have to give them their credit. You have to give them their credit for the way that they played this in the end, which is to say, hey, if he was truly only being offered 26 back in May, well, he just got 76 guaranteed. He got 30 total. Grandy, will you compare that to Amon-Ra St. Brown? Like, is Brandon Aiyuk essentially, and we can compare it, I guess, to Tyreek Hill too, is Brandon Aiyuk effectively the third receiver in football now? Behind Justin and CD?
Based on average per year, Justin Jefferson, $35 million AAV. CD Lamb, 34.
Tyreek's at 30.
A.J. Brown, 32.
A.J. Brown,
Tyreek Hill, 30.
And Brandon, 30. And Amon-Ra, 30.
Amon-Ra, this might not be updated with Amon-Ra.
But did Brandon get more guarantees than Amon-Ra?
I will find that for you. In terms of fully guarantees, we know Justin Jefferson, that's fully. Total guaranteed, obviously, is $110 million. CeeDee Lamb has $100 million. A.J. Brown, $84 million. DJ Moore, $82 million, and then Brandon Aiyuk slots in at $76 million. So for total guarantee, he's up there above a lot of these other guys as well. But let me find the details of the Amon-Ra.
Okay, listen, this is what I would say to everybody, and then Jonathan will go back to you. 888-957-9570, what is your first reaction to the news? Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers are in agreement on a new 4-year contract. That starts after this upcoming year. By the way, it does create extra cap space for this current year. So is this a precursor to getting Trent Williams done? That's actually one of the questions that first and foremost in my mind. But Brandon Aiyuk is done, will report, will stay. He's staying a San Francisco 49er.
Really quick before you go to the phones. So Amon-Ra signed a 4-year, $120 million, 120 plus $10,000. So $10,000 more over the course of 4 years for Amon-Ra.
So,
the guarantee was $77 million, Aiyuk $76 million.
Okay.
So just a tick under Amon-Ra in both
categories. They pushed it right up against Amon-Ra's. Okay. All right. Jonathan, go ahead. Sorry for the delay. I bet you realized that it was worth it. And I'm betting that the point you were going to make when you called might be different now.
Actually, if you talk to whoever runs the calls, I'm sorry I didn't know your name, but he asked my point in the call, and I said to change the record one way or another on this Brandon Aiyuk business. And it's funny because you ask and you shall receive, and just again, thank you, baby Jesus. We finally reached somewhere. And I was going to get to it. There's a couple of things. I'm excited, but at the same time, like you said, I'm starting to have worries about what we're going to do with Debo and Trent. And not to mention, too, like you said, he was talked about on all platforms and all radio shows. And even in the morning before you guys are on across the East Coast, they're talking about the Aiyuk deal. And it wasn't necessarily that, Brandon's this great player, pay him. A lot of the league kind of said, we understand where the Niners are coming from. So I started looking at things, and I'm not going to talk bad on Brandon. I think he's a wonderful and outstanding athlete. Clearly, he proves it in these games, but there is inconsistencies, and there are some stats that, kind of make us see. But we'll see. I'm too excited for this. We're going to stay positive. The only thing that does worry me, and like you guys noticed last season, Bosa held out, and Bosa's the best at his position, I think, and he had some trouble getting back into the rhythm of things. Do you guys think we might have some of this with Brandon since he wasn't at practice?
Yeah, Jonathan, this is a very fair question and a fair point. Thank you for calling. Again, Brandon Aiyuk has signed 4-year extension. He's staying in the Bay with the 49ers, 888-957-9570. I've always struggled with the Bosa thing from last year. I know he's admitted that was part of it, but I'm also mindful that Bosa throughout the year expressed frustration and confusion with the defensive system under Steve Wilks. I know that that's a trigger point for a lot of people. Some people don't like that, but whatever. That's what Nick felt and thought. So if you look at analytics, Nick Bosa was very productive last year, but he did not get the sack numbers that people were really hoping to see. Do you want to blame it on camp? Do you want to blame it on the system? Do you want to blame it on some other circumstance? It's probably a mixture of all things, but I don't think that I actually saw Nick Bosa as some much lesser player because he didn't have August. I didn't personally see that. He still had a very good hit rate as far as going one-on-one against an offensive lineman. So now take that to Brandon Aiyuk. Are we going to see some much lesser version of him? My guess would be with the wide receiver core that the 49ers have now assembled, that you're probably going to see a little bit of an easing into action for Brandon that might take, I would say maybe a couple of weeks into the season. The other side to this, though, is I do know that Brandon, at least on his own, has done a good job of staying in shape. Plus, you're dealing with a receiver who is already well entrenched in the system and has his timing with his quarterback. So I would just say that's me. That's how long my patience would extend, which is to say whatever his normal complement of plays would be, if he gets 70% of that week 1, 80% of that week 2, and you're up and running by the time they play the Rams, that'd be my best guess. But obviously that's a question for Kyle that will be asked the next time he's available.
Yeah, early next week.
Yeah.
Certainly. It's going to be the first question that he gets asked.
For
Is Brandon
sure.
Aiyuk going to be able to play week 1? I mean, you're 11 or how? Yeah, 11 days away? 10 days away
10.
now? 10 days away now.
No, 11. You're right. Right? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then 7 is, yes, 11. 11 days.
He
till the
should be
game.
able to play in some capacity.
He should be able to play.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's not like he's been sitting there eating Doritos.
I hope not.
Nothing wrong with Doritos, by the way. I grew up on nacho cheese Doritos. My kids like the Cool Ranch now. But anyway, not trying to get some sort of andorsement deal here. But anyway.
I mean, you talk about, maybe being a little worried what this means for other players in the future with the 49ers. If you are solely focused on what's best for this team this season, there's no doubt this is good news for you. This is years, obviously, down the road as well. But if you are, I know you don't want to put all your eggs into this season's basket. It's not Super Bowl or bust for you this year. But if your goal is to see the 49ers win the Super Bowl this season, which I feel more strongly in that way than you do, this is the best news you could have hoped for today. Hopefully the Trent Williams news follows shortly hereafter, and then you have a full squad going into week number 1. But there's no doubt if the Niners were dead set on trying to win a Super Bowl this year, they absolutely had to get something done, or you feel comfortable enough. Aiyuk says he's comfortable enough playing on the 5th-year option. That did not seem likely. So your only way to get Aiyuk in here, happy, feeling good, gearing up for a Super Bowl run was to get something done. And it seems like the Niners were the side that ultimately probably were the driving force behind getting this done because they upped their number considerably over the last month or so.
I don't disagree with that at all. I have no concerns about this year. I do have concerns about every year after this, based on the relationship, which an hour ago Tim Kawakami said was at least on some level damaged forever.
Even if he signed this extension.
Even if he signed, which he now did, that's number 1. Number 2, what does this mean for Deebo Samuel? Number 3, you drafted 2 receivers, one of them in the first round. Where does that go from here? But those are questions as this season starts that are for another day. I want to address this real quick, too, before we continue with the phones, because I know this is coming, and this is fair. 510 just texted in very sarcastically, and I'm ready for this and ready to answer it. Willard, I thought Brandon had no leverage. Willard, I thought Brandon should fire his agent. Niners called his bluff, and Brandon didn't blink, and the Niners did. All right. First of all, to a degree, they did. And I have maintained all summer that there are portions of this, in my opinion, that were misplayed by the Niners because they allowed him to act like a free agent when they shouldn't have. The leverage that Brandon had, and when I say he has no leverage, what I mean by that is essentially he has no leverage that isn't given to him by the Niners. What I can't assess is how vital do the Niners think that he is. And today shows that they think he's pretty damn vital, which is not the way that we felt at certain times this summer. But as of an hour ago, everybody was lined up going, Niners, take this to the season. Start fining him. Trade him. And they had the right to do all of that. When I say he has no leverage, I mean that in a functional way. He has no leverage that the Niners don't offer to him. They did. And I think mistakenly at times. But Texter, you're not completely wrong. The leverage that Brandon had was that he's a good player. He's a very good player. He had no mathematical leverage. He had no leverage once the season starts. He was going to start missing game checks. But the other thing I'd say is you don't know who blinked. You don't know that yet. You don't know where they started. You don't know where they finished. And you don't know what the actual guarantees are. We got details of the contract that still need to come out before you give all the credit to Brandon and his agent. But I'll give him that. Yeah, dude, he played it. He played it and he won. He got his Amon-Ra deal, with TJ Hushmanzada told us a month and a half ago. Give him the Amon-Ra deal, and you've got yourself number 11. Here we are. They were right. They were right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Brandon Aiyuk has his deal. 4-year extension. Ties him to the Niners for 5 years. How do you feel about Brandon Aiyuk and the Niners and the season now? It's nothing but your calls all afternoon. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
is over.
Purdy looking in.
to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Brandon Aiyuk has signed an extension with the 49ers, a 4-year deal. $120 million. That's the AAV, $30 million. The guarantees sit around the neighborhood of $76 million. He tucks in a tiny way just underneath Amon-Ra St. Brown. So, the nightmare is over. However, there is more to add to this. And I would argue, 49er fans, many of you feel like this is a moment of celebration. What I'm about to share with you might throw a little water on the fire. Just my opinion. But how does this grab you? This from Adam Schefter 7 minutes ago. In the end, Brandon Aiyuk accepted the same deal that has been on the table since August the 10th. His hold-in did not alter any part of the new 4-year, $120 million extension. He took the same deal that had been there for the past 3 weeks. Diana Rossini, The Athletic. In the end, this was all a massive waste of 3 months. It's obvious there was no plan here from either side. Lots of NFL executives around the league have shared over this time that if you vacillate that much, you really don't know what you want. She adds next, this was not a new deal for Brandon Aiyuk. Nothing changed the last few weeks in terms of numbers. Let's hope the ramp-up period goes well. Wow. Wow. So in other words, yay, Brandon is now on the 49ers, but oh, by the way, kick in the rear to all fans and teammates, in my opinion, that you played it this way. Because how do you feel about this? This is what I think matters about this. And then we're going to go to the phones. Shasky's going to hop on. Can't wait to hear how he reacts to this. But in the end, that makes me as a fan angry for 2 reasons. Not only did you skip camp and practice and take everybody through a hugely annoying experience and got nothing out of it, but secondly, what does it tell you? Dude, you were offered $30 million. You were offered $30 million 3 weeks ago. By no metric, by no thought of anyone, was that not a fair deal. And you spent 3 weeks saying no to it. That's a bunch of bull.
And then the second that he got fined, he said, okay, I'll take the $30 million.
Second, he didn't have to sweat anymore. He played this like he was Trent Williams. And some of you out there will go, oh, well, then he's playing chess. He got to skip camp. That's not good. That's not being a good teammate. That's not being a genuine negotiator. If TJ Houshmandzadeh, your personal coach, said to us 6 weeks ago, if you're offered the Amon-Ra deal, well, then he would be there. He was offered the Amon-Ra deal, and he sat on it. He sat on it, and he went out to the field and bro-hugged Kyle Shanahan for the cameras. I'm sitting here, and I stick on my hill. Yes, it is good for football and the 49ers that Brandon Aiyuk is on the team right now. But my long-term concerns go nowhere. He has been a pain this summer. The 49ers misplayed this and miscalculated it. I do not like the way Brandon played this at all. And now we sit here with this information, having gone through an August that felt good to no one, and the reason for it doesn't even exist. That's annoying. That's incredibly annoying. 888-957-9570. We'll be taking your calls all the way up till 6 o'clock. But the call we want to take right now is Butch from the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky is on with us. Brother, I really appreciate you taking time out of your afternoon to hop on. What's your reaction to this?
Thank God.
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus. Thank God. Thank baby Jesus. Thank everyone out there. We are ready to move on. Look, Mark, all your points, I'm sure there are going to be a segment of people that are going to feel just like you. I believe me. I know there will be. But me, I'm just going to speak for myself. I know come Monday, September 9th, when the Jets come out of that tunnel and then the 49ers come out of that tunnel and I hear dun 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 and I hear that Monday night music, I don't give a rip how many months everything took and this and that. If Aiyuk's on the field and he's running routes and he's catching the ball and he's getting separation and Purdy's hitting him in stride and he scores a touchdown, I'm going to jump off my seat in section 325 and I am going to be excited. That's all that matters. I mean, and I hear you. Believe me, sometimes the path, the journey, when you get to the destination does matter. Are you wearing the right shoes? Because, you wear the wrong shoes on a long hike, you're going to have blisters. Believe me, I understand that. But at the end of the day, when you're overlooking the vista, isn't it all worth it? And thank God I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, and by the way, thank God, in a sporting sense, there are real life issues right? out there. But jeez, thank you. We finally get to move on. He's a really good player. We all really like him until kind of all this stuff. I don't really care if it's 76 or 74, 77 million guaranteed. Groceries are still going to cost what they cost. My tickets still cost what they cost. Just is 11 in red and gold on September 9th, Monday. He is. Let's go. On to Trent Williams.
Well, okay, so I'm going to buy all that, but you know what you said in there that has my attention, at least for the moment, because I agree with the concept overall. Yes, it's over. Are the Niners better this year? Of course they are. But you just said, when you go to that game on September 9th, you'll be excited, quote, if he's in the lineup.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at a contract that suggests there's absolutely no reason he shouldn't have been in the lineup. And now that's in question because of the way he played this month of August. And at least in this moment, I'm not over that yet. I'm not over that yet.
I think that's a fair prerogative. I mean, look, Deebo Samuel, had it's like a hold in or whatever. He had a rough year. Now, football's violent. Guys get hurt. That could have happened whether he was at every single part of camp or not. But he came in after the contract thing, had a rough year. Fred Warner had a down year after the contract thing. He showed up to everything. He was available for everything. George Kittle got his knee blown off by Jimmy Garoppolo on a high throw first week, 2020. That had nothing to do with him being at camp the entire time. So you can underperform whether you went to camp or not to camp, but he does have to bounce back. And now it's not the earn it part of it, but it's the now I got to prove to everybody that I am the man and I'm worthy of that third contract, because that's how these guys are wired, right? But at the end of the day, is it much ado about nothing the last 3, 4, 5 months? It does feel that way. I'm not going to lie, but aren't we all just Niner fans? And don't we want 11 in red and gold?
Of course.
But here's the real tangible thing. And I said it last year. Everybody goes, Bosa keeps himself in great shape. There's no worry at all. Then he had 3 sacks through about 9 games. How'd we feel then? Oh, well, I'm still learning the defense. That is a real thing. Now, he's been in the offense before. He's kicked butt. I mean, the last 2 training camps, Aiyuk has dominated training camp from when I was there. I thought he was the number 1 player. And I think receivers can dominate given the nature of how training camp is set up. But I think he's going to be ready to go. I think there's going to be a pretty good transition. The conditioning, he's going to have to work on. That's a real thing. You can run on the side. That's not football conditioning. So I'm ready to see it. Let's let it play itself out. And after a month mark, if there's data that suggests there's slippage, well, then let's have that conversation. But today, I'm just happy we get to move on and actually break down Jets Niners. I'm so sick of talking about just bags of money when I just paid $85 to fill half my tank.
Well, okay, all fair, and I know our listeners agree with what you said even more than you and I do. However, I will remind everybody the one that we've spent the last 3 weeks saying is absolutely imperative remains not in camp. I still have no worries there. However, he remains not in camp. So there's that. And I think you're striking the right chord with what most Niner fans are thinking, which is, yay, this year. However, what do you think this means for the future of the group with the 2 rookies, Deebo's contract, etc.?
I mean, look, the reality is that I've been saying it for a while. You can't pay everyone. You're a victim of your own success. And it's a good and bad thing, right? We have a lot of really good players who deserve to get paid. When Laken Tomlinson, they swooped him up for a first-round pick from Detroit. They built him up. He had value. They were like, you know what? We're going to let you go. We have a guy waiting in the wings who redshirted in Aaron Banks. Well, now is the time for Aaron Banks to go get paid next year. What do you do there? I don't know. What's he going to command? I don't know. I know every run ends up on the left-hand side with Trent and Aaron Brooks. I don't know how good he is. Like, you guys tell me. Baldy thinks he's pretty solid, but does that command top dollar? Who knows? Does Debo go? Is this a Game of Thrones type situation where because I've paid Aiyuk, and if Debo shows any slippage this year, well, I could get out from underneath his contract. I don't know. I think tight end's great value. $15 million for an elite tight end. That sounds like great production and great value. So I'm into value, right? And I'm looking at this and I'm going, I don't love paying the quarterback $60 million and two receivers $60 million. That's $120 million, essentially 45% of my cap on three players. Like, I don't think that's sound team building strategies, but it might be worth it. And why do I pay Kyle Shanahan $20 million a year? Maybe he could find the next guy at offensive line who could replace Aaron Banks. Like, these are questions that will have to play themselves out. I know this. Travarius Ward wants money. Who knows with Greenlaw? Yep. What are you going to do with Diamonor Lenore? Are you going to cut the guy that you just signed last year in Javon Hargrave? There is a domino effect that is real. It's all in for this year. Next year, I'll worry about next year. How many years have I heard about the Saints being $700 zillion over the cap, and every year they're signing people? Yeah. So, Parag, the time to earn your money is not when the team is 2-14. It's when we're 13-5 and we need to juggle the books. This is when I need to cook it like I'm a character in Sopranos trying to set up the bada bing. Let's go, baby.
Just an hour ago, Tim Kawakami, and this is ironic, coincidental, one or the other, he said, even if he signs, I think that the relationship could be damaged. Does that matter to you? Is that, we've said for weeks, Joe, the second this happens, all is forgiven. Is it?
Well, here's one thing that I've learned, whether it's, and I'm not trying to pick on any of these people, but whether it's the Klay Thompson situation, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, like, I think that we have enough evidence. It's business. But all business on some level is personal. Ask anyone that you know. You ever been through an estate situation where a family member passes away? Right? There's a business element to it, and then there's a personal element to it. Every transaction in every walk of life at some level becomes an emotional thing as well. I'm not surprised if that ends up being the byproduct of this. But that doesn't mean they can't get over this. I mean, Mark, how many times did you, me, the Niners think that Jimmy Garoppolo was done in San Francisco? 4, 5 different times? And they found a way to make it work. Now, it ultimately ended in divorce, but doesn't that happen for pretty much every single player in the league? So I'm in another, let's wait and see what happens. If the guy gets 130 targets this year, unlikely in this offense, but let's just say he does, okay? And he scores 13 touchdowns, what's there to be angry about?
No, nothing. I mean, yeah, this is never about, to me, this is never about when he scores a touchdown, are you happy as a 49er fan? I just and maybe I just need some days to get through this. I think that there's collateral damage here. You could that news to me is a big deal. And for everybody who's been on our station the last few days going, Brandon Aiyuk was a bad teammate, I think they were right. If you sat out all of camp and did not get $1 for it, I'm sorry, man. That matters to me, especially if now there needs to be a ramp up and you don't perform or there's a soft tissue thing. I know I sound like a worry ward, but come on, man. This was not well played on either side.
That last sentence, I think the 49ers, I think Brandon Aiyuk, I think everybody involved made numerous missteps and miscalculations along the way. My biggest beef with the Niners on this, from the Niners, but I think they misread the person. Like, you've had this guy in the building for 4 or 5 years now, and you didn't know how this whole thing was going to go down. Now, that doesn't mean he can't evolve as a person over time. Like, that happens. But part of being in this type of a world is you got to have a good feel for the people and how they're going to react to certain situations, right? And you can't control everything. Like, nobody knew Antonio Brown was going to go crazy, but he did, right? And Pittsburgh had a pretty good feel of it. And once they hit a certain spot, they're like, all right, this is enough. Now, Brandon's far from anything like that. He's been a model teammate for the most part. We'll see what happens. I'm in a wait-and-see approach regarding all the stuff you're addressing. But I don't think you're alone. And I'll give you that. I don't think you're alone on all that. I'm willing to just say this. Me as a Niner fan, let's just get back onto the freaking field. Let's go out and let's dominate. Let's score 30 points a game. You know who's the happiest person right now, in my estimation? It's got to be Brock Purdy. Because as Brock Purdy steps back in every single exhibition game, he's looking around going, all I see is guys who can't get open. I got nobody getting open. And so for Brock Purdy, for crying out loud, you got to feel good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. By the way, and get your reaction to this, one more detail that just came in a short time ago from Ian Rappaport, because we know the total, we know the guarantee, and then there's the actual guarantee, which in other words is the upfront money.
Yeah, what is it?
Between now and April 1st of next year, so essentially this season, $47 million.
Wow, it's pretty nice.
That's what he gets.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Hey, look, the reality is I'm sure Brandon's probably thinking, it doesn't matter how I got to that. I'm here and I'm getting it. And so that's nice. And that's going to feel real good every 2 weeks or however the heck they pay the NFL players these days. But look, the Niners, I think the Niners did not get backed into this. They know what this is. This is big boy business. And when you want to win, this is the price to pay. You gotta pony the money up. And I feel like at every single turn, they have done that. And look, I will give everyone credit that they got this done with enough time where I don't want to hear any excuses. And if there are excuses, come week 2, week 3, week 6, week 7, well, that's where I'm going to start to raise an eyebrow and say, hey, guys, this was easily avoidable by both camps.
Also, one more tweet I'd like to throw at you, Joe, because I'm sure you've heard, and we just reported a short time ago, although we're not reporting it, we're reading Adam Schefter's Twitter, where he said the hold-in did not alter any part of the deal. This is the same offer that's been on the table since August 10th. Guess who just quote tweeted that? Ryan Williams, Brandon Aiyuk's agent, who says that is factually inaccurate, but the check still cashes.
I mean, Mark, I'm not going to sugarcoat this, in the words of Joe Lacob. When I see Adam Schefter tweet things out or talk on McAfee, it does feel like he's getting his information from the 49er point of view.
Lynch, sure.
And I would just say that in these types of situations, like the leakage and the spin and this, that, and the other, like, I just don't care. Like, for me, you're not going to sway me. I know you're trying to win the narrative. To me, that's just unnecessary. That's my view. I think it's unnecessary, and I don't think other players who potentially might be going through something in the future want to have that business out there like that. Like, to me, it doesn't accomplish what they think it accomplishes. I feel like we're really in the weeds on that kind of stuff. Because again, like when I go in and out of Levi Stadium and I go to Niner games, like for example, my nephew, I got him a Brandon Aiyuk jersey. I had an extra television in the basement. Long story. I traded it for an Aiyuk jersey. I gave it to my nephew. All summer I'm going, I just gave my cousin a jersey he's not even gonna be able to use. I just cursed the guy. He hits me up right now. And he's like, I get to wear the jersey. Thank God.
Well,
like that's what I think 90% of Niner fans are thinking as they're walking into Levi's on Monday night. I just get the Trent Williams thing done and let's talk about football, baby. And then somebody tell me if CMC is going to be able to play with this calf strain. Like, come on, I've gotten 3 Super Bowl losses in 15 years, Mark. I can't endure another horrific NFC Championship game or Super Bowl loss. We got to win one of these bad boys.
Shout out also to all the fantasy drafters who stuck with it and were like, nope, I'm drafting him. It's going to be fine. Today's a good day for you as well. Is the baby okay? Everything going all right?
Dude, the baby's freaking awesome. Me and my brother had to drive up to the cabin, long story, and we went to Chick-fil-A. And let's just say, the baby's in on Chick-fil-A.
Well, then the baby's a good baby. You did a good job. Hey, thanks, man.
Hey, have a good one. Hey, look, I get where you're coming from. I think a lot of people feel like you do. I'm just relieved it's over.
Well,
I was
sure.
exhausted.
We
Mark,
all agree there.
exhausted by talking about this.
And the listeners were exhausted by listening to it. I totally get it. So that from that perspective, that's where we're all on the same page.
Absolutely.
All right, man. Have a good show tomorrow morning. Thanks so much.
You too, and our Giants. We'll talk later.
Well,
Our
good
Giants.
Lord. Good Lord. Yeah.
Have a good one, bud.
I gave him a eulogy, actually, about 5 days ago already. So, all right.
See you soon.
See you.
Bye.
There he goes, Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, who will be weighing in much further on it tomorrow morning. All right, 888-957-9570. Brandon Aiyuk has signed. It's a 4-year extension that ties into the Niners for 5 more years. It's worth $120 million if you want to look at AAV. That's $30 million. The guarantee is $76. The upfront guarantee between now and just after the end of the season is $47 million. It is a massive extension, though reported in multiple places that offer did not move from the beginning of training camp until now. So the whole hold-in reportedly did not earn him any money, yet he still skipped camp. Do with that what you will. Scott in Livermore. Hi, Scott. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. What's up?
What's happening, guys? I got 2 quick things for you. I'll try and make it quick. Happy that I'm happy that BA is done. However, week 1, as soon as he trots out on that field, I'm going to boo the living heck out of him for him being a diva and putting us through all this crap. To hear that we waited 3 weeks and nothing changed on the contract and he was just being even more of a diva, he deserves that boo. I'm going to get it out of my system. I'm going to move on. We're going to have a great season. Second thing, now that we've paid him $30 million a year, just like he had expectations to get paid his top dollar, I now, as a fan, have expectations to see him put up top 5 numbers in every single stat line for literally the next 5 years. And I'm going to hold it to him because if he wants that much money and he gets to expect it, then I get to expect top 5 stats from him every single year moving forward. And if he doesn't, I'll boo him even more.
Well, Scott, I mean, listen, thank you. As a paying fan, you get to do whatever you want, feel however you want. I'm not asking for stats from Brandon Aiyuk because that might be at the expense of others. I want the 49er offense to be awesome. And again, this year, in a vacuum, Brandon helps that. And so from that perspective, I am very happy. I still have plenty of concerns about the overall picture, and nobody's going to change my mind on this. If you missed all of training camp and you didn't get $1, or if Ryan Williams, it's factually inaccurate, fine, maybe you got $2. If that happened, then I'm sorry. That's a bad move. That's a bad teammate move by Brandon Aiyuk, and that's where I will be upset. I will be upset if in some way he is not ready to go by week 1, and if in some way a soft tissue injury develops shortly after.
Yeah, it'll be kind of like what happened with Nick Bosa last year, although it wasn't maybe to this degree. Even though the contract holdout went longer last year with Bosa, he signed the Thursday before week 1, the day that I guess he agreed on Wednesday, reported to practice Thursday, which was the NFL opening game that Thursday night. So he got this done like a week earlier than Aiyuk's situation was. But, I mean, the story for the first half of the season, and maybe some of this was Steve Wilkes last year, Willard, was Nick Bosa got to pick up the slack a little bit. You can't quite get yourself ready for an NFL season when you're just at home in South Florida preparing yourself. There's nothing quite like going up against NFL competition every day. So you're right. This will calm things down for a bit, but say if there's a slow start, Niners lose Monday Night Football, Aiyuk has a catch for 17 yards and that's it, then you might hear a little bit more by the time that comes around.
It's a compartmentalization sensation. I've never wavered on that. I'm not asking anybody to root against the Brandon Aiyuk. What kind of a 49er fan picks and chooses which players score? Like, that's a fantasy football fan. If you're a real fan, yes, I'm rooting for everybody to catch the ball. I'm rooting for the team to score a touchdown every time they touch the ball. But I ain't changing the way I view this summer. Niners messed it up, and then Brandon messed it up even more and took everybody through the mud, and there may well be a consequence for that. But yay, he's here. Sponsored by Safeway. It's nothing but your calls. 888-957-9570. And wait until you hear the way Deebo Samuel reacted on social media and what another report says with regard to how this affects Deebo. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
The hold-in is over.
Purdy looking end zone, lets it rip, and he's got a touchdown to Brandon Aiyuk.
Brandon Aiyuk has signed. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, our YouTube audience brings up an interesting point, and I don't know how to handle it, Grandy. They would like the title that's underneath the video to change because it says Brandon Aiyuk, all caps, still not at practice. And they're like, change that title.
Give it a refresh. It'll be changed.
Oh, look at that. I was like, but it's still true. He still hasn't practiced. Like, it's not tomorrow yet. Hang on, refresh. And Brandon Aiyuk is back. There, see, YouTube people, you can affect change. I love it when the people can affect change. And fans, you got more power than you think. You got more power than you think. There's a reason that everybody battles this stuff out through the media because they're trying to get you on their side. And in this case, now we get to the most annoying conversation ever, which I'm going to try to avoid, which is the who won the deal. And I'm already watching this play out on social media because I know how it works. And who's right, who's wrong, take the W, take the L, all this stuff. Who won the deal? Well, I don't know. If Brandon was offered 26 in May and now he got 30, he won. But if he was offered 30 4 weeks ago and missed camp, well, then the Niners won. That's up to you guys. Do that on your own. If you want to play that game, play that game.
They both lost.
Exactly.
But you know who won? We did.
The fans?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Now go figure out Trent.
Well, okay. First of all, yes. Thank you, Lucas. That's what matters now. I love this. Everybody wants streamers flying out of the sky, and the guy that we've all called imperative is still not there. And he remains imperative and much more imperative than Brandon. But did the fans win? Similarly to when this was going on, and so many people were like, the year has been ruined. I'm like, they're 0-0. And now you're like, the year has been saved. They're 0-0. Okay? You're happy now. If that hamstring blows in quarter number 2, you're going to be mad again. And I'm certainly not trying to manifest that for crying out loud. I'm just saying, this is going to be a constantly developing story. Be careful. And let me go ahead and say this, because this remains one of my concerns. Okay? Mike Silver just tweeted a short time ago, quote, the 49ers will now get overtures regarding Deebo Samuel between now and the trade deadline. Right now, highly unlikely they'd trade him. Early November? Depends on a lot of things. In other words, like if they're 2-6, but I don't think they're going to be 2-6. But I know what Mike means by this, and it remains, for me, a thought. You can all party that Brandon has been signed. But for me, I still value, and I admit that this is a flip-flop because I said the opposite 6 months ago. But in diving deeper into the leadership qualities of Deebo Samuel and the game planning of Kyle Shanahan, I think Deebo's more important than Brandon. And if this deal means that Deebo's gone, then I don't like the deal. Even though I can admit it makes him a better team right now. And I get if you're a fan and you think it's all about this year. I don't. I've never been a Super Bowl or bust guy. I'm not now. I want them to be relevant and awesome every year. And I think that you as a fan can hold the organization to that. So if this means Deebo's gone, I'm sorry. I'm allowed to sit here and be like, I don't love it. I don't know that it means that yet. We'll see.
I'm going to give myself at least a week before I start thinking about what this might mean for the future of Deebo Samuel.
But I don't know. Like that's the way my mind is always working, you know? And how many times have I said this on this show? I'm a process guy, not a results guy. And I hate the process in this summer for both sides. Your process sucked. It absolutely sucked. And you missed camp, apparently for no reason. And that's bad. So from that perspective, Brandon takes the L. I don't think people are like, ooh, he got to miss camp. That's not good. Why does it become good that he missed camp? That's a terrible thing that he missed camp. Why is that good? Oh, because he got to sit and kick his feet back. Well, that's not what we want him doing. I don't want Brandon to kick his feet up. Get into camp. Get ready. If you're all Super Bowl or bust people, why does Brandon get a pass for missing camp? That's bad. That is a hard, bad, awful, no doubt thing. So that's all I'm saying. Yes. Yay, 2024. That's good. That's all. I'm just compartmentalizing over here.
One thing really quick. We've been reading a lot of tweets. Let me read one more for you. This comes from a regular guest on 95.7 The Game over the last month or so, Andrew Filipponi.
Oh,
do you
that's
remember
right.
the Pony Express from Philadelphia?
I didn't even think of the Pony yet.
About a month ago said that this deal with the Steelers was on the goal line.
No, he said it was done.
Yeah, you're right.
He said it was done.
Before that, he said it was at the goal line.
Yes, and then he said it was done. The quote is, the wide receiver is on his way to Pittsburgh.
He has tweeted just one emoji, a sad face.
Yeah.
The greatest goal line stand of all time. It's a hell of a stop.
Yee. All right, let's do it. I really do. Let's talk about this, okay? 888-957-9570 is the number. Dylan in Santa Clara. Hi, Dylan. Thank you for calling. What's up?
I just wanted to let you guys know, in case you didn't know, that Brandon Aiyuk is back. Let's go. All those Raiders fans out there, what y'all going to say now? Keep watching our roster. Y'all should worry about your own roster, and that goes for any fan in the NFL. Thank you.
Okay, Dylan, why is it you made this about? You got Raider fans in your life that are giving you trouble?
Oh, I got too many Raider fans in my life talking about the 49ers every year.
How the hell is a Raider fan saying anything right now, Dylan? They don't even have a quarterback, let alone anything else.
Quarterback's Gardner Minshew, and they're worried about our O-line, our contracts. I don't know, man.
Dylan, don't listen to the Raider fans. You're fine. Thanks for the call. 888-957-9570. Brandon Aiyuk, 4-year extension, $120 million is the AAV, the guarantee 76, the actual guarantee 47 that is paid out by April 1st. I also mentioned we'd tell you what Debo said. Debo, he put up on Instagram that just a congratulations. I'm going to read it to you. Debo put up mood and then a bunch of emojis, including a money bag. Congrats, brudda, at Brandon Aiyuk. Debo gets flowers for that one. Remember Kay Adams? What about no Brandon? He said, "When I don't worry about that. Brandon's going to be on the team this year." He said that. Give Debo the win on that one. Paul in Palo Alto. Hi, Paul. What's going on? Thank you for calling.
Okay, I think a lot of people have this wrong. I think that BA, if he didn't get extra money in the last 3 weeks, that means he came back to the Niners number. So doesn't that make him a team player? Doesn't that mean he took the money that was offered, and even if he felt he was worth more, he came back to the Niners number?
Yeah, Paul, listen, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you right now. Like, and again, I don't care. Paul, thanks. I don't care who won. WON, who lost. I don't care about that. I am simply sticking to the point that I am not one of these people that says, ooh, Brandon played chess. He got to miss camp. That's bad. If you're a 49er fan, that's bad. We don't want Trent missing camp. We don't want Brandon Aiyuk missing camp. And if you play that card, if you lay that card, you got to play that card. If you didn't get anything out of that, then I'm sorry. You get to get criticized for that maneuver, in my opinion. Matt in San Rafael next up. Matt, hey, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, Mark. So I agree with what you just said. I also agree with the previous caller that I think Aiyuk, whether he had a realization that things were not going his way, I don't know. But I want to talk about your Debo take. And while Debo's been I think over the last 5 years, I think the most valuable offensive player on the 49ers. I think that Aiyuk is more important going forward, and here's why. Aiyuk is going to have a longer career based on the way he plays, barring some catastrophic injury, and he's not going to decline over the next 3 or 4 years. Debo has shown both a weight issue and a tendency to get hurt. Some of that is how they use him, of course, and some of that is how he plays. But Debo's career is not going to be as long, assumedly, as we expect Aiyuk's to be. And you can get the same sort of things from him out of McCaffrey and maybe some other players.
Ooh.
But you can't, Debo, hold on.
Ooh.
You can't get Debo to play a true wide receiver position. He is not a true wide receiver in the way that Aiyuk is. And Debo's fantastic. Don't get me wrong. He got us to the Super Bowl. Absolutely. But McCaffrey does a lot of the same things that Debo does. And you're going to lose some things, but you're not going to lose a true number one X receiver that you would have at Aiyuk.
So, Matt, hang on the line. You have some points. And in fact, you have some points that I felt if you want to go back to, say, April. But I got to be honest, I've adjusted my thinking on it. And and you can think this is funny, I was affected by watching the Receiver doc on Netflix. The inside look at what Debo does from a game plan standpoint, from a leadership standpoint, from looking at the fact that when he went out last year, that was the only 3-game stretch where the Niners looked like crap. They looked like crap when they had Brandon and they didn't have Debo. So I get what you're saying. The injury risk, the age, those things are all fair points. But as far as who's more replaceable, which kind of player grows on trees more, absolutely, in my opinion, the Brandon Aiyuks of the world are more findable on the market and in the draft than a Debo Samuel, who, I know what you mean by the Christian thing, but Debo doing it out of a wide receiver position, to me, one of a kind. And it's just like the conversation we all had about Draymond Green last year when people were talking about getting rid of him. You remember when Monty Poole came on this show, said, you get rid of Draymond Green, what's the first thing you're going to try to do? Go find another Draymond Green. And there isn't another Draymond Green. That's how I feel about Debo Samuel.
All right, so Mark, one counterpoint and then one parting shot.
Yeah, ma'am.
The counterpoint is Trent was gone the same time that Debo was gone.
Very true.
I think that Trent, by the way, is the most important player on the offense aside from McCaffrey and Purdy, in my opinion. The parting shot is because of this and because of the fact that they are going to have to give Trent whatever he asks for. They're not making the Super Bowl without Trent Williams. You can say goodbye to Debo next year, and in all likelihood, both Ward and Lenore are gone next year. They can't afford all these guys.
Okay, Matt, and thank you, and here's my parting shot on it. There were other times, including the Super Bowl, when Debo Samuel was compromised and the offense stopped, and Trent was still playing. I can't argue Trent's importance, for God's sakes. Like you have to have him. You have to have him. But as far as the way Kyle Shanahan game plans, I think more is based on Debo than Brandon. That's just my opinion. Nobody is saying Brandon's not fantastic. He's obviously a very, very good receiver, and the Niners are better with him. But I've always been trying to do this all off season, which is connect the dots. If you do this with Brandon, what does it mean to the rest of your roster? We're not going to know that until the end of the year. I have concerns. David in the city is next up. Hi, David. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Hey, obviously, I think that the Niners would have done better to get this done after the Super Bowl with Brandon, but I really like where they are in their spot. I think there is some downside, but what I like about this spot is you've been watching. They've been trading, receivers every year. It seems like you've got A.J. Brown was traded, you got Stephon Diggs was traded. You had Amari Cooper traded. So there's value out there for those receivers. And if you can get Juwan Jennings to get better, you can get some of these younger receivers, Ricky Pearsall, to get better, I think you can really leverage Brandon as an asset and use him to trade for draft capital. And I really like that for Niners, especially if he has a good year. You can part him and not have as much risk to your offense next year.
Well, I mean, contractually, I don't want to get too far into the weeds on this, David. Thank you. But I do wonder about this. For instance, everyone's thinking about Brock Purdy next year. Well, Brock Purdy, whatever his extension is, it's not going to kick in next year. So the way I look at this right now is if you want, and I don't know if this will work or not, but the Niners, in theory, could still do 2 more full seasons of Debo and Brandon together at a high price. And then you figure it out after that. So maybe this isn't about next offseason. Maybe it's about the offseason after that. And then maybe Debo is 30 and declining. Or you're 1 year away from your contractual out with Brandon Aiyuk. If that's their play, if they think they can pull that off and not compromise other spots on the roster, like their secondary or like their pass rush, then more power to them. But all of that is for another year. And I'm going to keep both of these opinions. Absolutely. This is wonderful for this year. I have concerns about every year after that. Jason in Oakland next up. Hi, Jason. What are you doing?
What's going on, Willard? I love the fact that you pivot your thoughts. You're one of the best. You know, how you changed course and what you was talking about was really professional. I respect that. But this is what I want to say. Your thoughts on Aiyuk getting a hamstring because he's been sitting out. Like, we wanted him back. All these last 3 weeks, we've been wanting Aiyuk back. Now we got him back. I hear we might try to trade Debo and Trent Williams. We got Aiyuk back. This is what I really want to ask you. With everything that you talked about, what is going to get us to the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl? Is it going to be a Shanahan not coaching as well? Is it going to be a Trent Williams getting hurt? Is it a Debo pulling a hamstring because he's overweight? What is going to get us to the Super Bowl? That's the question. Now we got Aiyuk back. What is going to get us to the Super Bowl?
Jason, I'm with you. Let me explain why I bring up hamstrings, because I hate that. I don't want to wish injury. I don't want to be a worrywart. That's not what I mean. I bring that up because I still think today it is fair to be very relieved and happy that Brandon was on the team, but also upset that he essentially skipped camp without gaining anything for it. And if that puts him at an injury risk, and I'll text Doc Pandy here in a sec to see if he thinks that it does. If that puts him at an injury risk, then I'm sorry. We get to criticize the way that Brandon and his agent handled this. So many of you did that to Bosa last year. We're in the midst of still doing it with Trent. If in theory this puts you in a worse injury risk, then damn it, man, there better have been a good reason for it, and it sounds like there isn't. So I think you're allowed to carry both of those thoughts. Relief and excitement for this making the 49ers better this year, but we can also assess the process that got us here. The Niners played it poorly. I think Brandon played it even more poorly. And in the end, a damaged relationship and not a ton of movement financially, at least not in August, that's not a good August. That's not a good August. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a super chat to get through. You know what? We're going to just keep on rolling right into the 5 o'clock hour. Keep your calls coming. Brandon Aiyuk, 4-year extension. He's not going anywhere. Tied to the Niners now for 5 years, but additionally, the report that absolutely no movement happened in August. The Niners made their last offer on August 10th. Brandon finally came around and accepted it today. A very special caller is next, and he goes by the name Dan in I don't know where. Where are you, Dibs?
I am in Walnut Creek. I'm just outside of Walnut Creek Honda, where I'm about to pick my car up, where I got, again, 5-star service from the best service department in the Bay Area. But I'll tell you, I've been a little bit out of the loop today. I got in the car to go get my car back, and I heard the report, and I thought, you know what? I have to call in. I heard Butcher. He was great. You've been great. Grandy and Luke is chiming in as well. Today is a great day. It's a day for celebration. You know what that makes it, Mark? It's a celebration sensation.
That's a buck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'll pay it.
I mean, listen, there's no getting around that. You know, for those who want to be hyper-focused on this year and this year alone, and you know that's not me, and that's fine. But for those who want to focus on that, yes, this is phenomenal. Secondarily, it's just a relief to everybody. Dibs,
Yeah.
Dibs, it's over. It's over.
It's over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we spent a whole half a show or almost a whole show trying to avoid it. And now we can talk about it in a different way. And I love the way you laid out the details. So it's 120, but it's 47 million over the next, I guess it's 5 months or whatever. And the fact that the reports are, and everybody rushed to report that this is the offer that was there 3 weeks ago, and then the agent comes in and says, actually, that's factually inaccurate. I do think that the 30 million average annual probably was unchanged, but what changed, I believe, is the money that he gets cash in hand, which is, you were saying 47 million up front. That to me is the part where the agent is right and the average annual value probably didn't change, so the reporters are right. We never know the full nuances of the deal, but that seems to me, if it is 47 million of the, I think you said 85 million total guaranteed.
No, 76. 76.
Okay, so if 47 of that's going to be paid out over the next half year,
yes,
that tells me that it still kind of is Debo or Brandon, not this coming off season, but the off season after that.
Yeah, yes, and I sit here today with the information we have in this moment, not feeling great about that. Not feeling great about it. So you call this a great day, and it is, but it's kind of like, I look at it this way, Dibs, and I'm not trying to throw water on anybody's, fire, but I look at it this way. You feel damn good the day you take out a loan, don't you? Feel damn good. You're like, oh my God, look at my bank account. That thing just got deposited in my... Dude, I can move mountains. All right. And then you go buy a car or you do whatever you start doing, send your kid off to college. How do you feel in 2 years when all that money's gone and all you're doing is just paying off debt, paying off debt, paying off debt? And so all I'm saying today, without all the information, I don't know how this is going to play out over a full year, who's going to play well, who's going to stay healthy. I am concerned. I'm concerned about the future of the wide receiver room. I am concerned about one of my favorite 49ers, Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, I'm not concerned at all because I think that this year, Brandon's going to eventually be ready to go. Hopefully he doesn't sustain one of those injuries that you talked about and that you and I have discussed ad nauseum. And whatever happens this year, you get to the offseason next year, and then you have a choice to make. Probably not with Brandon, but with Deebo. And you're right about the QB contract. When he signs for whatever million, and we can talk about it all year, and we will, but when he signs that deal, it doesn't kick in right away. So if things go well this year for Deebo and Brandon, you can run them both back again the following year. And after that, most of Brandon's money, the guaranteed money, will largely be gone, and Deebo's will all be gone. So at that point, you could make hard choices. And even when you get to this upcoming offseason, I think the fact that you're giving Brandon Aiyuk $47 million between now and next year's draft, that gives you a certain amount of flexibility to where he might even be more tradable if you decide that you do want to keep Deebo and maybe you realize that Brandon is not the player that you want. So I think that the structure of this contract, and I haven't seen all the details, obviously it's my 2-year-old's birthday. I've been running around in the splash pad and birthday cake, but I think that the fact that the majority of this money feels like it's front-loaded, that will give them more flexibility in the upcoming offseason.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely what it is. It's front-loaded. Okay, Mila's birthday go okay?
It went all right. She got run over at the splash pad, so we had to put her in the protocol. And she is day-to-day.
She's in the blue tent.
Dude, she was immediately it's crazy. At this park, they have a blue tent, and they folded it over both of us. And Mila looked at me, and she said, smelling salts, I want to get back in there. So I said, all right, let's go.
Buddy, last thing is you have expressed this week renewed or maybe just new Trent Williams concern. How does this affect that?
This makes me feel better about Trent getting done, but also it makes me feel bad. Not bad for Trent or the Niners, but for Jed York, because he just went into the vault and produced whatever million. We don't know what the exact guaranteed at signing number is, but it's probably around 50. I think you said it was 50, right? Guaranteed at signing. I don't know if those details are out, but whatever that number is, Jed had to go into the pocket, and now with Trent, and that's a loud knock at the door, by the way. His hands are gigantic.
Yep.
So that knock is coming, and he's saying, yeah, you gave Brandon 47 over the next 6 months. I'm going to want 47 and a half, Jed. So go ahead and keep the money drawer open because it's my turn. And everybody knows that Trent is probably more important than anybody on this roster outside of maybe the quarterback. So, yeah, Trent's going to get broken off. He's going to get paid. And after I win our fantasy league, I'm willing to chip in for Jed York because your boy had a monster draft now.
Please don't tell me you're one of these people that looks at the draft grades and feels good about themselves. Don't do that, Dan.
B plus.
Don't do it.
Did you talk about the midday show in their draft?
No, it's kind of an important day. We got bigger fish to fry than the weird things. Right. Yeah, like what did Steinig drafted Kirk Cousins in like the 5th round or something? Yeah,
he took Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, there's just weird stuff that happens. But anyway, drive safe, buddy.
My God.
Thank you for calling in.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Long-time listener. Yeah, big fan.
And not first-time caller. Okay.
For sure.
Thank you, Dibs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Night.
Bye-bye. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Let's reboot and reset. 888-957-9570. How does today make you feel as a 49er fan? Brandon Aiyuk is done. The contract is in. 4-year extension that now effectively turns into 5 more contractual years with the 49ers. The 4-year extension is worth, in theory, $120 million. AAV at 30. Guarantee at 76. Guarantee at signing 47 that will be paid off between now and April 1st. So put all that together, and if you want to know where it slots, it is literally just change below Amon-Ra St. Brown. That is the deal. And then the other note that people have found interesting is that both Diana Rossini and Adam Schefter report that this was the offer on the table for Brandon on August 10th, and nothing moved. The Niners told him it was their last offer, and he did not take it until today. And so do with that what you will. 888-957-9570. How does today's news as a Niner fan make you feel? And what I have said is, for this year, this is wonderful. It's wonderful. For beyond that, TBD. Little nerve-wracking, if you ask me. And then the last thing I'll say is I'm very, very just kind of stuck on the process that both sides used here. And both were very, very ineffective. The Niners misread the situation at the draft. They waited too long. But then once they got to their final offer, Brandon apparently didn't believe it was their final offer and effectively missed camp for no reason. So there is some collateral damage here. I know everyone wants to celebrate, and that is true, and it's great and it's fair, but there is some collateral damage here, if you ask me. I got something else. Check this out. And Grandy, react to this. I don't know if you saw this. You see this other one from Diana Rossini?
Read it to me.
Okay. She just tweeted this. The 49ers were only willing to trade Brandon Aiyuk if they could get a top-flight wide receiver to replace him. They offered a 3rd-round pick to the Denver Broncos for Courtland Sutton. And if that had happened, they then would have dealt Aiyuk to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the Broncos turned that offer down, so he stays in San Francisco.
So the mysterious third team to make a deal work was the Denver Broncos.
In theory. Denver Broncos and Courtland Sutton. I know everyone wanted it to be the Raiders and Devontae Adams, but it was the Broncos and Courtland Sutton. 3rd-round pick probably would have been returned plus another pick in the trade with the Steelers. So in theory, at least the way I read it, is it would have been something like would trade Brandon Aiyuk for Courtland Sutton and a 2nd-round pick.
It's better than nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's better than nothing.
Not a bad receiver, not a great, not as good as Brandon. But you know, In a situation where maybe a player who doesn't want to play for you anymore, you get him what he wants and you get at least something back in return. It would be better, in my opinion, than say just straight up with the Steelers, a second round and a third round pick for Aiyuk, and that's it.
I agree with that.
No doubt.
I agree with that.
Even if it's only 1 year of Cortland Sutton.
Oh.
Because I know how you feel about the Super Bowl or bust mantra, and I'm not saying Super Bowl or bust. I'm just saying you cannot waste this opportunity that you have this year. You can't waste it.
But isn't
and while even if you didn't have Aiyuk and you got nothing back for him for this season, you still have a chance to win it.
Yep.
You don't have as good of a chance, but you don't want to just be so, I don't know, nonchalant about your chances this season that you kind of waste what was probably your best remaining chance to try to win this freaking Super Bowl.
I guess that's what's sort of interesting to me right now when you look at the way this whole thing played out. If so many of you are focused on Super Bowl or bust, if so many of you are focused on you've got to maximize this year, how can you not actually come out today and at least have a piece of you? I understand those of you who want to party, it's over, and Brandon's going to stay. But how can a piece of you not be upset at the process that just unfolded, which clearly, in my mind, jeopardizes this year? Even though we're here today, it is not good that Brandon missed camp. It's not good that Trent has missed camp. So if those things are not good, and Trent less so, but if those things are not good, and if those, in theory, even take a tiny shot at this year, then I got to question what got us here. It's great that he signed. That's better than not. But it's August 29th. I think it's fair to question both Brandon, his agent, and the Niners.
I agree 100%.
In terms of how we got here today.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair, but we were also staring down the barrel of a shotgun where Aiyuk either gets traded, you get nothing back in return for him, or he holds out and who knows how many games he misses.
Well, I never bought that.
I haven't gotten past the excitement of knowing that Brandon Aiyuk is going to play for the 49ers this season. That's where I am right now. Maybe tomorrow, maybe in a week, maybe when the season starts and maybe he struggles to begin, maybe I'll have that feeling, but I haven't gotten over just the excitement of finally having this saga behind us and knowing that Brandon Aiyuk alongside Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and hopefully Trent Williams and Brock Purdy, you're going to have all of your weapons. Again, TBD on Trent Williams. All of your weapons available for you for what should be in basically the entire season once again.
Yeah, Trent will be in. I honestly do not worry about that. I think you can read the tea leaves there. This one was a little bit harder. 888-957-9570. Is that kind of where you sit right now? Like, has this just erased all of the concern? What we've been hearing for the last 3 weeks is the vibes are bad. Well, does this just is everything recovered now? Now the vibes are good? Does this reboot the excitement for the season that we've been sitting here hearing from so many people that they were having a hard time accessing? For those of you who have had a hard time accessing your excitement about the season, does this fix it? I'm over here in the camp where I was still excited for the season. I wasn't having a hard time accessing that. The experience not good, but I can put that over here. I still thought the 49ers were going to be a good team, whether they had Brandon or not, and I was still very excited for the season. Hell, I'm having a hard time having any night not have a fantasy draft involved in it. And that's a ton of fun. We did ours last night. It was tremendous fun watching Steiny and Goo make picks.
Steiny picked 3 quarterbacks.
I did look to both of them. I'm sure they're listening. I love you, and your picks may well work out. But you do have to raise your hand and be like, that was out of the box. Like Joe Burrow being the first quarterback off the board, that's out of the box. I'm not saying it's wrong. He's a phenomenal player, but that was outside of the box.
No doubt.
No, there's no other draft in America where Joe Burrow is the first quarterback off the board. That's out of the box. So, but no, I wasn't having a hard time being excited about this season.
I wasn't like dreading the season by any stretch, but there was a part of me that was thinking like, We failed to get the Super Bowl last year. We've now experienced 3 Super Bowl losses in what, a 12, 11-year span.
Yeah. I mean, forget the Ravens one.
Yeah.
That's not fair. That's a totally different era and regime.
But just as a Niner fan,
Yeah,
you're dealing with all of those emotions still. And now we're going into this season, the final year before you got to sign a contract that's going to pay your quarterback $55, maybe $60 million a year. Who knows? And I know it doesn't kick in for another couple of seasons, but you're entering a season where you have a fantastic chance and one of your star receivers, one of your more important offensive players, isn't with the team at all. And your offensive lineman, your best offensive lineman in football, is not with the team at all. There was a part of me that was dreading this season getting off to a terrible start because of that. And this, at the very least, maybe it's not, is it the ideal scenario? No, of course not. But at least this is a major step in the right direction of beginning this season the way it should be. The vibes should be feeling good. It shouldn't be this.
Well, and they are right now.
A little bit better. Yeah.
You know what's funny, Grady? And we're going to go back to the phones here in a sec. 888-957-9570. You know what's funny? And this is totally me just like putting a finger in the air. But I can feel it out there with all of the 49er fans. This news makes all of you think that Trent is going to, done in the next 48 to 72 hours.
Well, it's kind of the way that the Niners have talked about it. I brought it up before this Aiyuk deal happened. They said a month ago, goal number 1, figure out Aiyuk, and we'll worry about Trent then. So it kind of made it seem as if the way they talked about it, we're not worried about the Trent thing, but we want to get Aiyuk figured out first because that's the one that's challenging us right now.
Agreed, and I haven't been worried about the Trent thing the whole time, but for anybody who was worried about the Trent thing and all the commentary we've received with regard to can't win without Trent, then now we get to today and everyone's like, this is a great day. It's like, well, I still don't have Trent, and he's imperative. He's an absolute must. But I'm with you, not just that this may be the precursor to that. I've never thought that the 49ers were going to risk playing a football game this year without Trent Williams. I've never thought that. I don't think that now either. 888-957-9570. Let's get back out to all of you again. Brandon Aiyuk, 4-year extension, $120 million. The nightmare is over, and Aiyuk will play for the 49ers, not just this year. In theory, it feels like he probably will play on Monday night, September 9th. Remember, Tim Kawakami came on the show earlier today. Like, what's the deadline for Brandon playing week 1? And he's like, it's kind of like now. And then 43 minutes later.
Maybe the Niners and Aiyuk were listening. You never know.
That's right. Brandon's like, Tim said I should sign.
I really want to play on Monday Night Football.
Well, he should. Monday Night Football is still a thing to these players. That's still a national, coming out party for the team.
We saw it on receiver, the doc. They were all talking about whenever the Niners played any of the teams. It was the Vikings played the Niners Monday Night Football, and you had Kittle, Debo, and Justin Jefferson, all who were featured in that doc, talking about how important Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night football games are.
Yep, absolutely. Maurice in Rancho Cordova. Hey, Maurice, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
No problem, Willard. You do have a little bit of a homer when it comes to the organization, but I do want to go over. Dude, it kills me, man. I don't know how you I get it at the same time, but
Maurice, let me answer it, and I won't we won't hang up on you. Some of that comes from just like anything else. It's a difference in the way some of us look at life. I get it if you're a fan that's like, these damn Niners have not won the Super Bowl, and let's hold them accountable for that. I'm someone who looks at their process and goes, oh my God, in 6 years, they turned this thing from gravel into a perennial contender, and I will forever be grateful. They've done a phenomenal job. It doesn't mean, just like how you love your family member, but you know that they've got some warts, right? And they annoy you sometimes, but you love the hell out of them because that's your thing. That's how I look at the Niners. They've done a great job if you look at the whole picture. That's all, Maurice.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and like I said, I'm only 32 years old. So I've been alive for a Super Bowl, but I've never actually seen one. So you're a lot older. You've probably seen some Super Bowls. You know how that feels.
I was here for the 80s. Yes.
we're at the door where we're like, we're ready to see one. Let's get these guys paid. But I do got a question about these reports, though. Now, you said the Steelers report, Rossini just reported that the Niners weren't willing to trade Brandon Aiyuk to the Steelers unless they got a top-flight receiver. You've been on the organization side saying that Aiyuk doesn't want to be traded to anybody. How do we know that he didn't already accept a contract with the Steelers, but it was the Niners since August the 10th that did not want to pull the trigger?
Well,
and it hasn't been Brandon Aiyuk.
I mean, Maurice, I guess the only way I can really answer that is by saying, when you say, how do we know? We don't. We don't. I know who I trust in terms of reports and conversations that are happening out there. I certainly believe Diana Rossini when she says that the Niners were only willing to trade Brandon if they got a top-flight receiver in return, and Pittsburgh was never offering that. But I do think that we can deduce, number one, that Brandon did want to stay a 49er first and foremost. Those were even his words. And I've talked to people close to him who also say option number one has always been to stay with the 49ers. And then forget the words, look at the actions. Like, would he have agreed to go to Pittsburgh? Maybe. Was that his absolute first choice? I'd argue we do know that the answer to that is no, because there have been reports that the Niners and Steelers finally did come to some sort of an understanding about trade compensation, and it still didn't happen. And the Niners put an offer on the table in early August, and today Brandon took it. So, I don't know. You know, did he flirt with other teams? Sure. Heart of hearts, where did he want to be? I've never wavered that that's here. And I think we do know that based on the way that this played out. Let's go to 49er David in Concord. Hi, David. What's good?
Well, you know what's good? I called in on Tuesday, and today I'm calling back to gloat. I asked you for a prediction when they would sign, and I gave you mine. I said B.A. would sign on Thursday and Trent on Friday. Do you remember the call?
I do remember the call, and you're 1 for 1. And if you nail it tomorrow, I will be so ticked at you if you don't call again.
The latest trend.
Oh, that's it. Wow.
He just walked it off.
That was a walk-off mic drop.
What will he do tomorrow if Trent signs?
I mean, we better call. Now I don't want to take the call, though, with the way he handled that. You know me, I'm a process guy, not a results guy. I don't like the way he handled that call at all. CJ in Richmond. Hi, CJ. What are you doing?
Nothing much, Mark. Just listening to your sage wisdom. I wanted to comment on something that's been said for quite a while over this long process about the 49ers being potentially cap constrained and how giving more money would exacerbate that, which I think that's a BS argument in general, because one, reports have said that he was offered $26 million by the Niners, and then eventually it's gone up to $30 million. So you're telling me that $4 million per year is gonna bring down the Niner quote unquote dynasty. That just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
CJ, I'll let you continue. I agree with you on that. I think it was whether they signed Brandon to an extension at all, not necessarily what the exact number was. That's the way I look at it. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, earlier in the year, they're talking about, okay, well, if we sign Brandon, then we have to let Debo go, right?
Sure.
I don't believe that. Right, because primarily for all these transactions, they're back end loaded, right? And I think you said it a couple minutes earlier that they can probably go along with keeping both of them for at least 2 more years.
Maybe.
But
yeah, go ahead.
Well, based upon this transaction, what's been said is he's supposed to make $14 million this year, but that's going to be reduced by $8 million, so it's going to be $6 million actually, and that's going to go into cap savings. Guess what? They can redo Debo's deal again. He's supposed to make $20-23 next year. So I mean, they do this stuff all the time, and I think that it's just a narrative that puts the onus on the player to capitulate when in actuality, that's just not the case. Guess what? A Trent Williams deal is going to get done. And when information went out about that recently, they said, "Oh, well, that might have an effect on what's going to go on with keeping players for the next year or the year after that." And obviously, it can't be something that there's just no limit to money. I understand that, but I think that they've done a great deal with managing the cap now. They know that the Brock Purdy is going to get money soon. These numbers have been put into a spreadsheet somewhere, and every time something happens, they update it, right? So if they're not going to do something that is not within what they want to have happen, and some people are going to leave, but we've been talking about that all year. We've been talking about Moody having to potentially go,
right?
Dre. I mean, so this stuff has been talked about all this year.
Yeah, the NBA is different because that's a harder, not a totally hard, but a harder cap. CJ, thank you very much for the call. I largely agree with you, and I usually, mostly, largely trust the 49ers. And this is a very good regime. Are they perfect? Of course not. I hate that we always have to say that. They're human beings, so they're not. They've had misses. They have their own, human weakness aspects with the way they go about their dealings. And have they carried previous negotiations into this one? Do they wait too long? Are they too hardcore with their process? Maybe. You could accuse them of all of that. But the end result to this is so many more W's than L's for the 49er organization, not just in who they've drafted and who they've kept, but who they've signed and how they do it. I largely trust the 49ers, and I am the one who coined cap schmap because there are ways to maneuver around things and adjust and all of that. But let's also not act like there is never a cost and a collateral damage. Go back to DeForest Buckner. The 49ers looked at that and said, we can't do that because it will make us lose this player, and this player. Well, what did they just do today? We don't know yet. And all I'm expressing is a little bit of worry about that. And I think that is fair because, the 49ers have in front of microphones now said for months, you can't pay everybody. And even though cap schmap, there is some truth to that. You can't pay everyone. Well, they just paid another one. So who does that mean now goes out the door? And will it be next year? Now, if you are all in on this year, okay. That's the way you think. That's not the way my brain thinks. I want my sports teams to be relevant every year. And I don't think in Market 6 that's too much to ask. Ask Joe Lacob. Should you require that your team at least puts everything it's got into every year? Yes. So, I'm just not going to bite on this idea that it's only about this year and then we'll just worry about next year. So that's just the way I look at it. But there's no debating. Nobody would argue that the 49ers' chances of being an awesome team this year are better right now at 5:23 this afternoon than they were 2 hours ago. Nobody's arguing that. From that perspective, I am very, very glad that Brandon Aiyuk is on the team. We'll see about years after that. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you are just hopping in the car, if you worked until 5:20 and you're not one of these people that waste time at work by staring at social media all day, welcome to the party. Brandon Aiyuk will remain a San Francisco 49er, but it's intricate. It's a 4-year extension for $120 million. There are $76 million in guarantees, $47 in actual guarantees. that will be due no later than April 1st. And multiple reports at a high level that the offer Brandon accepted was the same offer that was on the table on August 10th, and he took it today. Now, while we are going to continue to take your phone calls, and Grandy, hop in with anything that you're reacting to, I do want to say one more thing that's off in the corner a little bit. Every single one of you that has called the 49ers cheap over the last few months, you got to take it back. Like, I do want everybody to take a moment. This has been one of the greatest ownership reputation changes I've ever seen in sports. What has basically happened with the York family over the last 5 to 8 years. Jed York has continued to fill up that escrow account at an unbelievable level. And so I'm getting pretty close to a point. I know that one has rings and the other one doesn't, but as far as like all you want out of your owner is to be all in on winning and entertaining and just being awesome. Joe Lacob's reputation on that front is unmatched. But it's getting close. I think 49er ownership deserves a similar type of vibe right now in terms of what they're willing to put into this.
Yeah, no doubt. Something that's been on my mind too, because before this Aiyuk news happened, before he signed it, it's been almost 2 hours now.
Yep.
There was, I think, legitimate fear, maybe not fear, but legitimate argument, legitimate conversation that maybe the Niners are just going to pull every offer and just say, all right, Brandon, we've tried our best to make things work. Are you at all surprised that they left the 4-year, $120 million offer on the table for these 3 weeks? Because it's been on the table, according to reports, since August 10th. Does it surprise you at all that it's still been on the table this long through everything that's gone on?
Do you want to know what surprises me about that? Is that they offered that much that early.
I'm with you.
That's what surprises me. No, it doesn't surprise me that they left it there. Because the pulling of an offer, like, that means you don't want the play. That means you're done.
Kind of felt like we were getting close to that yesterday.
It sure did. And yes, that's high-level negotiation. That's the push-pull that you're going to do through the media. So I'm not surprised that they didn't pull all offers, but the fact that the Niners were already at 30 on August 10th.
That almost goes counter to everything we heard about this negotiation.
Well, and again, that's why I'm still a little bothered by Brandon Aiyuk. Dude, you got your offer. Take it and get your helmet. So I'm glad he finally did, but I ain't changing my opinion that he should have done it 3 weeks ago. All right. Glad you're with us. Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ACCO Pest Control, the Bay Area's local family-owned pest control company. Plenty more time for your calls all the way up until 6. Brandon Aiyuk signs. He stays. How does today make you feel as a 49er fan 11 days before kickoff? 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know what stupid thought just went through my head?
No, what is it?
And 888-957-9570. We're going to take you all the way up to 6 o'clock and keep taking your phone calls. Brandon Aiyuk signs an extension, 4 years, $120 million. He's staying. This is getting so exhausting every August. From Debo to Bosa to Brandon, and we still haven't figured out Trent. How many minutes after the Brandon extension did it take you to go, next year we get to do our quarterback?
And who knows who else? Someone else will pop up, probably.
Holy hell.
Did you hear what Debo Samuel said earlier this week on NFL Network?
I did. Oh, you didn't, Lucas?
You want to hear it?
I do. I know what you're going to play. I think you should play it.
Tom Pelissero asking the question here on NFL Network.
You've seen all these other wide receiver contracts getting done. You saw what Justin Jefferson got. You saw what CeeDee Lamb got. You got 2 years left on this deal. You put up numbers this year. Is any part of you going, I'm gonna get a little bit of that next year?
Control the things I control, and if the season goes as well as it should, you will be right there knocking at the door.
Ooh.
I mean, enough already.
Well, listen. Hold
it's
on.
Too much. At what point is it too much?
Okay, wait. Let me back up for a second on that. If you don't like that to me is the classic old phrase, don't hate the player, hate the game. If you don't like that.
I love football. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's an NFL problem, dude. If you don't want players outplaying contracts or trying to take advantage of the market, if you don't like that, well, then the NFL needs to guarantee their deals, which they're never going to do. So again, that's why I always start out pro player because, dude, you've got to go why if Debo goes for 1,200 yards and rushes for 300 and he's going into a non-guaranteed year, why would he not knock on the door?
I got a crazy idea.
What's a crazy idea?
Let's try and maybe figure this out April, May? Well, June, even July. Let's get a full training camp. Everybody in, ready for the season. Let's go.
That's why
crazy, huh?
That's where I think it's fair as the dust settles on this, and we're not done because Trent Williams is not just a large man, but a large piece of this. That's where I think fair questions can be asked going forward with regard to how the Niners go about doing this. Because, you don't want this every August. And I know Debo wasn't August, so we've really just done 2 Augusts in a row. But you don't want this to go to August every time. And I'm noticing something else. Like, think about some of the quotes we've just talked about on Twitter and think about them in a different light, okay? So Adam Schefter goes on Twitter and goes, it's not just announcing the extension, but he also then follows up with, oh, by the way, same offer that was on the table 3 weeks ago. Diana Rossini, same offer that was on the table 3 weeks ago. Literally goes, this was a colossal waste of everyone's time. Brandon's agent quote tweets it and goes, factually incorrect. Does anybody notice the contract is signed and they're still fighting? How do you think those reporters know that? They're playing a game of who won the deal on social media, which means they're still mad at one another and they are still trying to present to the public their side because the Niners don't want this to look like the Nick Bosa situation where they gave every dollar all the way up to the deadline. They want it to look like, no, we put our feet in cement and we stayed there. And Brandon's agent wants to be like, no, he didn't. We hold out and you caved. That's not great. I'm glad he's got a uniform, but that's not where we want this relationship. But that's where it stands.
Ryan Williams looking out for Brandon Aiyuk when he goes his first week against the Jets. 3 targets, 1 catch for 15 yards. Everyone's going to be like, BA, should have just signed the deal on August 10th. That's what he's trying to prevent.
Well, and look, that's what comes with big money. Big money is going to lead to, and Brandon will learn this, and there's no way around it. Like, it's okay. You get $47 million, you can take criticism. But, yeah, now you got to go. Now you have to play like one of the top receivers in the game, or else people are not going to be happy about it. And people will look at Kyle Shanahan and go, you could pay $30 million to a receiver and not throw him the ball? Like, and then this happens with Brock next year. Oh, $55 million? You just want to hand the ball off? Like, this is where we're headed. This is where we kind of already are because of the name value of the roster. Unavoidable. Not the most fun part of being an NFL fan, but unavoidable.
But kind of what you were talking about earlier, like, these are all problems that the 49ers have. And I say problems in air quotes because they're good problems to have. You're not in this situation if you don't have players that are deserving of this kind of money. And, of course, every NFL team would want to have players that are deserving of this kind of money. You could be the Carolina Panthers, who, I don't know if you know this, but this year they have the least cap space in the NFL.
Isn't that crazy?
They're $8 million past the cap, something like that this year. Part of that is just because they realize they're not going to be competitive this year, and they kind of shifted around all their money all to this year so they can open things up in the future.
Yep.
But you have maybe the worst roster in the NFL, and you have the least amount of cap space in the NFL. The Niners maybe have the best roster in the NFL, and they have, believe it or not, for this season, like the top 3 most cap space in the league for this season.
Now it goes away next year, but yes.
And that number actually even got even larger
today.
now that Aiyuk's cap hit goes down this season. But it's odd the way that it all works. So you'd obviously rather be the 49ers almost compared to any other team in the NFL, even if every single offseason, April through August, is a nightmare. It's a good problem to have, and it means you're probably going to be pretty good come the fall and the winter.
No doubt. But take note of this, and if you don't care, you don't care. But it is interesting because a lot of you are like, what a great day for the Niners. Well, the Niners aren't speaking publicly, so I'm sure by tomorrow, whether it's John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan or whoever, like BA is going to show up at practice and there will be this like, it's so wonderful that BA is here. But normally in a situation where everyone would be like, hey, we did it. We're so excited. First thing they did, start calling reporters and going, we won. We won the deal. That's what both sides did. So that speaks to what Kawakami told us earlier, that there's damage to the relationship that may not go away even with an extension. There was high-level feelings involved in this one, and we all saw it. You all saw it. You heard it. You heard it in their voices every time the last few weeks. So, that's a part of this. John in the city. Hey, John, thank you for calling. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
I've been thinking a lot. I joined at the 5 o'clock hour, and really frustrated, really exhausted the past few days.
Yep.
Been emotional. Now I'm feeling real petty. Like, he signed on the dotted line. We knocked him down from $14 million to something less than that. Let's pump him the ball for the first 6 weeks and then trade him to New England or something for 2 seconds or a first, just to really set the tone for next year that if we leave something on the table for 3 weeks, understand it's not going to get better. It may seem like it, but in the end, we will always win.
Yeah, but
every once in a while, I feel like Steph's the petty king. Kyle's got some of that in him, too.
No doubt, but John, and I know maybe this is just your feeling of the day, but I mean, again, if this is supposedly for so many fans all about winning the Super Bowl this year, then why would you do something like that? Why would you take your emotion and your anger into actual play calling and transactions? And so maybe you're saying this kind of tongue in cheek, but to me, the quicker we can get to, look, bygones, let's play football, that's what we need to do. There's absolutely no room in my mind for let's feed the ball to Brandon more, let's feed the ball to Brandon less. Like, no, it stays the same. The quarterback drops back and he finds the open man. I don't care who it is. Make the offense go. I don't care who catches the ball. Unless one of them is on my fantasy team. And then I care.
Did you pick any Niners yesterday?
No, it's so hard to get Niners in this league because we're all a bunch of Niner fans.
You got to use that to your advantage.
Yeah, they all go too early. Was Kittle the first tight end taken? Second, maybe?
I don't remember. He definitely was early.
It was early. It was early. And Aiyuk still went like the third round. I was like, damn.
Steiny picked Jordan Mason like in the 12th round or something.
That's my dad asked me the same thing. He's like, you got any Niners? I'm like, you can't. I got Debo in the my little family league, but there ain't nothing on the line in that league. You win like $4 if you win this. But yeah, I like Debo this year a lot in fantasy. How about Nolan and Pinole? And I won't make my same joke for the second day in a row, but I know you called yesterday, Nolan. Thank you for calling again. Hi.
No, yeah. I was going to say, I know you guys feel like there's a little bit of like stuff going on between the 49ers organization and Aiyuk, like who won the trade. But I think they might really be saying this to the other players. Like, we're the pros here. You know, we all got in the lab. We found out his true value. We gave him an offer, and we're always going to stand on that. There's not going to be any more back and forth in the offseason anymore with you guys. We'll come out with fair market offers from now on. You either take it or don't, but we're not going to, like, argue. We're going to let you sit out practice. We're going to let you do whatever you want because we know we gave you a fair offer, and, like, that's the end of it. No more, like, Bosa situations.
Well,
and that's really it.
Yeah, Nolan, I think the Niners are with what you're saying. Like, I think they would like for that to be their reputation. But the bottom line for me is I don't think you can make negotiating rules that just are true for every negotiation because every one of them's different. Nick Bosa won because of the position that he was in. Brandon's not in that position. Did he win? Did the Niners win? That's up for each of you to decide. But it went differently. It did not go the same as Nick's. And Trent's is still sitting there. And Debo's did not go the same as Nick's or Brandon's. And was over, I think, in July, if I'm remembering correctly. I just like, it's kind of like any of you have multiple kids, you don't talk to them all the same way. Some of them can take tough love. Some of them can't. Some of them need a hug. Some of them need a kick in the butt. You can't just be like, this is how we're going to do negotiations. I think that's like a week